Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. In the 31st year of Konoha, the Jonin tournament. Crack! Crack! The sparks of Kunao's collision. There were two youths fighting fiercely on the fighting stage, one with blue hair and green eyes, the other with black hair and golden eyes. Both had a handsome appearance, which aroused enthusiastic cheers from the audience. Yaketo-dan is so handsome. Nonsense. Obviously Orochimaru is more handsome. Hey, do you think there is a possibility that I, Jiraiya, are the most handsome? Roll. Tsunade, who do you think is the prettier of these two? Facing the chattering girlfriends around her, the tall girl with a single ponytail seemed very helpless. Roughly the same. It's just that the styles of these two people are completely different. The 18-year-old girl is naturally Huai-chun. Kato-dan has integrity and is a gentle and considerate big brother. Orochimaru has a cold personality and gives people a bad boy feeling. At first glance, Kato-dan's character design is perfect and should be very popular with girls. Actually not. For young and ignorant girls, naughty boys are more attractive. If Tsunade had to choose one of the two as her boyfriend, she would definitely prefer Orochimaru. For no other reason than fun, and exciting. As if he had noticed the girl's gaze, it stayed on Orochimaru's body. Jiraiya, a naive boy beside him, had a bitter smile on his face. Not long ago, he bravely confessed to Tsunade, but was ruthlessly rejected, and replied, "If I want to find a boyfriend, I must also find a genius like Orochimaru." P.S. With pictures. On the competition stage, the battle between Orochimaru and Kato-dan entered a fever pitch. Both sides used advanced ninjutsu to confront each other. Ninja, hidden shadow snake hand. Fire style fire dragon flame bomb. The shockwave generated by Chakra's fierce collision caused everyone to stagger back and forth. Amazing. Obviously I am also a Jonin, but why is there such a big gap in strength? Everyone was amazed. Hehe Danzo, who do you think will win? Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a pipe, his face full of chills. It is well known that Orochimaru was his favorite disciple. Humph. Don't get too excited too soon, Hiruzen. Shimura-dan snorted coldly. A month ago, Kato-dan approached him on his own initiative and offered to join Konoha to work for him. In return, he hoped to get a forbidden technique from the Book of Seals. Kato-dan is a young ambitious man who hopes to become famous through the Jonin tournament. In order to defeat Hokage's disciples, he turned to the root Danzo, which is also a matter of course. Ninja Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Orochimaru used the A-level ninjutsu taught by 3rd Hokage, and Kato-dan was covered in cuts and bruises with his shuriken. This is Sarutobi-sensei's unique move. Jiraiya looked envious and jealous. As a disciple of 3rd Hokage, he did not receive such treatment. Of course, his ninjutsu talent is mediocre, teaching him may not be enough. Amazing. This is 3rd Hokage-sama's ultimate move. It seems that the rumors that Orochimaru was appointed as the next Hokage candidate are true. There was a lot of discussion. Representatives of many famous ninja clan looked at Orochimaru with different expectations. Hehe. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a smile on his face, and he took everyone's attitude into his eyes calmly. But a bit of inexplicable coldness grew in my heart. What are you kidding? Lao Zi is only in his 30s this year and is in his prime. This 3rd Hokage, he wants to be another 30 years. Hey! Although Sarutobi Hiruzen hit it well, Shimura-dan's, who has been a good friend for many years and a deadly enemy, keenly felt the fear in the eyes of the other party looking at Orochimaru. Hiruzen, isn't he jealous of Orochimaru? Tisk tisk tisk, if this is the case, it will be interesting. In order to secure the position of Hokage, even his most proud disciple must take precautions. The competition has come to an end. Kato-dan knelt down on one knee with injuries all over his body, while Orochimaru stood awe-inspiring, it was clear at a glance who won and who lost. Orochimaru, well done. Let's take the head of Konoha Janin in one go. Tsunade enthusiastically waved his arms and cheered loudly. As a teammate in the same class, Tsunade has a very good liking for Orochimaru. Orochimaru, come on. Blast this Poseidon! Jiraiya shouted to his teammates. By chance, Jiraiya accidentally discovered that Kato Dan was dating several girls at the same time, which made him envious. Oh no, it was outraged. Even if it's a rival in love, Jiraiya would rather be Orochimaru than Kato Dan approach Tsunade. Let's stop here. Orochimaru said with a blank face, his eyes were quietly staring straight ahead, there was no Kato Dan in his eyes. Bloodline reproduction system, successfully restarted. Activating. Chapter 2. Let's stop here. Orochimaru said with a blank face, his eyes were quietly staring straight ahead, without Kato Dan in his eyes at all. Bloodline reproduction system, successfully restarted. Activating. Finally appeared, my time traveler cheat. A rare smile appeared on Orochimaru's indifferent face. It's just that this smile, in the eyes of the other party, seems to be mocking him. You. Kato Dan's face darkened, he was well preserved, and was irritated by Orochimaru's defiant attitude. Orochimaru, you are indeed strong. But, I'm going to beat you here. My dream is to be Hokage. Kato Dan stood up tenaciously while dragging his injured body, quickly forming a series of complex knots with his hands. That seal is, could it be said? Sarutobi Hiruzen stared sharply at Shimura Danzo. You actually passed the dangerous forbidden technique on the sealed book to others. However, in the face of accusations, Shimura Danzo responded disapprovingly. The development of ninjutsu is for people to learn. How can there be a forbidden technique or a forbidden technique? Besides, am I also an excellent talent for the village? Don't think that Lao Zi doesn't know what you are thinking, you are the subordinate of cultivating the roots. Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at the other party fiercely. Based on his understanding of Danzo, Kato Dan in front of him must have become a member of the root ninja spiritualization technique. I saw Kato Dan suddenly trembled all over, his eyes rolled over and he fell to the ground. This is a powerful forbidden technique that separates one's own soul from the body and invades the body of others. Hey? What happened? Did the spell fail? I clearly sensed a strong chakra wave just now, why did I suddenly fall down? Just when everyone at the scene looked blank, an even more surprising scene happened. I saw Orochimaru's body froze, as if he had been invaded by some kind of force, and his pupils lost focus. Orochimaru, cheer up! Did he suffer from an illusion? Tsunade yelled with a worried look on his face. No, Orochimaru's chakra flow is normal, it doesn't look like it's under an illusion. Jiraiya made a mudra with both hands and performed a perception spell. Hee. It was Kato Dan who won. Shimura Dan said with a smug face. With his forbidden technique, Kato Dan is a root man. Hey, it seems that this is the end. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a regretful expression on the surface, but let out a long breath in his heart. Recently, Orochimaru's strength has grown too fast, like a runaway wild horse, gradually getting out of control. It doesn't matter if you lose, it can just dampen Orochimaru's spirit. But in the next second, the mutation regenerated. I saw a faint stream of light quickly detached from Orochimaru's body and returned to Kato Dan's body. Wow! Kato Dan's soul returned to his body, and he couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. No, it's impossible. How can your soul be so powerful? He has practiced spiritualization technique, and his soul is stronger than common ninja. But when he invaded Orochimaru's body, he saw a super powerful soul. This is nothing like Orochimaru. The forbidden technique failed, and Kato Dan suffered serious backlash, rolled his eyes and passed out on the spot. As expected. The fusion of souls can be regarded as one of the basic benefits of traversers. Orochimaru regained his senses and muttered incomprehensible words to himself. Victor, Orochimaru. Congratulations to Orochimaru for being the chief of this Genin tournament. Following the referee's verdict, the audience erupted into extremely warm cheers. Yet Orochimaru, you look so handsome today. Tsunade's cheeks were reddish, and he clapped excitedly. At this time, her affection for Orochimaru has risen to another level. It has reached the level of being less than a lover and more than a friend. As long as the latter takes the initiative to pursue her, it's okay to be a boyfriend and girlfriend. It really can't compare to you. Jiraiya shook his head bitterly, but as a friend, he was still happy for Orochimaru's victory. It's really strong. Orochimaru, definitely the number one of Konoha's younger generation. In Janin's class, there is probably only that senior White Fang, who can beat him, right? As expected of third Hokage-sama's proud disciple. I don't think it will take a few years for the third generation to retire, and Orochimaru will be the next Hokage. Looking at Orochimaru, who has attracted much attention, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed coldly, and he said with a smile on the surface. Congratulations Orochimaru, you are the leader of the Konoha Genin class from today on. Orochimaru was expressionless and didn't respond. System activation successful. System, what function do you have? Orochimaru tried to communicate with the other party with his mind. The full name of this system is Bloodline Reproduction System. As the name implies, hosts and women are required to reproduce offspring to obtain rewards from the system. The more excellent the mother's lineage, the higher the offspring's rating, and the higher the rewards. Why don't you call it the system of many children and many blessings? Orochimaru felt speechless in his heart, which reminded him of the novel he had read before time travel. Yes. He is a time traveler, an online street writer from a certain blue star. Because of frequent interruptions in writing novels, he was punished by God, and was punished to travel to the other world. Traveling through time seems to be a welcome benefit, but when it actually falls on me, it is completely different. Orochimaru was born in a small ninja clan in Konoha. He was so young that he didn't even have a surname. Both his parents died in the mission. As the saying goes, the parents of time travelers are the most dangerous profession in the world. But this time it's really not the fault of the traversers. Because this is Orochimaru's family background in the original book. Orochimaru, who was only 8 years old, jumped off the cliff, but he didn't do it for suicide, he just wanted to comprehend the meaning of life by getting infinitely close to death. P.S. Refer to the part where Itaka jumped off the cliff when he was a child. It happened that he was entered into the body by the traverser, and fell to his death on the spot in a daze. Human life is so fragile. To live, without meaning. Leaving a word behind, Orochimaru's soul vanished into thin air. I rely on it. Fall into a box. If he died like this, he would definitely be the saddest time traveler in history. Warn. It is detected that the host's life is dying, and the system activation failed. Host gets a chance to be resurrected at the cost of the system going offline and restarting after 10 years. 10 years passed by. The traversers finally ushered in the restart of the system. Chapter 3. Host, Orochimaru. S**X, male. Age, 18 years old. Bloodline, none. Children, 0. Skills, Snake Ninja, Wind Style, Earth Style. System prompt, host can obtain corresponding skill rewards and bonuses by breeding high-quality offspring. Orochimaru carefully read the detailed introduction of the system. Orochimaru. Orochimaru. What are you in a daze for? Teacher Sarutobi is calling you. Tsunade yelled suspiciously. Forward. Only then did Orochimaru come to his senses, and found Sarutobi Hiruzen staring at him kindly. My heart skipped a beat, this is not a good sign. Sorry, Sarutobi-sensei. I got carried away at the moment. Orochimaru immediately nodded in apology. Haha, it's okay. Young people, pride is also understandable. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was ignored, did not have an angry expression on his face, but put on a kind and generous face. As for what he thinks in his heart, only he himself knows. Taking this opportunity, I want to announce one thing. After thinking for a while, Orochimaru made a bold decision in his heart. Oh? What's the matter, do you want to talk about it now? Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was calm, but his heart was cold. Snort? Really ambitious guy. He has just won the title of Konoha Jonin's leader, and he is in the limelight. Could it be that he wants to take the opportunity to force the palace? Really, don't say. Amidst the applause from the surrounding Konoha people, as long as Orochimaru announces that he will run for the next Hokage, he will definitely win the support of many people. The good show has begun. Shimura-dans made a gloating face. As a politician, Daoren believes that Orochimaru will definitely take this opportunity to seek political interests. Even if you can't win the candidate of Hokage, at least you can win the captain of Anbu, and there is a good chance. With the much anticipated support, it is difficult for Sarutobi Hiruzen to refuse Orochimaru's request at this time. Orochimaru took a deep breath first, with an extremely solemn expression, as if he was about to announce some important event in his life. I, Orochimaru, hereby openly seek marriage. As soon as these words came out, the audience suddenly fell into a strange silence. Brother, did I hear correctly just now? Is this a marriage declaration? Everyone was dumbfounded. 18-year-old elite Jonin, a genius ninja. Orochimaru is indeed a good marriage partner. Even the representatives of the famous ninja clan showed signs of emotion. Ahem, Orochimaru, are you sure you want to get married? Sarutobi Hiruzen almost lost his grip on his pipe, staring at Orochimaru with a strange expression on his face. He was just imagining that Orochimaru was going to stage a big drama, but you gave me this one? Yes, Mr. Sarutobi. Orochimaru replied, neither humble nor overbearing. Hey, Orochimaru, are you making a mistake? How old are you this year? Tsunade shouted excitedly. Although she is a young girl in Huaichun now, she is also looking forward to dating, marriage or something, which is still too heavy. I remember that the marriage registration regulations of the Land of Fire stipulate that a man must be at least 18 years old and a woman must be at least 16 years old. I happen to be 18 this year, what's the problem? Orochimaru's reasoning makes it impossible to refute. When everyone heard it, it seemed to be such a truth. But from a practical point of view, the 18-year-old age group is in the period of rapid growth for ninjas to improve their strength, and very few people will choose to get married at this time. Orochimaru. I'm really convinced today. No matter what, you are always ahead of me. Jiraiya said with admiration. He was still thinking about how to get a girlfriend, good guy. The other party immediately fast-forwarded to getting married, directly ahead of him by two big versions. Snort? A man who is willing to fall. Shimura-dans looked disdainful. Because he is devoted to his career, he is not married in his 30s now. Now he is being walked in front of him by an 18-year-old young man, which makes him very depressed. It's a good thing to start a family and start a career. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled kindly. This smile is sincere, as long as the other party does not covet Hokage's seat, he is his good student. Besides, it's good to get married. Once he has a family and children, the ninja will have a weakness, and as the ruler, he can handle Orochimaru. Thank you Mr. Sarutobi for your support. Orochimaru smiled back. As long as the other party doesn't count against him, he is his good teacher. On the contrary, that is the enemy. So Orochimaru, do you have a girl you like right now? As a teacher, I can help you find a matchmaker. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave full support to Orochimaru's marriage. In his view, with the family and children, the focus of energy will be shifted, and Orochimaru's ambition will be sapped over time. Yes, who could it be? Tsunade's cheeks were slightly hot, and his eyes were full of anticipation. Orochimaru is his classmate, and I have never heard of him getting close to other girls before. Who else would this marry besides her? I hate it. Obviously you usually have a cold appearance, so you are secretly in love with Miss Ben. Tsunade made up the romantic scene of Orochimaru holding flowers in his hand, kneeling on one knee and proposing to himself in public. Alas! It feels pretty good. Orochimaru, don't you also have feelings for Tsunade? Damn! I can't win at all. Jiraiya was desperate at this moment. If it's just a relationship between boyfriend and girlfriend, Jiraiya also thinks that the two may separate due to emotional discord in the future, and he has the opportunity to take over. But if he is married, then he is completely hopeless. My ideal is to study the blood of ninjas, and I have decided to make this my lifelong career. He was clearly talking about his marriage proposal, but Orochimaru suddenly talked about his ideals, which made people puzzled. The representatives of Konoha's famous ninja clan frowned. Because they have a special bloodline, the most disgusting thing is the coveting of others. Especially the famous family with blood inheritance limit. Humph! The blood of the ninja is innate, sacred, and inviolable. The Uchiha clan said proudly. The fate of a person is fixed from birth, and it can be changed by non-human power. The Hyuga clan looked at each other coldly. Orochimaru, what is this guy talking about? Tsunade's eyes widened, puzzled. She was still waiting for the other party to propose to her. And then? Orochimaru, what does this have to do with your marriage proposal? Sarutobi Hiruzen questioned. I'm Orochimaru. Study bloodlines, I give birth to myself. For this reason, I, Orochimaru, openly seek marriage. The number is not limited, ninja females of the right age can choose the best ones. Orochimaru loudly announces a shocking marriage plan. Chapter 4. My ideal is to research the most excellent ninja blood for Konoha. For this reason, I, Orochimaru, openly seek marriage. The number is not limited, ninja females of the right age can choose the best ones. After Orochimaru's declaration fell, the audience once again fell into a long silence. The number is unlimited, you. The pipe in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand fell to the ground in shock. Such a beautiful thing, even his Hokage dare not think about it. Clam. Orochimaru, you. Tsunade's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief, pointing at him speechless. When she remembered that she was just imagining that the other party would propose to her, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole. Also, there is such an operation. Jiraiya was shocked. In order to study the blood, so the marriage proposal. It sounds weird at first, you don't want to marry multiple wives at the same time, do you? Orochimaru, you're too greedy, aren't you? The representative of the famous ninja clan also shook his head again and again. They are indeed optimistic about Orochimaru's potential and want to marry him. But it's not enough to send one's own girl to Orochimaru as a reproductive machine. A famous family has the pride of a famous family. Orochimaru, are you serious? Tsunade's pretty face turned cold. Certainly. Do you think I'll be joking in this public place? Orochimaru replied with a calm face. Why? I always thought, Orochimaru, you are a different man from Jiraiya. Disappointment was written all over Tsunade's face. Disillusioned, her youthful love ended before it even started. What's wrong with a man like me? Jiraiya said that he was innocent when he was shot lying down, but what Orochimaru said next made him even more speechless. Of course I'm not like Jiraiya. He pursued women only out of personal desires. And I researched the excellent ninja bloodline for Konoha. Orochimaru was still speaking righteously, as if speaking of some sacred duty. His eyes stayed on Tsunade, and he said solemnly. Tsunade, you have the excellent blood of the Senju clan running through you. If possible, I want to be with you. However, before he finished his proposal, Tsunade sternly rejected it. Shut up! Don't even think about it! Tsunade glared at Orochimaru angrily. What a proud person she is to allow herself to be Orochimaru's fertility machine. Forget it. A look of regret appeared on Orochimaru's face. I thought that if I combined with Tsunade, I would be able to breed high-rated heirs, thus obtaining huge system rewards. Orochimaru, UBD. Such a ridiculous marriage proposal, do you think anyone will apply? I advise you to die as soon as possible. Tsunade cursed through gritted teeth. However, as soon as she finished speaking, the slap in the face came surprisingly fast. Your Excellency Orochimaru, Your Majesty Mitarashi Ryahito, there is a girl who is 20 years old. Mitarashi Ilvran presents a tall young woman with a good face. Hello, Orochimaru-senpai. My name is Mitarashi Shiwa, I'm your fan. Mitarashi Shiu held the hem of the skirt in one hand, revealing her long black silk legs, and made a ladylike gift generously, with eyes full of admiration for Orochimaru. P.S. Attached picture. Mitarashi's house. Well enough. After thinking for a moment, Orochimaru nodded. Although the Mitarashi family is not a famous family, they can be regarded as a well-known ninja family in Konoha. Mitarashi Green is also a Konoha Jainin himself, but he is a bit old, and it is estimated that he will retire in a few years. It is also a wise choice for Mitarashi Luren to actively seek external support if he wants to preserve his family's status. Senior Shiba? How could you? Tsunade suddenly became angry, and did not understand at the same time. She knew each other, she was a senior who was 2 years older than her, and she was a well-known talented woman in Konoha who loved to write novels. It is said that he passed Konoha's Chunin exam not long ago and became a Chunin. Why are you in such a hurry to get married? Because I'm a ninja. Mitarashi Shiwa replied helplessly. Literary writers, after all, are only low-level. Ninjas are the only masters of this world. Sister Tsunade, I don't have an excellent ninja talent like you. Based on my ability, the advancement to Chunin has come to an end. That's why it's an honor for me, and an honor for the Mitarashi family, to be able to marry Orochimaru's younger brother who is a genius Jainin. Mitarashi Shiwa looked at Orochimaru with joy. Originally, according to the family's discussion, it was planned to marry her to an elder of the Uchiha clan as a concubine. She found out that the elder Uchiha was 60 years old this year and was paralyzed in bed due to mission injuries. Mitarashi Shiwa can imagine that her marriage to Uchiha will be a nightmare that she cannot escape in her life. It just so happened today that Orochimaru was openly seeking marriage. The value of the head of Konoha Jainin is enough to make Mitarashi Midori look sideways, or out of guilt for his daughter. He temporarily changed his mind and decided to let his daughter participate in Orochimaru's marriage proposal. Her husband has changed from a 60-year-old paralyzed old man to an 18-year-old talented handsome guy. Mitarashi Shiu will know who to choose even if he thinks with his toes. Chapter 5. That's why it's an honor for me, and an honor for the Mitarashi family, to be able to marry Orochimaru's younger brother who is a genius Jainin. Mitarashi Shiu's words awakened the dreamer. Senior Shiba. Tsunade opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. Everyone present, as long as they think a little, they can understand the Mitarashi family's approach. Yes. Orochimaru is the head of the Konoha Jainin, and he is even expected to become the next Hokage in the future. The future is limitless. Well, from now on, the affairs of Mitarashi's family are the affairs of Orochimaru. Orochimaru was succinct and made a promise. Haha. The old man is here to thank you, my son-in-law. Mitarashi Green also burst into a smile. This is what he wants. After hearing this, Everyone showed a look of excitement. Being protected by an elite Genin can basically protect the family's property from being robbed. Old man, did he hear something in advance? Shimura-dan's face darkened. The Mitarashi family runs a farm in the Land of Fire, which has a stable profit every year. Usually Mitarashi Midori and Konoha Genin are in charge, but no one dares to get involved. But Mitarashi Green is also old and will retire in a few years. Shimura-dan's plans to take over the farm of Mitarashi's family through both soft and hard tactics. But I didn't expect the other party to climb up Orochimaru first, and now the cooked duck flew away. Husband, can I call you that? Mitarashi Shiwa was very kind, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, he hugged Orochimaru's arm affectionately. Up to you. Orochimaru's expressionless face may have been fused with the original owner's soul, and his personality is also relatively cold. Tsunade looked at the two people who were close to each other, biting his teeth and feeling a little stuck in his heart. Graduating together, becoming genin together, becoming teammates in the same class together, she was the first. Haha! Orochimaru, congratulations! I got a beautiful and sexy wife. Jiraiya gave a thumbs up, he was really happy for his friend. Of course, there is still a little mischievousness in my heart. Since the other party is married to someone else, you won't rob him of Tsunade, right? But then, Orochimaru's words made him feel bad again. The marriage proposal continues, is there anyone else? Orochimaru scanned the crowd. FK. You are really not polite at all. Jiraiya's mouth fell open in shock. Well. Mitarashi Shiu's face froze for a moment, but soon returned to his usual smile. She clearly understands that with her background and personal ability, she is absolutely not worthy of Orochimaru. The only thing she can do is to take the initiative to greet other women with a generous and decent attitude. My husband is an excellent man, ladies, don't miss it. Mitarashi Shiu waved to everyone with a smile, just like a courtly demeanor. Orochimaru showed surprise on his face, thinking that this woman is very sensible, and it might not be a good idea to entrust her to take care of the family affairs in the future. Senior Shiba, you. Tsunade looked at Mitarashi Shiwa in shock. With her young and girly thinking in love brain, it is really impossible to understand Mitarashi Shiu's saucy operation for Orochimaru to find a woman on her own initiative. Hey! Boy Orochimaru, he found a good woman. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen feels so envious. His wife, Sarutobi Biwako, is the granddaughter of the chief elder of the clan, with a savage and strong personality. A few years ago, he only proposed the idea of taking a concubine on the sidelines, but the other party summoned the ape demon on the spot to become a Vajra wish stick, and threatened to smash his third leg. Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious. In order to maintain the dignity of third Hokage, he decided not to take concubines anymore. The dazzling aura of Konoha Genin's head on Orochimaru's head, coupled with Mitarashi Shiwa's spare no effort to display the power of the palace, many young female ninjas in the field are ready to move. I want to apply for. My name is Yui Nohara, I am 19 years old, and I am an intern of the Konoha medical unit. Please give me your advice. The girl with braided hair is quite popular. I want to apply too. My name is Uzuki Iroha, I am 17 years old, and I am Konoha Genin. I really like Orochimaru-senpai. Playful and cute girl with short hair. P.S. Attached picture. And I'm Yonohai Yano, I'm 21 years old, and I'm a Konoha special Genin. I like strong men. The looks and figure are perfect, the proud and strong sister you. Hee marriage is so fun, can I be punished? My name is Moonlight Ellie, she is 12 years old this year, she just graduated and became a Genin. Ouch, dad hurts so much, don't twist Ellie's ears, oh. The innocent and cute little loli was dragged away by her family because she was not up to age. Everyone was dumbfounded. Orochimaru's seemingly absurd public application for marriage actually had many women apply. Mitarashi Shiwa, Nohara Ui, Uzuki Iroha, Ui Yano, Moonlight Ellie, crossed out. Coincidentally, the applicants are all young and beautiful women. But it's normal, you are so ugly that you have the nerve to stand in front of the handsome Orochimaru? People who don't know how to count are estimated to be publicly executed and died on the spot. Orochimaru, hee hee. Hee 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 hee. Tsunade let out a weird laugh, with a darkened expression on his face. Marry 4 wives at once. Damn. This is too enviable. Could it be said that if you are strong and handsome, you can do whatever you want? Jiraiya suddenly felt like crying. Are there only 4 applicants at present? It seems that my charm still needs to be improved. Orochimaru said with a regretful face. Good guy. Does this sound like human speech? Puff puff. People in the crowd began to vomit blood one after another, and their blood pressure was full and they had a cerebral hemorrhage. Stop it. You are not asking for marriage at all. P.S. The author is a waste of a name. I am afraid of forgetting if I write too much, and considering that the original female characters will lack a sense of substitution, so this book directly applies the female character designs of other anime. If you have any female characters you like, you can put them up in the comment area. Chapter 6. Orochimaru's first round of marriage proposals was completed, and a grand wedding was announced in 3 days. Although Orochimaru doesn't like excitement, but out of respect for the first-time recruits, and because he can take advantage of this opportunity, he can start his name of recruiting marriages. Orochimaru spent 18 million taels to hold an unprecedented grand wedding in Konoha. At this time, the whole village is decorated with lights and festoons, full of joyful atmosphere. The explosive headline of one man marrying 4 women has attracted the attention of countless people who eat melons. I'll be good, isn't this too arrogant? The whole street is filled with roses and red lanterns. This money is like flowing water. By the way, Orochimaru is not a famous ninja, how can he have so much money? You don't know this. I heard that Orochimaru passed the Jonin exam at the age of 12 and became a Konoha Jonin. Accept a few A-level or S-level tasks every year. After a few years, the guaranteed salary alone will be hundreds of millions of taels. Tisk tisk, ninjas are awesome. Wrong. To be precise, it should be a powerful ninja who can do whatever he wants. In the eyes of everyone, I saw Orochimaru wearing a man's dark long coat, simple and elegant yet mature and stable. At first glance, it is easy to ignore that he is only 18 years old. 4 brides dressed in pure white, Mitarashi Shiwa, Nohara Ui, Ui Hino, Moonlight Iyaha, 4 beautiful women with their own characteristics, all with sweet and happy smiles on their faces at this time. For them, being able to marry the powerful and handsome Orochimaru is a dream marriage. Wow! The brides are so beautiful, how enviable, Orochimaru! Jiraiya said with a sour face. Snort! Men are all playboys. Tsunade kept a cold face the whole time, staring at Orochimaru with a pair of beautiful eyes. I have to admit that Orochimaru's clothes at this time are indeed very handsome. If the bride who is wearing white wujiao next to him is himself, how wonderful it would be. Wrong. The man Tsunade will marry must be a good man who is upright and only loves himself. Tsunade, don't be too angry. People are different. Kato-dan wanted to take advantage of it, and took the initiative to get close to Tsunade. Tsunade frowned, just glanced at him lightly, without responding. Although she is a girl with a brain in love, she has a certain affection for the equally handsome Kato-dan, but after Kato-dan lost to Orochimaru in the Jonin tournament, in Tsunade's subconscious impression, Kato-dan became the image of a loser. However, how could the proud Tsunade accept the pursuit of a loser? Orochimaru is full of passion, it's really hard to watch. And I'm different, only for you, Tsunade. Kato-dan grinned at the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile that he thought was sunny and handsome. Too bad he fought Orochimaru before, and his face is still bandaged, and he looks funny when he smiles. Tisk, you are so annoying. I've been talking non-stop since just now, can you stay away from me? Tsunade said impatiently. Tsunade, I. Kato Dan's smile froze, and he wanted to continue entanglement, but was pushed away by Jiraiya on the side. Roll roll roll. You shameless Poseidon, talking bad about people behind their backs. What? Kato Dan, you can't afford to lose. Jiraiya's loud and undisguised sarcasm attracted the attention of the surrounding melon eaters. You. Kato Dan's complexion changed, but he was not easy to get angry under the watchful eyes of everyone, so he forced a smile at Tsunade, and then walked away disheartened. Tch, I hate hypocritical men the most. Tsunade held the bulging heart with both hands, and rolled his eyes. In her opinion, a man approaching her is nothing more than lust. Whether it is Orochimaru or Jiraiya, they are above board anyway. Like Kato Dan, who deliberately advertises himself as a gentleman in front of her, and at the same time slanders others, is a hypocritical villain. Orochimaru, I'm glad to see you have a family and a career as a teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the initiative to act as a witness, which was enough to give himself the face of his proud disciple. Thank you very much, Mr. Sarutobi. Orochimaru respectfully gave a junior salute to the other party. The two are like a harmonious picture of teacher, kindness, and apprentice filial piety. Of course, the premise of a harmonious relationship between the two is that Orochimaru does not threaten the rule of third Hokage. Thank you, Hokage-sama. The four girls greet Sarutobi Hiruzen in unison. Yeah, just like Orochimaru, just call me Sarutobi-sensei. Come on, each person gets a red envelope. Sarutobi Hiruzen is happy today. I thought that as long as Orochimaru has been indulging in this gentle town, his ambition will gradually be worn away, right? The luxurious and grand wedding was the best for Orochimaru's marriage proposal. After all, who doesn't like handsome, rich, powerful men? Konoha's single female ninjas were all excited, and at the same time regretted their hesitation and didn't apply for Orochimaru's marriage proposal in the first place. I missed this great relationship in vain. That's all. Amid the envy of everyone, the wedding ended perfectly. Orochimaru returned home with his 4 wives. Then, it's time to get down to business. Orochimaru said solemnly. Hey! The 4 girls scolded and showed a shy expression. Turning away, talking with Orochimaru in a low voice with his back turned. Although the voices of the 4 women's murmurs were small, for elite Jonin, who had eyes and ears, Orochimaru could hear every word clearly. Probably discussing who comes first. Hee. What a stupid question. Orochimaru waved his hand and said grimly. You don't have to be modest. Teamwork is the basic professionalism of Konoha shinobi. After speaking, Orochimaru turned around and walked into the room. Teamwork? The 4 women looked at each other in blank dismay, and suddenly realized. As expected of Konoha Jonin Orochimaru, he really has leadership skills. Chapter 7. After marriage, Orochimaru lived in seclusion every day, striving to reproduce the blood. After a month and a half, Mitarashi Shiwa, Nohara Ui, Uzuki Iroha, Ui Yano, lived up to expectations and conceived one after another. The system immediately gave feedback. Ding! Detection of a new life form with the blood of the host *4. Please host to protect the healthy growth of the new life body, and get the corresponding rewards until it is born. Whew! It finally worked. Orochimaru wiped off his sweat, a rare smile of joy appeared on his grim face. Husband! Is what you said true? We were both pregnant at the same time. The 4 girls stroked their stomachs in surprise. But, why do I feel that I haven't grown up? Uzuki Iroha touched her flat belly, with a puzzled expression on her pretty face. Fool! How can it be so fast? When I was just pregnant, there was almost no obvious change. Uenohara is a medical ninja, so he naturally knows the physiological structure of the human body very well. But my husband really has good eyesight. Even with medical ninjutsu, it's very difficult to detect a baby's embryo. Uenohara looked at Orochimaru adoringly. As expected of Konoha's first genius Jainin, he knows everything. In fact, she thought too much. Orochimaru knew almost nothing about medical ninjutsu, and the detection that they were pregnant was purely a reminder from the system. Originally we planned to wait for a sister to conceive first, and we would take care of her together. I didn't expect the four of us to be pregnant at the same time. This is going to be troublesome. Mitarashi Shiwa was pleasantly surprised, but also slightly troubled. Do not worry. I will issue a mission to the village and hire the best medical ninjas to take care of you. Orochimaru said with a serious face. This is not just for system rewards, even with his cold personality, he still cares about his children very much. Thank you, husband. The four girls immediately showed reassuring smiles. Marrying a capable husband is a great blessing. Not only do you have no worries about food and clothing in your daily life, but you can also enjoy the highest standard of treatment for pregnant women. Konoha Hokage Office Building. Hey Orochimaru! You really gave me a big surprise. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him with a complicated expression. Within 2 months of marriage, 4 women were pregnant at the same time. You might as well call it Danyuwan. You know, he also gave birth to his first son when he was in his early 30s. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen really wanted to have a second son, but the tigress at home didn't cooperate, so he couldn't help it. But he never expected that 18-year-old Orochimaru would give birth to 4 children in such a short period of time, and he would blow him up as a teacher. Yes, Mr. Sarutobi. I plan to issue an A-level task entrustment in the village. Hire a nanny to take care of my in-laws until delivery. By the way, the condition is that it must be Jainin, Grandmaster Medical Ninjutsu. Orochimaru presented his mission request. A-level mission entrustment. You are really willing. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed with his eyes moving. The minimum bounty for an A-level task is 500,000 taels, and taking care of 4 pregnant women at the same time is a long-term task, so the price may have to be multiplied several times. 2 million taels. Orochimaru didn't talk nonsense, and directly reported a sky-high bounty comparable to an S-level task. Ahem. Orochimaru, you spend money like water, and your savings will be depleted soon. Sarutobi Hiruzen choked on the pipe a few times and looked at him speechlessly. It costs 2 million taels to hire a nanny. Even a famous ninja is not as arrogant as him. It doesn't matter, if I run out of money, I'll just finish a few S-level missions. Orochimaru said calmly. S-level mission. Those are dangerous missions with extremely high risks, and the average Jainin would not dare to take them. However, Orochimaru is a bold person. Since he was promoted to Jainin at the age of 12, he has completed no less than 20 S-level missions. Well, if that's the case, then issue the task as you wish. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and nodded silently. Konoha has squeezed a lot of troublesome S-level missions recently, and when Orochimaru's money is spent, he can just use his power to complete them. Chapter 8. Once Orochimaru's A-level mission was released, it immediately attracted countless attention. Nanny. Is it true? 2 million taels to hire a nanny, and the task is only to take care of pregnant women. I want to take on this mission. Don't dream, the conditions for receiving the task must be Jainin, and Grandmaster Medical Ninjutsu. Hey, if I knew it, I would work harder and try to pass the Jainin exam. Pull it down, you still want to be a Jainin. Sisters, I've realized. Marry early, wouldn't it be nice to be a rich wife? I heard that there is no limit to the number of marriage candidates in Orochimaru, can I also apply? Good idea. The A-level task released by Orochimaru, the condition is limited to Jonin. This requirement alone screened out 90% of the Konoha shinobi applicants, and most of the people at the scene just watched it for fun. Female Jonin, plus the requirement to be medical ninjas, screened out another 9% of ninjas. There are only a handful of people who meet the mission conditions in Konoha. So Orochimaru's mission was released for several days, but no one took it. On the contrary, a large number of women of the right age came to ask for marriage on their own initiative. Good guy, there are as many as nearly 100 people. Orochimaru said that he would not support idlers, and only selected 12 healthy and good-looking women to be included in the concubine room. These people are all women of common origin, most of them are genin, some barely reach the level of chunin. The aptitude is relatively mediocre, and the blood of a ninja is not very high. Orochimaru just regards them as tools to reproduce the blood system. Moreover, concubines do not need to hold a wedding. Hastily done. The next day, an unexpected visitor came to the door. Orochimaru, you are so flirtatious. It's not enough to marry 4 wives at the same time, but he even took 12 concubines at once. What? Are you planning to build a big harem in Konoha? Tsunade with her hips akimbo looked around at the young women in the yard, who were chattering and chattering. This is full of slots, but she doesn't know where to complain. No, Tsunade, you misunderstood me. I am researching the excellent ninja bloodline for the village. This is a glorious and noble task. Orochimaru spoke righteously, and met the other party's sharp gaze head-on without dodging. Research? You have researched human life. Nonsense. You are disrespecting women. Tsunade lashed out. Hee. Orochimaru sneered without any explanation. A newly recruited concubine behind him stood up and spoke. Senior Tsunade, what you said is wrong. Who are you? Tsunade turned around and saw a woman about her age. The other party called her senior, probably genin or chunin. I'm just an anonymous Konoha genin. There are 3 big brothers and 2 older sisters in the family, well, once. The unnamed woman said calmly, words that made people unable to calm down. Tsunade stares. Once. These 2 words connotate a sad story. I was born in Konoha orphanage, my parents died in the last ninja war. Sooner or later, I will also be sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder. But I don't want to die, I long for a stable home, is that wrong? Another woman also came forward, sharing her humble thoughts. That's right. In this chaotic and brutal ninja world, it is my husband who gave us a home. We are all grateful to him. All the girls spoke in unison, and at the same time focused their adoring eyes on Orochimaru. Marry Orochimaru, not only can live comfortably, but also no longer have to do those dangerous tasks. This is simply their dream life. Tsunade was speechless. This is the bloody reality. In the ninja world where human life is not valuable, it is naive to talk about respecting women. Tsunade, you didn't come here today just to tell me this, did you? Orochimaru's words brought Tsunade back from his contemplation. Or, have you figured it out? By combining with me, an extremely excellent bloodline will be born. Orochimaru was interrupted before finishing his sentence. Certainly not. Tsunade gave him a savage look, then pulled out of his pocket a quest scroll from the Hokage building. The A-level task you issued, I took it. Oh? Unexpectedly, I thought you hated this kind of thing. A look of surprise flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. It's disgusting, yes. The thought of Tsunade going to help take care of Orochimaru's wives and concubines exploded in his mind. It seems that you are short of money. Orochimaru said thoughtfully. As the founders of Konoha, the Senju family has served as Hokage for 2 generations. Logically speaking, it should be a big business and not short of money. But in recent years, with the sacrifice of wars and missions, the ninjas of the Senju clan have suffered heavy losses, and most of the remaining clansmen are old, weak, sick, and disabled. With less labor force and so many mouths to eat, the Senju clan will have nothing to eat sooner or later. As the granddaughter of first Hokage, Tsunade is equivalent to the patriarch of the Senju clan. She has the responsibility and obligation to take care of the children of the clan and provide for the elderly. Damn it! I think that the princess of my dignified Senju family has been reduced to being a nanny for others. Tsunade immediately gritted his teeth with a look of unwillingness on his face. Then I'll give you 10 million taels, how about having a baby with me? Roll. 20 million taels. Shut up. 30 million taels. Orochimaru. Who do you think I am? 40 million taels. Humph. Give up, I, Tsunade, am not the kind of stupid woman who sells her body for money. 50 million taels. Orochimaru, you only have money in your eyes. 100 million taels. Real. Tsunade's voice trembled, and his heart was slightly shaken. Although she wanted to yell at Orochimaru, he gave too much. That's really a pity, I don't have that much money now. Orochimaru shook his head. During this period of time, he got married and took a concubine, and bought a big house, which consumed most of his savings. I really can't afford the sky-high price gift from Senju's family. Orochimaru. How dare you play tricks on me? Tsunade blushes, not sure if it's shame or anger, or both. Roaring furiously like a lioness, holding fists full of strange power, he rushed towards Orochimaru with a murderous look. Chapter 9. Based on the needs of the mission, Tsunade moved into Orochimaru's home. She has a bad temper and has to fight with Orochimaru every day. Orochimaru is naturally willing to accompany him, after all, a Jainin's training object is very rare. If you can't beat it again and again, it's very annoying. But be angry, Tsunade is still very serious about the task. Every day, she brews a secret tonic decoction to regulate the parameters of the pregnant woman's body to achieve the best level of health. Tsunade, thank you. Orochimaru sent a sincere thank you. Hey! I'm just doing my job. Tsunade said arrogantly. Ordinary people don't do this for the task. Orochimaru is not a dull person, his heart is bright. Although Tsunade often dislikes him, the relationship between the two is, after all, good friends who have known each other for many years. The friendship between them far exceeds that of common friends. No way. Who told me to put on a super invincible playboy like you? Tsunade stared at him with resentful eyes. In the past few months, she has taken care of 4 pregnant women at the same time, and it can be said that she has worked hard every day. However, what she never imagined was that the 12 concubines of Orochimaru's in his belly grew bigger one by one. This is outrageous. Ahem. The study of blood requires a large number of samples. Besides, by doing this, I'm also doing my bit for Konoha's population growth. Orochimaru smiled sarcastically. It is indeed difficult for Tsunade to take care of 16 pregnant women at the same time as a nanny. In such a calculation, the entrustment of 2 million taels of A-level missions is a bloody profit. Then I have to thank you for the village. Tsunade smirked, his fists clenched even tighter. If it wasn't for Orochimaru's friendship, she would have quit long ago. A few months have passed. The 4 girls arrived at their due dates one after another, and Orochimaru once again threw money at them, and all of them were arranged to enter the most advanced VIP delivery room of Konoha Hospital. Amidst the energetic cries of the baby, the 4 daughters successfully gave birth to an heir. Bloodline Reproduction System. Mitarashi Bloodline +1, Offspring Rating, B+, Reward, Snake Ninjutsu +1, Fire Style Ninjutsu +1. Nohara Bloodline +1, Offspring Rating, B, Reward, Medical Ninjutsu +1, Chakra +1. Uzuki's Bloodline +1, Offspring Rating, B, Reward, Konoha Sword Technique +1, Body Technique +1. UI Bloodline +1, Offspring Rating, B+, Reward, Illusion +1, Water Style Ninjutsu +1. Orochimaru suddenly felt that all the cells in his body were activated, and instantly extracted a large amount of chakra. +1 on system data. The actual chakra has more than doubled. At the same time, Orochimaru's mind was flooded with ninjutsu information. Snake ninjutsu, this is the ninjutsu that Orochimaru majored in. It was a skill that was in the bottleneck period, and now it has a breakthrough. Fire style, water style, illusion, taijutsu, and Konoha swordsmanship. Orochimaru originally only had a superficial understanding of the above skills, but now all of them have lit up the talent tree. As for medical ninjutsu, this is a field he has never touched, and now he has mastered this new skill out of thin air. Orochimaru. All mothers and children are safe. Congratulations! Tsunade walked out of the delivery room with a pale face, her footsteps were flimsy and precarious. Delivering 4 pregnant women in a row, Tsunade has reached the limit both physically and mentally. Tsunade, are you okay? Orochimaru hurriedly helped Tsunade, who was close to collapse, to a lounge in the hospital and sat down. Don't you go to see the child first? Tsunade asked weakly. I will never forget the biggest hero. Orochimaru replied. Humph, you have a conscience. Tsunade's eyes softened, and she looked at Orochimaru's face with sincere concern. For some reason, she suddenly felt very happy in her heart. Let me restore chakra for you. Orochimaru formed a mudra with his hands, and a green chakra emerged from his hands, sticking to Tsunade's sweat-drenched back. This is... Orochimaru, when did you learn medical ninjutsu? Tsunade could only feel a warm current gushing from the palm of the opponent's hand, which greatly relieved the fatigue of her body. Eyes wide open, a surprised expression appeared on his face. It is true that Orochimaru is a genius ninja, the highest among the 3 of them in terms of ninjutsu talent. But a ninja's learning energy is limited. According to Tsunade's understanding, Orochimaru usually majors in wind style and earth style, as well as self-created snake ninjutsu. He has never seen him do medical ninjutsu before? Just learned. Orochimaru answered truthfully. With the reward from the system just now, he learned medical ninjutsu in an instant. Tch, are you lying to a ghost? Tsunade rolled his eyes in disbelief. Medical ninjutsu is a special ninjutsu system that involves a lot of theoretical knowledge, and it takes a lot of time to practice. I'm not lying. Ah yes. Orochimaru shrugged helplessly, what he said was the truth, but the other party didn't believe it. Chapter 10. Several months passed. Orochimaru Shina's 12 concubines gave birth to children one after another. Bloodline reproduction system. XX Bloodline +1, Offspring Rating, C, Reward, Shuriken +1. XX Bloodline +1, Offspring Rating, C, Reward, Body Replacement Technique +1. XX Bloodline +1, Offspring Rating, C, Reward, Lightning Style Ninjutsu +1. XX Bloodline +1, Offspring Rating, C+, Reward, Wind Style Ninjutsu +1. Harano Bloodline +1, Offspring Rating, B, Reward, Chakra +1. Blood +++. Reward +++. Sure enough, does the rating of offspring depend on the quality of the blood of the mother? Orochimaru carefully observed the information listed in the system. Of the 12 newborns, most were rated C or C, with only one achieving AB. The child's mother's name seems to be Harano or something. Among the 12 wives in Orochimaru's memory, there seems to be a girl with pink hair. Could it be the tribe of the original heroine Harano Sakura? Orochimaru shook his head, not paying attention. The sun is shining today, which is very suitable for taking the newborn baby out to bask in the sun, and buying a large number of baby care products by the way. Orochimaru led a group of wives and daughters on the streets of Konoha. Passers-by on the road looked at this team of 16 men and 16 girls plus 16 children, and directly blinded the eyes of others. Orochimaru is simply a role model for all men in Konoha. Worry grass. I also want to take concubines. My request is not high, I only need 3. Ouch. Twist your ear, be gentle, my wife, I'm just joking with you. Bah. Look at your virtue, you deserve to be compared with Orochimaru? Not only is he handsome, but he became Konoha's elite Jonin at a young age. You trash failed the Chunin exam 7 times in a row. Cut. A guy who is obsessed with womanizing at a young age, Orochimaru's shinobi will not go far. Is there a possibility that the starting point of others' ninja deo is that you will never be able to catch up in your life? Fart. I'm a proud Uchiha, I'm going to be a Hokage someday. Root record booklet, Evil Uchiha, Wolf's ambition plotting Hokage. Ignoring everyone's comments, a group of people from Orochimaru walked into the baby nursery shop and started purchasing large and small bags. Husband, will it be a bit expensive to buy so much at once? Mitarashi Shiwo reminded tactfully. Baby products are really not a joke, just milk powder, feeding bottles, diapers, clothes and socks, wet wipes, baby carriages, etc., not to mention that the number has to be multiplied by 16. P.S. The author just this month giving birth to a baby is so emotional. Roughly estimated, there is not 1 million tails today, don't even think about walking out of this store. Husband, we can choose cheap, cost-effective ones. Uzuki Iroha put down the high-end and exquisite stroller and replaced it with a cheap and simple stroller. In my case, I can save money on milk powder. No Haruyui has a very full heart, self-sufficiency, and even a part of the sister's baby is no problem at all. Don't worry about money, I, child of Orochimaru, must use the best. Orochimaru's firm tone revealed an undeniable toughness. In addition to the emotions connected by blood, he also received a lot of system rewards from the birth of the child. Therefore, based on emotion and reason, he should also give the child the best growth environment. Wow, husband is so handsome. My husband is awesome. When the girls heard this, their eyes lit up, and they were completely relieved. Isn't it because of his ability that they are willing to marry this man in front of them? Marriage is different from falling in love, it is very realistic, handsome is just icing on the cake, rich material security is the strongest fortress to maintain a family. Boss, with so many of us group buying, a 30% discount isn't too much, is it? Sunset Yang No waved the dragon-slaying knife with a smile, and bargained with the shopkeeper. Ahem. Ma'am, you are trying to beat me to pieces. This milk powder is produced from the natural pastures of the land of grass. The stroller and feeding bottle are all handcrafted products imported from the land of rain. These are not cheap. The shop owner belongs to the small ninja clan of the Kaziji family, and there is not much room for profit in the face of ordinary housewives. After all, import duties and a large part of the profits have to be handed over to Konoha's senior management. Hey boss, you are not kind, we buy so much, you have to give some discount, right? Sunset Yang frowned. I thought that Yui's family and Fengji's family were both Konoha's small ninja clan, and the status of the two parties was almost the same, so there was really no need for the other party to give up their benefits. Sorry, this is the rule set by the superior. The owner declined, apparently because he didn't want to sell the Zahi family's face. The rules can be changed. Orochimaru's face was calm, and he glanced at him coldly. The owner's face changed, and a trace of cold sweat oozed from his forehead. I couldn't help but be shocked, Janin's glance, there is such coercion? In an instant, he had the illusion of facing Hokage. We all know that in the world of ninjas, power can change the rules. The shopkeeper changed his countenance on the spot, stepped forward to laugh with him, and said flatteringly. Of course, that's just the price for the commons. Master Orochimaru is the head of the Genin, the dragon, and phoenix among Konoha Mirai's people. Deserves the best price. How about this? I will give you a 40% discount on all the products in this store. Are you satisfied? 40% off. This cuts harder than her dragon-slaying knife. Sunset couldn't help sticking out his tongue. Husband makes a move, it's just different. No, you don't even need to make a move, just a look. The girls also stared at Orochimaru with admiration. Chapter 11. In the end, Orochimaru and his party spent 6.66 million taels and returned from the baby nursery with a full load. Congratulations, Lord Orochimaru, and welcome again. The shopkeeper smiled humbly and sent out the door, standing and watching Orochimaru and his party leave. A blonde girl emerged from behind and asked with a puzzled expression. Dad, why do we have to drop so much? Except for the profits that have to be handed over to the higher UPS, we didn't earn a penny from this order. Fengji Keiko questioned. Listen up, Keiko. This is a world where strength is paramount, and Orochimaru will definitely become a powerful ninja based on the pinnacle of the ninja world in the future. Little ninjas like us, relying on the strong is the way to survive. The owner stroked his daughter's head meaningfully, and then changed his voice. By the way, Keiko, what do you think of Orochimaru-sama? It's very beautiful. Well, I mean, among Konoha's younger generation, there is no one who doesn't worship Orochimaru-sama. Kaziji Keiko pulled her hair and said with a blushing face. Then do you want to marry him? Dad, I'm only 14 years old. It doesn't matter, just wait a few more years, you have to pass the Genin exam before the age of 18, and you can get the status of a wife if you marry, otherwise you can only become a concubine. The status of wives and concubines cannot be compared at all. I see, Dad. I will work hard. I will become the wife of Lord Orochimaru in the future. Fengji Keiko clenched her fists tightly and said seriously. Orochimaru and his group continued shopping on the street. Husband, have you noticed the girl from Kaziji's house? Mitarashi Shiwa asked. In the nursery shop, she noticed a young girl and was surprised that she was wearing Konoha Chunin's waistcoat. Wind Festival. A 14-year-old Chunin, his aptitude is not bad. Orochimaru was thoughtful, thinking of the Kaze Festival Mohawang in the original book, Konohamaru's close friend, who became a Konoha Genin during the period of Boruto's biography. The setting of the formula book will make wood style. It is estimated that the ancestors are related to the Senju family had a marriage. The blood of excellent, my husband, do you think we should get in touch with it? Sunset Yang asked tentatively. After getting along for a while, she also knew that Orochimaru valued blood very much. Let's talk about it later, it's not legal now. Orochimaru shook his head. 14 years old is too much punishment. Is your husband the kind of man who abides by the law? Uzuki Iroha expressed curiosity. In her opinion, Orochimaru is domineering and never takes Konoha's rules seriously. For example, the backstage of Kazatsurai's family is Konoha's high-level executives, and Orochimaru still doesn't give him face. I'm not interested in little girls. Orochimaru said with a cold face. This is probably the final bottom line of being a time traveler. I see. Everyone suddenly showed a sudden look. In the ninja world, there seems to be no such thing as Rani control. Because most civilians actually start talking about marriage from the age of 13. After all, the average life expectancy in the era of war is very low. In order to carry on the family line, early marriage and early childbearing are also a reasonable choice. After leaving the nursery shop, Orochimaru and his group continued shopping. Husband, does this dress look good? Purchase. Husband, does this necklace look good? Purchase. Husband, this set of pajamas is very comfortable. Purchase. Husband. Purchase. All the girls are excited about the big shopping, and Orochimaru is always satisfied. From Orochimaru's point of view, this is a small reward for them to breed his blood. Orochimaru's attitude of spending money like water made the eyes of passerby girls shine. Damn ghost, look at him, how do he spoil his wife? Buy whatever you want, this is a bold and real man. Woo, is it still too late for my old lady to remarry? The passerby boys looked helpless. Orochimaru is not only powerful, but also handsome and rich, a man who is perfect from head to toe. This is simply incomparable. After this incident, Orochimaru's reputation for marriage became even louder. Now almost every day, girls will come to apply for the job on their own initiative. However, most of them are women from ordinary backgrounds. Orochimaru has little interest in this, and Mitarashi Shiwa and others are fully responsible for the matter. Among them, women of the right age with good facial features and good health were selected and directly included in the concubine's room, and then, wasted. Chapter 12. A month later. Added 4 new concubines to Orochimaru. The body has not been emptied, and the deposit has bottomed out first. There is only about 1 million taels left in the deposit. It seems that I have to earn some income. Orochimaru sighed. If he travels through the rich second generation, he can just lie flat and continue to marry wives and have children, and become infinitely stronger with the help of system rewards. It's a pity that Orochimaru was not from a famous ninja family, and all the money can only be done by himself in exchange for rewards. To support a large group of wives, concubines, and children, the monthly cost is not a small sum. Orochimaru, are you finally willing to leave the gentle land? Sarutobi Hiruzen silently lit the pipe with a complicated expression on his face. At the beginning, he hoped that Orochimaru would immerse himself in the gentle country, so as to kill the opponent's ambition. But as Orochimaru lived a happy life of having children for a whole half a year, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt extremely uncomfortable again. Because he took Orochimaru as his disciple, he spent a lot of effort before and after. The purpose is to train the latter to be excellence subordinate, and finally be used by him. But for the past 6 months, Orochimaru has been having fun all day long, and he doesn't even go out on missions. Sarutobi Hiruzen is getting anxious. Mr. Sarutobi, do you think I'm obsessed with women? Orochimaru frowned and asked back. Forward. Is not it? Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to complain. Wrong, big mistake. I've said from the beginning that my ideal is a ninja who has developed an excellent bloodline for Konoha. It's a hard and noble cause. Orochimaru Dai said in a stern voice. Really, really? Sarutobi Hiruzen blinked his eyes in astonishment, somewhat unbelievable. But seeing Orochimaru's upright face, it doesn't seem like he's lying. After all, the other party was the one he had grown up with. He was a cold-hearted child, and he really didn't look like a womanizer. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen would never have imagined. The Orochimaru he was familiar with had fallen off a cliff and died. Standing in front of him now is a traverser from Otherworld. Sarutobi-sensei, it's fine if people misunderstand me. I didn't expect that even you didn't understand me. This is really a sad thing. Orochimaru shook his head bitterly, but there was no wave in his heart. There is no trace of emotion in my heart, only superb acting skills. Ah, this. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked puzzled, he really didn't understand Orochimaru. Mr. Sarutobi, you are only in your 30s this year, and you will be a third Hokage for at least another 30 years in the future. I am now working hard to reproduce the next generation of excellent ninja blood, in order to consolidate the rule of Sarutobi-sensei. Orochimaru flicked with deep words. Hiss. Be Hokage for another 30 years. This sentence perfectly hit Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Haha. Orochimaru, you are indeed the most proud disciple of the teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen was overjoyed and patted Orochimaru's shoulder with great emotion. It seems that I am overthinking. Orochimaru has no ambitions at all, he is full of loyalty, all for my teacher. Yet, disciples think about their teachers, isn't that a matter of course? Orochimaru replied with a sincere face. In the eyes of others, Orochimaru is indeed the proud disciple of third Hokage. I'm a little ashamed to say this. Sarutobi Hiruzen blushed, feeling that he had doubts about Orochimaru. It was really despicable. By the way, Orochimaru, you came here today to pick up the mission, right? Yes, Mr. Sarutobi. Please give me the task with the highest reward. The reward is the highest, and that is the S-level mission, but this kind of mission is very dangerous. There was a worried look in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Before that, he used Orochimaru as a pawn for training and used him to complete various dangerous missions. Now that I think about it, I feel sad again. He can assure you that in the entire Konoha, there is no ninja who is 100% loyal to him like Orochimaru. It's okay, for Sarutobi-sensei, for Konoha, I will complete the mission even if I risk my life. Orochimaru spoke justly. In fact, to put it bluntly, it is for money. After all, he has a big family to support behind him. Orochimaru, you really? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes became hot, and his heart was filled with emotion. S-level missions are very dangerous, but since you insist on doing it, let's do it. But before that, this is for you. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around and took out an oversized scroll from the bookshelf behind him. This is? Orochimaru questioned. This is the complete collection of Konoha shinobi jutsu compiled for my teacher, which records almost all of Konoha's mainstream ninjutsu. Orochimaru, you are a genius, you can choose the ninjutsu system you are good at to learn. When Sarutobi Hiruzen introduced, his face showed a very proud look. He has mastered thousands of ninjutsu, which is why he is called Professor Ninjutsu. Konoha shinobi art complete works. Orochimaru's face was startled, then ecstatic. Third Hokage can skillfully use 5 different types of ninjutsu, claiming to be the strongest Hokage in Konoha's history. Although the second half of this sentence is boasted by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the first half is true. When Senju Tobirama was in danger, he passed the position of Hokage to Sarutobi Hiruzen, which shows that the former also recognized his strength. Mr. Sarutobi, this is the work of your whole life. I can't accept such a big gift. Orochimaru declined, pretending to be flattered. Where is this word? Orochimaru, you are my heir. If you don't pass it on to you, who else can you pass it on to? Sarutobi Hiruzen put on a teacher's loving appearance, but he didn't care about it in his heart. This complete works of Konoha shinobi jutsu looks like a large number, and all kinds of ninjutsu are bells and whistles, but the real practicality is not high. Because everyone's energy is limited, common people can't finish learning ninjutsu in their whole life. According to Sarutobi Hiruzen, even if Orochimaru is a genius, it will take at least 20 or 30 years to learn all the ninjutsu in it. At that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen will also be old, and this third Hokage is probably enough, and it is not impossible to pass the position to Orochimaru normally. Chapter 13. Orochimaru, before carrying out the S-level mission, I hope this complete works of Konoha shinobi art can help you improve your strength as much as possible. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed Orochimaru the oversized scroll in his hand. According to his understanding of Orochimaru, the ninjutsu that Orochimaru is good at is wind style and earth style, as well as the self-created snake ninjutsu. It is estimated that he will only choose the same kind of ninjutsu to practice, right? As for fire style, lightning style, and water style, it's not that you can't practice it, but if you practice ninjutsu that you are not good at, the efficiency is often very low, and it will only be a waste of time and energy in the end. It cannot be said that Orochimaru can learn all ninjutsu while lying down, right? I see, Sarutobi-sensei. Orochimaru took the scroll without changing his face, but his heart was ecstatic. Because the rewards he obtained from the reproductive bloodline system have already lit up various talent trees. Host, Orochimaru. S*X, male. Age, 19 years old. Bloodline, none. Children, 20 people. Skills, Snake Ninjutsu, Wind Style, Earth Style, Water Style, Lightning Style, Earth Style, Illusion, Body Jutsu, Shuriken. With a little practice, he can reach the level of a Grandmaster. The complete works of Konoha shinobi art given by third Hokage is equivalent to a master who has obtained the practice materials of all subjects, and it is very difficult to fail to get a high score. 1 month, I will give you 1 month to practice. 1 month later, you return the complete works of Konoha shinobi art. Remember, you can't chew too much, Orochimaru, you only need to pick the type of ninjutsu you are good at and learn. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhorted seriously. Learn. Orochimaru obediently agrees. After returning home, he immediately summoned all his wives and concubines. Husband, is the number of bed attendants tonight too much? Ui no Hara looked at the sisters gathered together in front of him, with a big shock on his face. A lot? Not much at all. Our husband is amazing. All the women stared at Orochimaru hotly, like a group of lionesses staring at a male lion. Right now, there are a full 20 lionesses. Orochimaru's cold face almost couldn't be maintained, and he said in a deep voice pretending to be serious. Don't think about messy things. I called you here tonight because I have something important to give you. Important stuff? The eyes of the girls moved down slightly, and a subtle expression suddenly appeared on their faces. Ahem. Give me seriousness. Orochimaru couldn't hold back anymore, and quickly took out the extra-large scroll behind him. This is the complete works of Konoha shinobi jutsu compiled by third Hokage, which records fire style, wind style, water style, lightning style, earth style, as well as medical ninjutsu, physical jutsu, illusion, shuriken, etc. Almost covers all the mainstream ninjutsu of Konoha. As soon as Orochimaru's words came out, the imaginative women were immediately brought back to their senses. Hey! Master third generation, the complete collection of ninjutsu compiled by the so-called ninjutsu professor. This is a priceless treasure. All the girls were dumbfounded. Ninjutsu is a ninja's most valuable asset. The reason why a famous family can be called a famous family is because a large number of ninjutsu has been passed down from generation to generation. Civilians have no chance to get in touch with ninjutsu. Even if they enter the Konoha shinobi school, they can only learn the most basic 3-body technique. Yes, each of you can select the ninjutsu from it according to your own needs, and practice it yourself. Be careful not to be greedy. Just pick a few things according to your ability and learn. Orochimaru repeated what third Hokage told him. It is also true that for a ninja with limited talent, mastering 1 or 2 ninjutsu is enough. Thereafter, in addition to insisting on performing the systematic task of multiplying blood every day, Orochimaru started a serious cultivation career at the same time. Fire style Great Flame Technique. Water style Water Barrier. Earth style Huangshuan Swamp. Wind style Gale Palm. Lightning style Thunder Arrow. 5 Escape Ninjutsu has been mastered. Illusion Narakushi Technique. Illusion Blade of Killing Intent. Illusion This is not a technique. Illusion mastered. Ninja Healing Jutsu. Ninja Law, Takeout Technique. Ninja Chakra Scalpel. Medical Ninjutsu has been mastered. Ninja Shadow Windmill. Ninja Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Shuriken has been mastered. Physical Art Leaf Hurricane. Physical Art Konoha Gale. Physical Art Shadow Dance Leaf. Physical Technique Bad Yan's Hung. Konoha Fluid Technique has been mastered. Chapter 14. 1 month later, the 4 concubines of Orochimaru had a stomach reaction. But that's beside the point. After a month of practice and study, Orochimaru has mastered nearly 90% of the ninjutsu in the complete works of Konoha shinobi arts. A small number of things that have not been learned are also recorded one by one. Orochimaru took the original scroll and came to Hokage's office. "Mr. Sarutobi, here is your scroll." Sarutobi Hiruzen just glanced at it without opening it to check. After all, the one in front of him is his most loyal disciple, so how dare he deceive him? "Orochimaru, you've been practicing hard for the past month." The anbu under Sarutobi Hiruzen spread throughout the Konoha shinobi village. However, in order to avoid arousing the other party's resentment, anbu just watched from a distance, and could faintly perceive the chakra fluctuations coming from Orochimaru's home, and did not directly detect the latter's specific cultivation progress. "Okay. Time is limited, and I just learned a little bit of ninjutsu." Orochimaru opened his eyes and told nonsense, skillfully fooling. "Hehe, you're being too modest, Orochimaru. You are a genius. You have more than a dozen ninjutsu to say the least." Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes with an expression that I see through you. "Hey, I can't hide anything from Sarutobi-sensei." Orochimaru shrugged helplessly. But he couldn't help but sneer secretly, "A dozen ninjutsu? Who are you looking down on?" Orochimaru, who has fully opened his talent tree, no matter what he learns, he can do it easily. Over the past month, he has accumulatively mastered hundreds of ninjutsu. A live performance of 5 escaped alien bullets will probably shock 3rd Hokage's jaw. But in this way, it is bound to arouse the strong fear of 3rd Hokage. No doubt. Based on his understanding of this kind Sarutobi teacher, if anyone can threaten his Hokage position, the 6 relatives will still suppress you regardless of who you are. For example, the Senju clan who helped Sarutobi Hiruzen to the position of Hokage with his own hands. The first thing 3rd Hokage did after taking office was to remove the members of the Senju clan from the high-level Konoha. In the past ninja wars, the Senju clan suffered heavy casualties, and there was also 3rd Hokage's secret operation behind it, with the purpose of weakening the overly powerful Senju clan and consolidating their dominance. That's why, Tsunade's life is difficult, and he has to be the nanny of Orochimaru's family in exchange for bounty to subsidize the family. Orochimaru has always been on guard against Sarutobi Hiruzen, beware of the other party secretly plotting against him. Don't think he's making conspiracy theories. In the future plot of the original book, 3rd Hokage personally ordered Uchiha Ōtaka to slaughter the Uchiha clan, no matter men, women, old or young, all beheaded. In the end, only Sasuke was left alone, also to force Ōtaka. This series of bloody wrists is enough to prove the cruelty of 3rd Hokage. Orochimaru firmly believes that he and Sarutobi Hiruzen will go to the master-apprentice killing in the future. But not now. At 19 years old this year, although he is much stronger than Orochimaru at the same time, these alone are far from enough. You know, the current 3rd Hokage is not the weak old man who appeared in the original book. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is in his prime in his 30s, is definitely one of the strongest ninjas of this era. Orochimaru believes that before his own strength has not yet reached its peak, he still has to keep a low profile. In short, it doesn't matter if you are fooling or pretending to be a snake. He has to continue the drama of teacher, kindness, and apprentice filial piety with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Mr. Sarutobi, thank you very much for your cultivation. For Konoha, I am willing to dedicate all my strength, even if I risk my life to complete the task. Orochimaru's face is full of righteousness, and his firm eyes are full of fanatics who have been brainwashed by the will of fire. Good. 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 Sarutobi Hiruzen even claimed that what he wanted was a die-hard ninja like Orochimaru. I have a very important S-level task here, which needs to be handed over to you to complete. Sneak into Rain Shinobi village and find a way to steal Rain Shinobi's military information from hands of the Salamander. 20 years have passed since the First Ninja World War. The unbalanced economic development has intensified the contradictions and conflicts among countries. The situation in the ninja world is in turmoil, and the haze of war is getting closer. Although Rain Shinobi Village is nominally just a small ninja village, after years of hard work by its leader, Hands of the Salamander, its power has continued to grow, and its comprehensive strength is second only to the 5 great ninja villages. Rain Shinobi Village. Orochimaru took the scroll, a gleam flashed in his eyes. If he remembers correctly, the Second Ninja World War in the original book, the largest main battlefield is in Rain Shinobi Village. This is the battle of fame in the original book where Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade face off against Hands of the Salamander to be awarded the Konoha Sunin. This trip to Rain Shinobi Village is very dangerous. You can go to Jiraiya and Tsunade to act together. Sarutobi Hiruzen suggested. The 3 of them used to be teammates in a squad, and after becoming Jonin, they dispersed and acted independently. To carry out dangerous S-level missions, 3 Jonin will act as a team, and the security will be higher. No. I can do it alone. Orochimaru said no. Firstly, he has to receive high rewards for S-level missions alone, and secondly, he doesn't want Jiraiya and Tsunade to know his abilities. Do you act alone? Forget it, Orochimaru, you can figure it out yourself. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep look at Orochimaru and didn't think much about it. After receiving the scroll of the S-rank mission, Orochimaru returned home to bid farewell to his wives and concubines. S-rank mission? Isn't this dangerous? My husband is doing this kind of high-risk mission for us. The girls looked at him with emotion. It's only natural for a ninja to perform tasks and get paid. When I'm not around, I'll leave the housekeeping to you. Orochimaru ordered. Don't worry, husband, we will take good care of the baby. And the newly pregnant sisters. The girls got along very harmoniously, and there was no scene of intrigue or bloody palace fighting. Wait me back. Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction. I wish my husband a smooth journey and come back soon. The girls bid farewell reluctantly. Chapter 15. The Land of Rain is located in the middle of the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Earth, and belongs to the buffer zone between the great powers. In the past, this was a no-nonsense black zone. Ninja spies from all over the world could sneak into the Land of Rain at will. It was also a routine operation to do burning, killing, and looting while spying on intelligence. In recent years, with the new generation of Rain Shinobi village leader Hands of the Salamander coming to power, he quickly integrated the disorganized Rain Shinobi ninjas, actively expanded his armaments, and at the same time fought against foreign invading ninjas. Konoha had sent several groups of spy ninjas before, but they all lost contact one after another, even Jonin was not spared. For this reason, Third Hokage had to dispatch Orochimaru from elite Jonin to infiltrate Rain Shinobi village to spy on information. Wow! The sky was covered with dark clouds, and there was a patter of rain. The Land of Rain is located among mountains, rivers, and valleys, and has a unique terrain and rainy weather. More than 200 days out of 365 days a year are rainy seasons. The land densely covered by water networks has become a natural barrier to block the invasion of foreign enemies. Everything in Area A is normal. Everything in Area B is normal. Everything in Area C is normal. D area detected a creature approaching. Alert! Let your guard down. Just a water snake. Rain Shinobi ninjas patrol the border and can detect creatures that move underwater with the help of a perception ward covering waterways. A water snake slowly wandered underwater, swimming towards the distant shore, without arousing the slightest notice from the Rain Shinobi ninja. Hiss! After the water snake came ashore, it revealed the snake letter, and after confirming that there was no one around, it opened its mouth. Ninja snake belly hidden technique. I saw Orochimaru's body spit out from the snake's mouth. Successful infiltration. Orochimaru looked up to the sky, letting the rain fall on him. Pain in the original book can use rainwater to launch the Rain Tiger Freedom technique to perceive all targets covered by rainwater. But obviously, Hands of the Salamander does not have such ability. Orochimaru put on a black cloak to protect him from the rain, and headed towards Rain Shinobi village. He encountered several waves of ninja patrols along the way, but he easily bypassed them. Boom! A flash of lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the small town of Black ahead. Is that the Rain Shinobi village? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. The architectural style of Rain Shinobi village is a tall tower made of reinforced concrete. In order to cope with the rainy weather, a large number of drainage pipes were built. Stop! Who are you? The ninja guarding the gate of Rain Shinobi village immediately stepped forward and stopped Orochimaru. My own people. The moment Orochimaru lifted his cloak, he cast a hint of illusion. The other party's eyes flickered, looking at the ninja forehead protector on Orochimaru's forehead, which turned into a vertical raindrop pattern of Rain Shinobi ninja. Brother, are you back from missions? The Rain Shinobi guard grinned and rubbed his palms, hinting something skillfully. Yes. Orochimaru casually threw a few banknotes to the other party. Yo, it's still the hard currency of the Fire Nation. Brother has a way. The Rain Shinobi guards didn't have the slightest doubt as to why Orochimaru had money from the Fire Nation. For a small country troubled by many disasters, the currency system of the Rain country has already collapsed, and it can only passively accept foreign exchange from big countries. The country of fire, the strongest among the 5 major countries, is undoubtedly the most valuable currency. I am Chunin of the Kusanagi family, and I have been performing missions outside for many years. Has there been any major incidents in the village recently? Orochimaru made up an identity, and asked the two about Rain Shinobi village. The Kusanagi clan. The Rain Shinobi guards looked at each other with weird expressions on their faces. What's wrong? Orochimaru remained calm. He thought to himself, according to the information he learned from the mission scroll, the Kusanagi family is a famous family in Rain Shinobi village, so it shouldn't be easy to see through the impersonation. Nothing. It's just that the atmosphere in the village is a bit tense recently. Lord Hanzo is cracking down on the rebellion. The Rain Shinobi guard's eyes wandered, as if trying to hide something. Has there been a rebellion in Rain Shinobi village? Orochimaru's eyes moved, and he silently recorded this valuable information in his heart. He wanted to continue to ask about the details of the rebellion, but he found that the other party looked at him strangely, so in order to avoid revealing his identity, he decisively chose to leave. I'm going back to the village to submit the task first. Orochimaru passed the guard in front of him and entered the Rain Shinobi village. Sensing that someone was following him, Orochimaru turned and entered a dead-end alley, using earth style to pass through the wall. Hey? Where are people? Damn it! Master Hanzo said that a bounty of 50,000 taels will be rewarded for capturing a rebel from the Kusanagi clan. Rain Shinobi guards are cursing. Orochimaru would never have imagined that the identity he made up casually would turn out to be a gangster Hanzo offered a bounty to catch. Orochimaru walked in the streets and alleys of Rain Shinobi village. Since he was not familiar with the environment here, he could not wander around casually, so as not to arouse the suspicion of others. I have to find a place and ask for information. Orochimaru glanced around for a week, and finally locked his eyes on a small shop in a dark corner, with a flashing pink neon sign, Love of the Rain Nest. Tisk, isn't this Jiraiya's favorite place to go? Orochimaru walked over with a grim expression on his face. Do not misunderstand. He has no interest in this romantic place at all, it's just for inquiring about information. Chapter 16. Love of the Rain Nest is a famous nightclub in Rain Shinobi village. There are all kinds of people from various religions and 9 streams mixed here, and it is also the place where the news is the most well informed. Welcome. Wow, it's a handsome young guy. The scantily clad girl's eyes lit up immediately. With long black hair and fairer skin than a woman's, Gold's eyes reveal a cold and arrogant aura. Orochimaru took off his cloak, and the Konoha shinobi's forehead protector he wore on his forehead was replaced with a forehead protector from some hapless Rain shinobi. Dear guests, how many are there? Do you want to open a box? Mama-san can provide you with the best quality girls. The proprietress, who was wearing heavy makeup, took the initiative to talk to her. No need. For the next person, just use the booth in the lobby. Orochimaru is here to inquire about information, so it's best to stay in a crowded hall. Yes. Here, handsome boy, please. He is handsome but different, and the proprietress warmly entertains him. 2 bottles of sake, 1 unagi-yaki. Orochimaru casually took out a banknote of the Land of Fire with a face value of 1,000 taels. Uchiha only needs 500 taels. Rain Shinobi Village's economy is in a downturn and prices are high, but the exchange rate of the country of fire is still very affordable. Anything more is considered a tip. Orochimaru waved it off. Little handsome guy is so big. The proprietress smiled all of a sudden, but the crow's feet were exposed due to her age, which made people look uninterested. Cut. Where is the little boy so arrogant? Handsome and rich, Orochimaru quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding guests, and everyone cast unkind glances at him. Orochimaru ignored this and just drank quietly. Guest, I will cook eel for you now. A young girl was holding a torch and prepared to burn eels for him on the spot. Orochimaru glanced at the girl and realized something was wrong. Because in places like nightclubs, all the women's clothes are very revealing. Only the girl in front of her was dressed in a grey coarse sackcloth, her whole body was tightly wrapped, and there was a hideous scar on her face. However, with the knowledge of medical ninjutsu mastered by Orochimaru, it is not difficult to see that the scar on the opponent's face is just a camouflage technique. The girl bent over to grill the eel, revealing her plump buttocks. Hey! A drunk man in the seat next to him showed a teasing smirk, and slapped the girl on the buttocks. Snapped. A loud slap. What you do? The girl straightened her back in an instant, not only dodged the opponent's bad hand, but also turned around and slapped the drunk man hard. Ouch! You bloody little BCH! How dare you slap Grandpa Ben? The drunk man covered his red and swollen cheeks, his anger instantly filled up. Obviously you did it first. The girl responded angrily. The companion next to the drunk immediately stood up and yelled and cursed. Ouch! You BCH! Come out to cell, and pretend to be innocent. The surrounding guests also expressed their dissatisfaction, chiming in and ridiculing. That's it. You are obviously an ugly monster, people who don't know will think you are a little fairy. The proprietress also walked over with an angry face when she saw it. Psycho! What are you doing, you BCH? My old lady kindly took you in, how dare you ruin my business? The girl named Psycho gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, but she didn't dare to resist. Orochimaru drank the wine silently, watching the farce in front of him with cold eyes. From the harassing action of the girl agility avoiding the drunk, it can be seen that the other party is a ninja, and this skill is quite extraordinary. Already at Jainin's level. This is where it gets interesting. A young Jainin, disguised as an ugly girl, bends down in this romantic place. No matter how you look at it, there are many secrets hidden. Orochimaru has a hunch that he can dig out a lot of valuable information from the opponent. Psycho! Hurry up and apologize to the guests. The proprietress severely reprimanded the girl. Yes, sorry. Psycho gritted her teeth, but still had to bow her head to the drunk man in front of her. Hey! The drunk man is also a person who knows the goods. Although the girl's clothes are tightly wrapped, when the other party bends down and bows his head, he still squeezes out a bulging outline. This little girl has a heart. What's the use of just apologizing? My uncle's face still hurts. The drunken thief rolled his eyeballs and revealed a malicious smile. What do you want? Psycho widened his eyes. Unless you take it off for me. Give everyone a striptease. As soon as the drunk man's voice fell, the troublemakers around expressed their support again and again. Haha! Well said. Although this ugly girl's face is ruined, her figure is surprisingly punctual. Everyone took the opportunity to boo, and the frivolous bragging sounded continuously. Psycho! I order you to take it off. The proprietress is also on the side of the guests at this time. After all, she runs a nightclub, not a charity hall. Me. Psycho was at a loss for a moment. If she refused the boss's order, she would be kicked out of the shop immediately. She lost her hiding place and was wanted by Hanzo. She will be caught soon. Take off! Take off! Take off! Led by the drunk man, the whole audience booed continuously. Psycho grasped the collar tightly with her fingers, and tears were swirling in her deep purple eyes. She wished she could draw her knife immediately and kill all the men in front of her eyes. But for the survival of the clan, she must not reveal her identity. Hiss! With trembling fingers, he slowly opened the collar, revealing a flawless neck like a swan's neck. Wow! Everyone shouted excitedly, their eyes full of male aggression stared fixedly at Psycho. For the sake of the family, I must endure. Psycho's eyes were gloomy, her face was ashen, and she was about to pull off her clothes as if she had been put to pieces. But at this moment, a cold voice froze the noise of the scene. Eel, it's not cooked yet. Chapter 17. Eel, it's not cooked yet. Orochimaru's calm voice carried an invisible coercion, which instantly covered the noise of the audience. Psycho turned his head and looked at him blankly. Didn't you hear what I said? Orochimaru pointed to the half-baked eel on the table. Hey? Oh. Psycho's eyes were blurred for a while, and she subconsciously obeyed Orochimaru's order, ignoring the eyes of everyone around her, and turned around to grill the eel for him honestly. Hey! Where is the little boy who dares to disturb the interest of the old men? Everyone immediately cast dissatisfied eyes. Hey! Kid, which class are you in? It's very unfamiliar, hey! Two range shinobi ninjas walked right up to Orochimaru with scrutiny. Snort! Orochimaru rolled his eyes, unleashing Janin's killing intent. Illusion blade of killing intent. This is based on a powerful murderous aura that makes the target see himself being killed. Plop! Plop! The two range shinobi ninjas rolled their eyes and kneeled down on the ground. What happened? The people around were unclear, so Orochimaru's illusion was well grasped, and the murderous aura did not affect other people. This is illusion. Psycho was startled, subconsciously afraid that Orochimaru was the person Hanzo sent to arrest her. Ignoring the astonishing gazes of everyone around, Orochimaru drank sake and ate unagi in a leisurely manner. Seeing the two range shinobi ninjas who provoked Orochimaru, the others were inexplicably frightened and paralyzed on the ground, and they didn't dare to provoke him. The wine is okay, but the eel is a bit off. Orochimaru gave an average evaluation, and then said to the proprietress. Give me a private room, and you come with me. Psycho opened her eyes wide and pointed at herself in disbelief. Okay, handsome guy. Zizi, serve the guests well tonight, don't be shameless. The proprietress first smiled at Orochimaru, then turned her head and stared at Psycho fiercely. Wait, I can't. Psycho subconsciously wanted to refuse, but when Orochimaru stood up and passed her, the cold voice made her tremble. You don't want your identity as a rebel to be exposed, do you, Miss Psycho? Orochimaru raised the corner of his mouth and said meaningfully. Since he just came to Rain Shinobi Village, he inquired about the rebellion in Rain Shinobi Village from the mouth of the guard. Then I ran into the young woman Janin in front of me by chance in a nightclub. Based on my comprehensive judgment, Orochimaru thinks that the other party is probably a rebel who was hunted down by Hanzo. You. Psycho's face suddenly changed, and she looked at the back of Orochimaru leaving in panic, gritted her teeth and had to bite the bullet and follow. The two came to the private room on the second floor of the nightclub one after the other. When passing by the corridor, ambiguous sounds came from various rooms. Orochimaru's expression was normal, after all he was an experienced man himself. Saiko blushed, as if she was not used to this atmosphere. Staring at Orochimaru with flickering eyes, he wondered why the other party brought her to such a place. Do you want to be with her? Come in. Orochimaru pushed open a door and gave instructions to Saiko, who hesitated. Saiko clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and her eyes became sharp in an instant. As a ninja, turning your back on others is a failure. After Saiko followed Orochimaru into the room, she shot without saying a word, grabbed Orochimaru's arm, and pinned him to the ground. I'm sorry. Mister, although you helped me out, please forgive the little girl for not being able to give me your body. At first glance, Saiko found that the other party's face was very handsome, especially the cold face, which was very attractive to little girls. If she didn't carry the fate of her family on her back, maybe she could too. Wait, what was she thinking? Saiko quickly shook her head, only to find that Orochimaru, who was pinned to the ground by her in front of her, disappeared into a puff of white smoke. Shadow clone! What are you in a daze for? I saw Orochimaru sitting on a chair in the corner of the room, watching her calmly. You, who are you? Saiko looked at each other solemnly. Miss Saiko, you don't seem to have figured out the current situation yet. With a wave of his hand, Orochimaru unleashed a violent gust of wind. Wind-style breakthrough. The sudden gust of wind blew Saiko upside down, and the veil on her face was blown away. Such a strong chakra! Saiko was shocked, and immediately rolled up the sleeve of her left hand, revealing a summoning spell on her wrist. Summoning lightning sword transformation. I saw a sharp long sword appearing in Saiko's hand out of thin air. This is an artifact passed down from generation to generation in her family. The artifact is in hand, is it stable? However, nothing works. Whoosh! Orochimaru approached him instantly with a technique, then pressed his cheek with one hand, and hit the wall in front of him violently. Hey! Saiko hit the back of his head against the wall, let out a muffled groan, and the artifact in his hand fell to the ground under dizziness. I don't like seeing your face. Ninjutsu erasure of face writing technique. Orochimaru releases chakra from the palm of his hand, creating a special chemical that dissolves the hideous skin on the opponent's face used for camouflage. It's much more pleasing to the eye. Orochimaru let go of his palm. I saw that after removing the disguised face, Saiko's real face was a girly face with delicate features and lovely features. I lost. Saiko was dumbfounded and had no fighting spirit. The short confrontation between the two was defeated by the opponent's overwhelming strength in an instant, and she had no strength to resist. If you want to kill or cut, it's up to you. Saiko closed her eyes. Chapter 18. I lost. If you want to kill, you have to do whatever you want. Saiko knelt on the ground, assuming a posture waiting to die. Don't be in a hurry to seek death. Your life and death depend on whether you can provide me with valuable information. Now, let me ask you to answer. Orochimaru returned to his seat. Name. Saiko Kusanagi. The Kusanagi family. Orochimaru paused, showing a surprised expression. Such a coincidence? When he sneaked into Rain Shinobi village, he made up the identity of a Kusanagi clan, but he didn't expect to meet the real master now. I see. No wonder those Rain Shinobi guards had such weird expressions at that time. Orochimaru looked surprised. The other party probably regarded him as a rebel who came back to give away his head, right? Go on. Orochimaru ordered. This matter has to start with the origin of our Kusanagi clan. Saiko Kusanagi let out a long sigh and began to tell the story of the Kusanagi clan. The Kusanagi clan is an ancient ninja clan. The secret method of forging the artifact ninja equipment has been passed down from generation to generation. The outside world calls it the Kusanagi sword. Is that the Kusanagi sword from Legendary? With a look in his eyes, Orochimaru summoned a white snake with a wave of his hand, rolled up the Kusanagi sword that fell on the ground, and took it into his hand. Seeing the formidable coldness reflected from the blade of the sword, Orochimaru took out a kunai to collide with it. Boom! Suffering is broken at the touch of a touch. Sure enough, it is a good sword for cutting iron like mud. Orochimaru couldn't help but praise. He suddenly remembered that the ninja tool held by Orochimaru in the original book is the Kusanagi sword, which is said to be a collection obtained from a certain extinct ninja. Facing the Kusanagi clan in front of us, isn't the cause and effect connected? Orochimaru dropped the Kusanagi sword casually and returned it to the opponent. Ah! Saiko was stunned, and quickly caught the Kusanagi sword. She didn't seem to expect that the other party didn't covet the divine ninja in her hand. No matter how good a ninja tool is, it depends on whose hands it is used in. Orochimaru said calmly. Compared with a mere Kusanagi sword, Orochimaru is more interested in the secret method of forging the Kusanagi sword. Saiko didn't know what Orochimaru's true thoughts were, but she felt a little bit of affection for Orochimaru's handing over the Kusanagi sword, and continued to explain. The Kusanagi sword is the pride of our clan. Hands of the Salamander, that ambitious man, not only forced us to hand over the Kusanagi sword's forging secret method unconditionally, but also asked us to join his ninja army. It's simply too deceitful. Saiko Kusanagi showed an indignant expression on her pretty face. The other party took away your family heirloom and asked you to work hard for him. If the Kusanagi clan agrees, there will be ghosts. We refuse to agree to such an unreasonable request. That BD Hanzo has publicly labeled our Kusanagi clan as rebels, and now he is sending rain shinobi ninjas to hunt us down. When Saiko Kusanagi said this, she gritted her teeth. Apparently, quite a few members of the Kusanagi clan had died at the hands of Hanzo. So that's the case, it's really a scene of déjà vu. Orochimaru was not surprised by this. As third Hokage does with Senju and Uchiha, political struggles are always so dark. By the way, you are not from Rain Shinobi village, are you? Saiko Kusanagi rolled her eyes, and looked at the handsome young man in front of her seriously. The other party seems to be about the same age as her, but his strength is far beyond the average Jainin. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a genius ninja that can be born in a small Rain Shinobi village. Konoha Elite Jainin, Orochimaru. Orochimaru removed the Rain Shinobi forehead protector from his forehead and threw it aside. He didn't hide it, and directly reported his real name. Orochimaru. The reason why I am alive now means that I still have value to use. Saiko Kusanagi is not stupid either. Since the other party gave her real name and did not kill her to silence her, this shows that she has value to use. Clever. I have a lot of interest in the Kusanagi clan. The corner of Orochimaru's mouth curled up. He wants the secret method of forging the Kusanagi sword. He also wanted the blood of the Kusanagi clan. Plop. At this moment, Saiko suddenly knelt down on both knees, her forehead pressed against the ground, and made a humble posture of bowing her head. Master Orochimaru. Please save our family. As a price, I'm willing to give my all. Chapter 19. Master Orochimaru. Please save our family. As a price, I'm willing to give my all. Saiko Kusanaga's idea is very simple. Orochimaru is a member of Konoha, and he is naturally opposed to Hanzo from the standpoint. The key is that the opponent's strength is very strong. It is also a rational choice for her to hug her thigh to protect the family. Interesting. Orochimaru stretched out his fingers, gently lifted the other's clean chin, and stared at him with a pair of golden pupils. Woo! The two looked at each other. Saiko Kusanagi quickly looked away, a suspicious blush appeared on her cheeks. Young, handsome, and powerful, how can a girl not be shaken? The Kusanagi family, Saiko, good. Your bloodline is very good. Orochimaru nodded, agreeing to the request. Accepting the other party, Orochimaru estimates that he can reproduce offspring with an A-level system rating. The reward must be very exciting, right? Master Orochimaru. Psycho Kusanagi stared at Orochimaru gratefully, her eyes glowing. A girl is facing the catastrophe of genocide, and meeting someone who saves her is just like the Prince Charming in a fairy tale. Somebody is coming. This chakra has a lot of Jainin. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, and he was keenly aware of the rain shinobi ninjas approaching from a distance, several of whom's chakra reached the level of Jainin. Ah! Could it be that my Kusanagi clan identity has been exposed? Psycho Kusanagi suddenly turned pale with shock. No. Maybe it's for me. Orochimaru shook his head. When he sneaked into Rain Shinobi village, he casually revealed the identity of the Kusanagi clan. It is estimated that the guard was tipping off the news to his superiors. Master Orochimaru. Psycho Kusanagi blinked her eyes in confusion. Orochimaru didn't explain, just said calmly. Let's get out of here first. Outside the nightclub, 50 Rain Shinobi ninjas gathered. The leader is the elite Jainin Sancho Kojiro of Rain Shinobi village. As Hanzo's own son, he has inherited his father's powerful strength. Report. According to intelligence, the man who claimed to be from the Kusanagi family entered this nightclub. A Rain Shinobi report. Humph. 9 out of 10 are fakes made up by foreign spy ninjas. Kojiro snorted coldly. It has been more than half a year since Hanzo ordered the Kusanagi clan to be hunted down. It is impossible for a stunned young man who does not know about it to appear in Rain Shinobi village in a big way. But no matter if it is the people of the Kusanagi clan or the foreign spy ninjas, they are all the targets of attack. The demolition squad is ready to launch an attack on the nightclub immediately. Kojiro gave the order to attack. But Kojiro-sama, there are people from our Rain Shinobi village in the store, should we evacuate first? Ah! A Rain Shinobi raised a question before he was slapped to the ground by Kojiro. Are you teaching me how to do things? What if the people are evacuated and the spies are released? Besides, those untouchables who die will die as soon as they die. What a pity! Kojiro's eyes were cold, and he didn't pay attention to the people of Rain Shinobi village at all. Yes. Obey. Seeing this, Rain Shinobi's ninjas didn't dare to disobey, they took out detonating talismans and tied them to Kyu, and threw them towards the nightclub. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Boom. 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 The sudden explosion of the detonating symbol directly blew up the entire nightclub. The unknown guest, girl, and Mother-san were buried in the ruins. Perception class, find the enemy. Kojiro calmly gave the second order. Surviving chakra reaction found, 2. Attention, the target is running away from the 5 o'clock direction. The Rain Shinobi perception class made a report. Summoning technique. Orochimaru summoned a two-headed serpent and rushed out of the ruins with Psycho Kusanagi. Hateful. This group of insane guys treat the lives of the people as nothing. Psycho Kusanagi said through gritted teeth. This is the most real ninja world. Common people without power, life is as cheap as weeds. Chase. Kojiro leads a group of Rain Shinobi ninjas in pursuit of Orochimaru's escape. SHHHHHHHHHH. A large number of shuriken attacks were thrown from behind. Orochimaru made a mudra with both hands in a calm manner. Earth-style earth flow wall. The raised earth wall blocked all shuriken attacks. Hey? This earth style doesn't look like an ordinary ninja. Kojiro narrowed his eyes, and gave an order to his opponent. Team 1, Team 2, attack from both sides. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The two teams of Rain Shinobi bypassed the barrier of the earth wall from the left and right, and attacked Orochimaru and Psycho Kusanagi from both sides. Leaf Hurricane. Sneaker Snake Hand. Orochimaru kicked a nearby Rain Shinobi away with a kick, and summoned a long snake from his sleeve with a wave of his hand, bit the other person's neck, and knocked the other two into the air with a flick. Kusanagi-style sunning. Saiko held the Kusanagi sword and used her family's unique sword skills, and her fighting power was quite impressive. She cut off Rain Shinobi's arm and Kyume's arms with one blow. That's the artifact of the Kusanagi clan. It seems that we caught two big fish today. Kojiro's eyes froze and he showed a cruel smile. Did everyone see it? The Kusanagi family colluded with foreign ninjas and betrayed Rain Shinobi village, so they must be exterminated as an example. In the past, they just fabricated facts to label them, but today they have found the reason for the betrayal of the Kusanagi clan. Humph. After talking so much, you all just want to seize the artifact of our Kusanagi clan. In that case, from today onwards, my Kusanagi clan will officially leave Rain Shinobi village. Saiko took off the Rain Shinobi forehead protector tied to her arm with an angry face, and drew a line in the middle. Chapter 20. Humph. After talking so much, you all just want to seize the artifact of our Kusanagi clan. In that case, from today onwards, my Kusanagi clan will officially leave Rain Shinobi village. Saiko took off the Rain Shinobi forehead protector tied to her arm with an angry face, and drew a line in the middle. Rain Shinobi rebellious. Kill on the spot. With a wave of his hand, Kojiro ordered the whole team to rush forward. Although Saiko's strength has reached Jainin, she can't resist the siege of a large number of Rain Shinobi. Whew! The two kunai that attacked from behind hit Saiko on the back. Humph! Saiko's face turned pale, and he let out a muffled groan. Kusanagi sword, bring it to me. A greedy cold light flashed in Kojiro's eyes. He saw the right moment and threw a string of chains around the Kusanagi sword in Saiko's hand. People were dragged over. It's okay if you don't let go, so let's leave your arms together. Kojiro had a murderous look on his face, and he held a sharp sickle in his right hand, intending to chop off Saiko's hand holding the Kusanagi sword. However, at this critical moment, several long snakes suddenly sprang out from the side. Puff 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 puff. Kojiro's face turned cold. He had to give up attacking Saiko, turned around and swung his knife to cut off all the attacking long snakes. At this moment of delay, Saiko was entangled in the rest of the snakes and came to Orochimaru's side. Seeing that the prey in his hand was robbed, Kojiro was very annoyed, and at the same time he began to fear the opponent's strength in his heart. Salvation! Master Orochimaru! Saiko looked at the latter gratefully. Who are you? You are so brave. Meddling in the affairs of my Rain Shinobi village. Kojiro stared at the front with an unkind expression, that mysterious ninja who was too young. Konoha Jainin, Orochimaru. I will protect the Kusanagi family. Orochimaru declared himself his family, and he didn't talk nonsense, and directly expressed his position. The Konoha shinobi. Kojiro's eyes flickered slightly, and then he reprimanded in a cold voice. Humph! Is this the arrogance of a big country? Blatantly invading other countries, and meddling in the internal affairs of my Rain Shinobi village. There is nothing wrong with Kojiro's condemnation. This is the territory of Rain Shinobi village. Orochimaru belongs to the outsiders, to put it bluntly, the spy ninja who invaded illegally. So what? You won't tell me that the sovereignty of Rain Shinobi village is inviolable? Orochimaru said with a mocking face. You. Kojiro's face darkened, as if he was weighing the pros and cons. He is afraid of Konoha, and even more afraid of Orochimaru's strength. After his complexion changed for a while, he seemed to have made some kind of decision. Konoha's friend, if you want the Kusanagi sword, you can take it. That woman is my traitor from Rain Shinobi village, please leave it to us. Kojiro restrained the murderous look on his face, and put on an attitude of negotiating. Master Orochimaru. Saiko looked startled, afraid that Orochimaru would abandon her. After all, Orochimaru is only one person, and it is really not a wise choice to directly conflict with range shinobi village. The opponent can completely retreat with the Kusanagi sword without paying any price. Wouldn't it be beautiful to prstute an artifact for nothing? This is probably what Orochimaru did in the original book, taking away the Kusanagi sword, and then watching the demise of the Kusanagi family with a cold eye. However, as a time traveler, he is different. Your terms are very good. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Saiko's face was ashen, while Kojiro showed a triumphant smile. But in the next second, the second half of Orochimaru's sentence made his smile freeze. But I refuse. I want the Kusanagi sword, and I want people too. Orochimaru has a tough attitude and has absolutely no intention of negotiating with the other party. Master Orochimaru. Saiko's eyes recovered. What did you say? Kojiro widened his eyes and shouted angrily. Damn Konoha shinobi, don't bully me too much. I give you two options. Leave Rain Shinobi village without the Kusanagi sword. Or you'll stay in Rain Shinobi village for me forever. Kojiro tightened his grip on the scythe and gave Orochimaru an ultimatum. Hehe. Then I will give you two choices. Take your people and get the hell out of here now. Or, be killed by me. Orochimaru also issued an ultimatum, and while speaking, unscrupulously released his powerful chakra, which far surpassed Jainin. Chapter 21. I give you two options. Leave Rain Shinobi village without the Kusanagi sword. Or you'll stay in Rain Shinobi village for me forever. Kojiro tightened his grip on the scythe and gave Orochimaru an ultimatum. Hehe. Then I will give you two choices. Take your people and get the hell out of here now. Or, be killed by me. Orochimaru also issued an ultimatum, and while speaking, unscrupulously released his powerful chakra, which far surpassed Jainin. Negotiations broke down. Orochimaru preemptively threw a shuriken at Rain Shinobi. Humph. Even if you're Konoha Jainin, how can, what? Kojiro's originally indifferent expression turned into horror in an instant. I saw the shuriken in front of me, one divided into two, two divided into four, and in a blink of an eye, it became a rain of hundreds of shurikens. Ninja Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Wow ah ah ah. The Rain Shinobi ninja was caught off guard, and a dozen people were shot into sieves and killed on the spot in one encounter. The rest of the people also had their own injuries, even Kojiro himself had two bloody cuts on his face with a shuriken. Okay, that's great. Saiko looked at Orochimaru adoringly. Suppressing 50 Rain Shinobi ninjas by himself, this fighting power is really reassuring. Damn Konoha shinobi, you are courting death. Kojiro was still scruples about Orochimaru's identity, and only wanted to win him, and then negotiate with Konoha afterwards, exchanging the captives for some benefits. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru didn't show any sympathy in his actions. He was an advanced ninjutsu from the very beginning, and killed more than a dozen Rain Shinobi ninjas on the spot. Now the two sides have formed a blood feud, and there is no possibility of compromise. Water-style Rain Grain Technique. Kojiro ordered a group of Rain Shinobi ninjas to launch a ninjutsu counterattack. In rainy weather, water style will be even more powerful. Wind style Great Breakthrough. Orochimaru waved his hand and condensed a high-pressure cyclone, releasing a violent storm ahead, blowing away all the incoming rain and shotgun. Drib. Using water as the medium, launch the water instant technique. Clang. Orochimaru held a kunao and blocked Kojiro's scythe swing. Don't get too carried away, UBD. Kojiro grabbed a chain with his left hand and quickly bound Orochimaru. Lightning style. Walk. I saw Orochimaru unhurriedly seal the seal, releasing dazzling lightning from his body. Zzz. Lightning style followed the chain and transmitted to Kojiro's body, who was so shocked that his whole body went numb. Miscellaneous fish, just because you want to fight with me. Orochimaru broke free from the chain with one hand, stepped forward quickly and kicked Kojiro's chin violently, sending him flying. Konoha Ryo Shadow Dance Leaf. Orochimaru's figure flashed in place, and appeared behind Kojiro, who was in the air. You! Kojiro's face changed, and before he could react, he was bound by the long snake summoned by Orochimaru. Orochimaru hugged the opponent's body from behind, forcibly rolled over the opponent's body, and fell heavily to the ground in a head-down position. Master Kojiro! Everyone in Rain Shinobi turned pale with fright, and immediately formed seals and performed ninjutsu to respond. Water-style Meyer technique. Boom! I saw Kojiro's body hit the ground in an upside-down posture. Whoosh! Orochimaru's figure flashed, feeling that the touch of landing was not right. I found the Rain Shinobi ninja on the side, and used water style to soften the ground into a pool of mud, which greatly reduced the damage of Kojiro's fall. Ahem! Kojiro crawled out of the mire, muddy and embarrassed. Although he fell into the mud, his body was still injured to a certain extent, which meant that the opponent's physical skills were very powerful. Master Orochimaru's Earth style, Wind style, Lightning style, as well as illusion and body arts, almost all Grandmaster. Psycho's eyes shined brightly. There is such a perfect ninja in the world? Master Kojiro, the enemy is very strong, why don't we retreat first? The Rain Shinobi ninja at the scene was also terrified of being beaten, and persuaded with horror on his face. Shut up, you idiot! After getting up, Kojiro slapped the speaker and shouted angrily. This is the site of our Rain Shinobi village, you told me to retreat. This is like everyone else rushing home, where can you go back? Don't worry about it, none of you can escape today. In Orochimaru's cold eyes, there was a strong murderous look. Shadow Clone Technique. Orochimaru summoned 4 Shadow Clone, occupying 4 directions respectively to form an enchantment. Boundary Enchantment 4 Purple Flame Formation. Purple-Black's 4-sided barrier surrounded all the Rain Shinobi ninjas. One of the Rain Shinobi ninjas tried to escape and hit the barrier, only to be burned to ashes all over. Orochimaru! Are you planning to declare war on our Rain Shinobi village? Kojiro looked at Orochimaru with a livid face. So what? The war between Konoha and Rain Shinobi will break out sooner or later. Orochimaru said coldly. According to the timeline in the original book, the Second Ninja World War is coming, and now all countries are secretly increasing their armaments. Since war is inevitable, it doesn't matter how he provokes Rain Shinobi village. How do you know? Kojiro's expression darkened. Subconsciously thought that the secret military information of Rain Shinobi village had been leaked. Everyone kill him together. He must not be allowed to bring the information back to Konoha alive. Kojiro looked ruthless, ready to go all out. Humph! Just rely on you. Psycho, lend me the Kusanagi sword. Orochimaru held out his palm. Yes, Master Orochimaru. Psycho handed over the artifact in his hand to the latter without hesitation. Kill. Chapter 22. Kill. Orochimaru's figure flashed, and he jumped directly into the middle of Rain Shinobi's army. With a wave of the Kusanagi sword, blood rose into the sky with heads one after another. Water-style Water Chaos. The Rain Shinobi ninja frantically formed seals and used ninjutsu to fight back. Puff puff. Orochimaru threw the Kusanagi sword in his hand and shot it through the chest of a Rain Shinobi, and then his hands formed madras, and a solid wall of water surged in front of him. Water-style Water Barrier. In rainy weather, the power of water style is increased. Orochimaru changed his handprint and continued to perform water-style attacks. Water-style Water Dragon Bomb Technique. Water-style Water Dragon Bomb Technique. The 2 water dragons collided head-on in the air, exploding large swaths of water and scattering them. Damn it! How is this guy's water style so powerful? Kojiro looked terrified. Although the background of Rain Shinobi village is incomparable to that of Konoha, it is still a ninja village, and there are many ninjutsu collections. As the son of the leader Hands of the Salamander, Kojiro has a wealth of ninjutsu resources since he was a child. But he only chose the water style suitable for the weather of Rain Shinobi Village, and the concentrated practice of sword skills inherited from his family. After all, human energy is limited, and it is impossible to take care of everything. However, the Orochimaru in front of him, from the very beginning, used earth style, wind style, lightning style, water style, almost every kind of ninjutsu is very grandmaster. It is really incredible. The key is the age of the other party. It looks like he is less than 20 years old. You can't say that you have been practicing since the mother's womb, right? That's the difference between you and me. It has nothing to do with whether you work hard or not. The blood of a ninja is determined from birth. Orochimaru looked cold and arrogant, deliberately misleading the other party and achieving a psychological blow. In fact, even as a genius, according to normal practice, only wind style and earth style have reached the grandmaster level. With the reward of the breeding bloodline system, he mastered water style, lightning style, and fire style at the same time. In order to further attack the opponent, Orochimaru used fire style this time. Fire style Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. The fire dragon formed by raging flames is less lethal in rainy days, but the psychological lethality brought to Rain Shinobi is deadly. Even fire style is so powerful, how could such a thing happen? Are you kidding me? I've never heard of a ninja who masters 5 attribute changes at the same time. The morale of the Rain Shinobi ninja has completely collapsed. God! Master Orochimaru, it must be the reincarnation of a god. Saiko's eyes are blurred, and her admiration for Orochimaru has reached a peak. Boom! Taking advantage of the firepower of the fire dragon explosion, Orochimaru held the Kusanagi sword and continued to charge the remaining Rain Shinobi ninjas. Clang! Only Kojiro was left in Rain Shinobi, struggling to support himself with a sickle in his hand. Looking at the corpse of Rain Shinobi lying in a mess, Kojiro showed a look of great fear on his face. Wait, please wait. Orochimaru, I can let you go. Boom! Orochimaru sent Kojiro flying with a flying kick, and continued to chase and hit him. Put! It's ridiculous, where do you have the courage to say such a thing? Orochimaru kept the pressure on Kojiro throughout. I am the son of Hands of the Salamander. You can't kill me. Kojiro had no choice but to use his father's name, and shouted sternly. I'm begging for mercy now, it's too late. Orochimaru's eyes were cold, showing no sign of showing mercy. With a wave of his palm, he sucked the Kusanagi sword inserted into Rain Shinobi's ninja corpse into his hand, and attached chakra to the Kusanagi sword the moment he held it, further enhancing the cutting power. Kojiro, who was cornered, put all his chakra on the scythe in his hand in a desperate attempt, and concentrated on using the family-handed Iai Zan Kendo. Ding! With a flash of sword light, the figures of the two passed by each other. Catch! The broken sickle fell to the ground. Iai Zan with a shaken will is vulnerable to a single blow. Orochimaru flicked bloodline from the Kusanagi sword. Pfft! A large amount of blood spattered out, and Kojiro fell to the ground powerlessly. Okay, so handsome. Saiko's heartbeat quickened immediately, and a touching blush welled up on her cheeks. Okay, let's skip the compliment. It's not suitable to stay here for a long time, be careful. Orochimaru's face suddenly changed, and he threw Saiko to the ground subconsciously. Ding! Juhi cut! I saw a pitch-black sword glow, like Shinigami's sickle, cutting through the barrier of the 4 purple flames with a destructive force. Bang 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 bang! The 4 shadow clones that maintain the barrier were cut off in an instant. Psycho's eyes widened, and she saw the pitch-black sword light streaking across her head. If it wasn't for Orochimaru throwing her to the ground at the critical moment, she would have been cut in half by this knife. The same Juhi slash, I didn't expect to change the user, the power is so different. Orochimaru's face turned pale, and there was a hideous knife wound with deep bone visible on his shoulder. As expected of Hands of the Salamander, who is honored as a demigod. Orochimaru looked calm on the surface, but his heart tightened. The man in front of him is not Hanzo, who was old and frail since the original novel. Hanzo, who is in his prime, is a terrifying existence that can crush Konoha Sunin at his peak. Whoosh! Hands of the Salamander stood in front of Kojiro in an instant, looking at his son who was lying in a pool of blood and had lost his breath of life. There was neither sadness nor joy on his face, just like a ruthless warrior. If the will of the sword is not strong, the child will not be wronged if he loses. Hands of the Salamander can see the reason for Kojiro's defeat at a glance. Great blow, what's your name, young man? Konoha Jainin, Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I remember. Whoosh! Hands of the Salamander appeared in front of Orochimaru in an instant, and the Shinigami's scythe swung again. Chapter 23. Great blow, what's your name, young man? Konoha Jainin, Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I remember. Hands of the Salamander nodded seriously, and then disappeared in the next second. Orochimaru's pupils contracted, and he held the Kusanagi sword tightly with both hands, and put on a defensive stance with all his strength. Boom! The pitch-black sword light split a ditch on the ground. Ah! Psycho couldn't respond to anything, and was blown away by the aftermath of the impact. Oh! It's actually able to parry my Juhi. Although there is an artifact of the Kusanagi sword, the strength of the holder cannot be underestimated. Hands of the Salamander looked on in surprise. Orochimaru held the Kusanagi sword tightly with both hands and firmly parried his Iai kendo blow. It is a great honor for this junior to be recognized by senior demigod. Orochimaru's figure retreated nimbly, getting rid of the opponent's sickle suppression. The palms of both hands were shattered, and blood dripped down the Kusanagi sword. But soon, a green chakra emerged from Orochimaru's palm, and the wound healed quickly. Healing jutsu. You are still a medical ninja. Hands of the Salamander narrowed his eyes slightly, wondering and uncertain in his heart. Although he did not personally witness the battle between Orochimaru and Kojiro and others, according to the traces of the fight left at the scene and chakra's aura, it can be judged that Orochimaru is good at 5 sense ninjutsu. A young Konoha Jainin, mastering the ninjutsu of 5 attribute changes, is already surprising enough. Now he even knows how to do medical ninjutsu, which is beyond the scope of a normal genius. I have to admit that with my current strength, it's not enough to challenge the demigods at their peak. But it seems that senior demigod won't let me go easily, will he? Orochimaru weighed the strengths of the two sides, and thought that it would not be a wise choice to fight head-on. Certainly. You killed my son, and so many Rain Shinobi ninjas, it's blood feud. Besides, if you are a genius like you, if you let me go back to Konoha, you will definitely become my confidant of Rain Shinobi in the future. Hands of the Salamander was full of murderous intent and locked firmly on Orochimaru. Unlike when Hanzo released Konoha Sunin in the original book, the background at that time was that Konoha won a key victory on the battlefield by virtue of its strong national strength. In order to facilitate peace talks, Hanzo will release Konoha Sunin to show his sincerity. Now Rain Shinobi Village, led by Hanzo, is actively preparing for the war with Konoha. How could Orochimaru, the mighty Konoha shinobi, be spared before the battle? Hehe. With all due respect, if I want to leave, senior demigod will not be able to stop me. As soon as the words fell, Orochimaru cast earth style and escaped into the ground in place. Snort. In Rain Shinobi Village, no one can escape from the old man's nose. Hands of the salamander made mudras with both hands, and pressed heavily on the ground. A large amount of chakra poured into the ground. Water-style earth vein spring. Drive the underground water veins to erupt, forming a series of high-pressure water jets gushing out. Bang 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 bang. Orochimaru was washed out of the ground by a fountain. Hands of the salamander's handprints changed, manipulating the shape of the water column to change into a huge whale shape. Water-style whale swallow technique. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. Not to be outdone, Orochimaru manipulated the water flow to change into a water dragon. When the whale dragon collided, there was a tsunami-like roar of waves. Clatter. Orochimaru was stunned a few steps back even though he had a 2x chakra boost from the system. But compared to the powerful chakra accumulated from countless battles in Hanzo's ninja world for decades, it is still a lot worse. Roar. The water-style chakra in the form of a whale is so heavy that Orochimaru can't lift his head, so he can only support it. Master Orochimaru. Psycho gritted her teeth, and rushed towards hands of the salamander desperately holding a kunai. Go away. Hands of the salamander stared, turned around and gave a heavy kick, sending Psycho flying 100 meters away. However, because of Psycho's interference, Chakra, who Hanzo maintains his form, has some flaws. There was an unstable fluctuation on the surface of the whale, which gave the suppressed water dragon a short respite. Orochimaru immediately controlled the water dragon and bit the whale back, at the same time the handprints of both hands changed. Wind style great breakthrough. Pour the power of wind style into the water dragon, and it grows into a water tornado that soars into the sky. Is this a compound ninjutsu that masters both water style and wind style at the same time? Hands of the salamander's face changed. Such a delicate control of ninjutsu, even he couldn't master it. The only thing he can do is to drop 10 meetings with one force. Output more and stronger chakra to strengthen the power of water style. Water style big whale swallow. Compound ninja wind water dragon bomb. Boom. The bombardment of large-scale ninjutsu on both sides burst out with deafening explosions. Chapter 24. Water style big whale swallow. Compound ninja wind water dragon bomb. Boom. The bombardment of large-scale ninjutsu on both sides burst out with deafening explosions. A huge wave of 100 meters rolled up by the tornado hit Hanzo with overwhelming momentum. Summoning technique. Hanzo bit his finger and summoned his strongest summoning beast, which was named after the salamander fish. I saw a huge Sancho fish jumping up with Hanzo on its back, easily jumping over the height of the 100-meter wave. With a condescending view, Hanzo quickly noticed that he also used the summoning technique to summon Orochimaru, who summoned a giant python, and was fleeing into the distance. Damn it, Orochimaru summoned me in a place like this. One snake has a bad temper and yells and scolds as soon as he comes up. If you complain, wait until later, one snake. If you don't want to die. Orochimaru's face was pale, obviously he suffered serious internal injuries in the large-scale ninjutsu confrontation just now. What did you say? Just as one snake was about to question him, he suddenly felt a huge shadow appear above his head. Boom! The Mangekyō fish that descended from the sky straddled 10,000 snakes on the ground with the force of Mount Tai. Cough. Wan Shi opened her mouth and spit out a large amount of blood, almost being crushed until all her internal organs spit out. Hey, your summoning beast is very good. It's a pity that it's still a little small now. Hanzo gave a pertinent evaluation. In the current timeline, Wan Snake is still in the growth stage, and its size is far less than that of Salamander. Damn Orochimaru! You actually used my uncle as a bait. Throwing down an inexplicable sentence, Wan Snake turned into a white smoke and disappeared, returning to the summoning beast space. Bait! Hanzo frowned, and rushed in front of Orochimaru in an instant. Pfft! Iai slashes the sickle and splits Orochimaru's body in half. Hee hee! Congratulations on your hit! Orochimaru had a weird smile on his face. Chi. I saw Orochimaru's body, like a deflated skin bag, turned into the skin of a snake. Damn Orochimaru! You can't escape my palm. Hanzo was suddenly furious, and he cast a large-scale perception technique with his hands in the seal. It turned out that there are Orochimaru breaths in all directions from southeast to northwest. That's Shadow Clone. Since Hanzo's perception skills have not reached a very high level, he can't tell which one is Orochimaru's body. Water Body Technique. Hanzo immediately summoned the same number of water clones, and he could only use the most stupid method to track down all shadow clone targets. But after a while, at the position of the snake's slough, Orochimaru's body slowly crawled out from the crack in the ground. Orochimaru Flow Stand-In Technique. This is his original and strongest body replacement technique, which discards part of the flesh and urges the body to evade fatal blows. The moment he was chopped off by Hanzo, Orochimaru used Earth Style to open a gap in the ground under his feet, allowing the main body to slip into the ground without a sound. At the same time, he summoned several shadow clones and fled in different directions. Hanzo found that the killed Orochimaru had turned into a layer of snake skin. He would subconsciously think that this was the bait for the substitute, and the main body had already fled the battlefield. Perception also discovered that Orochimaru's shadow clone was fleeing in a different direction, and Hanzo immediately separated his water body and hurriedly chased him down. Hanzo would never have imagined that Orochimaru's body did not escape at all, but hid in the battlefield. This coquettish operation can be said to be bold. Ahem. This time, it's really dangerous. Orochimaru's face was as pale as paper, and the continuous high-intensity fighting had consumed all of his chakra. Master Orochimaru, are you all right? Psycho limped over from not far away, supporting Orochimaru's body. It's not suitable to stay here for a long time, let's leave Rain Shinobi village first. Orochimaru said with a weak face. Well, I'll take you to the hiding place of the Kusanagi clan. At this time, Psycho has 100% trust in Orochimaru. A few minutes later, Hanzo quickly caught up to all of Orochimaru's shadow clone and wiped them all out. No body? How is this possible? Could it be that? Hanzo stared at him, then realized that something was wrong, and immediately rushed back to the scene of the battle just now. He stared intently at the place where the snake shed its skin, and there was a very inconspicuous crack in the ground. Boom! Hanzo slashed angrily, revealing a narrow hole in the broken ground. At this time, how could he not know what was going on? He was played. Hands of the Salamander, the majestic demigod, is now tricked by a young Konoha Jainin who is less than 20 years old. Hanzo looked at his son's still warm corpse lying in a pool of blood, and endless sadness and anger welled up in his heart. His own son was killed, but he could only watch helplessly as his enemy slipped away from under his nose. What a shame! Damn Orochimaru! I gamble on the name of a demigod, and I swear to crush you. Standing alone in the wind and rain, Hanzo roared impotently and furiously. Chapter 25. Damn Orochimaru! I gamble on the name of a demigod, and I swear to crush you. Hanzo's impotent and furious roar was heard several kilometers away. Master Orochimaru, you really p'd off Hanzo this time. Psycho supported the wounded Orochimaru as she struggled through the dense jungle. Hearing Hanzo's murderous roar coming from behind him, his body couldn't help trembling in awe. An old man, what can he do to me? Orochimaru sneered, not taking the other party's hatred curse seriously at all. To put it bluntly, the so-called demigod title is the same thing. Hanzo, who is at the peak of strength, can't beat him as a fledgling. In a few years, Orochimaru is confident that he can easily defeat him. After hearing this, Psycho was no longer afraid, her brows were full of admiration for Orochimaru. As expected of Master Orochimaru, I will now take you to the secret hideout of the Kusanagi clan. The two walked through the deep mountains and dense forests, and came to a very inconspicuous cave. In the dark cave, came a hoarse voice. Who? It's me, Psycho. Psycho, there is a stranger's breath around you. Reporting elder, this is elite Jainin from Konoha, Master Orochimaru. It was he who saved my life from hands of the salamander. Psycho spoke concisely, first explaining Orochimaru's identity and the other party's position. Silence. Immediately afterwards, a cold light shot out from the cave, stabbing straight at Orochimaru. Snort. Orochimaru grabbed it with his bare hands without changing his face. I saw an infinitely extended blade in his hand. The moment Orochimaru's palm was about to touch the blade, his arm instantly turned into a long snake, wrapping around the blade at an extremely fast speed. Ninja, hidden shadow snake leg. The tough snake scales, after multiple windings, firmly blocked the advancement of the blade, making it hover in front of Orochimaru's denomination. Elder! Please stop! Psycho exclaimed, and subconsciously pulled out the Kusanagi sword and pointed it at the cave. A firm stand for Orochimaru. The other party fell silent again. Then he made a concession and took the initiative to put away the extended blade. I see. It seems that your excellency can indeed compete with that hands of the salamander. Xiaozi, quickly bring in the respected guests who came from afar. In the ninja world, strength is the best pass. After the opponent realized Orochimaru's strength, his attitude changed immediately. Master Orochimaru, I apologize to you for the offense of my tribe. Psycho bowed deeply to Orochimaru respectfully. No problem. Orochimaru understands this. After all, for the Kusanagi family who are wanted by Rain Shinobi village and chased to a dead end, it is understandable to be cautious. The two walked into the cave. It was pitch black and the eyes couldn't see anything. But Orochimaru knew it was just an illusion. Untie. Psycho formed a few handprints with both hands, unraveling the enchantment of illusion. I saw that the cave in front of me immediately became bright, and suddenly became enlightened. Surrounding the bonfire are several old men and a dozen children, who are looking at the stranger in front of them with curious eyes. The elders were sizing up Orochimaru with scrutiny, as if surprised by the latter's age. Such a young Konoha Jainin was able to escape from that Hanzo's hand. Orochimaru was also looking at the Kusanagi clan in front of him. There are only a group of old, weak, sick, and disabled left, no wonder they will be wiped out in the original book. Sister Psycho. Woohoo, you're finally back. I'm so hungry, do you have anything to eat? The children rushed towards Psycho, looking up pitifully. Feel sorry. There was an accident this time, and my sister couldn't bring food home. Psycho showed a shameful expression on his tired face. Originally, she worked in a nightclub just to make money to buy some food to take home. But when Shijir hidden ninja hunted down, how could she have a chance to bring food? Woo woo woo. I don't care. I don't care. I want to eat. I want to eat. The children were so hungry that they couldn't help crying on the spot. Oh. The elders also sighed, feeling helpless about the distressed situation. Quiet. Orochimaru snorted coldly, and the children immediately silenced. Summoning Shekao Sen technique. A big snake was summoned and opened its mouth to spit out some sealed metal vessels. This is the canned food he brought from Konoha, as well as emergency medicine. Although spitting it out from the snake's mouth is a little unattractive, but for children who have been hungry for several days, let alone spitting it out of the snake's mouth, even pulling Ollie from behind will be happy. Go eat. Psycho, go and distribute the food. Yes, Master Orochimaru. Chapter 26. Thank you very much, Master Orochimaru, for your help. As the so-called cannibals have soft mouths but short hands, after receiving Orochimaru's food and medicine supplies, the Kusanagi clan completely bowed to Orochimaru. Of course, the most important thing is Orochimaru's strength, which makes the declining Kusanagi clan have to bow their heads. Thank you, It's still free. I save you on conditional. Orochimaru didn't beat around the bush, and stated his attitude directly. Hearing this, everyone in the Kusanagi clan was not surprised either. After all, there is no free lunch in the world, not to mention that Orochimaru has the grace of saving their lives. About this matter, Saiko has already told us. I am willing to offer you all the casting methods of the Kusanagi sword. Although this is the ancestral foundation of the Kusanagi clan, but now that they are on the verge of extinction, there is nothing that cannot be sold. There is also the matter of marriage. Saiko, would you like to serve Master Orochimaru? The elders looked at Saiko. Saiko blushed slightly, glanced at Orochimaru secretly, then lowered her head and said in a reserved manner. Swezi, I am willing to obey the arrangements of the elders. Hehe. Look at your spring-like appearance, I'm afraid you have long wanted to pack yourself up and send it out? The elders are old men, how can they fail to see the girl's mind, so they had no choice but to agree. In return, I will protect the Kusanagi clan. Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction and made his promise. A week later, Orochimaru fully healed the wounds from his battle with Hanzo through medical ninjutsu. He was not in a hurry to lead the Kusanagi clan to Konoha. Because he brought his family and a group of old, weak, sick, and disabled, the target was too big and it was easy to attract range shinobi to hunt him down. In addition, Orochimaru sensed that Hanzo was leading a large number of range shinobi troops, searching around like crazy. Of course Orochimaru is not afraid of Hanzo alone, but if he wants to protect everyone in the Kusanagi clan, he has to take it easy. With the fire outside, Orochimaru and the Kusanagi clan simply continued to stay in the cave. It's okay for a group of people to be idle. At the suggestion of the elders of the Kusanagi clan, it was decided to let Orochimaru and Saiko get married first. Orochimaru was surprised at first, but it's not so surprising after thinking about it. This is probably a member of the Kusanagi family, fearing Hanzo's pursuit, hoping to completely tie Orochimaru for shelter. Although the conditions of the wedding were very simple, Saiko-mansei admired Orochimaru, so naturally he didn't pay much attention to the process of the ceremony. In this regard, Orochimaru is also happy to see the success. Hastily finished. After marriage, the two get along very happily. Saiko's stomach soon began to move. Ding! Detection of a new life form with the blood of the host *2. Please host to protect the healthy growth of the new life body, until it is born, you will receive rich rewards. Oh! They turned out to be twins. Saiko, it seems that you are an excellent mother. Orochimaru was immediately pleasantly surprised. Although he is already the father of 20 children, this is the first time he is the father of twins. It's double the joy. My lord! All of this is due to you. Saiko's long purple hair reaches her waist, her brows are less of a girl's youthfulness, and more of a maternal brilliance. Congratulations, Lord Orochimaru! Congratulations, Saiko! Oh no, it's mistress! Seeing this, the elders of the Kusanagi clan stepped forward to congratulate. At this moment, their hanging hearts can finally be let go. As the saying goes, when adversity is imminent, fly separately. In the past month, Hanzo used a wide range of ninjutsu to bombard them indiscriminately, and almost hit their hiding place several times. This made the Kusanagi clan panic, fearing that one day Orochimaru would leave them alone and run away alone. For this reason, they quickly promoted the marriage between Orochimaru and Saiko, and now the two have children again. You will never leave this family behind, right? Well, now that Saiko is pregnant, she can't stay in this wretched place any longer. Tonight, everyone pack your bags and prepare to go to Konoha. Ninjas can endure in this dark and damp cave, but pregnant women are different. Orochimaru cherishes his blood very much, and of course he will not let Saiko suffer. But that fellow Hanzo has been searching outside. Saiko asked worriedly. No problem. I'm going to lure that guy away. Take my Konoha Jainin certificate and go to the border of the Land of Fire. Someone will pick you up there. Orochimaru made a decision after a little thought. Chapter 27. When the moon is dark and the wind is high, the night is quiet. In Rain Shinobi Village tonight, it is rare that there is no rain, so it looks extraordinarily peaceful. But Orochimaru knows that there are a large number of Rain Shinobi ninjas ambushing nearby all the time, taking turns to watch for 24 hours. Hehe. Really diligent, hands of the salamander. Orochimaru sneered, bit his thumb and made madras with both hands. Summoning technique. 10 big snakes were summoned in one breath, and they fled in different directions. Perception Class Report. Discover Orochimaru's chakra. There are 10 copies, probably shadow clone. Immediately notify Lord Hanzo, the peripheral troops must hold Orochimaru. The ambush Rain Shinobi forces are on the move. After a while, the Kusanagi clan and others walked out of the cave. Looks like Lord Orochimaru has distracted the enemy. Let's retreat. My lord, you must come back safely. Psycho reluctantly looked at Orochimaru, who was fighting a large number of Rain Shinobi ninjas in the distance. She wished she could raise her sword and fight side by side. However, now that she is pregnant with precious twins, she can only leave with the clansmen first. Because Orochimaru summoned 10 summoning beasts plus 10 shadow clones in one go, there were too many targets, and the Rain Shinobi troops were in a hurry for a while. He had no time to care if no one noticed that the Kusanagi clan left quietly. Wind-style Great Breakthrough. The wind rips violently. Lightning-style Thunder Arrow. Thunder arrows pierced the sky. Earth-style Huangchuan Swamp. The earth turned into an endless swampy abyss. Water-style Water Dragon Bomb. The water dragon soared into the sky and let out an angry roar. Fire-style Luxurious Yanhua. The fiery fireballs turned into bolides and fell. Boom. 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 Hundreds of Rain Shinobi ninjas were killed instantly by Orochimaru's series of advanced escapism attacks. Master the ninjutsu of 5 attribute changes at the same time. How can this be? Monster! Monster! Don't come here! It is obviously a party with a large number of people, but the Rain Shinobi army was defeated by Orochimaru's brutal 5-dome ninjutsu. He. Just relying on you group of stinky fish and shrimps, how dare you stop me? Orochimaru smiled cruelly, and drove the summoning snake under his feet to go on a rampage, crushing the Rain Shinobi ninja in front of him into a ball of flesh. In order to cover the escape of the Kusanagi clan, Orochimaru did not rush out of the encirclement of the Rain Shinobi troops, but turned back and continued to charge the Rain Shinobi troops back and forth, further causing huge casualties. At this moment, an extremely strong chakra was rushing towards Orochimaru at an alarming speed from far to near. The Lord has come. Hands of the Salamander. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. Call out. Instant body technique, combined with one cut. The pitch-black sword light swept across. Puff 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 puff. I saw 10 summoning snakes whose heads were cut off in an instant. At the same time, 10 shadow clones were killed. Master Hanzo. You are finally here, you want to avenge us. Everyone in Rain Shinobi cried when they saw their boss coming. Hanzo glanced at the Rain Shinobi ninja with corpses strewn all over the field, his blood pressure was full at once with new and old grudges. Orochimaru. Awaken. Summoning technique. This time, Hanzo didn't have any extra temptations, and directly summoned his strongest summoning beast, the salamander. Seeing this, the remaining Rain Shinobi ninjas hurriedly withdrew from the battlefield. Because this salamander is a mobile poison, poisonous gas can't tell friend from foe. Cut troublesome guy. Orochimaru frowned and immediately held his breath. Goo. Although the salamander is large in size, it does not move clumsily at all, on the contrary it is very fast. Ninja, hidden shadow multi-snake hand. Orochimaru summoned a large number of snake shadows with a wave of his hand, trying to prevent the salamander from approaching. But I don't want the snake to be poisoned to death in less than a second after biting the skin of the salamander. Orochimaru had no choice but to retreat and dodge. Water-style rain grain. Hanzo waved a large number of water arrows and shot them out. Earth-style earth flow wall. Orochimaru gathered an earthen wall in front of him for defense. Whoosh! Hanzo instantly turned to technique, bypassing the earthen wall and making a surprise attack from the side. Clang! Orochimaru drew his Kusanagi sword and blocked Hanzo's scythe. Ding 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 ding! The two engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat at close range. Orochimaru was at a disadvantage throughout the whole process, but with the power of the Kusanagi sword artifact, he was able to parry for a while. For him, there is no need to defeat Hanzo, he just needs to delay the opponent and buy enough time for the Kusanagi clan to escape. However, the treacherous and cunning Hanzo would not know his plan. Orochimaru, you are stalling for time so that the Kusanagi clan can escape, right? So what? Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged, and he responded calmly. Not so good. How can the few remaining species of the Kusanagi clan compare to the direct disciples of Third Hokage? Is the old man right? Orochimaru. Chapter 28. Not so good. How can the few remaining species of the Kusanagi clan compare to the direct disciples of Third Hokage? Is the old man right? Orochimaru. Since the last time Orochimaru made a fuss in Rain Shinobi village, after more than a month of intelligence investigation, Hanzo finally figured out Orochimaru's personal information. Not only the youngest Genin of Konoha, but also the title of the first Konoha Genin. With all kinds of halos superimposed, Hanzo believes that the value of winning Orochimaru is far higher than eliminating the remnants of the Kusanagi clan. Then what? Are you planning to capture me and threaten Hokage with it? You're so naive, Hanzo. Orochimaru saw through the opponent's thoughts at a glance, and started to taunt at the same time. Not to mention whether the other party can take him down, even if they can catch him, the hypocrisy of Third Hokage politician. There is absolutely no compromise on Rain Shinobi village because of Orochimaru. At most, I will send a few reprimands hypocritically, and then there will be no more. What did you say? Hanzo frowned. From an outsider's point of view, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru are a pair of ninja models of teacher, compassion and filial piety, so it is hard to imagine that this pair of master and apprentice are fooling each other, each hiding hundreds of minds. Leaf Hurricane. Konoha Gale. Orochimaru knew that with swordsmanship alone, he couldn't beat Hanzo, a top master of kendo, so he decisively joined taijutsu. Boom. However, Hanzo's taijutsu is also quite good. He raised his hand to block, and then a violent elbow hit Orochimaru's chest hard. Cough. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of Orochimaru's mouth. Humph. Young people, don't be too arrogant. When the old man roamed the ninja world, you were not born yet. Hanzo unleashed a series of powerful taijutsu, knocking Orochimaru to the ground. Crack. The sickle fell, Orochimaru rolled to avoid it, and threw a kunao at the same time. Ding! Hanzo knocked kunao into the air, threw a chain around Orochimaru's arm, and Orochimaru's face remained unchanged, and his hands were sealed together. Lightning style. Walk. Tsitsaizi. The lightning traveled along the chain to Hanzo's body, making him numb all over. Orochimaru changed his handprints and took a deep breath. Fire style Hao Yan technique. The fiery flames hit Hanzo's body directly. But Hanzo is not Kojiro. Even if he fell in love with lightning style for a while, he can quickly dispel the lightning on his body with his powerful chakra. Water style water waves. Hanzo spewed out a large amount of water and quickly extinguished the flames. A large amount of water vapor generated by the collision of water and fire obscured the surrounding sight. However, for their keen senses, even if they are invisible to the eyes, they can still distinguish their positions by listening. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the mist, the figures of the two wrestled together again. Clang! The collision between the sickle and the Kusanagi sword, and the confrontation between chakra and chakra produced a shock wave that blew away the surrounding mist. Ahem! Orochimaru only felt his body go numb, and he involuntarily took a few steps backwards. He couldn't even hold the Kusanagi sword and fell to the ground. Orochimaru looked at his trembling hands, unknowingly infected with a layer of deadly poison of purple-black. The summoning beast salamander sits on the side and hangs up, but in fact it is quietly releasing toxins. Did you just find out now? The poison of the salamander fish cannot be resisted by holding your breath. Viruses that are invisible to the naked eye will penetrate your skin and flow into your body unconsciously. The high-intensity battle just now accelerated the flow of your chakra, and now the toxin has penetrated into the internal organs, right? Hanzo said coldly. Cut. It's just poisonous, do you think you can take me down? Orochimaru's face was pale, and he spoke still forcefully. Stop being aggressive, Orochimaru. Without the old man's antidote, within 24 hours, your whole body will fester and die. Be obedient and grab it. Hanzo threw the chain again, and it caught Orochimaru's hands. Lightning style. Too slow. Hanzo cast water and rushed forward in an instant, rushed to Orochimaru, first punched Orochimaru hard in the abdomen, and then grabbed the latter's forehead with one hand and pressed him firmly to the ground. That way, you won't be able to move. Chapter 29. That way, you won't be able to move. He. Orochimaru was caught, but laughed. What are you laughing at? Hanzo squinted his eyes, and kept holding Orochimaru's forehead with his hands. Being cautious by nature, he will not let down his vigilance easily until the last moment of victory. Ahem. The battle has been fought until now. The people of the Kusanagi clan have all evacuated from Rain Shinobi village, right? Orochimaru looked relaxed, as if he had let go of a big stone in his heart. Now that things have happened, do you still have the heart to worry about others? Speaking of which, what does the Kusanagi clan have to do with you, and you need to sacrifice yourself to protect them? Hanzo said he couldn't understand. The Kusanagi clan is a famous ninja clan in Rain Shinobi village, so they can't really become rebels and secretly collude with Konoha, right? Although it is said that the hat of the rebel was put on by Hanzo himself for the Kusanagi clan. But as the saying goes, the person who wronged you often knows best that you were wronged. The Kusanagi clan serve me. I, Orochimaru, naturally have an obligation to shelter them. Orochimaru said with a calm face. No one noticed, his fingers moved slightly. Is that so? Then you have some credibility, Orochimaru. Hanzo shook his head, still unable to understand the real reason for this. You say that you covet the Kusanagi clan's artifact forging method, which is quite reasonable. But it's not worth risking my own life for the Kusanagi clan that has nothing to do with it. Ahem, wow. Orochimaru suddenly had a short cough, and then couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of black blood, and his face became weaker. It seems that your body has reached its limit. However, for the sake of caution, the old man still has to stare at you until you pass out. Hanzo's cold gaze never left Orochimaru's body. The more it is like this, the more he must concentrate on it, and he must not give the other party any chance to escape. No wonder he was overly cautious. After all, the opponent's Orochimaru-style stand-in technique is really too difficult to deal with. If you don't pay attention, the other party will slip away from under his nose. Hehe. It seems that the last lesson annoyed you. However, I still say the same thing. Hands of the salamander, you are still 100 years away from trying to catch me. Orochimaru hooked two fingers, driving the little chakra left in his body. Hanzo's eyes widened, subconsciously thinking that the other party wanted to seal, and immediately tightened the chain. However, what he never expected was that the danger will come from behind. Sword of Kusanagi, Sword of the Sky. This is the secret technique obtained by Orochimaru after marrying the Kusanagi clan, using chakra to manipulate the artifact in the air. The Kusanagi sword that fell on the ground suddenly floated up automatically, and pierced Hanzo's back with lightning speed. Pfft! The sharp blade pierced out from the front of Hanzo's chest. Cough! Hanzo stared intently at Orochimaru, who was directly in front of him, completely caught off guard. The penetrating wound of the Kusanagi sword caused him a very serious trauma. But after seeing Hanzo was seriously injured, a look of regret flashed across Orochimaru's face. At the critical moment, the body conditioned reflexes and barely avoided the fatal point. Pity! Orochimaru did not hesitate, and resolutely gave up the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill Hanzo. Because he himself is currently poisoned, if he continues to fight with Hanzo, the probability of winning will not exceed 50%. Ninja Law Software Modification. Taking advantage of the moment when Hanzo was severely injured and weak, Orochimaru immediately cast a secret technique, softening the muscles and bones of his arms, and easily broke free from the opponent's chains. Hateful! Hanzo took a breath, ignored the penetrating wound in his chest, and swung his sickle at Orochimaru for the first time. Suffering from the opponent's hands many times, this made Hanzo completely irritated, and even lost his mind. Completely gave up the strategic intention of catching Orochimaru alive and threatening Konoha to exchange benefits. He has only one goal now, and that is to kill Orochimaru. Pfft! Orochimaru avoided the direct attack of the scythe, but was injured by the sword light released by the latter, and a hideous wound with deep bones was cut on his shoulder. Snort! Orochimaru endured the severe pain on his body, and drove chakra to control the Kusanagi sword, stirring in Hanzo's body. Wow! Hanzo spat out a large amount of blood, and slapped the hilt of the sword on the back with a ruthless face, forcing the Kusanagi sword out of his body. Such a violent surgical operation made the wound on Hanzo's chest continue to bleed. No! This amount of bleeding will kill you. Seeing this, Hanzo immediately stopped fighting, tore off his clothes and frantically bandaged his wound to stop the bleeding. Although Hanzo is a ninja with a great reputation, since he took charge of Rain Shinobi village, he has another identity: a politician. Politicians are always dying. In this way, his fighting style will lose the ruthlessness of a bloody battle to the end. Compared with killing the enemy, he will prioritize protecting his own life. Hanzo, you're cowardly. If your belief is shaken, your forbearance will stop here. Orochimaru retracted the blood-stained Kusanagi sword, turned and left Kusanagi village. Chapter 30. Ninja Law, Takeout Technique. Using the chakra scalpel, Orochimaru cut open the skin of the body and sucked out the Sansho toxin that had penetrated deep into the body. After a while, wisps of highly poisonous droplets of purple-black flew out from the wound. Orochimaru waved his hand to condense a green chakra, wrapping it up. This is the toxin of the salamander. It's really difficult. It seems that it cannot be cleared at once. It can only be extracted through multiple operations according to the course of treatment. Orochimaru did not throw away the toxin of the salamander, but carefully collected it in a test tube. As a medical ninja, this is an important sample for researching antidotes. After leaving Rain Shinobi village, Orochimaru basically recovered his mobility after several days of recuperation and returned to the border of the Land of Fire. My lord! It's great that you returned safely. Psycho threw herself into his arms, crying excitedly. Okay, Psycho. I'm fine, don't get too excited. Orochimaru caressed Purple's long hair and spoke softly for a while. Orochimaru. Your mission is really good. I saw Tsunade walking over with a complicated expression. Tsunade? Why are you here? It's a border patrol mate with word that someone is fighting that hands of the salamander alone. Tsunade said with a speechless face. I told you to infiltrate into Rain Shinobi village to find out information, so you might as well just fight with other leaders. You must know that the opponent is a first-class ninja who is known as a half-god and was in the same era as third Hokage. Where can fledgling young people like them provoke? He hands of the salamander, you're just a man with a false name. Orochimaru chuckled, disapprovingly. In his view, although Hands of the Salamander is very powerful, he has lost his aggressiveness in the way of tolerance after becoming a politician. This means that throughout his life, it will be difficult to make breakthroughs in his strength as a ninja. Orochimaru's age is in a period of rapid growth in strength. He is confident that within a few years, his strength can easily surpass Hanzo. Your breath is still as big as ever. Tsunade's eyes flickered with admiration. Confident, strong, handsome man, which girl doesn't like it? But having said that, what's going on with the Kusanagi clan? As we all know, the Kusanagi clan is a famous family in Rain Shinobi village. Fortunately for Orochimaru, when a spy sneaked into Rain Shinobi village, he abducted a famous ninja family directly. I have married the Kusanagi clan, and they will live in Konoha from now on. Orochimaru is short and to the point. You. Although I have already guessed what's going on, but you are too careless to do this. Tsunade couldn't help holding her forehead, and then she looked at the purple-haired girl beside her. Oh no, it should be said to be a young woman. She has soft features, a tall figure, and a heart that is comparable to hers. Tisk. Scumbag. Tsunade couldn't help but spit at the end. My lord, you are not a scumbag. After hearing this, Psycho immediately stood up and refuted. Miss of the Kusanagi family, I say you may not understand. You are the husband of many women. Tsunade said meaningfully. So what? My lord, you protected me and saved the Kusanagi clan. I am willing to serve you all my life. Psycho said swearingly, her eyes filled with infinite admiration for Orochimaru. Over. This girl has been completely brainwashed. Tsunade was speechless for a moment, and at the same time gave Orochimaru a hard look. He. Orochimaru laughed without saying a word, and then... Ahem. A trace of black blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. My lord! Psycho exclaimed. Hey, you are poisoned! Tsunade looked serious, and quickly used medical ninjutsu to check Orochimaru's body. What a strong toxin! It has penetrated into the internal organs. Tsunade remembered at this time, the title of Hands of the Salamander, and the salamander is his strongest summoning beast. That is a poison with a great reputation in the ninja world. Don't worry, Psycho. Tsunade is the most excellent medical ninja in Konoha. With her, I will be fine. Orochimaru smiled. Although he also mastered medical ninjutsu, his level is far inferior to Tsunade's. Yo! There's really a trick to lying to women. Tsunade said so, but his eyebrows raised involuntarily. Obviously, Orochimaru's compliment is very useful. Okay, don't be silly. Take medical surgery as soon as possible to remove the toxins from your body. After Tsunade's meticulous medical ninjutsu surgery, Orochimaru's complexion improved a lot. The concentration of toxins deposited in the body is less than expected. Orochimaru, have you also learned the subtle extraction technique? Tsunade asked in surprise. I know a thing or two about medical ninjutsu. Not as good as you. Orochimaru said skillfully. You guy really? Is this the world of geniuses? Tsunade shook his head with a wry smile. For some reason, a bold idea suddenly appeared in her mind. If she is combined with Orochimaru, must be able to breed the most excellent bloodline, right? Etc. What am I thinking? I, Tsunade, am the eldest daughter of the Senju clan. How can he work together with her? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Tsunade shook his head vigorously, and forcibly buried this bold idea that had just sprouted. Chapter 31. The next day, Orochimaru led the Kusanagi clan back to Konoha shinobi village. Husband! 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 You are finally back, we all miss you so much. Seeing the women in the courtyard, Saiko was stunned. Although on the way, Orochimaru had already explained his situation to her, but he was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. This gave her the illusion that what she married was not Konoha's genius Jainin, but a certain noble son. Allah! A new sister is here, come and get acquainted. Mitarashi Shiwa no Harayui Uzuki Iroha and Yui Yano, in the attitude of a hostess, stepped forward and warmly held Saiko's hand. Hello. My name is Saiko Kusanagi. The Kusanagi family, a famous ninja family in the ninja world. It seems that we have to call you sister. No, my sister dare not be. Saiko looked terrified and flattered to say hello to the girls in front of her. After all, if you are a newcomer or a latecomer, you have to maintain a humble attitude. When the four girls saw it, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. In terms of origin, they are all small ninjas behind them, and they are a head shorter in blood. It seems that although the other party is from a famous ninja family, his personality is quite close, at least he will not be superior. Sure enough, my husband is very powerful. Even the proud daughter of heaven who came from a famous ninja family was subdued. Seeing the girls getting along well in front of him, Orochimaru immediately showed a satisfied smile. His post. Reproductive Bloodline Research Institute will not catch fire. You take good care of your body, and your monthly bill will increase by 30%. Orochimaru set his sights on several new concubines, but he didn't write down their names one by one. All I know is that these women are good-looking and healthy women selected from Konoha civilians. He was pregnant before he went out to work, and now his belly is getting bigger after more than 6 months. Thank you, my lord. The concubines expressed their gratitude one after another. For them who were born in the civilian class, they can cross the class through marriage and live a life without worrying about food and clothing. Life is already very happy. Orochimaru settled everything at home and came to the Hokage building to report on the task. Orochimaru, welcome back. Thank you, Teacher Sarutobi, for your concern. First, the acting skills of the master, the apprentice, and the filial piety, and then the serious business. This is all the information I gathered at Rain Shinobi village. Orochimaru sorted out a set of scrolls and handed them to the latter. Orochimaru, you did a great job this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a closer look and gave a positive evaluation. First of all, it was confirmed that Rain Shinobi village was preparing a military force with the intention of launching a war. Then there's the rebellion within Rain Shinobi village. Under the instigation of Orochimaru, the Kusanagi clan collectively voted for Konoha, which is a great achievement. It is rumored that the Kusanagi clan has mastered a secret method of forging divine ninja tools. Shimura Dan's casts an interested look. This is the dowry that comes with my marriage with the Kusanagi clan. Danzo-sama, you won't pay attention to me, will you? Orochimaru glanced at him indifferently. You have too many marriages. The corner of Shimura Dan's mouth twitched. Ahem Danzo, don't be so mean. How can the elders take the dowry of the younger? Sarutobi Hiruzen scolded the other party with a righteous face. In fact, in his heart, he is also very envious of the artifacts of the Kusanagi clan. However, Orochimaru has already defined this thing as a dowry. Obviously he does not intend to hand it over to Konoha. If he insists, he will tear his face. By the way, Orochimaru heard that you had a fight with that Hands of the Salamander. How did it go? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. When he was young, he had a brief encounter with Hanzo. At that time, I only thought that the opponent was a Grandmaster Kendo, a powerful ninja with a firm will, and his strength was comparable to him. But after many years, personal information has lagged behind. Very strong. Even if I and Tsunade add Jiraiya, they may not be opponents. Orochimaru stated with a serious face. In fact, he deliberately exaggerated Hanzo's strength. Is that really the case? Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly, and took a deep breath of his pipe. I began to estimate the combat power of Hands of the Salamander in my heart. Since Hanzo is so powerful, how did you escape? Shimura Dance questioned. It may be that Hanzo, as a strong man of the older generation, appreciates me as a talented junior, so he is merciful. Or maybe he's afraid of Konoha's strength. Who knows? Orochimaru shrugged, primly making things up. That guy Hanzo, he looks like he's still the same. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, not doubting Orochimaru's statement. Because when he was young, he had heard that Hanzo had fought against Mifune, a famous samurai from the Iron Kingdom. Hanzo defeated Mifune, but he admired the latter's samurai loyalty, so his men leniently did not kill him. Based on past cognitions, Sarutobi Hiruzen believes that Hanzo still abides by his ninja way. Although this may sound a bit old-fashioned, people who stick to the way of tolerance often have more room for growth in strength and are more threatening. Shimura Dance frowned, feeling something was wrong. He looked at Orochimaru suspiciously, as if he wanted to find a flaw in the latter. Orochimaru, thank you for this mission. This is the reward for an S-level mission, accept it. Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized Orochimaru's intelligence value very much, this time there was no stinginess or skimping. No joke. Orochimaru fought Hands of the Salamander, and it was a close fight. If you change to another Genin, there is a high probability that you will not be able to come back. As long as Konoha still needs Orochimaru to perform this life-threatening S-level task, the reward must be enough. In the end, after the settlement of Konoha finance, Orochimaru got 12 million taels. Chapter 32. 12 million taels. Hiruzen, you are giving benefits to your apprentice. That's right, the lowest price for an S-level task is only 1 million, and 12 million can invite 12 Genin to do the task. Mitokato Homura and Udaten Koharu are the administration and finance department of Kang Konoha. Seeing that Orochimaru took away the sky-high salary of 12 million by himself, the mentality of the two was very unbalanced. The old man has no intention of favoritism. As you say, hire 12 Genin to do the quest. Then I'd like to ask you a question. Can the 12 Genin infiltrate the Rain Shinobi village, gather intelligence and escape unscathed? Third Hokage's understatement immediately blocked all the objections of the two. 12 Konoha Genin from common-faced Hands of the Salamander. If they were lucky, half of them could make it back alive. If they were unlucky, they would be wiped out. Therefore, just relying on the fact that Orochimaru singled out Hands of the Salamander and retreated completely, the gold content is huge, and it is definitely worthy of the 12 million tael bounty. Humph! Don't you see what he did with the money? Immediately released an A-level mission, hiring top medical ninjas, with a bounty of 3 million taels. Shimura Dance looked at the quest scroll issued by Orochimaru, and said with a grumpy face. Not surprisingly, this task was taken over by Tsunade. This large sum of money went into the pockets of the Senju clan, and they can support a large family of clan members again. The four Konoha executives looked at each other, and they could all understand the worry in each other's eyes. In order to consolidate the power in their hands, they tried every means to suppress the Senju clan. The Senju clan was so poor that they had to send their youngest children to perform missions in exchange for money in order to survive. Since it's the task of a ninja, it's normal to have some accidents, right? Konoha executives plan to further reduce the population of the Senju clan by creating a series of accidents. Who knew that the local tyrant's bounty issued by Orochimaru virtually supported the Senju family who were on the poverty line? Everyone, don't be impatient, the time has not come yet. If the old man's calculations are not bad, the Second Ninja World War will break out in the next few years. As the veteran ninja clan of the ceremonial foundation tree, the Senju clan sent a large number of clan members to join the battle. Isn't it reasonable? Third Hokage exhaled a long puff of smoke. Hee. As for playing yin, it's still your higher Hiruzen. As expected of Konoha's strongest Hokage. Haha. It's everyone's heart. Thank you, Orochimaru. The task you released has greatly reduced the pressure on the lives of the Senju clan. Tsunade sent a heartfelt thank you to Orochimaru. Now the Senju clan is facing a talent gap, and the number of adult ninjas is seriously insufficient. Relying on only a few people to support a group of old, weak, sick, and disabled will lead to a desperate situation of food shortage sooner or later. Recently, the ninja world is not peaceful. Almost every month, members of the Senju clan encounter accidents when they go out on missions. That's weird. It's as if someone is targeting the Senju clan behind the scenes. It's just that Tsunade can't speculate without substantial evidence. It can't be said that Konoha did it on purpose? Tsunade shook his head. With a kind heart, she never doubted Konoha's companions. Don't even think about it, Mr. Sarutobi, who is kind, will plot against the Senju clan behind his back. It can only be said that she is still too young. In short, Tsunade will not let the young genin of the clan go out to perform tasks unless it is absolutely necessary. After all, she has a younger brother who is only 9 years old. Nawaka has just graduated from genin. This innocent and silly child is clamoring all day long to do tasks to support the family, and has no idea of the dangers in the ninja world. No, you deserve it. Take care of pregnant women and help me get rid of toxins from my body. It's me who should say thank you. Orochimaru speaks the truth. Few still have the nerve to say. It feels like I've become a full-time nanny for your Orochimaru family. Tsunade looked at the women with big bellies in the yard, walking leisurely and happily. Everything I do is based on the study of blood. Orochimaru is serious. Ah yes. Tsunade rolled his eyes, unable to complain. Your research is not serious. Speaking of which, have you figured out my proposal? Orochimaru stared at Tsunade with bright eyes. Thought what? Hey. Tsunade was taken aback for a moment, then quickly thought of something, a blush welled up on his face. She glared at Orochimaru with feigned anger, but for some reason she didn't speak up immediately. The brain involuntarily began to think about the possibility. If she married Orochimaru, the crisis of the Senju clan could be greatly alleviated. Besides, Orochimaru is handsome and strong. From the perspective of breeding bloodlines alone, he is indeed a 1 in a million husband-in-law. Tsunade's lips moved, his eyes wandered as if he was struggling with something. Tsunade. Orochimaru just wanted to continue to fool around, and he was good at seduction. But at this moment, several exclamations sounded in the yard one after another. It's about to give birth. Chapter 33. In Wei Hospital, following a few baby cries, the system prompts to proceed simultaneously. Ding! XX Bloodline +1, Offspring rating, C, Reward, Shuriken +1. XX Bloodline +1, Offspring rating, C+, Reward, Illusion +1. XX Bloodline +1, Offspring rating, C, Reward, Earth Style +1. XX Bloodline +1, Offspring rating, C, Reward, Physical Skill +1. These were the offspring of 4 of Shina's concubines later on, none of which were graded above a C+, but that was to be expected, and Orochimaru wasn't disappointed. After all, the system rewards are all useful abilities. As the saying goes, you don't overwhelm yourself with too many skills. As long as there are enough children, one day he will achieve a full slam of all skills and talents. A few months later. Finally, Psycho is about to give birth. Maybe because of the twins, Saiko's belly is bigger than the average pregnant woman. My lord. Saiko's face was pale, sweating profusely from the pain. I am here. Orochimaru took Saiko's palm. A look gave the latter a firm belief. I will definitely. To my husband, to give birth to. Saiko gritted her teeth and said solemnly. Okay, okay. If I make a move, the mother and child must be safe. Tsunade knit together his hands and skillfully picked up the scalpel. Don't ask her why she is so skilled. Tired. The eldest daughter of the dignified Senju clan, Konoha's #1 medical ninja, actually has to do the low-level work of delivering babies. In the past 2 years, she has successfully delivered more than 20 children for Orochimaru's wives and concubines. This is outrageous. No. It's outrageous. Tsunade asked Orochimaru many times, how many more children do you have? Orochimaru's answer is, as a sample for research, the more bloodlines, the better. The process of Saiko's delivery was a bit long, from late morning Uruuki until the next afternoon. Then, in the delivery room, there were constant cries of Saiko's pain. People can't help feeling that the pain of giving birth is unbearable even for ninjas. Orochimaru walked back and forth outside anxiously. It's not just for system rewards. Although he incorporates the ruthlessness of the original Orochimaru, deep inside he is more of a time traveler. When dealing with wives, concubines, and children, there will always be tenderness as a husband and father. Wow! Wow! Accompanied by 2 loud baby cries, Saiko successfully gave birth to twins. Congratulations to host for adding blood *2. Rewards are being distributed. This time, Orochimaru ignored the information from the system and rushed into the delivery room immediately. Saiko! You have worked hard. Orochimaru hugged Saiko, who was lying on the bed, sweating and exhausted, with an expression on his face. My lord! I made it! Saiko forced a weak smile on his face. Here, congratulations on getting a pair of lovely twin daughters. Tsunade, one in each hand, wrapped the 2 newborns in Green's chakra. Thanks, Tsunade. Orochimaru carefully took the twin daughters from Tsunade. Your word of thanks, I've heard it no less than 25 times. Tsunade complained strongly. Well. In the future, please take care of me. Orochimaru nodded seriously. Hello. Tsunade almost fainted from anger. You really use her as your exclusive midwife, right? If one day she becomes pregnant, who will she find to deliver the baby? Wait. Why is Miss Ben pregnant? Nonsense. Master husband, you see that the big baby's eyes are the same as yours, it's gold. Really? Hey, the little baby has different eye colors, one gold and one purple. Kawaii. It's quite cute. Help. Looking at the happy and warm appearance of the Orochimaru couple and their children, Tsunade couldn't help being sour. The Senju family is not prosperous and has not had a newborn for a long time. People really want a cute and lovely child. After delivery, both mother and baby will need to stay in the hospital for observation for a few days. After dealing with a series of subsequent affairs, Orochimaru remembered the matter of the system. What is the rating of the twins of the famous ninja family? I'm curious. Orochimaru opened the system interface. Chapter 34. What is the rating of the twins of the famous ninja family? I'm curious. Orochimaru opened the system interface. Kusanaga's Bloodline +1, Offspring rating, A, Rewards, Immortal Body, Chakra +1.5, Kendo +1. Kusanagi Bloodline +1, Offspring rating, A, rewards, Sage mode, Chakra plus 1.5, Lightning style plus 2. The chakra in Orochimaru's body quickly tripled. Veins bulged all over his body, and his skin turned red, as if it was going to explode. However, what is surprising is that this swelling force was quickly absorbed by the body without any discomfort. The body of a fairy, is this the promotion of bloodline? A gleam flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. As we all know, the ninja world is a world that is very particular about bloodlines. It can be said that the bloodline determines the growth limit of the ninja. There's also the genre of sage mode. Rika Cave. Orochimaru once went to Rika Cave, but because the constitution was not passed, he was not recognized by the White Snake Immortal, so he could not practice sage mode. Now he skipped the White Snake Immortal and got the sage mode cultivation method directly. Lightning style plus 2, this is interesting. Originally, Orochimaru was not a ninja who majored in lightning style, but now after a series of bonuses, his lightning style has not been practiced much, and he has been raised to the same level as the major attribute. Kendo plus 1 does not just refer to the bonus of a certain sword skill. Instead, the realm of swordsmanship has been raised to a higher level. This is equivalent to the whole series of sword skills that Orochimaru has cultivated have all been improved. This is the bloodline that got the A-level rating, and the rewards are not of the same level at all. Orochimaru's heart suddenly warmed up. My heart began to have a strong desire for the blood of excellent Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, Uzumaki. He. Orochimaru licked his tongue with a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. Here it goes, he's going to be a real Orochimaru. In the next year's time, Orochimaru devoted himself to training and digesting the rewards he received from the system. Because the power obtained out of thin air, if you don't practice it, you can't be handy in battle. Currently Orochimaru's personal panel is as follows. Host, Orochimaru. S*X, male. Age, 21 years old. Bloodline, immortal body. Children, 26 people. Skills, snake ninjutsu, wind style, earth style, water style, lightning style, illusion, taijutsu, sage mode, Konoha Ryokenjutsu, Kusanagi Ryokenjutsu, medical ninjutsu, shurikenjutsu. In addition to daily practice, Orochimaru enjoys the family happiness of his wife, concubine, and children, and the small life is simply not too pleasant. In addition, as the recent turmoil in the ninja world has become more and more intense, the civilian class of Konoha is the first to be affected. For example, Konoha increased the agricultural tax, poll tax, commercial tax, etc. in order to expand its armaments, and the life pressure of the common people doubled. The low-level ninjas are not much better, they work hard on missions, lead third Hokage to break bounty rewards for bone fractures, and the danger of going out on missions is greatly increased. For example, you received a C-level mission, and the content was to crusade against bandits, but the other party turned out to be an enemy spy ninja in disguise, and killed you backhandedly. The C-level mission went out to deliver a file, but was intercepted and killed by a ninja who knows nowhere. There are too many similar incidents, making everyone in Konoha feel insecure. Under the influence of the environment of internal and external difficulties, Orochimaru's long-term marriage plan has become the safe haven that Konoha people dream of. For a time, countless women of the right age wanted to marry into Orochimaru's family. However, at this time, Orochimaru's taste has been cultivated, and to be precise, he has certain requirements for blood. The first is to screen out the largest number of civilians, and stipulate that the female applicants must be ninjas. Genin is the threshold for interviews. Chnin is competitive. Jainin can directly receive the treatment of a wife. According to this set of strict marriage standards, Orochimaru took in 5 new concubines and 1 wife. The concubines will not be introduced one by one, they are all women from the Konoha ninja clan. The only wife, her name is Kurama Dome, is a Konoha special genin. The Kurama family is a famous illusionist of Konoha. At its peak, with its powerful blood succession limit, it was even able to wrestle with Uchiha. Of course, this is all in the past tense. With the passage of time, due to the fact that there is no one to inherit the blood successor boundary, the Pommel Horse clan inevitably declined. Kurama Kyung has been a genius since she was a child. She became Konoha's special genin at the age of 16. She was once placed in high hopes by her family, but it is a pity that she was born weak and sick, and finally failed to awaken the blood successor limit. The Kurama family was deeply disappointed by this, so they approached Orochimaru on their own initiative, hoping to sell Kurama Dome, to marry Orochimaru at a suitable price. Orochimaru naturally readily accepted Kurama Dome, who had the blood of a famous ninja. The two hit it off and the wedding came to an end. Chapter 35. Mistake. Orochimaru stared blankly at the girl in white and innocent in front of him. Silver hair and black pupils, facial features as exquisite as a porcelain doll, skin is very pale and lacks healthy blood. The 16-year-old Kurama Kyung looks like a 12 or 13-year-old little loony. P.S. With pictures. However, as a time traveler, he is not interested. P.S. If you are interested, please reflect on yourself in the comment area. Are you my husband? Pommel Horse Kyung's voice was ethereal and sweet, and there was a kind of weakness all over his body, which made people feel involuntarily protective. I am Orochimaru. Orochimaru's concise self-introduction. This is a ninja wedding based on the exchange of interests, and the two met for the first time today. I am Kurama Kyung. Kurama Kyung first looked at him seriously. From the looks alone, her first impression of Orochimaru was not bad. The two just looked at each other silently. Then Kurama Kyung took the initiative to retreat to the bed, hugged his knees with his hands, and lowered his eyes. The last rite of a wedding. My husband, please be gentle. After all, her body is very weak, and she can't stand the toss. And the man in front of him is said to have married a woman with more than 30 rooms. It's really scary. Orochimaru walked over with a blank expression. Hearing the approaching footsteps of the other party, Kurama Kyung's heart beat faster, with inexplicable nervousness, fear, and a trace of curiosity. After all, she is a woman of the right age who has reached Konoha's legal age, so Kurama Kyung is naturally not a little girl who doesn't understand anything. Woo! Like an ostrich, the pommel horse buried his face in his knees and closed his eyes nervously. However, after a while, the expected brutal ceremony did not happen. Kurama Kyung only felt a warm air enveloping his whole body, which was very warm and comfortable. Her eyebrows trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Husband, are you? I saw Orochimaru formed the seal of medical ninjutsu with both hands, releasing the green chakra full of life. Advanced medical ninjutsu healing jutsu. Through precise adjustment of chakra, the body can be healed from the inside out. Your body is too weak and needs long-term recuperation. Orochimaru said flatly. Yes. Since I was born, the place I've been to the most is Konoha's hospital. Kurama Kyung let out a sigh. The long-term medical expenses have drained all the savings of the parents. Kurama Kyung's parents are Konoha Chinin from Kamen, and a big brother Kurama Yu from Genin. In order to make money, her parents took over dangerous A-level missions, but they both encountered accidents. I heard that the big brother was taken away by Konoha Genbu after graduation, and has never been heard from since then. Kurama Kyung looked sad. The world of ninjas is really too cruel. The clan didn't want to bear her high medical expenses, so they simply married her to Orochimaru in exchange for a valuable gift. That's right. What the Kurama clan talked about with Orochimaru back then was not the marriage of the famous ninja clan, but a one-time buyout transaction. What's ridiculous is that today's down-and-out pommel horse clan is still showing the pride of a famous family, expressing that they don't accept Orochimaru's asylum. But in exchange, Orochimaru needs to pay a lump sum of 8.88 million taels of gift money. In the eyes of the Pommel Horse clan, not only can they get rid of Kyung's sickness, but they can also realize a large amount of bride price, which is totally worth it. Orochimaru gladly accepted this. Paying 8,880,000 taels in exchange for a wife who has a blood succession limit, it's blood money. As for what you said, didn't Kurama Kyung fail to awaken the blood successor limit? Now it is, but it is because of her body. In Orochimaru's chakra, when it touched the body of Kurama Dome, the system gave a prompt. Ding! It was discovered that the excellent mother body that hides the limit of blood succession failed to activate due to physical reasons. That is to say, as long as Orochimaru takes good care of Kurama Kyung's body, the latter will definitely be able to awaken the blood successor limit. Afterwards, he will reproduce with Kurama Kyung, and it is estimated that he will be similar to Psycho, at least an A-level bloodline. From now on, I will be in charge of your body. I swear. I will make Kyung healthy and healthy. Orochimaru's eyes are firm, and his righteous voice is full of masculine charm. All right. He has a showdown. He is the greedy, blood husband. Kurama Kyung's eyes became hot, looking at the man in front of him who was seriously treating her, he suddenly felt his heart pounding. Is this love? The young girl in love seems to have misunderstood something. Chapter 36. The turmoil that has been brewing for a long time in the ninja world has finally ushered in a big wave. Cloud Shinobi Village and Kirigakure declared war on the country of Uzumaki on the grounds that the country's illegal research and the sealing technique to restrain tailed beasts seriously damaged the interests of the great powers. That's an outrageous excuse. But it is never unreasonable for a big country to invade a small country. 3rd Raikage and 3rd Mizukage each lead 5,000 ninja troops, a total of 10,000 coalition forces, to attack the country of Uzumaki. Two big countries suddenly declared war on a small country, causing an uproar in the ninja world. In particular, the land of Vortex is geographically adjacent to the land of Fire, and the two have a close relationship of quasi-allies. All forces in the ninja world turned their attention to Konoha, wanting to see how the former strongest ninja village would react. However, what is intriguing is that Konoha officials only condemned the provocative behavior of Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi, and called on the three parties to resolve conflicts through dialogue and peace talks. This high-sounding announcement sounds nice, but it's actually like bullshit. Others have called to the door of the house, and they are still asking them to negotiate peace. Isn't this pure nonsense? Ms. Sarutobi, when will we send reinforcements to protect the country of Vortex? Tsunade pressed Hokage's desk emotionally and asked loudly. Hey, Tsunade! Calm down first. Jiraiya persuaded from the side. Calm. Others have called my mother's house, you told me to calm down. Tsunade turned his head and glared at the other side viciously. Her grandma, Mito, who belongs to the Uzumaki clan, is alive today. Hey! 3rd Hokage casually exhaled a puff of smoke, and said earnestly. Tsunade, don't be so anxious. Isn't this old man calling the three of you over now? Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya are all on the scene. Orochimaru was silent. Based on his understanding of this dear Sarutobi teacher, the other party will never rescue the Uzumaki country. Based on the political stance of suppressing the Senju family, it is very necessary to remove the relatives of the Uzumaki family. Then how many ninja troops does Sarutobi-sensei plan to give us? Tsunade asked anxiously. No. We, Konoha, are a peace-loving ninja village. We cannot join the war unless it is absolutely necessary. 3rd Hokage shook his head. What? Sarutobi-sensei, are you serious? Tsunade's eyes widened suddenly. Konoha loves peace or something, so she just deceived the children of the ninja school. You think her Tsunade is stupid and sweet, right? Ahem. Seeing that Tsunade was not easy to fool around, Third Hokage had no choice but to say tactfully. According to the information brought back by Orochimaru, Rain Shinobi Village is actively expanding its armaments and preparing for war. We, Konoha, must also concentrate our efforts to deal with the war in Rain Shinobi Village. It is not appropriate to get involved in the war with Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi at this time. Third Hokage is right, but not quite right. The Rain Shinobi led by Hands of the Salamander is indeed a threat, but it is not enough to make Konoha, the most dignified village of the strongest tolerance, have no time for him. With Konoha's comprehensive strength, it is completely possible to fight on both sides. How can this be? From the era of first Hokage, Uzumaki has been Konoha's good partner. Tsunade argued with an indignant face. You're almost there, Tsunade. The current Konoha is not your Senju's world. Konoha's war and peace depend on our high-level decisions. Shimura Danzo reprimanded severely. Okay, Danzo, don't talk too much. Everyone is Konoha's companion. Tsunade is just in a hurry, how can he disobey the decision of the high level? Don't you think so? Third Hokage sang red face, always standing on the commanding heights of morality. To put it bluntly, Konoha's high-level officials had no intention of rescuing Uzumaki at all, and they were even very interested in the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. It's just that it has been hindered by the relationship between the two parties as quasi-allies, so it's not easy to do it clearly. Tsunade clenched her teeth, clenched her fists and remained silent. This. Jiraiya on the side just stood there scratching his head, lacking in political savvy, he didn't understand the twists and turns at all. Orochimaru's eyes flickered slightly, but he was able to guess the thoughts of Konoha's senior management. Mr. Sarutobi, I understand what you mean. Konoha is based on a peaceful standpoint, and it is not good to directly participate in the war. However, we cannot sit back and watch the Uzumaki clan die. Then I have a compromise plan here, that is, whether Konoha can send an elite team to the country of Uzumaki, save as many people as possible from the Uzumaki clan, and escort them to Konoha. I don't know what the higher UPS think. Orochimaru's proposal can be said to be in the hands of the high-level executives. Hehe. As expected of the old man's proud disciple. Third Hokage smiled brightly. Orochimaru. Your suggestion is really great. Even Shimura Danzo beside him couldn't help but be overwhelmed. Rescue the Uzumaki clan and send them to Konoha, hey! As long as people come to Konoha, wouldn't the ancestral sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan enter Konoha's pocket? Chapter 37. Orochimaru, thank you for speaking for the Uzumaki clan. Tsunade looked at Orochimaru gratefully. At this time, she has not realized what it means for the Uzumaki family to be brought to Konoha. She simply thought that it would be better to save the Uzumaki clan than to wipe out the clan. No, I'm just proposing from Konoha's point of view. Orochimaru said with a calm face. Jiraiya moved her lips without making a sound. He lacks political acumen, and he doesn't understand the delicate relationship between Konoha and Uzumaki at all. At the same time, he has a stupid mouth and doesn't know how to comfort Tsunade. Looking at Orochimaru, who was talking about Konoha's proposal, he suddenly felt ashamed. Sure enough, no matter what aspect he was in, he couldn't compare to Orochimaru. To intervene in the war between Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi, an extraordinary mission. Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, are you confident in taking on this S-rank mission? Third Hokage asked. I took it. Tsunade nodded without hesitation. After all, the Uzumaki clan is a distant relative of the Senju clan, so she can't just let her die anyway. Since it is a task, there is no reason to refuse it. Orochimaru responded with a serious face. In fact, in his heart, he has already begun to plan to get the blood of the Uzumaki clan. Haha. We are close partners, how can I miss Jiraiya? Jiraiya has a playful smile on the surface, but she is somewhat apprehensive inside. Even he, who is very nervous, knows that war is not the same as ordinary ninja missions, and the danger in it is several levels higher. Pack your luggage and ninja gear, and say goodbye to your family. Bon voyage, my husband. My lord, you must come back safely. My children and I will wait for your return at home. Watched by the wives and concubines reluctantly, Orochimaru packed up and set off. Konoha is at the main entrance. Tsunade and Jiraiya have been waiting here for a while. Too slow, Orochimaru. Jiraiya pointed at him with dissatisfaction and said. Sorry, I've been delayed by something at home for a while. Orochimaru responded casually. Excuses. Being late is not a good habit. Jiraiya managed to catch Orochimaru's small mistake, and of course he won't let it go easily. Ah yes. Orochimaru looked at him with interest. Sure enough, he was a young man, so he couldn't help feeling jealous. Hey, what kind of eyes are you? Jiraiya suddenly became a little anxious. With the playful look in the other party's eyes, it always feels like his inner little juju has been seen through. Enough of you, Jiraiya. If you don't understand people's hearts, you have to have a degree, right? Tsunade stepped up to make a clearance for Orochimaru. Of course she could understand what Orochimaru was referring to when he said a little delay at home. There are so many wives, concubines, and children in the family, it takes a lot of time just to say goodbye one by one. Ah! Jiraiya also seemed to have reacted, and a picture of a group of beautiful women surrounded by Orochimaru involuntarily appeared in his mind. Hateful! I am so envious. Orochimaru shook his head upon seeing this, and responded indifferently. Dirty! Dirty! Hey? Who are you talking about, Orochimaru? Would you like to look at yourself in the mirror? Jiraiya was so pd off, he is a young virgin, no matter how you look at it, he is purer than Orochimaru, right? It's so cold. Stupid Jiraiya, thinking like this only shows that your level of thinking is too low. Everything I do is to study different ninja bloodlines. Orochimaru explained in a serious manner. Orochimaru, are you trying to say that you keep having babies just for research? Tisk. This kind of nonsense can also deceive ignorant girls. Jiraiya crossed her arms and put on an inscrutable expression that saw through everything. The way is different, don't conspire with each other. Orochimaru said he was too lazy to talk to each other. Okay, you two stop chatting here. Let's go now. If Tsunade looked at Orochimaru meaningfully, she would not be able to see through Orochimaru's true heart. He has a ruthless appearance and is very gentle to those around him. He doesn't seem to be feminine, but he has many wives and concubines. He has an unpredictable personality and a man full of mysteries. Starting from Konoha, the three of Orochimaru moved very quickly, and it took only 1 day and 1 night to reach the eastern coast of the Land of Fire. The country of Vortex is an island country built on the sea. The shortest distance from the country of fire is only 260 kilometers in a straight line. As far as the ninja's foot power is concerned, it can be done from morning to night. At this time, Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi are at war with the country of Vortex, and Konoha chooses to sit on the sidelines, ordering all the ports along the coast of the country of fire to be closed and prohibiting going to sea. Sorry, I can't go to sea today. Why? We are Konoha Jainin, and we brought a pass from Hokage. Upon hearing the refusal from the crew at the port, Tsunade became anxious and revealed his identity. It's not about the pass. Tonight's weather predicts that there will be a big storm. It is very dangerous to go to sea at this time. You ninjas may not be afraid of wind and waves, but our crew is terrible. The crew in port said there was nothing they could do. Why is it like this? Tsunade stomped his feet angrily. Calm down, Tsunade. The wind tonight is indeed a bit strong. This weather is not suitable for going to sea. Orochimaru patted Tsunade's shoulder to soothe the latter's impatience. Looking up at the cloud-covered sky is indeed a harbinger of a storm. Yeah, Tsunade. We ran at full speed for a day and a night, which consumed a lot of energy. If you cross the sea by force, you will only exhaust yourself. Even if we barely reach the country of Vortex, we don't have the strength to fight Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi. Jiraiya wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand, and persuaded him patiently. Take a full night's rest and recharge your batteries tomorrow before setting off. Orochimaru made a final decision. In the night, it really stormed. Looking out of the window, the three of them in the inn saw the rough coast in the distance, and couldn't help but be thankful that they followed Orochimaru's arrangement. However, on the other side of the sea, the war under the storm has already begun. Chapter 38. The territory of the country of Vortex is composed of a large main island and 4 small islands in the outer sea area. The first day of war. The 4 outer islands are occupied by Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi respectively. There is no way, even if the Uzumaki family includes the elderly and children, the number of ninjas that can be assembled is only more than 1,000. Face Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi, a total of 10,000 ninjas. 10 times the ninja gap is really desperate. Hold on, everyone. The Patriarch has asked for help from the Nation of Fire, and the Konoha Shinobi allies will soon reinforce us. The Uzumaki clan pinned their hopes on their former ally, Konoha Shinobi village. During the era of first Hokage and second Hokage, Senju and Uzumaki intermarried and established a deep relationship. The alliance is also a relative, so you have to help out of emotion and reason, right? The head of the clan, Daisuke Uzumaki, remained silent, his deep eyes facing the sea. Since third Hokage came to power, the relationship between Uzumaki and Konoha has gradually weakened. Third Hokage had asked him for sealing techniques many times, but Daisuke Uzumaki refused the other party on the grounds that the ancestral method could not be passed on. The high-level communication between the two sides has not been pleasant. Now that the country of Uzumaki is in great trouble, Daisuke Uzumaki finds it hard to believe that Konoha will lend a helping hand to them. It is even possible to take advantage of the fire. Pass down the order, all over the age of 8 and under the age of 90, all participate in the war. Daisuke Uzumaki issued a brutal military order. The Uzumaki family is born with strong vitality. The 8-year-old child constitution is equivalent to the 12-year-old children in other ninja villages, and each has the strength of genin. The elderly are also very long-lived, and ninjas over 70 years old abound. Facing the blatant invasion of the two great powers, the Uzumaki clan had no choice but to recruit old people and children to the battlefield. Around the main island of Uzumaki, a large number of ships surrounded the nearby sea. Report. The reconnaissance team reported that there has been no movement of Konoha Shinobi in the direction of the Fire Country. Humph. Sure enough, as the old man expected, Konoha just reprimanded, and had no intention of participating in the war at all. Third Raikage sneered. According to the information sent back by our spies, Konoha plans to invade Rain Shinobi village, and will not intervene in the battlefield of Uzumaki Kingdom in a short time. Third Mizukage narrowed his eyes. In that case, Lord Mizukage, let's attack together as agreed. As you wish, Lord Raikage. Under the orders of Raikage and Mizukage, the Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi ninja forces attacked simultaneously. An army of 10,000 ninjas ran across the water and charged towards the main island of Uzumaki. The enemy is coming. Too many. Looking at the crowd of Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi ninjas, some young Uzumaki clan ninjas were intimidated. Ninja Multi-Shadow Clone Technique. Ninja Multi-Shadow Clone Technique. Ninja Multi-Shadow Clone Technique. Jainin of the Uzumaki family stepped forward and used the A-level forbidden technique to summon hundreds of shadow clone in one go. As far as there are many people, we are not afraid. Brothers, come with me. Under the leadership of Jainin, the Uzumaki ninja raised their morale and launched a counterattack against Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi. That's the forbidden technique of the Senju family, and the Uzumaki family can also use it. These two are indeed relatives. Summoning such a large number of shadow clone requires a huge chakra. The bodies of the Uzumaki clan are of great research value. Both Reikage and Mizukage had a greedy look in their eyes. In addition to coveting the ninjutsu of the Uzumaki family, they also wanted to obtain the bodies of the Uzumaki family for experimental research. The war between the two sides was fierce. On the sea level, there are a large number of ninja corpses floating, blood staining the surrounding sea area red. Despite having multiple shadow clones, the one-man army forbidden technique, the Uzumaki clan is still unable to resist the attacks of Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi head-on due to their inferior numbers. The Uzumaki clan was beaten steadily, and more than half of the ninjas were killed or injured. It seems that today is the day of the country's subjugation. Daisuke Uzumaki looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh, and ordered all the clansmen to retreat to the isolated island. Relying on the buildings and forests on the island, I plan to fight Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi to the death. Boom! Accompanied by bursts of thunder, the sky began to rain heavily. The stormy weather is obviously not a good time to continue marching. Cut! Just let you live another day. Send down the order, all the staff will land on the island, set up camp and rest for the night. The next morning, the storm calmed down a bit. Tsunade hurriedly found a boat. The three of them immediately set out to sea by boat and headed for the country of Vortex. Ships with the logos of Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi were spotted in the sea 200 kilometers away. The sea ahead has been taken over by Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi. Passing ships stop immediately for investigation. After the other party found them, several ninjas jumped off the boat immediately, stepping on the water and approaching them with vigilance. Master Ninja! Next is your ninja battle, please don't send it away. Seeing that the situation was not good, the crew did not dare to move forward. Hey, as a person from the Fire Nation, can you stop being so cowardly? Jiraiya said with a dissatisfied face. Forget it, Jiraiya. Don't be hard on the commons. There are about 60 kilometers left, we will go directly to the water, and it shouldn't consume too much chakra. Tsunade made a seal, jumped off the boat, and Chakra stepped firmly on the water with both feet. The front is probably the enemy's reconnaissance team, don't give them a chance to report the news, let's make a quick decision. Orochimaru stepped forward, holding the Kusanagi sword, and rushed towards the Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi ninjas at high speed. Not good. It's the Konoha Shinobi. Hurry up and report to the superior. Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi saw that something was wrong, subconsciously turned and ran. But before taking a few steps, heads flew up one by one. Sword of Kusanagi, sword of the sky. I saw Orochimaru wielding a long sword extending up to 100 meters, cruelly harvesting the heads of Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi ninjas. If you don't agree with me, you will kill. Is this too much? Jiraiya's face turned pale. It was his first time on the battlefield, and he hadn't realized the horror of war. Chapter 39. Wait a minute. I surrender, don't kill me. Ignoring the pleas of the last Cloud Shinobi ninja, Orochimaru pierced his heart with his sword. Orochimaru! Don't you think it's too cruel for you to look like this? Jiraiya asked with a livid face. With a kind heart, he can't get used to Orochimaru's cold personality. Cruel? Which aspect do you mean? Orochimaru calmly shook off the bloodline stained on the Kusanagi sword. They all surrendered and begged for mercy, why are they still killing people? Jiraiya pointed at the ninja corpse floating on the water. Even during missions, ninjas who encounter hostile forces do not necessarily have to fight to the death. He has always believed that as long as everyone is open and honest, conflicts can be resolved through dialogue. Stupid question, this is war. But, they are also following the orders of the village. Jiraiya, you pity the ninjas of the enemy country, have you ever thought about how many ninjas in the Uzumaki country were killed? Orochimaru asked him back. This. Jiraiya was speechless for a moment. Stop arguing, let's go to the country of Vortex. Tsunade's face was full of worry at this moment. She learned from a hostile ninja before he died that at this time Mist Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi combined 10,000 people to attack Uzumaki. I don't know what's going on. The battlefield of the Vortex country. Lightning-style lariat. Ice escape Kyuncha Shui Xiang. With Raikage and Mizukage leading the way, the ninja troops of Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi drove straight into the hinterland of Uzumaki. Sealing technique adamantine sealing chains. Daisuke Uzumaki released gold chakra chains one after another, smashing Raikage's lightning shield and Mizukage's ice escape arrow in one fell swoop. Whoosh! Whoosh! Both Raikage and Mizukage were forced back. This is the magical sealing technique that can suppress tailed beasts in Legendary. It really works. There was greed in Raikage's eyes. The sealing technique of Cloud Shinobi Village has flaws, and accidents of Jinkraki going berserk often occur, so it is urgent to get a perfect sealing system. So, the Uzumaki family possesses a powerful sealing technique that can threaten the great country. For the sake of the peace of the great country, please disappear from this world. Mizukage spoke chilling words with a calm face. Snort. If you want to kill this old man, you have to risk your life to fight. Daisuke Uzumaki yelled and swung the chakra chain while attacking Raikage and Mizukage at the same time. Fighting the two shadows alone with one's own strength, looking at the entire ninja world is also a rare and exciting battle. Of course there are deep reasons for this. That is, Raikage and Mizukage don't trust each other, and they always save half of their energy when fighting, and stay vigilant to prevent the other party's sneak attack. There is also Daisuke Uzumaki's dying struggle, which is indeed very powerful. Neither Raikage nor Mizukage wants to fight with Daisuke Uzumaki. In this way, maintaining a delicate balance, the three entered a protracted battle. But on the other side of the battlefield, it was much more tragic. Kill the red-eyed Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi, whether they are ninjas of the Uzumaki clan or civilians, even old and weak women and children, they kill everyone they see, just like devils crawling out of hell. Father. Mom. Run, Kushina. A pair of parents used their bodies to block the bombardment of Cloud Shinobi's lightning-style ninjutsu. Their bodies were torn apart and blackened by the electricity, but even so they firmly protected their young daughter behind them. Sure enough, the Uzumaki family has rough skin and thick flesh, so they are very resistant to beating. Then try my trick. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. A Mist Shinobi Jainin casts advanced water style, driving a water dragon to slap the latter. With the last of their strength, the Uzumaki couple pushed their daughter out. Roar! Under the heavy blow of the water dragon, the couple of the Uzumaki family were smashed to pieces and fell to the ground, losing their vitality. Dad! Mom! The girl let out a piercing cry. Hey! This girl's chakra! Go and catch him, he must live. A ninja of the Mist Shinobi sensory system noticed that the girl's chakra was extraordinary, and asked his companions to come forward to capture it. Bad guys! Death! Facing Jainin's approach, the 6-year-old Uzumaki girl was powerless to resist and could only curse angrily. Hey, keep cursing! The more you scold me, the happier you are. When I bring you back to Kirigakure, I hope you can continue to scold. Mist Shinobi Jainin made madras with both hands, forming a water prison to envelop the girl. Water-style water prison technique. Gu gu gu. The girl struggled desperately in the water and couldn't breathe. The lack of oxygen in the brain caused her consciousness to gradually sink. Am I dying? I haven't seen a world other than the country of Vortex yet. The ninja world is too cruel. Dad. Mother. The moment the girl was about to close her eyes, she vaguely saw the figure of a black-haired man. Pfft! Orochimaru raised his sword and killed Mist Shinobi Jainin with one blow. The water dungeon technique disintegrated automatically, and the girl was freed. Wow, cough cough! The girl coughed and choked on the water, desperately breathing. She lifted her head weakly and fixed her gaze on Orochimaru. It was the man in front of her who saved her and avenged her by killing Mist Shinobi Jainin, the enemy who killed her parents. Son, are you okay? We are the ninjas of Konoha. Tsunade caught the girl with one hand and performed medical ninjutsu on the latter with the other. This is war. Jiraiya stared blankly at the extremely miserable battlefield with corpses strewn all over the field in front of him. Not only the ninjas of the Uzumaki family were killed, but also the unarmed old people and children, none of them escaped the poisonous hands. Do you understand now, Jiraiya? The enemy ninja you have pity on is cruelly killing innocent people in Uzumaki. Orochimaru said blankly. Chapter 40. The three of Orochimaru traveled all the way through the sea and finally arrived at the country of the vortex. The tragic battlefield that caught their eyes really shocked the three of them. There are ruins everywhere, and the corpses of ninjas are lying here and there in the ruins. Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi are massacring the Uzumaki clan crazily, including the elderly and children. Orochimaru strikes first, slaying a Mist Shinobi Jainin with a single blow, and inadvertently saving a girl trapped in a water prison technique. Thank you big brother sister for saving your life. I beg you, save my father and mother. The girl cried and begged. I'm sorry, boy. Your parents are dead. Tsunade shook his head sadly. As a first-class medical ninja, she saw the couple lying in a pool of blood at a glance. Their skulls were crushed and they died on the spot. The girl burst into tears when she heard it. Why is this? This world shouldn't be like this. Jiraiya was lost. He wholeheartedly wants to achieve peace in the ninja world through dialogue and communication. But the cruelty of reality dealt a heavy blow to his naive dream. Where are the three stunned youths? How dare you intervene in our Cloud Shinobi war? A Cloud Shinobi Jainin made a mudra with both hands, attached the power of lightning style to Kunao and threw it. Lightning style lightning saber technique. Lightning style snake thunder. Orochimaru waved and shot out a gold snake-shaped lightning style. Boom! Lightning style vs lightning style. The snake-shaped thunder and lightning smashed the thunder and lightning kunao with a destructive force. What? Why is your lightning style stronger than mine? Under the horrified eyes of Cloud Shinobi Jainin, Razor bit his neck and died on the spot. Orochimaru, when did he learn this form-changing advanced lightning style? Tsunade was full of surprise. She remembered that the other party majored in wind style and earth style, and she only had a little understanding of lightning style ninjutsu. How come she even completed the form change of lightning style now? But during the battlefield, she didn't delve into it too much. Orochimaru, the current situation is worse than expected. What should we do? When Tsunade started, he still had a heart to save the Uzumaki clan. But when she saw that Reikage and Mizukage were also behind the battlefield, her heart was instantly chilled. As long as she is a little bit sane, she won't think that she can beat Reikage and Mizukage. Don't get entangled with the enemy, save people as much as possible. By the way, save women and children first. Orochimaru ordered. Saving people, that's right. It's important to save people. Jiraiya collected herself. On the battlefield for the first time, he was at a loss, and subconsciously chose to follow Orochimaru's orders. Fire style flame bomb. Jiraiya managed to push back a Cloud Shinobi ninja by spitting hot fireballs from his mouth. Ninja, hidden shadow snake hand. Orochimaru threw out long snakes, got into the ruins, and saved a poor mother and daughter. Tsunade, urgently deal with it. I see. Tsunade used all his medical ninjutsu to save the dying mother and daughter. The three cooperated tacitly, and successfully rescued more than 10 Uzumaki clansmen in the blink of an eye. But their actions have also begun to attract the attention of various forces. Those three. Konoha shinobi. Reikage frowned. Konoha's reinforcements, have they finally arrived? Daisuke Uzumaki looked happy. Konoha's reinforcements? Just those three? Hehe, I don't think so. Maybe, Konoha sent to take advantage of the fire to loot. Mizukage said strangely. What nonsense are you talking? Daisuke Uzumaki's expression darkened. Thinking about it carefully, what Mizukage said seems to make sense. Konoha only sent 3 ninjas, obviously not to help the country of Uzumaki fight against the invaders. Taking a closer look, Konoha and his team rescued young women and children from the Uzumaki clan. Young women can be used in ninja marriages to breed excellent ninja offspring. As for young children, it is convenient to brainwash them from an early age, and give them the will to get angry. Konoha's move is clearly to plunder the blood of the Uzumaki family, it is simply sinister. What can Daisuke Uzumaki say about this? Facing the coveting of wolves, tigers, and leopards before, and the stealing home of lion majesty later. The weak Uzumaki family can only be slaughtered passively. At least Konoha has relatives from the Senju clan, I hope you can treat the orphans of the Uzumaki clan well. Daisuke Uzumaki let out a long sigh. The lesser of two evils, he can only accept Konoha's plunder. Damn Reikage and Mizukage. Don't you really want to get the sealing technique of my Uzumaki clan? Be prepared. I will let you see and face Shinigami's ultimate sealing techniques. Uzumaki Daisuke's old body suddenly released an extremely powerful chakra. This is the S-class forbidden technique that he forcibly launched by overdrawing his vitality. Be careful. This old thing is going to die. Reikage and Mizukage's expressions changed drastically. Chapter 41. Sealing Technique, Ghoul Sealing. Daisuke Uzumaki summoned the Shinigami at the cost of his own life. What did this guy do? Spent so much chakra and got nothing. Reikage glanced around in bewilderment. A bluff. It doesn't feel like it. Mizukage frowned. Shinigami are illusory spirits that can only be seen by the caster and are invisible to outsiders. Whoosh! Daisuke Uzumaki burst out with incredible speed, swinging the chakra chain, quickly grabbed Reikage and Mizukage, and forcibly dragged them towards him. You are courting death. Attacking 2 shadows at the same time, you really think you are amazing, don't you? Reikage and Mizukage were also angry, and each punched Daisuke Uzumaki. Zi. The fist with lightning style and the fingertip with ice escape landed on Daisuke Uzumaki's chest respectively, hitting a large spray of blood. Wow! Daisuke Uzumaki was spitting out blood, and his body was severely injured. But even so, his hands still grabbed Reikage and Mizukage tightly. I got you guys. Go to hell with this old man. Shinigami behind him stretched out his claws, pierced Daisuke Uzumaki's body, and then came out from his stomach. What is this? Reikage and Mizukage only felt their whole bodies go stiff, and an inexplicable chill invaded their bodies respectively. At this moment, their eyes can also see the existence of Shinigami. Damn! What is this thing? Mizukage's expression changed drastically, and he struggled frantically. GG, did you see it too? This is the Shinigami who made a contract with the Uzumaki clan. Being able to take away the souls of the 2 shadows before dying, I am not in a bad position. Daisuke Uzumaki grinned wantonly. Due to excessive overdraft of chakra, the red hair that was originally full of vitality also faded into exhausted white hair. Stop it! You old BD! With trembling hands, Mizukage barely made a seal. Ice escape frost flower. Focusing on himself, he released a bone-chilling frosty air. Daisuke Uzumaki was pale from the cold, but he still clenched his teeth and held onto Mizukage tightly. Lightning Style Chakra Mode. Reikage unleashed the power of lightning style with all his strength, his hair stood tall, his muscles bulged, and he burst out with astonishing strength in an instant, forcibly breaking free from Daisuke Uzumaki's palm. Damn it, did one get away? Then let Mizukage come with me. Daisuke Uzumaki drove Shinigami's claws with all his strength, and dragged Mizukage's soul out of the opponent's body bit by bit. Go away! You evil Uzumaki clan! Mizukage yelled, and seeing that he couldn't stop Shinigami from grabbing his hands, a cold light flickered between his brows. Ice Escape Blood Crystal Sacrifice. This is the Ice Escape mystery activated by the blood in one's own body. Bang 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 bang! I saw blood-colored ice crystals ejected from Mizukage's arms, penetrating Uzumaki Daisuke's whole body at close range, including all vital organs, which were also frozen. Cough. It seems that the old man has stopped here. No matter what, I will make you pay the price. When Uzumaki Daisuke was dying, he drove Shinigami to cut off the soul of Mizukage's arms. With the soul of the other's arms, Uzumaki Daisuke's soul was swallowed by Shinigami. This is the price of ghoul sealing, whether successful or not, the caster's own soul will be swallowed by Shinigami. Plop! Daisuke Uzumaki collapsed completely, losing his breath. Mizukage let out a terrible howl of pain on the spot. Mizukage-sama. Seeing this, the Mist Shinobi ninja stopped their actions immediately and gathered around Mizukage. My hand! My hand! Mizukage drooped his arms and drooped powerlessly, completely unconscious. On the surface, his arms are not damaged, but part of his soul is missing. From now on, he will lose the function of his arms forever. That Mizukage guy seems to have been seriously traumatized. Reikage retreated to the side, feeling scared for a while, but fortunately he broke free from Uzumaki Daisuke's seal. Send down the order, take the spoils you have collected, and withdraw from the country of Vortex. Mizukage gave the order with an ugly face. But, Mizukage-sama! Everyone in Mist Shinobi expressed hesitation. They had just defeated the remaining ninja of the Uzumaki clan, and hadn't had time to reap the spoils. At present, only a part of the ninjutsu scrolls and a dozen ninja corpses of the Uzumaki clan have been snatched. Didn't you hear me? This is an order. Mizukage flew into a rage and scolded everyone at Mist Shinobi. At this time, he was seriously injured and his hands were crippled, so he didn't have the mood to care about the spoils. What's more, Reikage on the side is still watching. If the opponent suddenly turns his face, Mizukage may not be able to resist the assassination of the opponent. Based on the idea of saving his life, Mizukage decisively ordered to retreat. Cunning Mizukage! Reikage stared at Mizukage sharply. Just as the other party thought, Reikage did have the idea of attacking Mizukage. After all, the cooperation between Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi is based on the premise of attacking the Vortex Kingdom. Now that the country of Uzumaki has perished, in order to reap the spoils of the Uzumaki clan, Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi immediately turned into mutual hostile positions. Master Reikage, shall we do something to Mist Shinobi? Asked a Cloud Shinobi Jainin. Forget it, our goal is the legacy of the Uzumaki clan. Since Mist Shinobi took the initiative to give up most of the loot, there is no need for us to completely tear ourselves apart with them. Reikage came to his conclusion after a trade-off analysis. First, he only knew that Mizukage was seriously injured, but he didn't know that the latter's hands were crippled. Secondly, the battle between Reikage and Daisuke Uzumaki also consumed a lot of chakra. In this case, Reikage is not sure enough to beat Mizukage. In addition, the little mice in Konoha are really daring. He blatantly robbed the Uzumaki clan in front of our face. Reikage's eyes burst out with astonishing murderous intent. Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi are fighting the Uzumaki clan, and you Konoha are picking up the leak, right? It's simply unreasonable to say that, absolutely unforgivable. Is the battle over there over? Tsunade, Jiraiya, prepare to retreat. Orochimaru keenly sensed the murderous intent from Reikage, and looked at the 20 or so women and children of the Uzumaki clan who were successfully rescued behind him. Then accept it when you see it. Chapter 42. Retreat. The three Orochimaru escorted the women and children of the Uzumaki clan and retreated off the island. Dare to rob someone from our Cloud Shinobi? Stop them! Reikage was furious and ordered Cloud Shinobi troops to step forward to intercept. Shhhhhhhh. Cloud Shinobi ninjas threw shurikens and kunai one after another. Earth-style earth flow wall. Orochimaru pressed his hands to the ground in Madra, raising a solid earth wall to block all long-range ninja attacks. At the same time, he threw a shuriken at the Cloud Shinobi troops in return. Hey, how can this shuriken throw us? Hold the grass. The sarcasm on Cloud Shinobi's faces suddenly turned into a frightened expression. I saw the shuriken spinning in the sky, one split into two, two split into four, and in a blink of an eye, it turned into a rain of hundreds of flowers all over the sky. Ninja Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Puff 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 puff. Got caught off guard by a Cloud Shinobi ninja and dozens were shot on the spot. Ninja Law, Chaos Lion Hair Technique. Jiraiya manipulated the hair to grow and harden, turning into a white-haired lion head, knocking down the Cloud Shinobi ninja in front of him. Go away! Word Power Tien Shao Feet. Tsunade kicked and kicked the blocked Cloud Shinobi into the sky. Hey! Are these three people Jainin of Konoha? Reikage frowned, but didn't pay much attention. Even 3 Jainin are no match for thousands of Cloud Shinobi ninjas. Not to mention, Orochimaru and the others had to escort the women and children of the Uzumaki clan along the way. Fire-style flame bomb. Jiraiya shot fire-style away from Cloud Shinobi in front of him, took a few breaths and said, I can't go on like this. We'll be consumed. There were as many as thousands of Cloud Shinobi ninjas at the scene, and the 3 of them were surrounded by 3 layers inside and outside. Use the summoning beast to open the way, let's go together. Orochimaru ordered. Good. Summoning technique. Summoning technique. Summoning technique. With the rise of 3 white smokes, Wan Snake, Gamabuntat, and Katsuyu suddenly appeared on the battlefield. 10,000 snakes rampage, opening their mouths to swallow people. Toad Wenta wields the sword crazily. Katsuyu squirts acid to corrode enemies. Ah! The Cloud Shinobi ninja was beaten terribly at one point. These 3 summoning beasts all have good fighting power. It's a pity that it hasn't fully grown up yet. Reikage has sharp eyesight and made a sharp evaluation. Get out of the way, the old man himself. Not wanting to add to the Cloud Shinobi's casualties, Reikage ordered the troops to disperse. Tsitsaizi. Huge body, surrounded by violent thunder and lightning. Lightning-style chakra mode. I saw a flash of lightning galloping past, and rushed to Toad Wenta in an instant. Damn humans! Toad Wenta subconsciously slashed over. Reikage didn't back down, and confronted him head-on with 4 fingers. Hell-piercing forehands. Boom! With a crisp cracking sound, the sword in Toad Wenta's hand was interrupted, and the power of lightning style turned into a sharp spear, piercing through Toad Wenta's body. Boss Wenta! Jiraiya's face suddenly changed. Quack! Jiraiya, this human is strong, take care of yourself. Hama Wenta let out a cry of pain, and his body turned into white smoke and disappeared. Get rid of one first. Zi. In the next second, Reikage's figure instantly appeared above Wan Snake's head. Earth-style earth flows on the wall. Orochimaru quickly used Earth-style, an enhanced multiple earth wall superposition. Catch! Oh! Earth-style made it good, but not enough. Reikage retracts a finger, double the power. Hell-piercing 3 hands. Boom. I saw Raikage's figure breaking through multiple earthen walls. However, the few seconds that earth-style delayed was enough for Wan Snake to avoid it calmly. Orochimaru. I owe you a favor. Wan Snake glanced at the thick dirt wall, and was forced through a transparent hole by Raikage. If it fell on her body, she would have to shed a layer of skin if she was not dead. Wan Snake, escort them away. Orochimaru ordered. Learn. Wan Snake expressed his surrender. Master Orochimaru. The members of the Uzumaki clan climbed onto the body of 10,000 snakes and cast grateful gazes at Orochimaru. Tsunade, my body cannot withstand Raikage's attack. Next, let my avatar protect you. Katsuyu's body split into countless small Katsuyu, which were attached to Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade and a group of Uzumaki clansmen, capable of transporting chakra and healing wounds anytime and anywhere. Interesting summoning beasts, it seems that you are not ordinary Konoha Genin. Raikage said with interest. Stop looking down on people. I am the famous Konoha Great Toad Sage, Jiraiya. Fire-style flame strike. Jiraiya made madras with both hands, attached the power of fire-style to his fist, and punched Raikage head-on. Hehe, you really are young and vigorous. Raikage let out a sneer, and stood there without moving, letting the opponent's flaming fist hit him. Boom! Flames explode. Then, Raikage came out unscathed. How is this possible? Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment. The man in front of him used his physical body to resist the blow of his fire style and taijutsu, and as a result, his skin wasn't even scratched. Third Raikage. This is the man who has both the strongest spear and the strongest shield. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, and formed a shadow clone mark. Jiraiya, is it? The loudest yelling, is this the only strength? Raikage wrapped his arms around Jiraiya's waist and lifted him high. Hateful! What you up to? Jiraiya struggled in horror, but still couldn't get rid of the opponent's arms that were like giant pincers. This chakra, not good. Tsunade turned pale with fright, quickly formed seals with both hands, and performed medical ninjutsu with all his strength. Cloud Shinobi Ninjutsu Lei Wo Bomb. Raikage attaches the power of Berserk Lightning style to his arms, lifts Jiraiya above his head, and falls down hard. Boom! Chapter 43. Cloud Shinobi Ninjutsu Lei Wo Bomb. Raikage attaches the power of Berserk Lightning style to his arms, lifts Jiraiya above his head, and falls down hard. Boom! Combining the powerful lightning style power with physical skills, Raikage's strike is really earth-shattering. When Jiraiya landed, a huge pit was blasted out. Master Raikage is mighty. It's really amazing. That Jiraiya is dead, no one has ever survived Lord Raikage's move. Everyone in Cloud Shinobi cheered loudly. Hey! Raikage glanced at Jiraiya who fell into the deep pit, and found that the latter was still breathing weakly. Pfft! On Jiraiya's body, a mass of Katsuyu's body that was smashed into a paste fell out. Finally caught up. Ninja Law, Yin heals wounds. Tsunade's breathing was slightly rapid. This is a kind of advanced medical ninjutsu that pre-heals chakra and attaches it to the target. When it is attacked, it will heal the injury immediately. With the help of Katsuyu's power, Tsunade transmitted this chakra to Jiraiya, barely saving the latter's life. I see. Great medical ninjutsu, could it be that you are a ninja from the Konoha Senju clan? Raikage glanced in Tsunade's direction and probably guessed the latter's identity. However, how are you going to resist the second blow? Raikage charged a punch and was about to deliver the final blow to the dying Jiraiya. But at this moment, there was a rush of breaking wind behind him. Such a strong wind style! Raikage's nerve reaction was extremely quick, and he turned sharply to block with both hands. Wind style wind cut technique. Orochimaru attached the power of wind style to the Kusanagi sword, and the sword slashed heavily on Raikage's arms. Tenseigan. The lightning-style armor on Reikage automatically defended. But Orochimaru's wind style combined with the power of the Kusanagi sword artifact is not vegetarian. Crack! Only a piercing sound of breaking wind was heard. Reikage was blown away by the powerful wind style, and his figure retreated more than 10 meters in a row before gaining a foothold. Hiss! Real or fake? That guy actually defeated Master Reikage. Everyone in Cloud Shinobi showed expressions of disbelief. It was the first time they met. Reikage was repulsed. It was able to leave scars on the strongest shield of this old man. It seems that you are the strongest of the three of them, so sign up. Reikage glanced at the bloodstain on his arm and spoke highly of it. Konoha Jainin, Orochimaru. Orochimaru threw out the long snake with one hand, grabbed Jiraiya who was beaten half to death in the pit, and threw it at Tsunade. Tsunade, you take Jiraiya and go first. I'll stay behind. Tsunade gritted his teeth and looked at Orochimaru's back with a complicated expression. Orochimaru, you must come back alive. Tsunade didn't have ink, turned to leave with the half-dead Jiraiya in one hand. Stop! Don't try to run away. Seeing this, everyone in Cloud Shinobi subconsciously went after him. Unexpectedly, he bumped into the enchantment of purple-black, and his body spontaneously combusted and burned to death. Boundary enchantment for purple flame formation. Orochimaru used Shadow Clone in advance to place a barrier around it. Locked himself together with everyone in Cloud Shinobi. Orochimaru, I admire your courage. So, have you made up your mind to sacrifice? Reikage said with a gloomy face. No. I don't think I will sacrifice myself. Orochimaru said blankly. The old man will make you sacrifice. As soon as the voice fell, Reikage's figure disappeared in place. Lightning style is instant, the speed is amazing. Hell-piercing two hands. Reikage's two fingers turned into a sharp spear of thunder, with destructive power that penetrates everything. Wind style wind cut technique. Orochimaru fully drives wind style, further enhancing the lethality of the Kusanagi sword. Crack! The two collided head-on, and the terrifying power of lightning style shook the Kusanagi sword in Orochimaru's hand and flew out. Ding! The Kusanagi sword flung out a parabola in midair and stuck to the ground, with lightning still remaining on the blade. Hiss! As a price, a long wound was cut on Reikage's chest. Nice hit! Orochimaru, you are the first ninja to scar me twice. Reikage is a brave and aggressive person, and a very excited smile appeared on his face at this time. Yet, since there is a second time, there will be a third time. Orochimaru formed a seal with both hands, and Gold's lightning style turned into a thunder snake and flew out. Lightning style snake thunder. Tenseigan. Reikage blocked Razor's attack with both hands, and his footsteps were repelled again. Not only the Grandmaster wind style, but also the lightning style. Orochimaru, how much more surprises can you bring to this old man? Reikage admired Orochimaru, but the murderous look in his eyes became more and more fierce. Because in the ninja world, the greatest respect for an enemy is to kill him with all his strength. Chapter 44. Orochimaru, to express my respect to you, I will kill you with all the power of the third Reikage. Reikage burst out an unprecedentedly powerful chakra, his hair exploded and stood on end under the force of the extremely violent lightning style, his muscles bulged and swelled, and there was a fierce and terrifying power all over his body. Master Reikage, you didn't hesitate to activate lightning style to such an extent. It seems that Konoha's Orochimaru is a formidable enemy who must go all out. Everyone in Cloud Shinobi sighed. You know, the last time Reikage needed to deal with it with all his strength, it was the runaway Eight Tails. This chakra is simply the level of a tailed beast. Orochimaru's eyes froze, and his whole body tensed up, not daring to be careless. The third Reikage in front of him is the strongest opponent he has ever encountered when he traveled to this world. Boom! Exploding in place, Reikage turned into a galloping lightning, whose speed has exceeded the limit seen by the naked eye. Summoning technique. Orochimaru's pupils constricted, and immediately summoned a white snake with tough skin, wrapping it around itself as a human shield. But in the next second, the white snake was pierced by the lightning strike, and Reikage's hell pierced towards Orochimaru's head. Hiss! In the nick of time, Orochimaru's forehead was wide open, and Reikage's fingertips almost brushed against his ninja forehead protector. Orochimaru didn't care about the downed Konoha shinobi's forehead protector, a short body with his head bowed and his hands flying fast. Earth-style Huangchuan swamp. The ground under Reikage's feet was sunken and turned into a muddy swamp, which greatly slowed the latter's movement speed. Orochimaru's hands continued to form mudras, absorbing moisture from the atmosphere to condense a water dragon, and then poured a powerful wind-style airflow into the palms of both hands. Compound Ninja Wind Water Dragon Bomb. Roar! The huge waterspout, from the ground to the clouds, is very powerful. It turned out to be a combined ninjutsu of wind style and water style, and it's all advanced escapism with nature transformation. This Orochimaru looks so young, about the same age as us, why can he master the advanced escapism with multiple attributes? Wow! It's coming to our side. The attack range of Orochimaru's move is very large, and many cloud shinobi ninjas around were swept into the sky by the waterspout. Hell piercing! I saw the figure of Reikage, breaking through the waterspout, with dazzling lightning around his body. He hardly suffered much damage. It's useless. My body is the strongest shield of Cloud Shinobi Village. When the lightning-style chakra mode is fully activated, Reikage has reached an unimaginable height in terms of speed, defense, and attack power. Hehe. It's really terrifyingly powerful. Orochimaru smiled and continued to attack with ninjutsu. Fire-style luxurious Yanhua. Lightning-style thunder arrow. The flame bomb and lightning arrow hit Reikage's body respectively, causing 0 damage. Zi. Cloud Shinobi Flow Ninjutsu Heavy Flow Storm. Reikage performed a lightning-style instant and ninjutsu, and a violent big elbow sent Orochimaru flying 100 meters away. Wow! Orochimaru spat out a mouthful of blood, and several ribs on his body were broken. Immediately cast healing jutsu to urgently treat internal injuries. Even medical ninjutsu is so good. Orochimaru, you are too dangerous. It's hard to imagine what a terrifying monster you will be when you grow up. There was a frightening cold light in Reikage's eyes, and he continued to step up his pace of attack. Zi. Moving at lightning-fast speed, Reikage hits Orochimaru with a frenzied blow. Every punch and kick of lightning-style ninjutsu can cause serious damage. Relying on the ability of software transformation and the recovery of medical ninjutsu, Orochimaru is like Xiaoqiang from Immune to Death, standing up again and again. Everyone in Cloud Shinobi was speechless and exclaimed. What is Orochimaru's body made of? His vitality is too tenacious. However, I guess that's the end of it. Even if his body can handle it, chakra won't be able to. As everyone at Cloud Shinobi said. The chakra in Orochimaru's body was quickly depleted. The shadow clone that maintained the 4 purple flame formation, the barrier disintegrated, and the shadow clone disappeared one by one. Plop! Orochimaru, who was covered in bruises, lay powerlessly on the ground. Hoo-hoo! It's a stupid decision to fight a war of attrition with this old man. Reikage's lightning-style chakra mode, which is fully open, consumes a lot of chakra. But as the Yayu family of the Cloud Shinobi family, he is born with a strong constitution of ninja blood, and chakra is not much worse than the Uzumaki family. This is also why Reikage is so powerful in being able to fight head-to-head with tailed beasts. Hehe. In this case, do you think you will win? Ninjas should not be too careless, Lord Reikage. Orochimaru said meaningfully. Reikage narrowed his eyes slightly. Cautiously he did not approach Orochimaru rashly, but formed a seal of perception on the spot. Bluff! Orochimaru, the chakra on your body is empty. Reikage said coldly. Yet. Then just come here. Orochimaru said deliberately provocatively. Hee. You're really brazen. If the old man's perception is correct, your last whole card is the shadow clone lurking deep underground, right? I have to say, Orochimaru, you are a brave ninja. I don't hesitate to use the weak body as a bait, and when the old man approaches, let the ambushed shadow clone suddenly attack. Am I right? Reikage revealed the fact that Orochimaru had hidden a shadow clone. But what he guessed wrong was that this shadow clone was not for sneak attacks. But... Chapter 45. It's over, Orochimaru. Since the old man discovered your ambushed shadow clone in advance, it is impossible to be attacked. Reikage walked towards Orochimaru's body with impunity. Finished. Orochimaru let out a long breath, and closed his eyes as if resigned to his fate. Boom. Reikage maintained the perception technique the whole time, and discovered that the shadow clone hidden underground was actively dispelled and disappeared. Looks like it's really over. Seeing this, Reikage involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief, and the vigilance in his heart dropped suddenly. Just because Orochimaru in front of him is already scarred and chakra is exhausted, basically losing the ability to fight. It cannot be said that Orochimaru can conjure chakra out of thin air, right? How is this possible? However, this is impossible, but happened right in front of my eyes. Buzz. The unusually large chakra suddenly surged from Orochimaru's body. Varied. Reikage was charged by chakra at close range, and the whole person was blown out. Hey? What happened? Then, what kind of power is that? Everyone in Cloud Shinobi was also taken aback. At this time, Orochimaru was surrounded by mysterious blue chakras. These chakras seemed to have independent lives and turned into countless blue snakes. P.S. As shown in the picture. Sage Mode. Orochimaru slowly opened his eyes, Purple's fairy eye shadow appeared in the corner of the eyes, and pointed tentacles grew on his forehead. It turns out that the shadow clone hidden underground by Orochimaru is not used for sneak attacks, but to absorb natural energy. When the shadow clone is released, the celestial chakra full of natural energy will automatically feed back to the main body, allowing the main body to enter Sage Mode. This unusual chakra. The old man once saw it in the notes left by Reikage of the previous generation. That's first Hokage, the man known as the god of ninjas, using the power of a fairy from the Wetbone Forest. Named, Sage Mode. Reikage's face became extremely serious. Apart from first Hokage, Orochimaru is the second ninja who has mastered Sage Mode since the establishment of the 5 great ninja villages. It's true that I'm using Sage Mode, but it's not from Wetbone Forest, it's from Rika Cave. Orochimaru shook the palm of his hand and let his body adapt to the powerful Senjutsu chakra as soon as possible. It turned out to be the same power as first Hokage. This is too scary. Master Reikage, can you defeat Orochimaru? Although the people in Cloud Shinobi don't know Wetbone Forest, they haven't heard of Rika Cave either. But they understood one sentence, that is the Sage Mode used by Orochimaru, which is exactly the same type of power as first Hokage. God of Ninjas. Just hearing this name is enough to make people daunting. It's an honor to fight against Sage Mode in Legendary. After being shocked, Reikage rekindled a strong fighting spirit in his heart. Haha! The trend of offense and defense has been reversed. Awaken, Reikage! Orochimaru laughed out loud, with a murderous look on his face. Just now being suppressed and beaten by Reikage all the way, Orochimaru has already accumulated a lot of resentment, and now it is finally his turn to fight back. With one move with both hands, the small blue snakes around his body quickly converged into a big snake, which contained a strong lightning style and the power of fairy art. Sage Art Orochi Thunder. Incorporating the ultimate mystery of the lightning style of the fairy art chakra, it is firmly locked on Reikage. Can't avoid. We can only attack head-on. After Reikage sensed that he was locked, he immediately concentrated the power of lightning style in his whole body and gathered it on one finger. Hell-piercing one hand. This is the ultimate nirvana of Reikage as the strongest spear. With this move, he once broke the 8 tentacles of 8 tails. Boom! The head-on collision between the big snake thunder and the Ibsen Shao instantly produced an extremely terrifying energy shock wave. The destructive power even surpasses the eruption of a tailed beast bomb. Quick, run away! Many people in Cloud Shinobi who were closer were killed by the shock on the spot, and the rest were also injured to varying degrees. The island of the country of the vortex. Suddenly, a cyan and blue alternate energy Uzumaki rose, and even the sky could not avoid being pulled by chakra, and the clear sky was full of strange phenomena of lightning and thunder. Orochimaru! Did you do all this? At this time, Tsunade and his party, who had already escaped from the coast and boarded the ship, were staring dumbfounded at the distant battlefield where thunder was constantly ringing. From far away, one could feel the terrifying aura coming from the battlefield. It's hard to imagine what kind of hellish scene Orochimaru's location will be. Chapter 46. Rumble Rumble. The energy Uzumaki gradually dissipated, and the lightning and thunder in the sky continued. A huge deep pit with a diameter of several kilometers was blasted out on the ground. At this time, Reikage was lying quietly in the pit. The proud strongest shield, the lightning-style armor was broken, and the skin was covered with dense lightning-like wounds, showing that he had suffered serious trauma. Pata! On the other side of the pit, Orochimaru stood up slowly, dropping the dead body of Katsuyu. Hehe! It seems that I won this battle. Sage Mode's body protection, coupled with Katsuyu's healing, made Orochimaru greatly reduce the damage he suffered in the ninjutsu blow just now. Orochimaru stared at Reikage, who was dying and looked extremely weak, and decided to make up the knife without saying a word. Sage Art Sulker Snake Hand. Infused with the power of the celestial chakra, each snake has super attack power. Puff 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 puff. The fangs of the fairy snake bit Reikage's body fiercely, tearing the latter's body bloody. Cough. I didn't expect the old man to be so embarrassed. With blood in his mouth, Reikage tried to struggle, but he couldn't stand up. Third Reikage, I respect you very much. So, please go die. With a wave of his hand, Orochimaru took back the Kusanagi sword that was stuck on the ground not far away, and rushed towards Reikage. Master Reikage! At this moment, the surrounding Cloud Shinobi ninjas rushed over desperately. Water-style water barrier. Earth-style earth flow wall. 2 Cloud Shinobi Janin's water-style and earth-style defenses. Crack! Crack! Orochimaru held the Kusanagi sword with the power of Sage, and cut through the opponent's double defense with one blow. Don't underestimate Cloud Shinobi ninjas. Seeing that the ninjutsu defense didn't work, the Cloud Shinobi ninja used his body as a human shield, forming a human wall to protect Reikage. Puff 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 puff. Orochimaru pierced Cloud Shinobi with his sword. But I have to say that the Cloud Shinobi ninjas are still very bloody. Even though they knew they could not resist Orochimaru, they rushed up without hesitation, and were killed by Orochimaru one by one. Don't come here. Stop it. Reikage wailed in pain, watching his subordinates being beheaded. It was more painful than being cut on him. Puff 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 puff. Orochimaru crazily beheaded hundreds of Cloud Shinobi ninjas. The celestial chakra in his body began to weaken, and the little blue snakes around his body became faintly visible. Sage Mode, have you reached the limit? Forget it, anyway, my purpose has been accomplished. Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't come to the land of Vortex to fight Cloud Shinobi or Mist Shinobi to the death. His only purpose is to reclaim the blood of the Uzumaki clan. Orochimaru. You killed so many of our companions, do you want to escape now? Everyone in Cloud Shinobi is gnashing their teeth with hatred for Orochimaru. Escape? Hehe. You seem to have misunderstood something. I'm just rushing back to Konoha to ask for a marriage. Orochimaru made a playful joke and rubbed a big DK on his hand. He threw the remaining celestial chakra into the sky, echoed the thunder and lightning in the sky, and finally turned into a blue thunderbolt, which fell from the sky and hit Cloud Shinobi and everyone. Sage Art Inajima. Boom! Deafening thunder exploded. In order to protect Raikage, everyone in Cloud Shinobi was bombed and killed hundreds of people on the spot. Looking at the Cloud Shinobi ninjas who were killed and injured everywhere in front of him, Raikage's eyes were about to burst, and he left tears of blood full of hatred. Orochimaru. I, Cloud Shinobi Village, will never die with you from now on. Hearing the roar full of resentment behind him, Orochimaru couldn't help showing a happy smile on his face. What he likes most in his life is the impotent rage of others. Obviously wishing to tear him into pieces, but there was nothing he could do about it. This feeling is really memorable. The strong can dominate everything. Not enough. I want more. One day, I will stand on the sky. Orochimaru raised his head suddenly, his eyes full of ambition, staring at the moon high in the night sky. There, is where the Sage of Six Paths sealed Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. At this time, he suddenly had a super bold idea. If he were to combine with Ōtsutsuki, what kind of bloodline would he breed? I'm curious. The silvery white moonlight, like a huge white eye, was staring at him quietly. In a trance, Orochimaru seemed to hear something vaguely, and it seemed to be just a hallucination. Arrogant inferior creature. Chapter 47. Leave the Country of Waves. The three of Orochimaru overfulfilled the S-level mission and successfully brought 36 Uzumaki clansmen back to Konoha. The high-level Konoha was also very surprised by this. Because according to their original idea, in the face of Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi's war against the Uzumaki kingdom, as long as the three of Orochimaru can bring back an orphan of the Uzumaki clan, it will be considered a tiger's mouth. It never occurred to them that they brought back 36 people at one time, and they simply ignored Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi. Welcome back, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, you did a great job this time. But I have a question, how on earth did you manage to save so many Uzumaki from the army of Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi? Third Hokage was puzzled. According to the information he has learned, Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi each sent 5,000 ninjas, led by Raikage and Mizukage himself. With such a luxurious battle lineup, even Third Hokage himself dare not say that he can complete the task. The situation is like this. The ninjas of Uzumaki country resisted bravely and attracted the attention of most of the enemies. The three of us took the opportunity to rescue the women and children of the Uzumaki clan. Also, Daisuke Uzumaki appears to have performed some powerful sealing technique that severely wounded Mizukage, forcing the entire Mist Shinobi army to retreat. There were only Cloud Shinobi ninjas left on the battlefield. I fought Raikage briefly, then passed out. Jiraiya truthfully reported the situation. In the end, he looked a little embarrassed. To put it mildly, it was a fight, but in fact he was unilaterally beaten by Raikage. All of Jiraiya's ninjutsu attacks were unable to break through Raikage's strongest shield. Finally, Raikage was stunned by a ninjutsu move and lost consciousness on the spot. Then what? Third Hokage saw Jiraiya's urine at a glance, and looked at Tsunade aside. My duty is to treat the wounded with medical ninjutsu. Orochimaru asked us to leave with the Uzumaki clan, and he left alone. Tsunade looked at Orochimaru with admiration. I have to say that the scene where Orochimaru blocked Cloud Shinobi's army alone with his back to them, holding a long sword, was really cool. As expected of my proud disciple, Orochimaru. To be able to stand up to Raikage head-on is pretty amazing. Third Hokage is outwardly full of praise for Orochimaru. In fact, those squinted eyes showed a hint of fear. Third Raikage, that is a superb ninja with both the strongest spear and the strongest shield. Orochimaru can face up to Raikage, so can it be considered that his combat effectiveness has reached the same level as Hokage? This is incredible. The young generation, who is only 21 years old, has such a strong strength, and the speed of growth can be called a monster. So if Orochimaru rebelled one day in the future, how would third Hokage suppress it? This is a potential threat. Orochimaru's eyes flickered slightly, and he keenly understood how much suspicion was hidden in the kind eyes of Mr. Sarutobi in front of him. The brain was running fast, and Orochimaru quickly thought up the rhetoric of fooling around. Fighting Raikage head-on. It's an absurd compliment from Mr. Sarutobi. In fact, my strength is not Raikage's opponent at all. As soon as these words came out, both Tsunade and Jiraiya on the side cast curious eyes. Because they were not there at the time and did not understand the specific details of the battle. Oh! And how did you escape from Raikage? Tell me in detail. Third Hokage immediately raised his eyebrows. He was not so easy to fool. Here, I have to say that the sealing technique of the Uzumaki family is very powerful. Daisuke Uzumaki used some kind of forbidden technique at the cost of his life, which severely damaged Mizukage and also consumed a lot of Raikage's chakra. This has led to Raikage already being strong on the outside and capable on the outside when he played against me. I regret. Even against a weak Raikage, I could barely draw with him with all my might. Orochimaru put on a look of shame, perfect acting. He deliberately exaggerated Raikage's strength, while hiding the secret of his mastery of Sage Mode. Of course, he doesn't have to worry that Cloud Shinobi will publicize the details of the battlefield. After all, his own Raikage was defeated, and Cloud Shinobi Village tried its best to conceal information before it was too late. How could he publicize the enemy's ninjas? Forbidden technique at the cost of life. Could it be that the ghouls in Legendary are sealed off? Third Hokage nodded thoughtfully. He is knowledgeable and has heard of this forbidden technique. It is said that it is a terrible sealing technique that can summon Shinigami and take the target's soul to die together. I see. Hehe Orochimaru, don't blame yourself too much. Even the weak Raikage has strength beyond the reach of ordinary Jonin. Young people, don't aim too high, and accumulate strength down to earth. I believe that one day, you, Orochimaru, will also be able to reach the realm of shadow. The fear hidden in Third Hokage's eyes gradually decreased, and he skillfully instilled the truth in Orochimaru. In his opinion, as long as Orochimaru's power hasn't reached cage level, he can't threaten him as Hokage. Everything is under control. Yes, I will remember teacher Sarutobi's teachings. Orochimaru accepted with a humble face. Oh. It's like this. Jiraiya scratched her head and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At that time, he passed out and had no idea what happened. Hearing that Orochimaru failed to defeat Raikage, the original awkward state of mind was suddenly balanced. Looking at it this way, although Orochimaru is a genius, he is not so far away. If you work hard, you might be able to catch up. At this moment, a hint of confusion flashed in Tsunade's eyes. At that time, she had already withdrawn from the battlefield, but she witnessed the terrifying energy Uzumaki from a distance. Raikage couldn't have made this big noise alone, could he? Not long after, Orochimaru retreated from the battle, not looking at all defeated. So, is there a possibility that Orochimaru defeated Raikage? But why is this? Orochimaru didn't tell the truth to Sarutobi teacher. Tsunade was lost in thought. I don't know if it's an illusion, but looking at the harmonious master and apprentice in front of me, there is always a false feeling. Chapter 48. The S-class task of rescuing the Uzumaki clan was overfulfilled. Orochimaru, as the hero who contributed the most, received a bounty of 15 million taels. Tsunade and Jiraiya each received a bounty of 8 million taels. Regarding the resettlement of 36 Uzumaki clan members, the Konoha executives originally planned to centralize management, especially Shimura-dan's proposed to go halfway to join the route. But this matter was strongly opposed by the Senju clan. Even Uzumaki Mito, who has retired for many years and has not asked about political affairs for a long time, has personally spoken out to important people. Konoha's high-level officials knew that they were ashamed and sorry for their allies in the matter of sitting on the sidelines of the country's demise. But the most important thing is that they are very afraid of Uzumaki Mito, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If they completely offend this ant, it may not end so well. In the end, Konoha's high-level officials made a compromise, allowing the Senju family to take over all the members of the Uzumaki family. It is worth mentioning that among the Uzumaki clan, there were 3 women of suitable age who voluntarily participated in Orochimaru's marriage. Having experienced the destruction of their country and family, they felt extremely insecure in their hearts. As a savior, Orochimaru erected a glorious and majestic image in the hearts of the Uzumaki clan. Handsome, wealthy, and powerful, which girl doesn't like it? Uzumaki Mito doesn't have much opinion on this either. After all, the reason why her people can come to Konoha is largely due to Orochimaru's credit. People desperately rescued your clansmen, so it is reasonable to promise them with your body, right? In this way, Konoha ushered in a joyful wedding again. Amidst the envy of others, Orochimaru was pleased with 3 beautiful wives. "Husband, I have an unfeeling request. Let's talk, here are all our own people. My concubine has a cousin who is 6 years old this year. Her parents died in the war and she has no other relatives. I hope to bring her to live with me." "Yes. Thank you, husband. Sister Kushina, come and thank my cousin-in-law." "Thank you, Orochimaru-sama. Really, you should be called cousin-in-law." The girl named Kushina raised her head with big bright eyes, staring at Orochimaru intently. "Oh? Your name is Uzumaki Kushina, isn't it?" Orochimaru's mouth twitched, a kind smile appeared on his face. "Yes. Lord Orochimaru." Kushina nodded vigorously, with fanatical admiration on his face. "Hee funny kid." 1 year later, 3 wives of the Uzumaki clan gave birth to children successively. Uzumaki Bloodline +1, Offspring rating, B+, Reward, Chakra +1.5, Perception +1. Uzumaki Bloodline +1, Offspring rating, B+, Reward, Chakra +1.5, Sealing Technique +1. Uzumaki Bloodline +1, Air rating, A, Reward, Chakra +2, Physical Healing +1. As expected of the Uzumaki clan, Chakra is indeed naturally powerful. Orochimaru felt the 4-fold increase of Chakra in his body, with a satisfied smile on his face. Unless they have a special bloodline, normal ninjas need to practice for many years if they want to improve Chakra. Orochimaru can now be easily obtained just by giving birth to a baby. Isn't this the right way to fiddle with forbidden technique and do all kinds of weird human experiments on yourself? Perception and sealing are skills that the Uzumaki family is good at, so there is no need to explain this. Physical healing, this is a powerful ability that only a very small number of people in the Uzumaki family can obtain. When the body is injured, the wound will automatically heal in a short time, which can be called the xiaoqiang of immune to death. I haven't been able to reproduce an offspring with a rating above A. It seems that the bloodline is still not pure enough. Orochimaru was thoughtful. The bloodline of the Uzumaki family is definitely more advanced than the Kusanagi family, but the children they give birth to are not as good as the latter. Then the problem can only come from the mother's body. It is understood that his 3 wives are not from the direct line of the Uzumaki family. In terms of blood relationship, it is probably the descendant of Uzumaki Mito's cousin, which is beyond the 3rd generation. Among the surviving Uzumaki clan, there are only 2 who truly belong to the direct lineage, Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina. Uzumaki Mito, as first Hokage's wife, is now a grandmother in her 70s, so don't have any crazy ideas. It seems that Kushina is the only one who wants to breed S-ranked bloodlines. Orochimaru set a goal. But the other party is only 7 years old now, let's raise him for 10 years first. As for Uzumaki Naruto, the protagonist of the original novel, Orochimaru expressed no interest. If he is afraid of destroying the plot of the original work, then what is he called a time traveler? Chapter 49. The unbalanced economic development of various countries makes the ninja world continue to be turbulent. The demise of Uzumaki has intensified the tension in the Quanon world. Finally, the pressure broke through the critical point. Rain Shinobi Village, led by Hands of the Salamander, is the first to invade the country of Kawa. The Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Wind strongly oppose it. Expressing that Rain Shinobi is absolutely not allowed to unilaterally change the peace of the region, Konoha and Sand Shinobi declared war on Rain Shinobi successively. Add some political background here. The country of Rain and the country of Kawa were originally the same country, and they both accepted the asylum of Rain Shinobi Village. The first ninja war in the past. For its own benefit, the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Heaven forcibly delineated a large area of territory in the southern part of the Kingdom of Rain, and established the Kingdom of Rivers to act as a buffer zone for the great powers. P.S. As shown in the picture. That is to say, Hanzo led Rain Shinobi to attack the country of Sichuan under the banner of unifying the country. However, it is clear that the ninja world is not a reasonable world. Saying the truth 1,000 times 10,000 times is not as useful as fists. Now, both Konoha and Sand Shinobi raised their fists at the same time, dispatching ninja troops to intervene in the country of Chuan, and they even held high the banner of maintaining regional peace. Even Rock Shinobi in the north has begun to gather troops and arrange them on the border of Rain Shinobi village, ready to intervene by force at any time. At this point, the second ninja war kicked off. Third Hokage assembled the first batch of Konoha advance troops, a total of 3,000 people, and entered the Kawano-kuni area. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were among the first advance troops. The name of the commander-in-chief of the advance force is Shimura Enzo. It is said that this person worked for Konoha before. He kept a low profile and never dealt with outsiders, so that most people in Konoha did not know his existence. Who is this gloomy old man? Why haven't I heard of it before? Jiraiya asked curiously. Idiot! From the name, he is from the Konoha Shimura clan. That is, the same family of Danzo at the top. Tsunade frowned, she didn't like Danzo and the whole Shimura clan. Since he is a person at the root, his behavior will probably be quite tough and extreme. Orochimaru made a prediction. The result was not what he expected. This is the first military order issued by Shimura Enzo commanding Konoha's advance troops, which is to actively attack the stronghold of Rain Shinobi. Captain Enzo, we are new to the country of Sichuan, and we are not yet familiar with the situation here. Why don't you send a few scouting teams first to gather information before making a decision? An older Konoha, Jainin, made a pertinent suggestion. When everyone heard it, there was nothing wrong with it, and they felt that what the other party said made sense. After all, if you are unfamiliar with the place, rashly attacking will definitely bring huge risks. Soldiers are expensive and fast. We must seize the dangerous strongholds in the Kawa-no country before Rain Shinobi. Also, from today on, the old man's orders are military orders. Do not accept any doubts. Shimura Enzo's tone was cold and tough, and he suppressed all dissatisfied voices. A week later, Shimura Enzo's preemptive tactics paid off, and Konoha successfully captured 6 military strongholds in the Kawa-no-kuni. However, the price paid was the death of more than 1,000 Konoha shinobi fighters. Captain Enzo. 7 days of uninterrupted high-intensity fighting, the casualties of my companions are too great. If this continues, I'm afraid that within a month, our advance force will be completely finished. Tsunade, as the sub-leader of the medical unit, needs to treat a large number of wounded every day, and expressed strong dissatisfaction with this. Snort. Innocent woman, how can anyone not die in war? As long as the strategic goal can be achieved, even if all the 3,000 Konoha shinobi in the advance force are exhausted, it will be worth it. Shimura Enzo replied blankly. Hello. You careless old man, do you know that I have endured you for a long time? What do you think of the lives of fellow Konohas? Jiraiya slapped the table hard, shouting indignantly. Consumables of course. Shimura hides the slander in his heart, but puts all the responsibility on third Hokage in his mouth. At all costs, seize a favorable stronghold. This is the task that third Hokage told me to do. If you have an opinion, go and raise it with Hokage. The other party moved out of Hokage directly, and Jiraiya and Tsunade were speechless in a few words. Jiraiya, Tsunade, stop talking. As a Konoha shinobi, it is natural to fight for the village and die for the village. Orochimaru's declaration of righteous words attracted the attention of everyone in Konoha. Master Orochimaru spoke well. As expected of third Hokage's proudest disciple. The future must be the best candidate for the fourth generation project. Everyone in Konoha cast admiring gazes at Orochimaru. Shimura Enzo, who felt that he had been robbed of the captain's limelight, had a displeased expression on his face. He roared wildly in his heart, Konoha's fourth Hokage must belong to his big brother Shimura Dans. Chapter 50. Under the command of Shimura Enzo, Konoha expanded his stronghold in the country of Kawa no matter the cost. For some reason, Rain Shinobi chose to back down. At this time, Sand Shinobi, who intervened as a third-party force, began to compete with Konoha for the stronghold. The leader of the Sand Shinobi unit is Cho, who is known as the #1 puppet master in the ninja world. Within 3 days, they defeated 3 strongholds in Wei and wiped out 1,000 people. Konoha's advance troops were immediately depleted. One night off. Tomorrow a total attack on Sand Shinobi. Shimura Enzo stubbornly insisted on attacking tactics. Captain Enzo, are you crazy? Now there are many companions in the army, all of whom have been poisoned by Cho. What is the difference between attacking at this time and sending them to death? Jiraiya yelled indignantly. Detoxification is the responsibility of the medical ninja. The old man is the captain of the advance force, he only considers how many strongholds he has captured. Shimura Madoso answered coldly. It will take some time to analyze the composition of the toxin. Tsunade gritted his teeth, with a tired look on his brows. Since fighting with Cho, a large number of Konoha shinobi sufferers have symptoms of poisoning, and she has been researching detoxification methods day and night. Snort. If you can't even cure a small poison, you will really lose the prestige of the Senju clan. Shimura Enzo sneered mockingly. Tsunade clenched his fist, but he couldn't refute him. You. Jiraiya glared at Shimura Enzo. Okay, Jiraiya. Inferiors should not be rude to superiors. Since the captain ordered us to attack, we must obey the order. Orochimaru held Jiraiya down with one hand, and said with a serious face. Orochimaru. When did you become a yes man? Jiraiya looked at him incredulously. Shut up. Jiraiya, according to the Konoha Shinobi Code, tasks are absolute for ninjas and must be completed no matter what. Orochimaru reprimanded the opponent with righteous words. Hateful. I misjudged you, Orochimaru. Jiraiya threw him away with one hand, turned and left angrily. Orochimaru. Tsunade gave him a puzzled look, but didn't say much. You are doing well, Orochimaru. Among the 3 of you, only you are the most loyal Konoha shinobi. Shimura Enzo gave a satisfied smile. Mr. Enzo is absurd. It's just the responsibility. Orochimaru smiled kindly. The old man will report the truth. Orochimaru, you go down first. Shimura Enzo waved his hand, after sending everyone away. He took out a scroll from his pocket and wrote a report on it. Jiraiya, a reckless man who can only act recklessly, and his brain is not flexible enough. Tsunade has complaints about the Konoha executives, but for the sake of the Senju clan, he chose to endure for the time being. Orochimaru, no matter what kind of order, will stick to it and be 100% loyal to Konoha's high level. The detailed scroll of information was sent back to Konoha Shinobi Village, strapped to the claw of a hawk. In the dead of night, the moon is dark and the wind is high. The Konoha camp was silent. Outside Shimura Enzo's camp, there were several Konoha Anbu standing. Hiss! A lion majesty appeared at the foot of one of Anbu silently. The nerve-paralyzing toxin quickly made that Anbu unconscious and fell to the ground. I seem to have heard something just now. Call out! A misery came from the darkness. Anbu avoided sideways reflexively, just about to open his mouth to shout, but saw a flash of cold light. Sword of Kusanagi, sword of the sky. A sharp blade extending tens of meters from the darkness cut off his neck. The second Anbu fell. Earth-style Huangchuan swamp. The third Anbu sank into the swamp. Hey, what's going on? Alert! Enemy attack, ah! The fourth Anbu finally sounded the alarm, at the cost of being pierced through the heart by a lightning-style shot. Lightning-style razor. Who? Shimura Enzo woke up from his sleep at this moment, and rushed out of the tent immediately. Seeing the four Anbu subordinates lying on the ground in a pool of blood, his pupils constricted. Shimura Enzo stared intently at the familiar figure holding a long sword from his back. Who are you? I saw the other party turned around slowly, showing the same kind smile as always. Good evening, Enzo-sama. Orochimaru, you. Shimura Enzo's expression changed drastically, and he took a few steps back involuntarily. Do you know what you're doing? Anbu's identity represents the high-level Konoha. Openly killing Anbu is almost equivalent to rebellion. I know. Isn't it just killing a few Anbu? Is there any need to make such a fuss? Orochimaru smiled. Orochimaru, are you planning to betray Konoha? Shimura Madoka had a gloomy face. Master Enzo, what are you talking about? My wife and children are all in Konoha. No one loves Konoha more than me. Orochimaru made a peculiar gesture with both hands, and then his tone changed to be extremely cold. Stupid you, incompetent commander, ruined 2,000 Konoha shinobi for nothing. How many people here have good ninja blood? It's a waste. Looking at the 5 major ninja countries, Konoha Shinobi Village has the most pedigree and the best quality. Therefore, Orochimaru will not take the route of betraying the village anyway. If anyone in Konoha hinders him, then he will give priority to getting rid of him. Sacrificing for Konoha, that's what they deserve. Orochimaru, I advise you not to act impulsively and do things that you will regret for the rest of your life. My brother is Danzo, one of the higher-ups who controls Konoha route. If you dare to touch me, your family and children will. Shimura Enzo yelled sternly, still trying to threaten Orochimaru's family. Before he finished speaking, a terrifying murderous aura instantly blocked his voice. What will happen? Go on. I'm listening. A mysterious Saiyan chakra lingers around Orochimaru. Sage Mode. Chapter 51. In the early morning of the next day, there was a sound of exclamation from the Konoha camp. Come on, come on. The big thing is bad. Team, the captain was assassinated. Shimura Enzo, captain of Konoha's advance force, fell in a pool of blood. The blood is highly poisonous. It is estimated that Cho from Sand Shinobi shot it. Tsunade examined Shimura Enzo's corpse with medical ninjutsu, frowning. Because on this corpse, in addition to the deadly toxin, some kind of damage from a powerful lightning-style ninjutsu was detected. Based on their previous fights with Cho, the latter has never been seen using lightning-style ninjutsu. Unless Cho hid his abilities, or someone else assassinated Shimura Enzo. But anyway, Konoha and Sand Shinobi belong to the two warring parties on the battlefield. Assassinating the command of the captain of the enemy army is a very common beheading tactic. You can't say that Konoha's own people killed it, right? Tsunade shook his head, getting rid of distracting thoughts in his mind. The murderer can only be a sand shinobi ninja. There are traces of enchantment nearby. No wonder there was no sound coming out last night. Oh! Jiraiya couldn't help smiling gloatingly. The other Konoha shinobi participants at the scene also knew it. This Shimura Enzo, relying on his background as Konoha Genbu, has issued various outrageous offensive orders since the beginning of the war. 2,000 of the 3,000 Konoha advance troops died. Because of each other's background, Konoha's people dared not speak out. This is just great. Since the captain's order cannot be disobeyed, now that the captain is dead, the order to attack Sand Shinobi will be invalid. It has happened and we don't have time to mourn for the captain. Orochimaru said with a calm face. Who will mourn for Shimura Enzo? Everyone slandered in their hearts. The top priority now is that we should elect someone to serve as the temporary captain to command the battle. If you have any candidates in your mind, you can propose them. I recommend Master Orochimaru. I recommend Master Tsunade. I recommend Master Jiraiya. Everyone in Konoha was talking about it. As the outstanding members of Konoha's younger generation, all three of them are very popular. Jiraiya was slightly worse and went out first. The remaining two options fell to Orochimaru and Tsunade. Orochimaru is the strongest one, so naturally it cannot be said. Tsunade has the aura of the famous Senju family on his head, and as a first-class medical ninja, he has accumulated a lot of contacts in saving lives and healing the wounded, which makes the popularity of the two comparable. Let's leave the captaincy to Orochimaru. I believe in him, he will definitely lead us out of the predicament. Tsunade voluntarily withdrew from the captain's nomination, expressing his full support for Orochimaru. Jiraiya's eyes darkened, thinking that Tsunade really treats Orochimaru differently. I see. Orochimaru nodded and readily accepted the captain's appointment. This is what he wants to assassinate Shimura Enzo and take command of Konoha's advance force. Konoha High Rise. My little brother. Shimura Denzo almost fainted after receiving the bad news from the front. Ah Denzo, please give me condolences. Third Hokage sighed. Although Denzo is insidious and cunning, his family can also be called full of loyalty. He used to have 4 brothers named Daizang, Fangzang, Santang, and Yuanzang. The first 3 brothers all died in the past wars. Now even the only younger brother died on the battlefield. Denzo, who has become a lonely family, is more sad than dying. Damn! Who killed my brother? According to reports, it was Cho from Sand Shinobi who attacked our camp at night and assassinated Enzo. Impossible! There are so many people in the camp, what do the perception troops do? I seriously suspect that there are ghosts in the troops. Or, the assassination is very likely to be done by the Konoha traitors. But the autopsy report has already stated that the poison on Enzo's body is exactly the same as that of Sand Shinobi Cho. Humph! The troops on the front line have been fighting Sand Shinobi for so long, why is it so strange that the murderer managed to get Chiyo's poison? Shimura Denzo was full of anger at this time, but he did not completely lose his mind, and calmly analyzed the problem. Not to mention, his analysis is well-founded and surprisingly close to the truth. In fact, Orochimaru managed to extract Chiyo's poison from the wounded Konoha's body using the sensitive extraction technique. After the assassination of Shimura Denzo, the poison was injected into the latter's body, perfectly forging the fact that the murderer was Cho. Denzo, are you thinking too much? How could there be a traitor in Konoha? Besides, to be able to assassinate Enzo without anyone noticing, the strength should at least be elite Genin. Third Hokage shook his head, saying it was absolutely impossible. Who said there is no such thing? Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, isn't it elite Genin? If they team up to assassinate, it is still possible. Shimura Denzo said viciously. Denzo, you're getting more and more over the top. I can't vouch for the others, but Orochimaru is absolutely impossible to betray. Third Hokage said solemnly. First ruled out a correct answer. Hiruzen, why do you make such a judgment? Do you think you really know Orochimaru well? Shimura Dans is deeply suspicious, he always feels that Orochimaru has been hiding something. Then you should believe the report sent back by your brother himself. Third Hokage took out the message scroll that Enzo sent back the day before. The performance of Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya on the battlefield is recorded in detail above. Among them, Orochimaru has the highest rating. On the battlefield, no matter what the order is, he will stick to it and be 100% loyal to Konoha's senior management. Comprehensive judgment, Orochimaru has absolutely no possibility of rebellion. But Shimura Dans opened his mouth, and now he was completely speechless. The younger brother was assassinated in the middle of the night as soon as the report was sent back. Is this really just a coincidence? Chapter 52. Orochimaru won the command of Konoha's advance force, and the first order he gave was to abandon the 3 strongholds of the Kawa no Kuni and retreat to the last stronghold. Concentrating 1,000 people to guard a stronghold, successfully repelling the attack of Sand Shinobi troops. At present, the 3 parties control the territory in the country of Chuan as follows. 4 strongholds in Rain Shinobi, 5 strongholds in Sand Shinobi, and 1 stronghold in Konoha. Rain Shinobi and Sand Shinobi are evenly matched, and their territories are highly overlapping. It's like one mountain cannot hide 2 tigers. Neither side will accept the other, and finally a big battle broke out. Both Hanzo and Cho are masters of using poison, and they put poison on each other's troops, which caused great casualties to Rain Shinobi and Sand Shinobi's troops. However, after Rain Shinobi and Sand Shinobi lost both sides in the battle, Konoha decisively sent the main force into the arena. The famous Muyabuya Hotaki Sakumo led an army of 10,000 ninjas to enter the country of Kawa. You are the commander of the advance force, Orochimaru. Yes, Senior Shuo Mao. I was ordered in danger, and with a limited number of advance troops, I firmly defended the last stronghold, providing a base for the main force to enter the field. It is indeed the leader of Konoha's younger generation, Orochimaru. And Tsunade, Jiraiya, you all did a great job. Hotaki Sakumo had a kind smile on his face. He is highly respected, but he has no heirs, giving people an approachable demeanor of an elder. Thank you, Senior Shuo Mao, for your compliment. Although the name was put behind Orochimaru, both Tsunade and Jiraiya felt flattered. After all, the man in front of him is a super ninja who has been famous for a long time. It is rumored that Hotaki Sakumo's strength is not inferior to Hokage. Whoosh! Agility and covered instant technique. Who? Orochimaru had a keen sense and immediately noticed someone outside the tent. Ah! Neither Tsunade nor Jiraiya noticed. This chakra. Well. Hotaki Sakumo raised his eyebrows first, and then showed a helpless wry smile. Call out! A silver-white cold light suddenly burst in from outside the tent, piercing Orochimaru's back with lightning speed. Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged, but his fingers moved a little. Certainly. I saw a handful of silver and white short swords being placed around Orochimaru's neck from behind. Okay, so fast blinking technique. Tsunade's pupils constrict. Hey! You guys use the knife as soon as you come up, what do you want? Wow! What a cute girl! Jiraiya just wanted to scold the other party, but at a glance, she saw a girl with silver hair and delicate facial features. His face immediately turned into a silly smile like Brother Pig. Are you the rumored Orochimaru who claimed the head of Konoha Jainin? It looks like it's not that powerful. The silver-haired girl said with a cold and arrogant expression. Hee. That's just a false name. Orochimaru smiled and said nothing. Oh, what a worrying little sister. How many times have I told you, as a ninja, don't show your back to others easily. Hotaki Sakumo sighed, and then educated him earnestly. Brother, I'm already Konoha Jainin, please don't treat me like a child. Also, are you sure you didn't mention the wrong person in your preaching? Hotake Origami looked puzzled. She put the knife rest behind Orochimaru's back. Why did the elder brother teach her? Girl, why don't you turn your head and take a look? Tsunade pointed behind the opponent. What, when? After Hotake Origami turned his head, the originally cold face instantly became wonderful. I saw a sharp long sword hovering on the back of her neck, the deadly threat made my scalp tingle involuntarily. Kusanagi sword, empty sword. Through chakra, Orochimaru manipulated the Kusanagi sword from the air and quietly walked around behind the opponent. Looking at the shining sword blade that is close at hand. Hoo. A suspicious blush appeared on Hotake Origami's fair face, and her breathing became rapid. She stretched out a hand to feel the sound of her heartbeat accelerating, and whispered with a trembling voice. My heart is like a deer, completely out of control. Am I in love? She was a cold girl 1 second, and a shy girl the next. This 180-degree change is really confusing. Orochimaru was stunned. What's going on? When the two met for the first time, they pointed their knives at each other. You tell me that they are in love. In the end is your problem, or I have a problem. Clam. Jiraiya opened her mouth wide in astonishment, as if hearing the sound of her heart breaking. The cute silver-haired girl threw herself into Orochimaru's arms as soon as she came up. Is there any reason for this? The corners of Tsunade's mouth twitched, muttering with a strange expression. Is there a possibility that your heartbeat speeded up because someone pointed a knife at it? As we all know, when the human body is threatened with life, the beating frequency of the heart will increase uncontrollably. This is a normal physiological phenomenon. Hey! Chapter 53. Orochimaru, hello, get married. Hotake Origami spoke amazingly, staring at the man in front of her with piercing eyes that made her heart beat faster. Can please go to the Konoha marriage office to sign up? Orochimaru nodded without thinking, but offered to follow the procedure. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. Only one dares to mention it, and the other dares to promise it. Etc., etc. I object to this marriage. I said, cute sister Hotake, you and Orochimaru are meeting for the first time today, right? Talk about marriage right from the start, isn't it a bit too hasty? Jiraiya hastily persuaded. What does it matter? I fell in love with Orochimaru, we are a match made in heaven, which round will get your muffled talk? Hotake Origami was justified, and by the way, he hurt Jiraiya severely with his poisonous tongue. One sword love? There is such an operation. Am I a muffled color batch? Jiraiya's spirit was critically struck and petrified on the spot. I said, Miss Origami, if I'm not wrong, you should be on a mission for a long time, right? Tsunade thought about it carefully. As Muyabaiya's younger sister, she is cute but not well known in Konoha, so there is only one possibility. Yes. In order to train me, brother, let me take over the long-term task of guarding the daimyo. I came back to Konoha not long ago to take the Jainin exam. Hotake Origami answered truthfully. Well. I saw Hotake Sakumo covered his face and gasped in pain, his brows were full of remorse. It's all his fault that he didn't think carefully and let his young sister live independently for a long time, which caused the latter to have problems in ideological education. Not only has he developed a weird personality, but his behavior is also very out of the ordinary. I see. Orochimaru also showed a thoughtful expression. Hotake Sakumo is powerful and highly respected, and has seriously threatened the dominance of Konoha's senior management. He himself seems to be aware of this. In order to prevent his sister from being involved in the dark political struggle, Hotake Sakumo will send the latter out of Konoha. Then do you know that Orochimaru has already married a wife and had children? Tsunade puts the facts and reason, trying to make Hotake Origami quit. Really, Orochimaru? Yes. Then you divorce your wife and marry me again. Orochimaru froze with a "you're kidding me" look. However, Hotake Origami's expression is very serious, she seems to really think so. Hey! Don't be silly, Sister Hotake, the total number of wives and concubines in Orochimaru is 40. Are you telling him to divorce 40 wives and concubines and marry you again? Jiraiya complained strongly. Ah! Hotake Origami's eyes widened suddenly, and he looked at Orochimaru in disbelief. This amount of information is a bit large, and it is difficult for a small brain to accept it for a while. By the way, the children I delivered for him with my own hands, and your fingers and toes are not enough to count. Tsunade made the strongest complaint. She's become Orochimaru's exclusive midwife. Hotake Origami was greatly shocked, lowering his head and frowning as if thinking about something. Seeing that the other party was thinking seriously, Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief, and continued to persuade him earnestly. So, getting married is a major event in life, you have to think carefully. No, I'm thinking about how many children I have to have after I get married to surpass these women. Hotake Origami wrenched his fingers with a serious face, and bit his lip tightly with his white teeth, as if he was very embarrassed. More than 40 children. She has to live forever. Clam! Clam! Tsunade and Jiraiya looked dumbfounded, and now they can't be dealt with. You little girl's brain circuit is completely unreasonable. It doesn't matter, the blood of excellent flows through your body, and the children you give birth to can be worth many. Orochimaru spoke the truth with a serious face. According to the system's estimation, the bloodline rating guarantee is also a big A grade. Thank you for the compliment. This made Hotake Origami's original frown loosen, revealing a childlike innocent smile. It's enough. Hotake slapped his silly sister on the head, staring at Orochimaru with a gloomy face. Orochimaru! Don't think of my sister. Chapter 54. Orochimaru! Don't think of my sister. Hotake Sakumo issued a stern warning. Hiss! Feeling the invisible coercion from Hotake Sakumo at close range, Tsunade and Jiraiya couldn't help but gasp. He immediately understood that this seemingly approachable senior in front of him would face Mu Yabiya's wrath once he touched his reverse scale. What if I say no? This matter depends on my personal freedom. Orochimaru had no expression on his face, and faced Hotake's coercion without hesitation. Snort! Hotake Sakumo stared, and the murderous aura on his body instantly turned into a big sword. No one can stop me from pursuing the blood of excellent. Even if it's wooden yabai teeth, it won't work. Orochimaru released a killing intent with all his strength, and also transformed into a big sword. Hey, hello. Real or fake? Start a fight if there is a disagreement. Jiraiya sweated coldly on his brow. Chakra flows abnormally, this feeling. Tsunade frowned, and patted his cheeks with both hands to concentrate. How handsome! Hotake's Origami's eyes sparkled brightly. It was the first time she had seen someone who could face her brother's murderous intent without changing his face. Crack! When the swords collided, there was a sharp and ear-piercing clang, and the terrifying murderous aura forced everyone to retreat subconsciously. But in the blink of an eye, nothing happened. The two just stood there quietly, the swords collided and the phantom disappeared. Hey? What happened just now? Jiraiya blinked her eyes in bewilderment. Illusion. The two had a brief illusion confrontation just now. Tsunade saw some clues, the flow of chakra in his body was abnormal. Hey! Orochimaru's face paled slightly, and he let out a breath. Fortunately, he obtained the skill bonus of illusion from the bloodline born by Ui Yango. Otherwise, it might not be able to withstand the coercion of Hotake Sakumo's illusion. Hotake was silent for a while, as if he didn't expect that Orochimaru even had such a high level of illusion. It can be called an all-round genius ninja. In terms of talent and appearance, Orochimaru is undoubtedly an excellent husband for the Hotake family. But there is one thing that Hotake Sakumo cannot accept. That's the women around Orochimaru, there are just too many. Hotake Sakumo didn't want his sister to be wronged in the slightest. Brother, let's stop here for the boring temptation. Please don't embarrass my Orochimaru. Hotake Origami took the initiative to walk to Orochimaru's side and hugged his arm very boldly. Return your home. Your home is Hotake's home. Origami, you. Hotake Sakumo was so angry that his face was full of depression. In desperation, he could only warn Orochimaru again. Orochimaru, you better not do anything out of the ordinary. Otherwise, next time, it will not be an illusion, but a contest of real swords and guns. Hotake put his hand on the ninja sword behind him. Just touching the knife lightly, even before it is unsheathed, you can feel the amazing aura of sharpness inside. Tsunade and Jiraiya on the side were too frightened to show their breath, and they desperately winked at Orochimaru. Hello. Can you please stop messing with White Fang's sister? Aren't you afraid of being hacked to death with a knife? Orochimaru looked solemn, and subconsciously clenched the Kusanagi sword in his hand. The real sword fight between Muya and Baya is no joke. The White Fang sword technique that shocked the ninja world, even Konoha's senior management is deeply afraid. However, instead of being frightened, Orochimaru formed a happy smile on the corner of his mouth. Hee. I am looking forward. One day in the future, I will be able to challenge Muya Baya. Listen. A hint of surprise flashed in Hotake's sharp eyes. After all, the ninja world is respected by strength, and strength can override all secular rules. If Orochimaru could really beat him, there's no reason for him to stop. I am waiting. Hotake Sakumo led the main force of 10,000 Konohas, and took over the supreme command of the Kawa no Kuni stronghold. But he did not interfere with Orochimaru's 1,000 men, the command of this Konoha advance force remained in the latter's sole responsibility. I plan to attack in two directions, attacking Sand Shinobi and Rain Shinobi strongholds at the same time. Our side has a great chance of winning this battle. The only weakness is that our main force is fully deployed, and the rear camp is easily attacked by the enemy. Hotake Sakumo developed a very bold offensive strategy. The Rain Shinobi route, led by Jainin of the Sarutobi clan, led 8,000 people to launch a sea tactical attack. On the Sand Shinobi route, Hotake Shuomo led 2,000 people and went into battle lightly and quickly. It is worth mentioning that the plan to attack Rain Shinobi was decided by Konoha's high-level officials. Anyone who understands the hidden political intentions here can understand it. Orochimaru, the backup of Konoha's entire army is in your hands. Hotake Sakumo ordered with a solemn face. The Konoha main force of 10,000 people came out in full force, and all the supplies of the rear battalion fell on Orochimaru's 1,000 people, and the defensive pressure was extremely high. With me here, Konoha's camp will not be lost. Orochimaru made the promise with a calm expression. Hotake Sakumo patted him on the shoulder, looked at his sister beside him, and said something meaningful. Please. Chapter 55. Both Sand Shinobi and Rain Shinobi soon received news that Konoha's main force had entered the country of Kawa. Sand Shinobi headquarters. Damn Konoha, come out and take advantage of our fight with Rain Shinobi. I heard that the commander of the enemy is the famous Muya by Hotake Mozaku, don't underestimate it. Cho frowned. Cut. What would ya buy teeth, it's just a name. Mother, together with Liriko and I, we will definitely be able to kill White Fang. The two who spoke were Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, named Sato and Yuriko. Both are Sand Shinobi's famous elite Jainin, and the couple have a son named Scorpion. It is precisely because the husband and wife have a very high tacit understanding in the battle, so far the mission completion rate of the two teamed up is as high as 100%, and they have never missed it. I trust you. Cho smiled kindly. As a senior executive of Sand Shinobi, she has a proud son and daughter-in-law, as well as a lovely grandson. With status, a happy family, a proper winner in life. Cho thinks that after this war is over, she will retire from the front line of Sand Shinobi and go home to concentrate on taking her grandson. Rain Shinobi Headquarters. Report to Lord Hanzo. A large number of Konoha shinobi troops have been discovered in the territory of Kawano country. The number is estimated to be 10,000. Continue to scout for information. Find out where they are going as soon as possible. Hands of the Salamander looked serious. The background of this big country is different, and there are tens of thousands of main forces in this wave. Thank you, Senior Shuo Mao, for your fulfillment. Sarutobi Ryohei is 3rd Hokage's nephew. Nominally, the commander of Konoha's main force is Hitaki Sakumo, but in fact most of the ninjas obey this official 2nd generation. No wonder Sarutobi Ryohei separated 8,000 people at once, and Konoha executives clearly did not trust Hitaki Sakumo. Hitaki Sakumo is not angry about this either, he is broad-minded and not interested in power. Ryohei, don't act carelessly. Hands of the Salamander of Rain Shinobi Village, is a mighty ninja. However, Sarutobi Ryohei didn't take Hitaki Sakumo's sincere advice. I thought about a small Rain Shinobi village, where can there be any masters? Besides, he has 8,000 Konoha troops under his command, so I have the proper advantage. Senior Shuo Mao has to be careful. 2,000 people dare to attack Sand Shinobi's stronghold, it's really, hey. Sarutobi Ryohei smiled sarcastically. Attacking Rain Shinobi was a plan prepared in advance by Konoha's senior management. Attacking Sand Shinobi was a temporary tactic decided by Hitaki himself. Hitaki Sakumo did not explain this either. He is a brave man, let alone 2,000 people, even if he is alone, he dares to break into Sand Shinobi's stronghold. Tisk, why is this kid talking in a weird way? It's not at all like Mr. Sarutobi, who is benevolent and kind. Jiraiya crossed her arms and said with a strange expression on her face. I think they look alike. Tsunade muttered something under his breath. Orochimaru glanced at the other person, not bothering to comment. Weak, ignorant, and arrogant, full of signs of death. The main force of Konoha 8,000 went out in a mighty way. Immediately aroused the strong attention of Rain Shinobi and Sand Shinobi. Is the main force coming directly to our side? Humph. Konoha is treating us Rain Shinobi like a persimmon, right? A cold light flashed in Hanzo's eyes, and he decided to lead the team to fight against it himself. Konoha's main force has all gone to Rain Shinobi, the rear camp must be empty, this is a godsend. Pass down the order and immediately summon 3,000 people to attack Konoha's stronghold with the old man. Cho thought she had seized the opportunity, and immediately led a team to attack Konoha's rear. Mother, can't you let us go? Sato and Yuriko looked eager to try. No. Just in case, you have to stay at Sand Shinobi's base camp. Especially pay attention to that Hitaki Sakumo, who doesn't know where he is yet. Cho said cautiously. Mother, don't you worry too much? Konoha's large army has gone to attack Rain Shinobi, how many people are left in Hitaki Sakumo's hand? Only that small number of Konoha shinobi fighters want to come and attack me Sand Shinobi's stronghold, this is suicide. Sato and Yuriko disagreed, presenting facts and data, which are well founded. All right. All in all, I leave the rear of Sand Shinobi to you. After weighing the pros and cons of the risks in Chiyo's heart, he believes that the advantage is still in Sand Shinobi, so we can go to war. That's all. Konoha, Sand Shinobi, and Rain Shinobi took different military actions one after another. All the battlefields broke out almost at the same time, and the battle was so fierce that it pushed the Second Ninja World War to its climax. Chapter 56. Sarutobi Ryohei 8,000 people vs Hanzo 6,000 people. Hitaki Sakumo 3,000 people vs Sato and Yuriko 5,000 people. Cho 3000 vs Orochimaru and Jiraiya and Tsunade 1000. 3 battlefields started at the same time. Konoha attack range shinobi stronghold battle. 8000 vs 6000, the advantage is mine. Sarutobi Ryohei underestimated the enemy and rushed forward, falling into Hanzo's encirclement. The Sarutobi clan of Konoha, that's it. Fire style detonate flame formation. Hanzo taunted the opponent while activating the detonator trap. Wait. Don't. I saw Sarutobi Ryohei's feet were entangled by a large number of detonating symbols, with a terrified expression on his face. Boom, boom, boom. With a shocking explosion, the leader Sarutobi Ryohei was killed on the spot. Wow! Master Ryohei is dead. What to do? That's Hokage-sama's nephew. Who will bear the responsibility? Fart. What time is it? We're still discussing responsibility. It's important to save your life now. Run away. The leader was killed, and Konoha's main force under command was lost. The chaos was like a mess, and it was impossible to organize an effective resistance. Whoever destroys Konoha shinobi, kill them all and kill them all, leaving no prisoners. With a fierce look on his face, Hanzo cruelly issued an order to encircle and wipe out the Konoha shinobi. The way of the sword, Jihi flash. Hanzo brandished a sickle and rushed into the Konoha army, starting the unparalleled harvest mode as if entering no one's land. None of the Konoha people present was Hanzo's opponent, and they were defeated in a short while. Long live Hanzo-sama! Brothers go up together, kill ah! The morale of the range shinobi troops was boosted, and they frantically chased and killed the fleeing Konoha shinobi. After this battle, Konoha's main force of 8,000 people suffered heavy casualties. Konoha attack on Sand Shinobi camp. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! What are you panicking about? Order the sensing troops to find out the number of enemies immediately. Yes. The perception team reports that there are 3,000 Konoha shinobi attackers. Hey! Only 3,000 people dare to attack our Sand Shinobi base camp. I want to see who is so arrogant. Sato and Yuriko expressed that they were not panicking at all. The 5,000 Sand Shinobi troops under the couple's command, isn't this a sure win? However, the development of things far exceeded their expectations. White Fang Flow Gale Slash. Hitaki drew his sword and slashed at high speed, instantly killing a Sand Shinobi Jainin. Hiss! Kill Jainin in one move. Is this an illusion? Everyone in Sand Shinobi was shocked on the spot. You know, Jainin is Ninja Village's advanced combat force, and there are only 10 fingers in the entire Sand Shinobi army. Hitaki Sakumo lost one in seconds as soon as he came up, and his combat power was too terrifying. No, it's impossible. This is Muyebiya's strength. Sato and Yuriko were greatly shocked. The couple looked at each other and could see the fear in each other's eyes. But soon, they regained their composure. As the elite Jainin of Sand Shinobi, we cannot lose face to our family. Bet your life, fight with Muyebi. Sato and Yuriko showed determination, and both of them were ready to fight to the death. Puppet art, for machine maneuver. Puppet art, for machine maneuver. Sato and Yuriko each control 4 puppets, and a total of 8 puppets attack Hitaki at the same time. Pip 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 pip. Hitaki Sakumo fought against the 8 puppets alone with one sword, but he did not lose the wind in the slightest. Great Sand Shinobi puppeteer! Both of you are strong in terms of strength and tacit cooperation. Hitaki Sakumo chopped up 6 puppets one after another, and suffered many wounds himself. Cut! Stop looking down on people. We Sand Shinobi will never fail. Sato and Yuriko each controlled the last remaining puppet, and launched a desperate attack on Hitaki Sakumo. Honorable opponent! Then, let me also use Muyebiya's full strength. Hitaki held the ninja sword tightly with both hands, and under the infusion of powerful chakra, the blade emitted a silver-white light. White Fang Flow Mysteries Bite. With all his strength, he swung the knife, releasing countless tiny silver-white blades, which looked like the fangs of wild beasts from a distance, biting and smashing everything in front of him. Sato, Yuriko, the husband and wife both died in battle. P.S. A family photo of Cho is attached. In this battle, Konoha wins with less and more. Sand Shinobi's attack on Konoha camp. Leaving only 1,000 people in the rear camp, Konoha is too careless, isn't it? Chiyoko launched an all-out attack with 3,000 Sand Shinobi. Old woman, stop for me. Ninja Law, Chaos Lion Hair Technique. Jiraiya made madras with both hands, manipulated the hair to grow into a white lion head, and bit Cho with one bite. Certainly. I saw that the head of the lion was fixed in front of Cho by the fixation technique. This is how the same thing. Can't move anymore. Jiraiya pulled her hair hard, feeling like it was tied by something and couldn't be pulled back at all. Stinky boy, who are you calling old woman? Cho narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous look appeared on his face. I saw her move her fingers, manipulate the puppet string, and poke Jiraiya's head along Jiraiya's hair. Wind-style wind-cut technique. Orochimaru threw out several wind blades and shaved Jiraiya's head on the spot. Hold the grass. Orochimaru, do you want to be so ruthless? My handsome hair. Jiraiya stared wide-eyed, hugging her bald forehead, her mentality almost collapsed. Stop complaining, Jiraiya. The old woman's puppet thread has already penetrated into your hair. If it comes up along your hair, it can strangle your neck at any time. Tsunade waved his hand and condensed a chakra scalpel. With a serious face, he scraped back and forth on Jiraiya's bald head to confirm that there was no puppet thread left. You. Is it really not intentional? Jiraiya wants to cry but has no tears. A rare funny scene appeared on the battlefield. However, that's all. Facing the battlefield where the two armies are fighting, blood and blood are flying everywhere. No one can laugh out loud. Chapter 57. Jiraiya, whose head is shaved, looks very funny. But on the ninja battlefield where either you die or I die, no one pays attention to him at all. Hey! What a fierce wind-style ninjutsu! Cho looked at the puppet line that had been cut off, and found that the cut above was very smooth. This is not a wind-style technique that ordinary ninjas can use. Cho stared sharply at Orochimaru, who had been calm from the beginning. Having such strength at such a young age, it seems that he is a genius ninja. However, geniuses die very easily. As soon as Cho finished speaking, she waved out a group of kunao. Earth-style earth flow wall. Orochimaru formed a madra with his hands, raising a thick earthen wall in front of him. Earth-style works well too, but it's still too naive. Puppet art strike blade. Cho sneered, pulling and pulling with his 10 fingers, through the puppet line connecting kunao, changed kunao's flight trajectory in mid-air, bypassed the front wall, and attacked from the side. Ninja, hidden shadow snake hand. Kunao's attack angle was very tricky, but it was difficult for the long snake summoned by Orochimaru to accurately bite Kunao one by one. In the next second, the long snakes turned purple and black one by one, and fell to the ground losing their vitality. The weapon is coated with venom, as it should be. Orochimaru glanced at it and said it was no surprise. Damn! This insidious old woman! Jiraiya cursed angrily, with fear written all over her face. He attacked the opponent with the chaotic lion hair technique, and was almost connected by the latter with a puppet line. The kunao thrown out now are all highly poisonous, it is really hard to guard against. Everyone be careful. This is a superb ninja of the same generation as Sarutobi-sensei. Tsunade's face was heavy. The age gap means the gap in combat experience, the two sides are not on the same level. Hehe, you guys talk a lot. But it's okay to stand still like this. 3 times the number of people, if you wait any longer, you Konoha shinobi will die. Cho started to taunt in a strange manner. 3,000 Sand Shinobi ninjas fight 1,000 Konoha Shinobi, the former has an overwhelming advantage in numbers. You. Calm down, don't fall for the opponent's aggressive tactics. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade were distraught. Although Cho said this on purpose, it was entirely out of scheming, trying to disturb their will. But it is also true. Seeing the Konoha Shinobi keep falling on the battlefield, the situation became more and more unfavorable. White Fang Flow Gale Slash. Suddenly, a silver knife flashed past, and the necks of several Sand Shinobi ninjas were neatly cut with blood, and they were killed on the spot. Hey! This knife technique, and Silver White's hair, could it be Wooden Yabai's teeth in Legendary? Chiyo's face changed, but after seeing the other person's face clearly, he shook his head again. Wrong. I've read in the enemy intelligence files recorded by Sand Shinobi that Hatake Sakumo is a man in his 30s. It can't be such a delicate little girl. Hatake Origami killed yet another Sand Shinobi ninja with one blow, turned his head and said coldly. My name is Hatake Origami. Your Excellency, do you dare to take a knife from me, a little girl? Hatake Origami held the ninja sword tightly in both hands, staring at Cho intently. Oh! Another young and energetic little guy. Cho sneered and moved her fingers. Secretly performed the puppet technique, the human body technique, which is a technique that directly connects the puppet line to the limb joints of the human body, and manipulates the other party as a puppet. Origami, be careful behind you. Tsunade let out a sudden exclamation. Hatake Origami subconsciously turned her head, her eyes widened. I saw the Sand Shinobi ninja whose throat was blocked by her knife, but the corpse stood up, and quickly stabbed her with kunao in his hand. What? Hatake Origami was unable to react to the sudden incident that violated common sense, such as the fraudulent corpse of the deceased, coupled with the close-range attack. However, at this critical moment, a gold thunder snake flew out and blasted the body of Sand Shinobi controlled by Cho into scum on the spot. Lightning-style snake thunder. On Orochimaru's palm, crackling gold sparks still remain. As a ninja, don't show your back to others easily. As a ninja, don't show your back to others easily. The old brother's preaching seemed to still linger in his ears. But this time, it was another man who told her. Orochimaru. I'm really in love. Hatake Origami had a sweet smile on his cold face. Love? Boring stuff. If you can, I suggest fast-forwarding directly to getting married and having kids. Orochimaru suggested solemnly. As an enemy Cho, she was confused. In love? Get married and have children? Is this discussing code words, using code words to exchange tactics? Good guy. This young man from Konoha doesn't talk about patience, bullying her middle-aged man. Cho was very wary. However, only Jiraiya and Tsunade, who are familiar with them, understand that the conversation between these two people is serious. A bold man. An eccentric girl. It's no surprise what will happen. Chapter 58. This kid, not only Grandmaster Wind style and Earth style, how can Lightning style be so good? Cho frowned, looking at the corpse that Orochimaru blasted into pieces with Lightning style in the distance. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Origami, go support other places. Leave this Cho to me to deal with. Orochimaru ordered. Are you alone? This. Jiraiya's eyes widened. This old woman is a formidable enemy at the same level as Mr. Sarutobi. Do as Orochimaru orders. The opponent is a top-notch puppeteer, so it's useless to fight her more. Tsunade analyzed seriously. If they go together, they have to beware of Chiyo's puppet technique. If they are connected by the chakra line, they will be reduced to the opponent's puppet, and their companions will be wary. Orochimaru must win. I'm waiting for you to marry me. Hatake Origami said confidently. Well, after the war is over, I'll go to Hotaki's to propose marriage. Orochimaru answered with a serious face. Possessing an A-level bloodline is not insignificantly attractive to him. This isn't a code, is it? Chiyo's mouth twitched. Now she finally understood that the previous conversation between the two of them, such as falling in love, getting married, and having children, was literally what they said, and it was not a secret tactic at all. I never said any code. Okay, the person in the way has left. We can compete well. Orochimaru said blankly. Hee. You brat who speaks so much. With you alone, do you want to resist the old man? Cho took out a pair of large scrolls, and after pulling them apart, 10 powerful summoning formulas were printed on them. Well, for the sake of you being Mu Yetian a ninja, I'm going to make an exception today and let you see what a real puppet master is. In the 10 summoning techniques, 10 chakras in the form of spiritual bodies were drilled, and then the outer layer was covered with layers of precision mechanical parts. 10 delicate and lifelike human puppets suddenly appeared on the battlefield. This is the culmination of Mangekyō, the ancestor of the Sand Shinobi puppet master in Legendary. Known as the most powerful puppet with one machine. Orochimaru's pupils contracted, his face extremely serious. Unlike the elderly Cho in the impression of the original book, Cho, who is now in his prime, is at the peak of his strength. Today's battle is probably not as dangerous as the one with Third Raikage back then. Secret White Technique, 10 people from Kimetsu. 10 puppets were tied to the chakra thread released by Chiyo's 10 fingers. As we all know, the level of a puppeteer largely depends on how many puppets he can control at the same time. Restricted by the 10 fingers of the human body, one finger can control 1, up to 10, reaching the limit of a puppeteer. It's been a long time since I've exercised my fingers so intensively. Can you exercise for a while longer? Cho spoke ordinary words, but the offensive at hand did not show mercy at all. The 2 golems are the first to charge towards Orochimaru from the front. Kusanagi-style sunnying. Orochimaru confronted him head-on with the Kusanagi sword in hand. Clang, clang, clang. There was a clanging sound as the swords collided. The Kusanagi sword, which has the power of a divine weapon, breaks at the touch of an ordinary ninja tool, but the ninja sword held by the puppet seems to be forged from special materials, and it is far beyond ordinary weapons in terms of hardness and sharpness. Whoosh! One of the puppets circled behind Orochimaru, stretched out 2 steel whips with barbs from the mechanism above its head, and lashed towards Orochimaru fiercely. Wind-style great breakthrough. Orochimaru's mouth bulged, and he spit out a powerful storm, blowing away the puppets behind him. Another puppet opened its mouth, with a fire-style ninjutsu spell stuck inside, and blazing flames spewed out from the jet tube. Water-style water barrier. Orochimaru's handprint changed, and a water flow barrier formed around his body. Being able to use this powerful water style in a place without water shows that you have mastered the nature transformation of water style. Cho was astonished. You know, a normal Jainin generally masters 1 or 2 evasion techniques of nature transformation. After all, human cultivation energy is limited, and it is impossible to be a grand master in everything. Chhhhhhh. Water vapor filled the air, obscuring the field of vision on the battlefield. But Orochimaru has acquired a keen sense system ability from the blood of the Uzumaki clan. Even if the eyes can't see clearly, you can sense and lock the positions of the surrounding Kimetsu 10 people. Fire-style luxurious Yanhua. The blazing fireball attacked and blew up the nearest puppet. The power of this fire style. Are all of the 5 escaped ninjutsu grandmasters. By now, the old man will not be surprised. Chiyo's expression was solemn, which reminded her of the scene where she fought against Sarutobi Hiruzen. The opponent's 5 escaped ninjutsu once drove her into a desperate situation. But Orochimaru in front of him is younger, which means that his growth potential far exceeds that of Sarutobi Hiruzen back then. Thinking of this, the killing intent in Chiyo's eyes became even stronger. I saw that Cho formed a wind-style ninjutsu seal with both hands, and at the same time manipulated the 3 puppets of Buddha, Dharma, and Monk and arranged them in a triangular array. Sealing Technique 3 Treasures Absorb. This is the combined skill of wind-style and sealing technique, which produces a strong tornado and sucks the target into the puppet's sealing array. In an instant, the entire battlefield was full of strong winds. Woa! Jimin! Demise! Many nearby Konoha shinobi were blown away by the tornado, and were firmly attached to the middle of the 3 puppets. Under the pressure of terror, the Konoha shinobi was squeezed into a mass of blood and flesh, and finally turned into a rain of blood that sprayed out from the back of the puppet. Ninja, Hidden Shadow Multi-Snake Hand. Orochimaru summoned a large number of long snakes, grabbing all the surrounding objects that could be fixed. At the same time, he inserted the Kusanagi sword into the ground with his backhand and turned it into a nail to fix it on the ground. Snort. It's useless. No one has ever been able to leave alive with Lashin's sealing technique. Cho maintains wind-style's handprint with one hand, controls the seal array of puppets with 3 fingers in one hand, and can control 2 more puppets with 2 fingers to attack Orochimaru. Chapter 59. Snort. It's useless. No one has ever been able to leave alive with Lashin's sealing technique. Cho maintains wind-style's handprint with one hand, controls the seal array of puppets with 3 fingers in one hand, and can control 2 more puppets with 2 fingers to attack Orochimaru. Battery stuff. Orochimaru gathers chakra of the wind attribute on the Kusanagi sword. One sword cut the 2 puppets attacking in half. But because he was distracted, Orochimaru was caught in the tornado. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The long snake, which was originally used to catch the fixed snake, was also torn off abruptly, and Orochimaru's body was uncontrollably sucked towards the seal array formed by the 3 puppets. Catch you, crush it to pieces. Cho clasped his hands together and output chakra crazily. Boom! Orochimaru's body was firmly fixed to the 3 puppets' sealing technique, and all the bones in his body were crushed and rattled. Fortunately, he was able to use the ability of software transformation to reduce the pressure on his body, otherwise all the bones in his body would be crushed now. Sealing technique. It just so happens that I know a thing or two. Orochimaru stared, and saw several chakra chains flying out of his body, binding the 3 puppets together, and the powerful seal severed the chakra threads on the ladder. Sealing technique adamantine sealing chains. What? Chiyo's face suddenly changed, because she found that she had lost control of the 3 puppets. Boom! 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 Orochimaru swung the Kusanagi sword with the power of wind style, and quickly chopped the 3 puppets in front of him to pieces. There are 10 people in Jinsong, and now there are only 5 left. You! Chiyo's face darkened. Of course, when she saw Orochimaru's bruised body, the wounds healed automatically at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her complexion became even uglier. Sealing technique plus auto-healing wound. Are you from the Uzumaki clan? No. The ninjas of the Uzumaki clan are characterized by red hair, and the country of Uzumaki was destroyed a year ago. The remaining part of the tribe was transferred to Konoha. So that's it. I finally figured it out. You Konoha have studied the blood of the Uzumaki family, and managed to transfer it to your own body. It has to be said that Cho is a well-informed and superb ninja. Only from the limited information, the answer closest to the truth was analyzed. It's just that Cho never thought that Orochimaru's research was based on natural life reproduction, not cruel human experiments. Oh! You talk so much nonsense. Orochimaru didn't bother to explain so much to the other party, so he threw the Kusanagi sword with one hand and took Chiyo's head straight. Boom! Cho immediately manipulated the puppet, holding a large shield to block the Kusanagi sword's attack. Water-style water waves. Orochimaru spit out a large amount of water, and rushed away the puppet that was trying to stop him, and then the handprints of both hands changed. Lightning style. Walk. Lightning is rapidly transmitted along the water flow. Although the puppet does not feel pain, its internal metal parts will malfunction and be damaged. Damn it! Chiyo's face was full of embarrassment, and now all 10 people in Kimatsu were paralyzed, and there were no puppets to use. Humph! A puppet master who has lost his puppet is no different from a tiger whose teeth have been pulled out. Orochimaru snorted coldly, and rushed towards Cho using the instant technique. Whoosh! Cho uses the instant body technique to dodge, and his actions are also very agility. Orochimaru chased after him fiercely, and with a wave of his hand, Chakra controlled the Kusanagi sword thrown earlier, and turned into a flying sword and quickly circled to Chiyo's front to attack. Faced with Orochimaru's back and forth attacks with one man and one sword, Cho was forced to stop and take defense. Puppet Art Machine Light Shield Seal. Cho opened his arms and activated the mechanism to release 2 chakra light shields. Boom! Crack! Orochimaru's physical attack and Kusanagi Ken's flying sword piercing were all blocked by the light shield. Oh! I turned a part of my body into a puppet. He's really an extreme puppet master. Orochimaru frowned. You are not qualified to discuss the puppet master in front of the old man. I saw that Cho released a large number of puppet threads from the mechanism arms of both hands, and tied them to the parts of the Jinmetsu 10 people scattered on the ground. Puppet Art Fragment Storm. Under the control of the puppet string, countless small fragments spun around Orochimaru at high speed, and then shot from all directions. Perception. With his keen perception ability, Orochimaru can predict the attack trajectory of fragments, dodge left and dodge right, and avoid most of the fragment attacks flexibly. But there were still a few fragments that scratched his shoulders, thighs, and chest. The direct damage of this kind of fragment attack is not great, but they are all poisonous, and the wound of Orochimaru appears black. It seems that we can't delay any longer. Let's make a quick decision. Orochimaru first used the summoning technique to summon a giant python, which acted as a meat shield to wrap himself up. Sit with folded hands, absorb natural energy quickly, and get ready to enter Sage mode. He didn't want to use this trick at first, because exposing his whole cards in public would definitely arouse the fear of Konoha's senior management afterwards. But Chiyo's comprehensive strength in his prime is too strong. If Orochimaru doesn't use Sage mode, it will be difficult to defeat him. Until now, have you still hidden your hand? What a tricky Konoha kid! Cho watched Orochimaru, who remained motionless, as if gathering some mysterious and powerful power. The vigilance in my heart has increased greatly. But at this moment, a sudden bad news completely destroyed Chiyo's will to fight. Report. Emergency situation. Sand Shinobi Stronghold sent news that Mu Yabai Fang attacked our camp. Sato and Yuriko-sama, unfortunately, died in battle. Chapter 60. Report. Emergency situation. Sand Shinobi Stronghold sent news that Mu Yabai Fang attacked our camp. Sato and Yuriko-sama, unfortunately, died in battle. The sudden bad news almost stunned Cho. What did you say? Cho only felt dizzy, and used the tingling pain of biting her lips with her teeth to force herself to calm down. The assailant is Mu Yabai. He's horrible. With a single knife, we killed thousands of our companions. Even Sato and Yuriko-sama joined forces, it was hard to resist, and they both died in battle. From Sand Shinobi's horrified report, Cho confirms the death of his son and wife in battle. Her face was pale, her lips were trembling, and her decadent breath made her look 10 years old all of a sudden. Master Cho, are you all right? Everyone in Sand Shinobi panicked. I'm fine. Send the order, the whole army retreats. Immediately. Cho took a deep breath, resisting the urge to vomit blood. Hey! Sand Shinobi's forces are retreating. Looks like Mu Yabai won the victory. Orochimaru sensed the movement of the battlefield all the time. Upon discovering that Sand Shinobi was withdrawing, he immediately stopped absorbing natural energy. Boom! After dispelling the summoning of the giant python, Orochimaru revealed his real body. Damn it! Cho cast a murderous gaze. If Orochimaru hadn't delayed her for so much time, the Sand Shinobi troops, which had a threefold superiority in numbers, would have taken Konoha's stronghold long ago. If the battalion behind Konoha is lost first, at that time, it will be Hotake Sakumo who should panic. However, war is like a chess game, if the chess misses by one piece, the whole game is lost. Master Cho, please focus on the overall situation. Let's retreat now. When everyone in Sand Shinobi heard that their rear was taken away, their morale plummeted, and they had no intention of continuing to fight. Let's go. Cho was full of unwillingness and resentment, and in the end she could only choose to lead the Sand Shinobi troops to retreat. Sand Shinobi ran away. Did we win? Woohoo, I'm still alive, it's great. Everyone in Konoha burst into cheers of victory. Of the 1,000 man defense force, there are now less than 300 left, and more than one-third of them were killed or injured. But they were able to withstand the attack of 3,000 Sand Shinobi troops, which is already a miracle. Orochimaru! Orochimaru! Are you okay? The injury is not serious. Tsunade rushed over immediately. It's okay, it's just a skin trauma, cough cough. Orochimaru spoke lightly, a mouthful of black blood spat out from the corner of his mouth. You are poisoned. Don't be brave. Tsunade looked concerned and complained, and immediately used medical ninjutsu to treat the latter's injury. Orochimaru, you are amazing. It's actually able to draw with that Cho one-on-one. Hotake Origami cast admiring gaze. One must know that Chiyo's prestige is not inferior to that of Mu Yebui, even if her elder brother does it himself, he is not fully sure that he can defeat Cho. It was just a fluke. The victory in this battle should be attributed to Senior White Fang. He was the one who captured Sand Shinobi's rear and forced Cho to retreat. Orochimaru is low-key, trying to minimize his influence. Tisk Orochimaru, you are really weird. Obviously when it comes to seeking marriage, he is so bold that he even dares to provoke White Fang's younger sister. The battle involving ninjas is so low-key. Jiraiya touched his bald head, expressing that he couldn't understand the other party's mind at all. Orochimaru. Tsunade looked at each other with a complicated expression, she seemed to be able to understand a little bit of Orochimaru's hidden heart. A tree that is beautiful in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. This is exactly the dilemma faced by the Senju clan. Orochimaru's hidden self is a smart choice for self-protection. So here comes the problem. As an excellent Konoha Genin, he is also the proud disciple of third Hokage. Orochimaru tried his best to hide himself. This shows what? It's frightening to think about. Tsunade gritted his teeth and clenched his fist involuntarily. There must be something wrong with the current Konoha. Chapter 61. The three wars that broke out in the country of Sichuan have come to an end. Konoha attack Rain Shinobi battle. Konoha Shinobi killed 7,289 people. Rain Shinobi Ninja killed 2,137 people. Process: Sarutobi Ryohei underestimated the enemy and rushed forward, fell into Hanzo's ambush, and the leader of Konoha was killed, causing the entire army to collapse and suffer heavy casualties. Result: Rain Shinobi wins big. Konoha attack Sand Shinobi battle. Konoha Shinobi killed 734 people. Sand Shinobi Ninja killed 1988 people. Process: Hotake Sakumo is powerful and unstoppable. Sand Shinobi leaders Sato and Yuriko insisted on facing the enemy head-on even though they knew they were invincible. The husband and wife sacrificed as a price to cover the retreat of the Sand Shinobi army. Result: Konoha wins. Sand Shinobi's attack on Konoha. Sand Shinobi killed 810. Konoha killed 691 people. Process: Cho attacked with 3 times the Sand Shinobi troops, and Konoha resisted tenaciously. Orochimaru dragged down the strongest Cho by himself, and the Sand Shinobi army couldn't attack for a long time. After hearing the bad news of the loss of the rear camp, Sand Shinobi's morale collapsed and he was forced to withdraw. Result: Konoha wins badly. After these three tragic battles, Konoha, Sand Shinobi, and Rain Shinobi were all severely injured. The three Fangmakai chose a temporary truce and rested their troops. Konoha High Rise. My eldest nephew, you died a terrible death. Third Hokage was distraught after receiving the battle report from the front. The battle report also specifically stated that Sarutobi Ryohei was hit by Hanzo's detonation flames, and was blown to pieces on the spot, and he couldn't even bring back a complete body. Hiruzen, please feel sorry for me too. Shimura Dans feels the same way. A month ago, his own younger brother had died on the battlefield of the kingdom of Kawa. Well, the dead are all the leaders of our high-level special mission. Do you think there is any conspiracy here? Udaten Koharu frowned. I also feel that something is a little strange. Look at the Shimura family, he was assassinated in the Konoha camp. The enemy sneaked in without anyone noticing. You said that there is no inner ghost to respond, that is impossible. Maybe the traitor inside Konoha did it. Although after the autopsy, it was Chiyo's poison, but there were not a few people who were poisoned by Konoha at that time. For first-class medical ninjas, it is not impossible to extract toxins from Konoha's wounded and recreate the same poison. Mikoto Homura analyzed seriously. Then tell me, who is most likely to poison? Udaten Koharu was startled at first, and seemed to have a bold guess in his mind. Who else? In the Konoha army, Grandmaster Medical Ninjutsu, who can assassinate people without anyone noticing. Besides her, who else? Shimura Dan said through gritted teeth. Tsunade, impossible. She's not like that. Third Hokage frowned. Based on his understanding of students as a teacher, Tsunade has a straightforward personality, not the kind of person who would plot poison behind his back. Hiruzen. Don't forget, she is from the Senju clan. One day before my brother died, the intelligence information sent back mentioned that Tsunade had opposed the military order many times, and his words meant to question our high-level Konoha. Shimura Dans is a person who is used to calculating others, so he has reason to believe that Tsunade will also plot against his people as Daoren himself. The four Konoha executives fell into silence. In the past few years, in order to consolidate their power, they have used various means to suppress the Senju clan, including plots and frame UPS, such as allowing the ninjas of the Senju clan to sacrifice in missions. Could it be that Tsunade already knows what we're doing? That's why you took revenge. Udaten Koharu panicked. If you do too many bad things, you will always be suspicious. If that's the case, then you're in big trouble. Tsunade is the granddaughter of first Hokage. She has excellent ninja talent. It will be a matter of time before she enters the cage-level field. Mikoto Homura thinks so. For a person like him with low strength, the most fearful thing is that powerful ninjas use force to violate the ban to resist the rule of the high level. If this is the case, then we might as well act first. Shimura Dans made a dark suggestion. No. Don't go too far. The Senju family is an important partner of Konoha. Third Hokage scolded with righteous words. The three people present couldn't help rolling their eyes upwards. Look at your benevolent and moral face, but when was the suppression of the Senju clan not acquiesced by you, Hokage? However, facing the disdainful gazes of the three, Third Hokage did not blush, and his face still had a look of compassion. All in all, Tsunade is my student, I know her very well, and I will never do anything to kill her companion. How do you suppress the Senju clan? I can open and close my eyes, but I can't touch Tsunade. Third Hokage may have a sense of mentorship, or he sincerely believes that Tsunade will not betray. But Shimura Dans, who has been a good friend for many years, has keenly captured the key points from the other party's words. That is to say, aside from Tsunade, the Senju clan can touch other people, right? I remember the direct bloodline of the Senju family, and there is another person named Nawaki. Chapter 62. You mean Tsunade's younger brother, Nawaki? Danzo, are you crazy? If I remember correctly, Nawaki is only 12 years old this year. Third Hokage scathingly criticized the opponent. Even if it's a child, it's still the direct grandson of first Hokage. Also, according to the test of the chakra test paper, the chakra concentrations of water style and earth style in Nawaki's body are beyond normal, plus the Yang Tun constitution of the Senju family. You should know what this means, right? That is to say, the future Nawaki is very likely to awaken the wood-style blood succession boundary. As soon as Shimura-dan said this, the four people at the scene all showed fear in their eyes. Wood-style blood successor limit. That is the power of Senju Hashirama, known as the god of ninjas. Then, what should I do? Udadan Koharu suddenly became anxious. If Nawaki grows up and seizes power by force, they can't resist it. Third Hokage frowned and fell into a long silence. In his heart, perhaps there is still a trace of respect for the Senju clan. But once it comes to power struggle, even the biological father and son may kill each other, not to mention the little bit of respect. There is no doubt that from a political standpoint, the Senju clan is the enemy. Hiruzen, if you don't want to get your hands dirty, then let the root handle this matter. I am the darkness of Konoha, destined to bear all the darkness. Shimura-dan volunteered to take over the persecution of the Senju clan. But he didn't do this for the sake of Konoha's high-level rule. Purely out of personal desire. In the secret laboratory at the root, the somatic cells of Senju Hashirama are kept, trying to unravel the secret of the wood-style blood succession limit, but the research has not been very smooth. As the grandson of Senju Hashirama, Nawaki's body is undoubtedly the best experimental body. Okay, Nawaki's matter, you can figure it out. Pay attention to clean hands and feet. Third Hokage acquiesced to Shimura-dan's actions and changed the subject. Also, what do you think about Hitaki Sakumo? The battlefield of the Kingdom of Kawa. Hitaki Sakumo broke through the Sand Shinobi camp with 3,000 people and successfully beheaded 2 members of Sand Shinobi elite Jainin, which can be described as prestigious. In the rumors of various countries, there is even a famous saying, if you encounter Wood Yebu during the mission, you are allowed to voluntarily give up the mission, and you will not be punished. However, in contrast, Sarutobi Ryohei led the main force of 8,000 Konohas to attack Rain Shinobi, but was almost wiped out by Hanzo. This stark contrast between heaven and earth has greatly damaged the reputation of the Sarutobi family. Snort. Hitaki Sakumo is the supreme commander of the Kawa no Kuni theater, and he should be responsible for Ryohei's death and Konoha's disastrous defeat of Rain Shinobi. Mitokato Homura reverses black and white and opens her mouth. At the beginning, Sarutobi Ryohei led the main force to attack Rain Shinobi, which was obviously the battle plan appointed by Konoha's senior management, and no one was allowed to change it. Hitaki Sakumo has raised objections many times, but Konoha's high-level officials are suspicious, thinking that the other party wants to use war to control Konoha's military power. Now the people sent by Konoha's senior management were defeated and killed. Instead of reflecting, they put the responsibility on Hitaki Sakumo. It can only be said that the heart of playing politics is dirty, and the skin is thicker than Konoha's village protection barrier. The battlefield of the Kingdom of Kawa. Konoha, Sand Shinobi, and Rain Shinobi have fought many times, and they have won and lost each other, entering a stage of stalemate. Hitaki Sakumo originally wanted to organize another wave of attack, trying to expand Konoha's stronghold. But a piece of order from Konoha's senior management completely extinguished his ambition. Return to Konoha immediately, there are other mission arrangements. Hitaki Sakumo's eyes froze, his face was first puzzled, angry and finally silently numb. Brother, What does Hokage-sama mean? It feels like accountability, but we clearly won the battle. Hatake Origami looked puzzled. Kids, don't ask so many questions. Hatake shook his head, he didn't want his sister to know about Konoha's darkness. I'm not a child. When I go back to the village, I'm going to marry Orochimaru. Hatake Origami said seriously. However, another surprise is that this time, Hatake Sakumo was not in the mood to obstruct, but just waved his hands. His face was full of complicated and difficult to hide emotions. What? Senior Shuomao is leaving. Who will command the Konoha troops on the front line? Jiraiya asked with a look of disbelief. Master Hokage said that he will send a confidant to take my place. Please don't be impatient, everyone, follow my combat deployment, and nothing will happen. Hatake Sakumo told everyone with a blank face, trying not to show his disappointed expression. How could this be? What the hell did those people in the village do? Everyone in Konoha at the scene complained. An unqualified command will kill many people. There was Shimura Enzo before, who cheated 2,000 people. Then came Sarutobi Ryohei, who killed 7,200 people. Protest! Protest! We want Lord White Fang. Only Mu Yebaya can lead us to victory. Everyone in Konoha shouted in unison. No one noticed that several Anbu hidden in the crowd were secretly recording the little black book. Hatake Sakumo won the hearts of the army. Hope Hokage-sama be vigilant. All quiet. Orochimaru stood up suddenly, and stopped the noise of the scene with a loud shout. Hokage's order is absolute. No one can defy, or it will be my enemy of Orochimaru. Everyone in Konoha was shocked, and suddenly became quiet. In the previous battlefield, Orochimaru's performance was very eye-catching, especially the record of defeating Cho, which was unmatched by others. Among the Konoha army, Orochimaru's prestige is unique to Hatake Sakumo. Even Lord Orochimaru obeyed the order. Are you stupid? You are Master Hokage's apprentice, so you must stand for Hokage. That makes sense. Although everyone in Konoha was dissatisfied, they could only accept it silently because of Orochimaru's strength. Orochimaru, UBD has become dead-headed again. Jiraiya scolded him with a look of exasperation. I see. Tsunade's eyes flickered slightly, as if he understood something. Don't show your edge. Hatake Sakumo also showed a thoughtful expression. I thought to myself, a man who is good at hiding will often live a good life. Marrying his younger sister to him might not be a good belonging. Anbu, who was hiding in the team, silently wrote down the little black book. Orochimaru publicly stood for Master Hokage and suppressed all opposing voices. Chapter 63. Hatake Sakumo was removed from the front line by a paper order from Konoha's senior management. But what was absolutely unexpected was that the commander sent by Konoha Shin turned out to be a young man in his 20s. Kato-dan. You are actually the new commander-in-chief. Tsunade frowned, looking at the man in front of him in disbelief. Yeah, Tsunade. Is it a surprise, is it a surprise? Kato-dan showed a smile that he thought was sunny and handsome. Since joining Konoha Roots, he has worked diligently on countless shady tasks for Shimura-dans. Appreciated by Danzo, he was promoted to the Root team leader, and he was strongly recommended to replace Hatake Sakumo as the commander-in-chief of the Kawano Country Theater. Is there a mistake? If there are no age and experience restrictions, Orochimaru is the most suitable person to be the commander-in-chief. Sensei Sarutobi, what the hell are they thinking? Jiraiya expressed dissatisfaction as soon as she came up. Stop it, Jiraiya. Mr. Sarutobi must have his considerations for doing this. Orochimaru had no expression on his face, looking like he didn't care. Acting. Kato-dan narrowed his eyes slightly, he smelled a hint of an actor from Orochimaru's body. I immediately made a judgment in my heart, Orochimaru, like him, is a dangerous man who is good at fooling and scheming. Yes, Master Hokage once said that Orochimaru is his most proud disciple. But if you are young and successful, you will inevitably feel arrogant. That's why I was sent to guide you. Kato-dan said with a smile. There is a hint of belittling Orochimaru in the words, and at the same time exalting himself. Hee. Orochimaru just smiled and didn't bother to argue with the other party. If he remembers correctly, Kato-dan in the original book will die in the Second Ninja World War. For a dying person, let him jump for a while for the last time. As for whether the arrival of the time traveler will affect the changes in the plot, Orochimaru said that it doesn't matter, he will personally send Kato-dan back to the death line of the original book. Damn! You stinky shameless! Jiraiya cursed on the spot. You come to guide Orochimaru. Tsunade couldn't help rolling his eyes. 3 years ago, Kato-dan was defeated by Orochimaru in the Konoha Jonin tournament. How could he have the courage to talk to Orochimaru for guidance? As if seeing Tsunade's questioning eyes, Kato-dan quickly explained. Tsunade. Do you know that the me now is different from the me 3 years ago? Kato-dan patted his chest, his confidence comes from his roots, and he has learned a lot of advanced ninjutsu. If he fights against Orochimaru again, he will be able to beat him without shame. After all, Kato-dan looked at Orochimaru provocatively, looking eager to compete with him on the spot. Orochimaru, FK it. Jiraiya expressed strong support. Orochimaru, I believe in you too. Tsunade looked at Orochimaru firmly. But he didn't want to. Orochimaru frowned suddenly, as if he was thinking about something. What's the matter, Orochimaru? What's wrong with you? It's okay, if we discuss each other, we. Kato-dan was about to taunt with yin and yang. Today, did Konoha's reinforcements arrive? Orochimaru suddenly said this. How do you know there will be reinforcements? Kato-dan was taken aback for a moment. In order to supplement the Konoha troops lost in the previous war, 3rd Hokage ordered a group of reinforcements to be stationed in the Kawa no Kuni theater. But this news is a military secret, only Kato-dan knows, he has just arrived and has not had time to announce it. I sensed that a large number of Konoha shinobi appeared 10 kilometers away. Orochimaru gained the excellent sentience of the Uzumaki clan. You call it perception? Kato-dan had a look of disbelief. Do you think you have the eyes of the Hyuga clan? Who in Konoha has the perception ability to detect things 10 kilometers away? But as Konoha's reinforcements approached, everyone present began to sense the breath one after another. There really are. Damn, Orochimaru, when did your perception become so powerful? Jiraiya was amazed. His perception technique can only cover things within 1 kilometer at most. This is a 10-fold difference. Kato-dan looked at Orochimaru suspiciously, wondering in his heart, this level of perception ability has only been heard of by the Uzumaki family. Could it be that Orochimaru has already researched the corresponding bloodline ability from the Uzumaki family? This breath of chakra. Nawaki. How did he come to the battlefield? Tsunade's face suddenly changed, and he looked at Kato-dan with indignation. It's none of my business. I was also recruited according to the list of ninjas promulgated by Master Hokage. Kato-dan hastily waved the pot. No. Nawaki is only 12 years old this year, Mr. Sarutobi sent a child to the battlefield, what the hell is he thinking? Jiraiya expressed strong dissatisfaction. Senior Konoha, really can't sit still? Orochimaru's eyes turned cold. In the original book, Nawaki died on the battlefield of the Ninja War at the age of 12. As the direct bloodline of the Senju family, the grandson of Senju Hashirama, with such a noble status, he was sent to the battlefield early, and eventually died without knowing why. The huge amount of information hidden in it is really frightening to think about. Konoha reinforcements arrived, a total of 15,000 people. There are a lot of people, but unfortunately they are all cannon fodder. As Orochimaru looked, most of them were young genin. The youngest among them was only 12 years old. Elder sister. This way. I saw a little boy with brown hair, with 2 blush on his immature face. Nawaki. The battlefield is not a place to play, who told you to come? Tsunade was suddenly anxious and angry, and was about to pinch his brother's ears when he went up. I miss my sister. The uncle of the 3rd generation said that my sister is in the country of Chuan. As long as I join the Konoha reinforcements, I can see my sister. Nawaki grinned heartlessly. 3rd generation BD. With blue veins on Tsunade's forehead, he couldn't hold back his curses on the spot. Tsunade, speak carefully. Jiraiya whispered persuasively, looking around. Openly insulting Hokage, immediately attracted everyone's attention. Be careful. Miss Ben wants to slap Hokage right now. Tsunade is going to explode. Her younger brother is her only family member and her bottom line. Even Mr. Sarutobi cannot forgive. Sister, please stop insulting Hokage. My dream is to become Hokage. Nawaki said innocently. With a pure personality, he never hides himself, and often talks about Hokage. Good guy. No wonder Konoha's high-level executives don't like you. It turns out that the Senju clan wants to restore it. Kato Dan secretly shook his head. The current Konoha is no longer dominated by the Senju clan. The Konoha executives are all members of 3rd Hokage from top to bottom. The Senju clan is doomed to be wiped out. You silly boy, what's so good about Hokage? Stop talking nonsense in the future. By observing Orochimaru's various hidden behaviors, Tsunade sensed something wrong with the high-level Konoha. Why? Eldest grandpa and second grandpa are both Hokage, and of course I am too, woo woo woo. Nawaki spoke innocently, but he didn't know that he stepped on the thunder of Konoha politics. Alas! Kato Dan's eyes widened, flashing a meaningful cold light. Nawaki's words make people think that Konoha's first Hokage and second Hokage are both from the Senju family, and the legitimacy of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is questionable. Naked rebellious remarks. Although Nawaki is childish, it is unknown what the high-level people in Konoha will think. Children are ignorant and talk nonsense. Just a beat. Orochimaru covered the latter's mouth with one hand. Nawaki. You idiot. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, and then her face changed dramatically. Seeing the strange gazes from the people around, she lifted Nawaki with one hand, and slapped him hard. Ah! In the Konoha camp, Nawaki's wailing sounded like killing a pig. Orochimaru shook his head secretly. In his opinion, Nawaki's body is covered with death buffs. No, the hidden Anbu stared at Nawaki one by one maliciously. Orochimaru saw it all. No way. For Tsunade's sake, he'll do it. Just treat it like trashing your brother-in-law. Chapter 64. Three forces, the war around the country of Chuan began to gradually escalate. Konoha adds 15,000 ninjas. Sand Shinobi adds 10,000 ninjas. Rain Shinobi adds 7,000 ninjas. Kato Dan believes that Konoha Shinobi has a great advantage in numbers, and there is still a soft persimmon to pinch. Decisively order large forces to launch an attack on Rain Shinobi. Ninja, Hidden Shadow Snake Hand. Fire Style Flame Bomb. Weird Power Tian Shao Feet. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade rushed to the forefront, killing Rain Shinobi with heavy casualties. Tisk. Orochimaru alone is enough trouble, now there are two more elite Genin companions. Hanzo frowned. The last time he fought Orochimaru, even if he used his full strength, it was only 6 or 4, and in the end Orochimaru managed to escape. Add a Jiraiya, 50 to 50. Add a Tsunade, that's 40 to 60. Hanzo is at a disadvantage. The influence of the butterfly effect of the Traverser changed the important plot line of Hanzo vs Konoha Sunin. It seems that Rain Shinobi alone cannot resist the mighty Konoha. I have to talk to that puppet old woman Sand Shinobi 290 about cooperation. Hanzo ordered Rain Shinobi's troops to prepare to withdraw, while he stayed behind. That's Hands of the Salamander. Now he's alone. Kato Dan saw from a distance that the leader of the enemy was standing alone in the front row, with ecstasy on his face, and immediately issued an order. Order the whole army to attack. Siege Hanzo. This wave of stud, even the young genin is overwhelmed. As long as he can kill Hanzo, then his wheat flour is Konoha's biggest hero. For Konoha, go! Noeki was on the battlefield for the first time, and he didn't know what danger was. I saw him shouting excitedly, rushing fast with a kunao in his hand. Wait, Noeki! Tsunade yelled, but she was fighting a dozen Rain Shinobi ninjas and had no time to stop them. Sure enough, he's a stunned young man. Orochimaru made a mudra with both hands and prepared the summoning spell. Snort! Stupid Konoha Shinobi! Just relying on you, dare to face the old man. Hanzo put his hands on the ground and activated the prearranged detonator trap. Fire-style detonation flame formation. Boom, boom, boom. Under a series of big explosions, the Konoha Shinobi fighters who charged intensively, 1,000 people were blown to the sky on the spot. There was a shower of blood in the sky, and a large number of stumps and broken arms were scattered everywhere. Ah! My hands! My legs! It hurts me to death! Medical class! Medical class! Come and save me! There were a large number of Konoha Shinobi soldiers lying on the battlefield, and there was a lot of pain and wailing on the scene. This is the strength of Hands of the Salamander, who is known as the demigod. Kato Dan's face turned pale with fright, and he immediately stopped his pursuit. It's all his fault for being careless for a moment, rashly ordering the whole army to pursue, killing thousands of people. But Noeki also seems to have entered the area of the detonation flame formation, so it is estimated that people are gone now? Then, the secret mission Master Danzo gave him is considered completed. Sorry, Tsunade. For Konoha's peace, Noeki must sacrifice. As compensation, I will definitely treat you twice as well. Kato Dan looked in Tsunade's direction with pity on his face. Noeki is gone. Tsunade married him and changed her name to Kato Tsunade. The history of the Senju clan has been completely overturned. The rule of Konoha's high-ranking officials has stabilized. Wouldn't it be great for him to marry Baifume? Noeki! Noeki! Where are you? Quickly answer me! Tsunade panicked, frantically looking for his brother. There is a flaw. Hanzo stared at Tsunade with murderous intent. I saw him take out a handful of kunao, inject the shape change of water attribute instantly, form a harpoon water bomb, aim at the back of Tsunade and shoot it out. Water-style catch technique. Tsunade, get out of the way! Jiraiya exclaimed, and subconsciously used the instant technique to go to the rescue. However, his concern was chaotic. He didn't notice that the two Rain Shinobi Genin were holding chains to bind Jiraiya's legs. Humph! There were sharp barbs on the iron chain, which dug hard into Jiraiya's legs. But compared to the pain on his body, he was more worried about Tsunade's safety in his heart. Don't ah! Seeing that the harpoon water bomb containing powerful chakra is about to penetrate Tsunade's beautiful and moving body, Jiraiya's eyes are tearing apart. Hatred! Hate my incompetence! Can't protect the goddess I have a crush on. However, at this critical moment, that man appeared. When Jiraiya saw him, a tense heart relaxed. You are always so excellent, I am afraid I will never be able to catch up with you in my life. Jiraiya smiled bitterly. With his excellent perception ability, Orochimaru pre-detected Hanzo's sneak attack, so he was able to rush to Tsunade's side in time. Lightning-style Snake Thunder Blade. Gold Snake Thunder, wrapped around the sword body, reveals the letter of the snake. This is a newly developed ninjutsu by Orochimaru, which infuses snake thunder into the Kusanagi sword. Similar to the original commander, the Chidori is injected into the weapon to form the Chidori blade. Due to the addition of shape changes, the power is far higher than the general chakra knife. Deafening thunder exploded. The harpoon water bomb thrown by Hanzo was instantly slashed and exploded, turning into sprays all over the sky and scattered in all directions. This lightning style has actually completed nature transformation and shape change at the same time. How did Orochimaru do it in just over a year? Hanzo's face is dignified. 0. He clearly remembered that Orochimaru's strongest was wind style, then earth style and water style, and fire style and lightning style were relatively average. Why did the weakest lightning style suddenly become the strongest? Even a genius is too outrageous. Is this still the same ninja? Dignified hands of the salamander, a man known as a demigod, never expected to sneak up on a woman from behind. Orochimaru sneered. Soldiers never tire of cheating. There is no gender in war. The old man sneaked up on her because he respected her, so he killed her by any means. Hanzo said confidently. This battle, you Konoha have won. But the war is far from over, let's fight again next time. Hanzo accepted it as soon as he saw it, without further entanglement with Orochimaru and others, turned around and left with the Rain Shinobi army. Everyone in Konoha watched Hanzo leave, and no one dared to mention the pursuit. After all, the sacrifice of the 1,000 people in front is the worst lesson. Orochimaru. Sorry, I don't have the will to fight right now. Tsunade was devastated, with trembling palms, he couldn't even do the seal, and tears flowed from his eyes. Calm down, Tsunade. Nowakihi is alive. Orochimaru's calm and steady voice immediately soothed Tsunade's shaking mind. Nowaki, still alive. Is this real? Orochimaru, you, don't lie to me. Tsunade looked around at the bombed-out land. It was hard to imagine that anyone could have survived such a big explosion. Summoning technique. Orochimaru formed a mudra with one hand, and saw a corpse of a giant python that was blown to pieces, appearing in front of his eyes. Catch! With a wave of the lightning sword in his hand, the body of the giant python turned into ashes and shattered, revealing a little boy inside who was safe and sound. Nowaki. There's still a heartbeat. He's still alive. That's great. Tsunade was overjoyed, and checked Nowaki with medical ninjutsu, and found that Nowaki's body was fine, but he was stunned by the shock wave of the explosion. Mission, did you fail? A look of regret flashed in Kato Dan's eyes. He looked at the people hiding in the nearby roots. Everyone is ready, waiting to retrieve Nowaki's body at any time. Tsunade. Nowaki, are you all right? Jiraiya walked towards Tsunade with difficulty step by step, dragging her injured legs. But in the next second, he was stunned and stood there blankly. Orochimaru. Woohoo, thank you. Thank you so much. It was you who saved me and my brother. Woohoo. I saw Tsunade throwing himself into Orochimaru's arms, weeping emotionally. Chapter 65. Woo. Am I dead? Nowaki woke up from a coma, his memory stayed on the ground and was blown away, countless companions were blasted into the sky, and then he lost consciousness. Yes, you are dead. Tsunade looked at the confused and silly brother in front of him, and suddenly became anxious and angry, and said with a grumpy face. Sister. You, how did you die too? Nowaki blinked and looked at his sister in shock. Fool. Tsunade couldn't help giving the opponent a fist. It hurts. Woohoo, do dead people feel pain? Nowaki covered his head, feeling aggrieved, but looked around with his big rogue eyes. I saw that this was the camp of Konoha's medical class. There were a large number of wounded lying on the hospital beds, and those missing arms and legs looked very pitiful. And his own limbs are healthy, only suffered a little skin trauma. Okay, the show is over. Come and thank Orochimaru soon, he saved your life. Tsunade taught by pointing at his brother's nose. No problem. 30 between you and me, why bother to say this? Orochimaru said calmly. There are nearly 50 babies in his family, all of which were delivered by Tsunade. What kind of friendship do you say this is? Deadly friendship. However, Tsunade seemed to have misunderstood something, his cheeks flushed slightly, but he didn't open his mouth to refute. Hey! I saw Nobuaki was stunned for a moment, staring at Orochimaru's face intently, and after a while, he tapped his palm with his fist and said with a face of enlightenment. Senior Orochimaru, will you be my brother-in-law? What a big nerve, outspoken and quick-hearted. Nobuaki, don't mess around. Tsunade just wanted to explain something. I want to be your brother-in-law. Orochimaru hits a straight ball in a serious manner. I'm not pretending, I'm showing my cards. He's the blood of the greedy Tsunade. Orochimaru, how come even you have become so unruly? With his hands on his hips, Tsunade glared at him with feigned anger, his cheeks puffed up. The brows are full of girl's coquettishness. Fa! I've never seen such a cute expression on my sister. Nobuaki was dumbfounded. Bloodline inheritance is a major event for the ninja clan. Where is the indecency? Orochimaru looked serious, maintaining a righteous expression. Humph! I do not care. You guys are a big fool. Tsunade half closed one eye, full of arrogance. Tisk, it seems that this woman is not so easy to fool. Orochimaru didn't change his face, and turned his target to Nobuaki, a pure boy beside him. Nobuaki, do you want to revive the Senju clan? Yes, I do. Nobuaki answered without thinking. Then what do you think should be done to revive the Senju clan? Orochimaru posed a question. First of all, to become stronger through cultivation, and then try to become a Hokage. Nobuaki has followed the example of his great-grandfather and second-grandfather since he was a child, and his dream is to become Hokage. Nobuaki. Tsunade's lips moved, and she didn't know how to explain it to Nobuaki. The current Hokage is not a goal worth looking forward to. Especially for the Senju family, it will definitely touch the sensitive nerves of Konoha's high level. Wrong. Orochimaru shook his head, denying Nobuaki's dream. Why? Nobuaki expressed his bewilderment with a blank face. Nobuaki, you have to know that the revival of a clan should be people-oriented. The current Senju clan is withered, and the annual birth rate is much lower than the death rate. In another 10 or 20 years, the Senju clan will cease to exist. Orochimaru began to be persuasive. Of course, what he said is the real situation of the Senju clan. On the timeline in the original work, Tsunade is the only descendant of the Senju family, and he is still lonely for life. Although there are still some descendants of the descendants, they can't make a difference. Both Tsunade and Nobuaki fell into a long silence, seeming to be thinking deeply about the life of Orochi. Then, what should we do then? You teach me, Orochimaru-senpai. Orochimaru-sensei. Nobuaki looked at Orochimaru eagerly. Nobuaki, since you asked sincerely, I will tell you mercifully. The corner of Orochimaru's mouth curled up, revealing a wicked smile. The revival of the Senju clan begins with the birth of a child. I see, wait. Having a baby? Nobuaki nodded subconsciously, but immediately felt something was wrong. Having a baby, what kind of revival is this? For a 12-year-old immature brain, Nobuaki is a child, this answer is too advanced. Of course, you are still young and have not reached the legal age stipulated by Konoha. So, the burden of multiplying the offspring for the Senju clan will fall on your sister. Orochimaru poor figure dagger now. Makes sense. Sister for the revival of the Senju clan, please hurry up and marry Orochimaru-senpai and have many children. Nobuaki nodded vigorously and looked at his sister expectantly. As innocent as he is, he also wants to see the prosperity of his family. Nawaki 843, do you really think so? Tsunade opened his mouth wide in astonishment, and his heart began to waver. She and Orochimaru also want Jiraiya, who has been a childhood sweetheart since childhood, and the latter is unreliable and eliminated directly. For the handsome and talented Orochimaru, Tsunade himself has a good affection. It's just that Orochimaru's all-inclusive marriage proposal made it difficult for Tsunade to accept for a while. But I have to say that women are always fickle. Tsunade lives in Orochimaru's house for a long time based on the A-rank mission of nanny. Whenever she sees Orochimaru's wives and concubines in groups, but they are happy, she will inevitably feel a complicated envy in her heart. Especially in Orochimaru's house, the sound of babies crying all day long is a sign of the prosperity of a family. Back to the Senju family, they are always deserted and lifeless. The sharp contrast between the two makes Tsunade feel at a loss. Maybe what Orochimaru said is right. Number B%. What should I do? Tsunade stared at Orochimaru silently, his eyes suddenly became full of wisdom. P.S. Refer to Husky's eyes, reduce intelligence to strike. S.A. Come on, Tsunade. Let's work together to make the Senju clan great again. Orochimaru's eyes glowed with a frenzy. Chapter 66. Leaf Camp. Kato Dan sits at the top as the general conductor, and he looks triumphantly at the audience. The Konoha battle meeting is starting now. If you have any suggestions, you can speak freely. Everyone in Konoha was silent. Many people are dissatisfied with the young commander-in-chief in front of him. Especially the wave where he ordered the whole army to pursue Hanzo, ruining the lives of thousands of Konoha shinobi in vain. This operation aroused strong dissatisfaction among the people. Shout, I have a suggestion here. Jiraiya deliberately picks things up. Oh? Jiraiya, what can you say directly? Kato Dan raised his eyebrows, but still kept a kind smile on his face. I propose to change the commander-in-chief of the troops. Kato Dan, with all due respect, your command skills are not good. Jiraiya mercilessly pointed out the opponent's weaknesses, and this was also the voice of everyone present. Good guy. You came here to sabotage on purpose today, right? A cold light flashed in Kato Dan's eyes, but he still maintained a smiling expression on the surface. I regret that the position of Commander-in-Chief was appointed by Konoha's senior management. I can only obey Master Hokage's appointment. Kato Dan moved out of Konoha's high-level backstage, and everyone had nothing to say. Cut. I knew it was like this. Jiraiya looked upset. No matter how disobedient he is to Kato Dan, he can't disobey Konoha's high-level orders, otherwise he will be rebelling. Since everyone is fine, let's end today's combat meeting. Kato Dan was very angry in his heart, and secretly hated Jiraiya for blatantly opposing him. I have a very important announcement here. Orochimaru stood up suddenly. Don't be too flamboyant. Tsunade's cheeks were slightly flushed, and he tugged on the other's sleeve. Orochimaru, do you also want to replace me as commander-in-chief? Kato Dan's face was ugly, and he subconsciously thought that the other party was here to seize power. No, I'm not interested in such small things. Orochimaru shook his head. Small things? Commander in charge of more than 10,000 Konoha shinobi, you tell me it's a trivial matter? The corner of Kato Dan's mouth twitched. It is really frustrating to have a position that one is proud of, but to be dismissive in the eyes of the other party. Then what do you want to say? Kato Dan suppressed the anger in his heart. The people present also cast their attention. Since Hatake Sakumo was transferred away, Orochimaru's prestige has faintly reached the highest in the entire army. After all, everyone is not blind. In every battle, Orochimaru rushed to the front row and killed the most enemies. The ninja world believes in the strong. Suppose Orochimaru announces now that Kato Dan will be impeached and the commander-in-chief will be seized. Most of the Konoha shinobi fans on the scene will choose to follow. Kato-dan is also well aware of this, his worst fear is being taken over by Orochimaru. I want. Orochimaru's lips moved. What do you want? Sure enough, you want to seize power, right? Kato-dan's eyes widened, his mind was running fast, thinking about how to deal with Orochimaru's seizure of power. Come on! Orochimaru! Whatever you do, I support you. Jiraiya's eyes lit up. As a good partner, Jiraiya raised his hands to support Orochimaru as the conductor. Orochimaru, do you want to openly rebel, eh? Wait! What did you say? Kato-dan blurted out that he intended to label the other party as a rebel, but his ears seemed to be hallucinating. Ah ha ha ha! Orochimaru, what are you talking about? Marriage? This is a battlefield. Jiraiya froze for a moment, then laughed. Seriously, how did I not realize that Orochimaru has a sense of humor before? The Konoha people at the scene were also speechless. What's going on? They were still debating whether to stand in line and follow Orochimaru to seize power. The expected sinister political struggle, but you made it up for me? I'm going to have a wedding. Orochimaru's declaration again, let everyone know they heard it right. Wait a moment. Let me take it easy. Kato-dan stretched out his hand and squeezed the space between his eyebrows. Just now, his brain's CPU was running close to overload, and he came up with various scenarios of Orochimaru's seizure of power, and how he should deal with it. Having a wedding? Orochimaru, are you kidding us? Kato-dan really couldn't figure it out, because the snake repeatedly came out of nowhere. It's scumbag behavior to make fun of marriage. Orochimaru frowned and gave him a disdainful look. Nest grass. You who have married more than 40 wives and concubines, how dare you call me a scumbag? Kato-dan was out of breath. Orochimaru, who is your marriage partner this time? Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at the shy Tsunade, with an expression of disbelief and horror on his face. Hey hey hey! No way no way! Goddess Tsunade, how could this be? This is my wedding with Tsunade. In order to express my respect to the Senju family, I hope to hold a grand wedding under the witness of everyone. As soon as Orochimaru's words came out, it was no less than a blockbuster dropped. Master Tsunade. That's Lord First Hokage's direct granddaughter, it really needs to be grand. But, this is a battlefield, is it appropriate to hold a wedding? Where is it inappropriate? Weddings on the battlefield are super romantic for ninjas. Damn it! She really wants to get married too. Miss, what do you think of me? FK off. The shrimp-headed man didn't even pass the Chunin exam, trash. Ouch, do you really think that you are a little fairy? Who secretly participated in Orochimaru's marriage proposal, but was rejected in the end. You can't make it even if you send it to your door as a concubine. Damn. I'd rather be a maid in Mrs. Orochimaru's house than marry you. Hold the grass. So ruthless. The Konoha people who were originally silent suddenly broke out into a heated discussion. Nanyo is good, compared with the dull and serious battle meeting, everyone of course prefers the 8 trigrams entertainment of marriage. To put it bluntly, everyone was so depressed by the war that their emotions were tense, and no one knew that one day they would die on the battlefield. In this harsh atmosphere, Orochimaru suddenly announced a wedding, and it became a place for everyone to vent their emotions. FK the war, we want to have fun. Master Orochimaru. Master Tsunade. Marry. 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 Seeing the audience erupting and shouting support in unison, Tsunade was in a daze, and the vanity of a woman was greatly satisfied. Thank you everyone's blessings. Tsunade's eyes were blurred. After being fooled by Orochimaru's rejuvenation of the Senju clan, his IQ has plummeted. Now, under the warm atmosphere of everyone in Konoha, he has been completely brainwashed. Chapter 67. Konoha high rise. Let's see what intelligence is on the front line these days. Kato Dan, as expected, is still too young to convince the public. Third Hokage carefully read the scroll of information Anbu submitted. It says that Kato Dan is in command, and the Konoha troops below are quite complaining. Humph! Isn't this the result you want? Shimura Dan snorted coldly. If Kato Dan can really fully control the 15,000 Konoha troops, Hokage probably won't be able to sleep. The reason why Hotaki Sakumo was transferred at the beginning was because he was afraid that he would control the 15,000 people and support his own self-respect. In short, the heart of defense is indispensable. For Konoha's stability, all possibility of rebellion must be eliminated in germination. Mitokato Homura said with a serious face. The next report. This is the damage report from Konoha's attack on Rain Shinobi. Konoha 1763 killed, Rain Shinobi 1683 killed. How was this battle fought? Twice as many troops, yet more casualties than the opponent? Udadan Kohara frowned. It seems that the old fox Hanzo is still a little bit capable. Third Hokage took a deep draw from his pipe. When he was young, he had fought against Hanzo a few times, knowing that his opponent was not that easy to deal with. Relax, most of the dead are insignificant genin. The only thing I regret is that the damned person didn't die. Shimura Dan's eyes flickered sinisterly. In the root laboratory, everything is ready 167, except Nawaki, the most critical material. Hey! I told you not to go too far. If Tsunade is cornered, it's not going to end well. Third Hokage scolded the other party. Hat! Shimura Dan's disagrees. You just talk with your mouth. Next information. This, look at it. Is it the wrong information? Impossible. This is all collected by my subordinate Anbu. Having a wedding? What's the matter? Third Hokage looked at the scroll of information in his hand, with an incomparable encirclement on his face. Tisk! That Orochimaru guy is really good at making things happen. After Shimura Dan's glanced at it, he was also speechless. Hold a wedding on the battlefield, thank you for thinking of it. Married to Tsunade. That grumpy woman with strange strength, actually agreed. Udadan Kohara said incredible. Tsunade Hime, who was born in the direct descendant of the Senju clan, the proud daughter of heaven, actually married a married woman. Hehe, you are indeed my proud disciple. Third Hokage smiled enviously. Orochimaru and Tsunade. Tess. It just so happens that Orochimaru's loyalty to our top brass is 100%. Orochimaru can subdue Tsunade, doesn't it mean that we control the Senju family, Deb? Mitokato Homura's analysis is well-founded and convincing. Don't talk so full. I always feel that Orochimaru is not a quiet ninja. Shimura Dan's habitual conspiracy theory seems to be a problem for everyone. The battlefield of the Kingdom of Kawa. Wedding preparations are in full swing at the Konoha camp. You are really capricious. Kato Dan watched the beaming wedding decoration scene, and his blood pressure was instantly full. In his mind, Tsunade has long been regarded as his own plaything. As long as he marries her, Kato Dan can justifiably receive the inheritance of the Senju clan. It will be a great help for him to hit Hokage in the future. What's so good about this Orochimaru? Isn't it just a little more handsome and stronger than him? Why do women like him? Kato Dan's heart was full of jealousy. Ha 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 ha. He is a man with a talent and a woman with good looks, a natural match. When will you get a buffoon like you here? Jiraiya laughed while holding the bottle in one hand. Jiraiya. Don't think I don't know. You pervert have always had unrealistic ideas about Tsunade. Kato Dan gave each other a hard look. That's all in the past. Tsunade marries Orochimaru, I accept. Bless them all. Hi. While talking, Jiraiya drank the bottle with one hand. You idiot, what right do you have to preach to me? Kato-dan cursed angrily, but he still couldn't let go of it for a long time. Report. There was a group of people outside who claimed to be Orochimaru's family and said they were here for the wedding. One of Anbu's staff reports. What did you say? You actually brought your family to the battlefield. After Kato-dan heard it, he became even more jealous. You really think the battlefield is your back garden, right? Ouch. It's the beautiful sisters-in-law who came. I have to say that in the way of controlling women, Yin Snake is really a role model for my generation of men. Jiraiya's eyes were full of longing. He wanted to ask for advice. How did Orochimaru manage to get along well with wives and concubines? Husband. My lord. We're here to see you. Seeing a group of beautiful Ying-Ying and Yan-Yan appearing in front of them, everyone in Konoha couldn't help being stunned. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all these beautiful big sisters are Orochimaru's wives. My god! This is a beautiful thing that I dare not dream of. Ah! I'm so envious. Mitarashi Shiwa, Nohara Ui, Uzuki Iroha, Ui Hino, Kusanagi Psycho, Kurama Ky, 6 people attended the wedding as representatives of Orochimaru's family. You are here. Orochimaru greeted his wives with a smile on his face. Of course, his wives and concubines are more than the ones in front of him, but the family still has a lot of children to take care of, and they can't all arrive. Husband, I miss you so much. Help. Tool single dog. Everyone in Konoha suddenly felt dazzling in front of them, and couldn't open their eyes. Wow! Sister Tsunade today is so beautiful. Tsunade, who was wearing a white gown, slowly appeared in front of everyone. P.S. As shown in the picture, I have been looking for a picture for a long time, I hope it will not be swallowed. Originally delicate and refined face, coupled with exquisite makeup, is simply gorgeous. Shiu-senpai, hello. Tsunade looked embarrassed. Think back then. When Orochimaru first announced his marriage plan, Mitarashi Shiwa was the first to apply. At that time, she also persuaded the other party with righteous words, not to commit herself to Orochimaru, a big carrot. Whoever thought, 3 years later today. Tsunade slapped himself in the face hard. Hee sister Tsunade, don't be so rude. From today onwards, we are half-sisters. All the girls cast friendly glances at Tsunade. Just because Tsunade took care of them when they were pregnant and gave birth, and the child was delivered by the latter. This great kindness is more important than anything else. Except for the pommel horse dome. There is no way, although her age is legal, but she looks too criminal. In addition, her health has not been very good. Orochimaru did not study in depth with her. Husband, now I am ready. Under the sponsorship of Orochimaru, Kurama Kyan has received Konoha's top-notch medical services for a long time, and finally healed up. Relax, Tsunade. I also practiced medical ninjutsu well. If you give birth in the future, I will accompany you all the way. Ui Nohara said solemnly. This is too fast. Tsunade lowered her head shyly. Not fast, not fast. Better now. Immediately. Sister, don't forget. Brother-in-law said, we want to make the Senju clan great again. Noeki urged anxiously. Hee. I'm looking forward to it too. A pleasant smile appeared on Orochimaru's face. What kind of bloodline will the offspring of Tsunade get? Chapter 68. Konoha is on the front line of the battlefield, and a grand wedding is being held. This news was quickly found out by the spy ninjas of Sand Shinobi and Rain Shinobi. What did you say? Konoha is holding a wedding on the front line of the battlefield. Married to Orochimaru and Tsunade. That fellow Orochimaru, it's thanks to him that he came up with such a clumsy strategy to lure the enemy. Chiyo's first reaction after hearing the news was that there was a fraud in it. Because according to the logic of normal people, holding a wedding on the battlefield, what kind of crazy idea is this? And she has already investigated the personal information of Orochimaru and Tsunade. Knowing that Orochimaru was seeking marriage in Konoha Hiroshi, and married more than 40 wives and concubines, this is outrageous. Who is Tsunade? The granddaughter of first Hokage, the direct descendant of the Senju clan ethnic group. From the perspective of being a woman, Cho believes that it is absolutely impossible for Tsunade, who is born noble, to marry a man with a lot of wives and concubines like Orochimaru. Comprehensive judgment. Orochimaru and Tsunade's wedding must be a conspiracy to lure Sand Shinobi to attack. Konoha is holding a wedding. Information was released on purpose. Humph. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. Just keep monitoring, and order all ministries to prohibit rash actions. Hanzo is a cautious man. He also thinks Konoha's wedding is a trap. After all, in the battle not long ago, he used the detonator trap to blow up 1,000 Konoha shinobi fighters. Therefore, he also has reasons to believe that Konoha has ambushed a trap at the wedding scene, and is waiting for Rain Shinobi to drill it. That's all. Both Sand Shinobi and Rain Shinobi remained on hold. Of course, the main reason is because both Cho and Hanzo have fought against Orochimaru and know how powerful the latter is. To put it bluntly, plots and calculations are secondary. What really scares Sand Shinobi and Rain Shinobi is Orochimaru's own strength. Orochimaru, Tsunade. Brothers hereby congratulate you, a happy marriage for 100 years, and an early baby. Jiraiya sent her sincere wishes, and took a drink from her glass. Thank you. Jiraiya, I suddenly found that you look serious, not as annoying as before. Tsunade smiled back, and drank a glass generously. Jiraiya, we will always be friends. Orochimaru raised his wine glass and clinked with the other party, and what he said was also true. Whether it is Jiraiya in the original book that he saw in the previous life, or Jiraiya Orochimaru who he personally came into contact with after time travel, he feels that the other party is a very good gay friend worth dating. Jiraiya is a man who can deal with him. He can stab the two brothers. If something happens, he can really do it. Haha. We are friends forever. Jiraiya suddenly felt her nose sore, and laughed with tears in her eyes. Since childhood, he has always regarded Orochimaru as the target of pursuit, and has always hoped to be recognized by the latter. P.S. Similar to Naruto's bond to Sasuke. Now that Orochimaru has personally recognized his friend, Jiraiya's depression is finally relieved. What a great time tonight! In order to prevent someone from ruining this beautiful atmosphere, I went outside to watch. Jiraiya waved her hand, turned and left gracefully. Needless to say, according to tonight's rhythm, Sand Shinobi and Rain Shinobi are very likely to launch an attack. Someone has to be on top alert. This guy always feels weird. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya's back suspiciously. He's broken in love, let him be alone. Orochimaru said with a calm face. Who do you think caused this? It's not a certain Mr. Hyu. Tsunade poked his chest lightly with his fingernails with a teasing expression on his face. Am I exposed? Orochimaru looked surprised. Nonsense. Do you really think Miss Ben is a fool? Just a few words and a few words to make me limp. Tsunade gave him a nasty look, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Orochimaru, do you know that the most advanced hunters often appear as prey? Orochimaru's eyes widened suddenly, and then responded unwillingly. Yet. Tsunade, when did you have the illusion that you are not the prey? Tsunade was dumbfounded, but she replied, not pretending to be calm. Who is the hunter and who is the prey? It's just the beginning. The two looked at each other, and a spark of passion burst out. Ask for flowers. Stop it. You couple of dogs. In public, they are flirting. Kato-dan is so jealous that his teeth are going to bite out. Angrily roaring in his heart, what are Sand Shinobi and Rain Shinobi doing? He has clearly released information about the wedding on purpose, and now is the best time to launch an attack. Why didn't they come to attack? However, what Kato Dan never expected was that precisely because of his deliberate release of information, Sand Shinobi and Rain Shinobi further believed that Konoha's wedding was a conspiracy. Kato Dan's coquettish operation is really the behavior of a clown, self-defeating and self-defeating. The wedding is over. The next day, Orochimaru bid farewell to his family and left the battlefield, returning to Konoha. Goodbye, my husband. Husband, take care of everything, we and the children are waiting for you to go home. Sister Tsunade, I hope that next time we meet, you will become a mother. Ah, it's too early for this kind of thing. No, you know, our husband has always been good at research. Is your research serious? Facing the ridicule from all the women, Tsunade felt very shy, and his whole temperament became different after being a wife for the first time. Orochimaru is also extraordinarily refreshed. Last night, he studied the blood in depth all night. As long as he persists day after day, it is only a matter of time to reap the results. Woo! Morning, Tsunade the snake. Jiraiya yawned with big dark circles under her eyes. In order not to disturb the wedding of his brother and his sister-in-law, he maintains the barrier of perception all night to prevent the sneak attacks of Sand Shinobi and Rain Shinobi. Jiraiya. Orochimaru was moved in his heart. Dude, I'm crying to death. Why didn't it appear? Kato Dan also had dark circles under his eyes were bloodshot, and he kept repeating something in his mouth. Sand Shinobi, Rain Shinobi, how about you guys? Maybe it's Kato Dan's call. Or the enemy finally discovered that Konoha's wedding was real, and there were no plots or traps at all. In the afternoon, Sand Shinobi teamed up with Rain Shinobi to launch an attack on Konoha. Chapter 69. Damn Konoha, there is actually a real wedding. It doesn't take us seriously, it's really deceiving. Both Cho and Hanzo are scheming people. Based on their old and insidious thinking, they both believed that Orochimaru was cheating, so they didn't send troops to launch an attack. However, the next day when they sent out the spy ninjas again to collect information, they finally confirmed the unbelievable news. Furious and angry, Cho and Hanzo quickly reached an agreement on a temporary alliance, and Sand Shinobi and Rain Shinobi joined forces to attack Konoha. Report. A large number of Sand Shinobi troops have been spotted to the west. Report. A large number of Rain Shinobi troops have been spotted to the north. Emergency. Emergency. The Konoha reconnaissance team issued repeated alarms. Kato Dan, who has been begging for Sand Shinobi and Rain Shinobi to come and attack quickly, is also at this time. He just wants the enemy to come and mess up and destroy Orochimaru and Tsunade's wedding scene. April 20th never thought that the enemy was really coming, and it was Sand Shinobi and Rain Shinobi attacking at the same time. Captain Kato Dan, what should we do now? Everyone in Konoha immediately turned their attention to the commander-in-chief in front of them. What? How do I know? Sand Shinobi and Rain Shinobi are both hostile forces, why did they join forces? Kato Dan suddenly became confused, scratching his head at a loss. Konoha holds the superior force, whether it is Sand Shinobi or Rain Shinobi, the comprehensive strength is not as good as them. But now that the latter has formed an alliance, it will be very difficult. Captain Kato Dan, please issue a combat statement. In the face of the enemy's overall situation, it is very dangerous to do nothing. At this time, a large-scale commotion had already occurred in the Konoha army, and everyone stood there in a daze, waiting for the order from their superiors. Combat command. Now, order the whole army to prepare for battle. Right, that is it. Kato Dan was sweating profusely, panicking but still trying to calm down. Ready to fight. Then, how should we fight? Everyone in Konoha was even more impatient. How many people would die if they encountered this unreliable command? However, at this critical moment, a calm voice instantly calmed everyone's restless hearts. Send the order down. The Jainin of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th squads will gather 12,000 Konoha troops to hold back the Sand Shinobi army in the west. Jiraiya, Tsunade, lead the rest of the ninjas, and join me in the battle against Rain Shinobi in the north. Orochimaru's succinct but clear-cut combat instructions inspired everyone in Konoha, and instantly had a backbone. Listen, this is called commanding. Orochimaru. How can you bypass my command and give orders? Kato Dan's eyes widened, thinking that you are blatantly taking his power. Humph. Who do you think you are? In one sentence, you want everyone to obey your orders? Kato Dan sneered in his heart. Obey. Learn. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Everyone in Konoha didn't have any doubts, and all members followed Orochimaru's order and acted quickly. Kato Dan's face was livid, the face-slapping scene came too fast. He imagined various scenarios in his mind, how Orochimaru would seize power, and how he should respond. Never thought that when Orochimaru really wanted to seize power, he only needed one word. There is no intrigue and back and forth, the most high-end seizure of power, it is so simple and unadorned. When everyone in Konoha is facing a life-and-death war, they will choose to follow Orochimaru without hesitation. This is determined by strength. Shut up, Kato Dan. If you don't want to die, follow my orders. I can't stop Cho, come and see me. Orochimaru's icy gaze pierced Kato Dan's heart like two sharp arrows. This trash is making blind comparisons all day long, I will bear with you for a long time. Kato Dan opened his mouth wide, his complexion changed for a while, and a huge humiliation rushed into his heart instantly. But he had to do as Orochimaru ordered. The current situation can be said to be extremely urgent. Facing the two-way attack of Sand Shinobi and Rain Shinobi, Konoha will become more dangerous for every minute of delay. I see. Can't I go? Kato Dan gritted his teeth, turned around with humiliation and rushed to the battlefield to the west. Orochimaru, you have sent all your troops to deal with Sand Shinobi, so our troops are seriously short. Jiraiya said with a worried face. Originally there were 15,000 Konoha troops. When fighting Rain Shinobi, 1,800 were lost by Kato Dan's brainless operation, leaving 13,200. Now 12,000 are transferred to fight against Sand Shinobi, and only 1,200 remain. The strength of Rain Shinobi is conservatively estimated to be 5,700 at present. The number of enemies is several times that of ours, and of course the most troublesome one is that Hands of the Salamander, 0. Tsunade frowned. No need to worry. When the war started, I was responsible for confronting Hanzo head-on. Jiraiya, Tsunade, can you summon large summoning beasts to cooperate with Konoha troops to fight against Rain Shinobi? Orochimaru ordered. The strongest ninja in Rain Shinobi is Hands of the Salamander. The other Rain Shinobi are just a bunch of miscellaneous characters. Watch me, Great Toad Sage Jiraiya, sweep M. Jiraiya slapped her chest and shouted with conviction. Orochimaru, I believe in you. Tsunade gazed at him with eyes full of affection, without saying anything. Konoha vs Sand Shinobi vs Rain Shinobi, the three-party war has started a new round of ninja meat grinder. Puppet art, attack blade. Cho controls a large number of kunai through the puppet line, and kills Konoha Shinobi with precision. The highly poisonous kunai, as long as a scratch is scratched, it is enough to kill a person. It's Cho from Sand Shinobi. Quick, run! Everyone in Konoha looked terrified and retreated again and again. Hold it all! Those who retreat, die! Kato Dan slashed and killed a retreating Konoha Shinobi, and successfully deterred those Konoha people who were trying to calm down with his brutal killing. Oh! You are Konoha's General Director 0.1 Wave Kato Dan. Cho asked in surprise. Young, really too young, she couldn't figure out why Shiraki's high-level officials would send such a stunned young man to command the army. Under Konoha elite Jainin, Rubu. Kato Dan proudly reported his name. It's not bad to kill decisively. I just don't know, how are you compared to Orochimaru? Cho narrowed her eyes, intending to test the other party. Laozi is much stronger than Orochimaru. Kato Dan got emotional and shouted loudly. I see. Cho smiled contemptuously. With her sharp eyesight, she could see the wavering in Kato Dan's heart at a glance. Incompetent people tend to scream the loudest in order to embolden themselves. Chapter 70. Hey! It seems that the number of Konoha shinobi is not many. Our rain shinobi have a great advantage, kill them. The two armies confronted each other, and the rain shinobi ninjas were all over the place. It was obvious at first glance that there were a lot of people, and the morale immediately swelled. Master Hanzo, report from the perception class. No ambushes of Konoha shinobi were found around, and judging from Chakra's reaction, there are only 1,200 people in Konoha shinobi. Hanzo frowned and said coldly. It seems that Konoha's large army has been transferred to fight Sand shinobi. Humph. You only sent this few people to deal with us, Rain shinobi is underestimated. With a wave of his hand, Hanzo ordered 5,700 Rain shinobi troops to attack. The enemy is coming. There are so many people. It feels like it's several times ours. Can this battle be fought? Everyone in Konoha showed fear on their faces. Tsunade, Jiraiya. Do it. Orochimaru gave an order. Summoning technique *3. Bang bang bang. 3 summoning beasts, Man-Snake, Toad-Buntat, and Katsuyu, appear. Orochimaru, the last favor, today you. 10,000 snakes were thinking about the battle of Uzumaki, and Orochimaru blocked Raikage's blow for it, and the fighting enthusiasm was very strong. Relying on its 30 tough snake scales, one snake went on a rampage all the way, and swallowed the Rain shinobi ninja alive on the spot. Jiraiya, you're looking for trouble. Toad-Wenta complained, but he didn't slack off. He picked up the Tadeo and slashed and killed Rain shinobi frantically. Katsuyu, the backup of the troops, I leave it to you. Understood, as long as your chakra is enough. Katsuyu split into countless small avatars, which were carried on the bodies of the Konoha people at the scene. Tsunade can deliver medical ninjutsu's healing chakra to everyone on the battlefield at any time through Katsuyu. Wow! What's this slimy stuff? Idiot! This is Master Tsunade's summoning beast, it can save lives at critical times. Master Orochimaru is mighty. Master Jiraiya is mighty. Master Tsunade is mighty. 2 can fight, 1 can breastfeed, the morale of everyone in Konoha is greatly boosted. These 3 summoning beasts are not ordinary ninja beasts. Fortunately, it hasn't fully grown yet, the old man's salamander fish can be suppressed. Hanzo narrowed his eyes slightly, quickly formed a seal with his hands, and used his trump card. Summoning technique. Huge Sunin appeared on the battlefield, just looking at its size, it can beat Wanshi, Toad-Buntat, and Katsuyu. P.S. During World War II, Sunin's summoning beast hadn't grown up yet, so it couldn't beat Sunin. This is written in the original book, not the author's random writing. Damn it! It's so big! Is this the guardian beast of Rain Shinobi Village in legendary, Sanjiao? When Jiraiya saw it for the first time, she couldn't help being stunned. Everyone be careful! This summoning beast contains a huge amount of toxin. Tsunade reminded loudly. This is when Orochimaru sneaked into Rain Shinobi Village alone to find out information. After fighting Hanzo, he escaped with poison on his body. Tsunade immediately went to the border to meet him, so he has a certain understanding of the poison of salamander. Act according to the original battle plan. Orochimaru summoned a shadow clone, which jumped on the head of 10,000 snakes. Learn. Learn. Jiraiya and Tsunade drive their respective summoning beasts to the battlefield against the Rain Shinobi army. Konoha and Rain Shinobi's two armies cooperated very well, and a large battlefield was vacated for Orochimaru and Hanzo to confront each other. Hey! You actually distracted your companion and summoning man, Orochimaru, are you planning to go one-on-one with me? Hanzo was surprised when he saw this. Originally, in his vision, he would be at a disadvantage in a 1-on-3 fight. We can only adopt delaying tactics and wait for the Rain Shinobi troops with superior forces to defeat the Konoha troops. Instead, Orochimaru went straight to him one-on-one. Let Tsunade and Jiraiya fill in the insufficient number of Konoha troops. I trust my companions. Orochimaru said calmly. Tsunade and Jiraiya and Orochimaru, Shadow Clone, plus 3 summoning beasts plus 1200 Konoha shinobi, enough to compete with 5702 hidden ninjas. Really? Those two young men do have impressive fighting power. The three of you stand side by side, and I will give you the title of Konoha-Sunin when you hide. Hanzo expressed his admiration for the three young ninjas from the bottom of his heart, corresponding to his greatest killing intent. No matter what, he must kill Konoha-Sunin in front of him. Otherwise, within 10 years, Hanzo will have difficulty suppressing the powerful enemy in front of him. Konoha-Sunin. The legendary of history has finally appeared. Orochimaru's eyes flickered slightly, and he showed a thoughtful smile. However, the result of history. I'm not going to comply. Konoha-Sunin lost to Hanzo in the original book, this is unacceptable to Orochimaru. Snort. It's really shameless. Do you think you can predict the future? Hanzo drove the Sancho into a charge towards Orochimaru. Earth-style Huangchuan swamp. Orochimaru pressed the Madara with his hands on the ground, turning the area where the salamander was advancing into a swamp. The bulky salamander sank all at once. Goo! The salamander opened its mouth and spit out a deadly poisonous mist. Wind-style great breakthrough. Orochimaru opened his mouth and blew out a violent gust of wind, blowing the thunder back. Only to find that Hanzo had disappeared from sight. Whoosh! Instant water. Hanzo quietly appeared behind Orochimaru, the scythe in his hand cut out a pitch-black blade. Perception. Orochimaru didn't look back, he dodged the opponent's kendo iai with a sideways move. Crack! The big rock in the distance was split in half by the jet-black blade light. Zi. Gold's razor wraps around the Kusanagi sword. Orochimaru turned around and swung his sword. Boom! Thunder crit! Is it really Grandmaster Lightning style? Hanzo's figure was repelled. Just a little understanding. Orochimaru made a Madara with his hands again, and spit out a fiery fireball from his mouth. Fire-style luxurious Yanhua. Hanzo subconsciously resorted to his adept water style. Water-style water waves. Puff. Evaporation of water vapor produces a large amount of fog. No. He did it on purpose. Hanzo secretly said something bad. In the water mist with poor vision, the party with keen sense occupies a favorable environment. Zi. Gold's lightning quickly flashed through the mist. Orochimaru swung the snake thunder blade and slashed at Hanzo. Clang! The sickle grid blocked Kusanagi sword. Although Hanzo's perception is not strong, his body can always respond automatically at the last moment of danger by virtue of his experienced nerve response. Has the fighting instinct formed muscle memory? However, if you just rely on instinct to fight, how long can you persist until 193? Orochimaru didn't need to make seals, his left hand instantly turned into a big white snake, and quickly bit the opponent. Ninja Shul King snake legs. Crack! Hanzo pulled the iron chain with his left hand, firmly stuck the snake's head. But I don't want to be sprayed with venom from the snake's mouth. Hanzo suddenly felt dizzy for a while, and immediately pulled back. This poison. Is the poison made by Cho? Hanzo immediately activated the chakra in his body to resist the invasion of toxins. Fortunately, he transplanted the poison sac of salamander fish since he was a child, and he is naturally very resistant to poison. Not long ago I had a fight with that old lady Sand Shinobi. I used some of the toxins I collected to transform my pets. The white snake in Orochimaru's hand reveals the letter of the snake. In the field of research, there are still such attainments. Orochimaru, I'm starting to wonder, are you some old monster reincarnated with the forbidden technique? Hanzo really couldn't figure out how the opponent, a young man in his early 20s, could master 5-sense ninjutsu, medical ninjutsu, swordsmanship, physical fitness, everything Grandmaster can do. Reincarnated. That's half the answer. However, to you who is a loser, what's the point of knowing this? Orochimaru chuckled lightly, and continued to raise his sword to kill Hanzo. You are too arrogant, Orochimaru. This arrogance will make you pay the price. Hanzo made a mudra with one hand, and then his figure quickly jumped back. I saw the ground under my feet, covering a range of 1 kilometer, densely packed with detonating symbols all over the ground. The number is so large that it has reached 100,000 copies. Chapter 71. Such a number of detonating talismans is really worth it. The ground under Orochimaru's feet has all turned into detonating symbols, densely packed and inexhaustible. This is a technique specially prepared by the old man to kill you, a total of 100,000 detonating charms. A pained look appeared on Hanzo's face. The cost of a detonating talisman is at least 1,000 taels, and it will be doubled during the war. In particular, Rain Shinobi Village's finances are not well off. These 100,000 detonating symbols have cost Rain Shinobi Village more than 100 million taels of war funds. It's so powerful, I thought it was terrible. A mere 100,000 detonating symbols, you kill me. Hanzo, that's all your pattern. Orochimaru smiled contemptuously. In Rain Shinobi Village, a certain ninja named Konoha has prepared 1 billion detonating charms. Death is imminent, and you are still stubborn. Fire style detonate the Great Flame Formation. Hanzo decisively activated the detonator array. 100,000 detonating symbols exploded at the same time. Boom 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 boom. A mushroom cloud rose on the battlefield. The shock wave generated by the explosion even caused some damage to the nearby Konoha and Rain Shinobi ninjas. One can imagine what kind of damage Orochimaru, who is located in the very center of the explosion, will suffer. This jutsu is one of Hanzo's big ninjutsu. Everyone in Konoha showed expressions of fear. Because not long ago, they were killed by this trick and killed thousands of Konoha's companions. Orochimaru. Jiraiya was taken aback. It's okay, Jiraiya. Katsuyu told me that Orochimaru avoided the blow. Tsunade took a deep breath. Orochimaru flow body replacement technique. At the moment before the explosion, Orochimaru discarded a layer of skin on the spot, allowing the main body to escape into the ground without anyone noticing, avoiding the terrifying array of 100,000 detonating symbols. Ahem. Thank you, Katsuyu. Orochimaru still inevitably suffered some damage, but he has Tsunade's Katsuyu left on his body, which can heal the injury. My avatar has been destroyed, and I can only heal part of the injuries, but judging by your recovery ability, it doesn't seem to be necessary. Little Katsuyu's strength was exhausted and turned into a jelly. This level of injury is really nothing. Physical healing. This is the power that Orochimaru received from the blood of the Uzumaki clan. All the wounds on his body had healed, and almost no injuries could be seen. Is that really the trick? As a life-saving body replacement technique, it is really impeccable. Hanzo didn't seem too surprised that Orochimaru escaped his detonator flames. After all, in the last battle with Orochimaru, the opponent showed this superb body replacement technique. However, with the same method, do you think the old man has no countermeasures? There was a terrifying murderous look in Hanzo's eyes. He was scheming and deliberately placed 100,000 detonating talismans, which cost so much that everyone thought it was Hanzo's trump card. In fact, this is just a cover-up method used by Hanzo. The real trump card is the strongest summoning beast Sanjiao, who has fought side by side with him for many years. Orochimaru, who was lurking underground, suddenly sensed a strange movement from deep underground. In a daze, he seemed to see a huge mouth of an abyss, trying to swallow him up. Not good. Orochimaru thought something was wrong, immediately cast earth style to float up, and rushed out of the ground. Boom! Following him all the way out of the ground, there is also the salamander, which is opening its bloody mouth, biting towards Orochimaru. Damn Hanzo, the real purpose of the 100,000 explosion charms on the ground is to cover up the salamanders lurking underground. Orochimaru's face darkened. It can only be said that the ginger is still old and spicy. Even though he was young, he was still thrown together. Wind-style cyclone. Orochimaru took a deep breath, blew a whirlwind downwards, lifted his body and flew upwards, trying to avoid the abyssal mouth of the salamander. The old man has been waiting for you here for a long time. Go down. Hanzo's figure flashed and appeared directly above Orochimaru, waving a scythe in his hand and chopping out a jet-black blade light. Crack! Orochimaru held the Kusanagi sword to block and blocked the opponent's blow, but his own body inevitably fell down. Orochimaru! Orochimaru! Tsunade and Jiraiya's eyes widened and they could only watch helplessly as Orochimaru was swallowed by the salamander. The body has been severely damaged. Orochimaru's shadow clone disappeared along with the snakes. Damn beast! Bring back my husband quickly! Tsunade was frightened and angry, and rushed over desperately. Tsunade, don't be impulsive! Jiraiya exclaimed, but chased after him regardless. Konoha's side ran away with two main players at the same time, and the situation immediately took a turn for the worse. The hidden ninjas with a large number of people started a strong counterattack. Humph! It's useless, the poisonous gas in the belly of the salamander is 100 times stronger than outside the body. It's impossible for anyone to come out alive. Hanzo casts the instant technique, blocking Tsunade's path. Go away! Tsunade threw a fist regardless. Lost your mind? Hanzo took the first step and slashed the scythe in his hand towards Tsunade. Pfft! Tsunade's shoulder was cut with a deep bone-deep gash, from which a large amount of blood spattered. An ordinary ninja would have fallen down long ago after this blow, but Tsunade stood tenaciously. What? Strange power, Fudo King Kong power! Tsunade hit Hanzo's chest with a punch. The huge force hit Hanzo's chest a few inches. Hanzo's eyes widened and he flew upside down. Wow! Hanzo was spitting blood, several ribs were broken, and internal organs were also injured to a certain extent. Ninja Law, Yin heals wounds. The wound on Tsunade's shoulder healed itself. Strange power, physical technique. And top-notch medical ninjutsu. Are you from the Senju clan? Now Hanzo finally understood the details of Tsunade. Tsunade, are you okay? Leave me alone, save Orochimaru. Jiraiya looked at the huge salamander in front of him, gritted his teeth and rushed over. Boss Wentai, please help me. Jiraiya, this is my last chakra. Toad Bunta jumped out of the encirclement of rain shinobi, and his body was also bruised. Fire-style Toad Oil Flame Bomb. This is Hamabunta spraying oil, and Jiraiya spraying fire, forming hot oil and pouring it on the salamander. Goo! The mouth of the salamander fish spewed out a high-pressure water column, resisting the attack of fire oil. Drink ah! Jiraiya fully outputs chakra, further enhancing the power of fire style. Asterisk. The scalding kerosene showed faint signs of water column. Since it's 2 against 1, let's also add the strength of the old man. Hanzo resisted the pain on his body, jumped onto the salamander's head, and quickly made a mudra with his hands. Water-style big whale swallow. Added the advanced water-style technique of shape change, the water column transformed into a giant whale, overwhelming Jiraiya's fire oil with overwhelming power. Sorry, Jiraiya. My strength is exhausted. Toad Bunta disappeared in a puff of white smoke. Without the oil support of Bunta Toad, Jiraiya's fire style was unable to support on his own, and was soon extinguished by Hanzo's double water style, and his whole body was also knocked into the air by a giant whale, losing his fighting ability. Whoosh! The figure of Tsunade appeared above, holding Ono's feet high and smashing down. Weird power Tian Shao feet. Boom! Hanzo tried his best to stop him, but he was kicked away by Tsunade. Orochimaru, I'll rescue you right now, hey! Panting heavily, Tsunade was about to attack the salamander and open his mouth. Suddenly, her whole body was paralyzed, making her limbs stiff and unable to move. Cough 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 asterisk. Can't move. Breathing the poisonous gas of salamander fish at close range, even if you are a medical ninja, you can't resist it. Hanzo wiped the blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth, and said with a proud face. I can't fall begging here yet. Orochimaru. Tsunade supported his stiff limbs and walked towards the salamander step by step with tenacious perseverance. Konoha-san's fate, let me end it myself. With a grim expression on his face, Hanzo raised the sickle in his hand and rushed towards Tsunade. However, what he didn't notice was that the salamander suddenly stopped moving. A cyan light is looming in its body. Chapter 72. I can't move my body. Orochimaru was swallowed by the salamander fish in one gulp, and the high concentration of poison instantly made him incapacitated. The cells in the body are also being eroded and destroyed, but with the constitution of the Uzumaki family immune to death Xiaoqiang, he can't die for a while. Orochimaru is engrossed, absorbing natural energy. Outside, Tsunade and Jiraiya fought together and were defeated by Hanzo. Hateful. Orochimaru. If there is a miracle, please appear. Jiraiya was lying on the ground with serious injuries and could not move. Konoha-san's fate, let me end it. Hanzo slashed at Tsunade with a scythe in hand. Base. Tsunade clasped his palms together and caught Hanzo's sickle with his bare hands. Oh! You can still move, the bloodline of the Senju family is really well deserved. You're Orochimaru's wife, so it's even more dangerous. Almighty genius and Senju bloodline, it is hard to imagine what kind of ninja heirs will be bred. Hanzo pulled the iron chain with his left hand, quickly tied Tsunade's arms, and threw her flying with force, smashing several boulders in a row. Master Tsunade! Master Jiraiya! Even Master Orochimaru lost. How did 453 behave like this? The morale of everyone in Konoha was hit hard. Originally, their numbers were far lower than that of range shinobi ninjas. Now that the three people who are the backbone have all been defeated, what are they going to do? Everyone, don't panic. Hold on, Lord Orochimaru will definitely lead us to fight back. Some of Orochimaru's fanatical fans are still fighting. Ka ka ka. Tsunade broke the iron chain with all his strength, but Hanzo's weapons were all made of high-strength fine iron, and at this time Tsunade was poisoned by the salamander fish, so he couldn't fully exert his strange power. Water-style water shock wave. The high-pressure water knocked Tsunade to the ground again, unable to fight back. It seems that this time you can't stand up at all. The last blow, finish you. Hanzo pulled the iron chain with one hand and pulled Tsunade over, held the sickle high in the other hand, and made a charged blow. At this moment, Hanzo suddenly felt an inexplicable chill, and the breath of death was infinitely approaching. I saw a cyan light shining in the belly of the salamander. Pfffff. The blue light burst out from the body of the salamander, passing Hanzo as fast as lightning. So fast! Hanzo's pupils contracted, and his whole body tensed up in defense. Catch! The iron chain forged from fine iron broke, and the Tsunade that was originally held was lost. Whoosh! Tsunade's eyes widened and he realized that he was being surrounded by a cyan chakra. Beside him stood Orochimaru, but the other person looked a little strange. Orochimaru. You, what are you? I saw small blue snakes lingering around Orochimaru, patterns of dragon scales appeared on the skin, and tentacles grew out of his forehead. Let's not talk about the appearance and posture, but this strange chakra is very similar to what she saw from her grandfather first Hokage when she was a child sage mode. Don't worry, Tsunade. Leave everything to me. Orochimaru drove the blue snake and escorted Tsunade away from the battlefield. Samson Pepperfish. Hanzo glanced at the salamander in the distance, which had been ripped out from the inside out, and couldn't die anymore. There was an uncontrollable look of grief on his face. This is his old partner who has been with him for many years, the strongest summoning beast that he is proud of. Orochimaru. It's Master Orochimaru. He's alive. And did you find out, what an amazing chakra? Long live Orochimaru-sama. Konoha will win. Everyone in Konoha instantly ignited their morale and fought back against Rain Shinobi. Did a miracle happen? It's really no match for that guy. Jiraiya smiled in relief. When the gap between the two reaches infinity, Deke, the jealousy will gradually be dispelled. That's Sage mode in Legendary. Mount Mikoto has it too. Jiraiya secretly made up his mind that when the war is over, he will go to Mount Mikoto to practice with great concentration. This unusually powerful chakra. Compared to before, it's like two different people. Hanzo's expression was incomparably dignified. Don't say it's a 1-on-3 now, he doesn't have a bottom if he hits a 1-on-1. Orochimaru stared straight at Hanzo with his icy golden eyes, without saying a word of unnecessary nonsense. Gathering the small blue snakes around him with a wave of his hand, they converged into a big snake, and injected chakra of lightning style at the same time. Sage Art Orochi Thunder. Water style Big Whale Swallow. Hanzo didn't dare to be careless, and used his best water style ninjutsu with all his strength. Roar! Ah! The thunder serpent and the giant whale collided head-on, and the terrifying chakra contained in the two burst out terrifying energy in an instant. Ahem! Hanzo spit out a big mouthful of blood, and his body was blown out. Obviously, in the ninjutsu confrontation just now, he was completely defeated. Whoosh! Orochimaru did not give the opponent a chance to breathe, and turned into a blue flash to catch up with the latter. Gathering the chakra of Senjutsu on the fist creates sharp knuckles. Sage Art Dragon Q Might. P.S. By the way, don't think the name of the move is old-fashioned, this is the Sage body art that corresponds to Mount Mikoto, Frog Q Might. Hanzo barely raised his sickle to block. Boom! The weapon shattered and broke, and the huge impact hit Hanzo's chest directly, and the clothes on his back were torn open, and a fist-mark hole appeared. Hanzo was beaten again until he vomited blood, his eyes turned white. Orochimaru looked indifferent, and continued to punch with both hands at high speed. Boom! 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 Fist to the flesh. Each blow can bring Hanzo great damage to his body. Musculoskeletal fractures and visceral injuries throughout the body. What to do? Hanzo-sama, it seems like I've been defeated. Are we losing this war? Everyone in Rain Shinobi witnessed their leader being beaten with overwhelming force by Orochimaru, and the morale of the whole army collapsed instantly. Master Orochimaru is mighty. On the contrary, the morale of Konoha's entire army was boiling, chasing and killing Rain Shinobi's defeated army frantically. Master Hanzo. Only a handful of Hanzo's loyal ninjas try to stop Orochimaru. They were all killed by Orochimaru with a single blow. No, don't fight anymore. Rain Shinobi Village. Throw in defeat. Hanzo's whole body was beaten bloody and he was dying. Facing the last moment of life and death, he abandoned his will and belief as a first-class ninja, and begged for mercy in embarrassment. Chapter 73. Orochimaru, don't kill me, please. Rain Shinobi Village, surrender to Konoha and pay compensation. Hanzo collapsed on the ground covered in blood, begging Orochimaru grovelingly for mercy. However, instead of arousing Orochimaru's pity, it gave him a look of disgust. A man who was famous and known as a demigod in the past. You were committed to unifying the country and resisting the invasion of great powers. Fortunately, I still have some respect for you. I didn't expect to fall to this level. Corrupt politicians, disgusting. Orochimaru made no secret of his disdain for the current Hanzo. Seeing that begging for mercy was fruitless, Hanzo immediately changed into another face. Orochimaru. You can't kill me. In my hand, I hold the secret black material about your high-level Konoha. Once I die, these black materials will be made public. Let the world take a good look at what dirty things you Konoha have done behind your back. Hanzo yelled sternly. In his opinion, Orochimaru, as the proud disciple of third Hokage, is a hardcore Konoha high-level lackey. Cough. UBD, you want to slander our Konoha shinobi village at the end of your life. Jiraiya barely regained her mobility after being treated by a medical ninja. He scolded Hanzo righteously, because in his opinion, Konoha is the sunniest ninja village in the world, so how could he do bad things? Tsunade was silent. She seemed to have no doubts about Konoha's darkness. Hee. Then what? Orochimaru smiled. He didn't doubt the black wood that Hanzo mentioned. Because it is described in the original book that Hanzo and Shimura Dans, the leader of Konoha Genbu, secretly colluded with each other, and the two had many secret exchanges and cooperation. It is not surprising that Hanzo can grasp some of Konoha's secrets. But what does this have to do with him? He is still eager for Hanzo to expose all the black materials about Konoha's high-level officials. How did you do it? The last straw was ignored, and Hanzo suddenly became anxious. He didn't understand why Orochimaru was not worried about the exposure of the black material of Konoha's high level. Suddenly, a bold guess appeared in his mind. Orochimaru, don't tell me you're not waiting for Hanzo to tell the last secret. Your words are too much. Orochimaru took the Kusanagi sword and beheaded Hanzo. The leader of Rain Shinobi Village, known as the demigod Hands of the Salamander, fell here. With Hanzo's death in battle, Rain Shinobi's troops collapsed. 1,200 people defeated 5,700 people. Looking at the history of ninja wars, it can also be regarded as a classic battle of defeating the strong with the weak. Konoha won a big victory in the North Road battlefield. However, at the same time, on the West Road battlefield, Konoha's 12,000 people vs Sand Shinobi's 10,000 people clearly have a certain advantage in numbers, but the result of this battle is surprising. Brothers, you stand in front. I'm going to fetch the rescuers. Kato Dan was not Chiyo's opponent at all, he was hit by a few darts in his body, and he resolutely ran away to save his life. Hey! Who are you fooling around? Everyone run away! Captain Kato Dan has run away, we are still fighting. Everyone in Konoha is not a fool, they saw Kato Dan's trick of running away with an excuse at a glance. Ah! A guy who is greedy for life and afraid of death. I see, the old man finally understood why Konoha's senior management sent such a counselor to act as a commander. Cho sneered. The reason is that a commander who is greedy for life and afraid of death will never be able to betray and rebel. In the minds of Konoha's senior management, internal stability is the first element, and external wars are secondary. Army assault. Directly capture Konoha's base camp. From Chiyo's point of view, although Konoha still has Orochimaru and other masters, they should deal with Rain Shinobi on the North Road now. Hands of the Salamander alone is enough for them to eat a pot, and they must not have the strength to return to the base camp. Let's rush together. Sand Shinobi must win. Although the Sand Shinobi ninja suffered a lot of losses after many battles, but now that Konoha is defeated, everyone is willing to continue fighting. Puff puff. Wow! Don't leave me behind. Konoha Shinobi, who turned his back on the enemy, fell down a large area on the way to escape, causing heavy casualties. Under the leadership of Cho, the Sand Shinobi army chased and killed them all the way, directly entering Konoha's base camp. What happened? How did the enemy break in? Help! Those in charge of staying in the camp are some young genin and medical ninjas who are weak in combat. The army of Sand Shinobi rushed in. It was like a wolf joining a herd of sheep, killing on the spot. Strange power, Fudo King Kong power. Nowake's newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, and he punched a Sand Shinobi Chunin flying. Please don't panic. My sister and brother-in-law will come back soon and drive out all the enemies. Nowake's brave move immediately aroused the response of many Konoha shinobi present. Look at them. A 12-year-old brat knows how to fight. Can us old men still escape? That's right, let's go together and fight with Sand Shinobi. Everyone in Konoha started to fight back. Smelly brat, you're trying to be brave, aren't you? Die to me. Chiyo's eyes turned cold, and he didn't show any mercy just because the other party was a young child. Compassion to the enemy on the battlefield is cruelty to oneself. Not to mention that both her son and daughter-in-law died at the hands of Konoha shinobi, and she would not hesitate to hate her deeply. Control a puppet, hold a sharp serrated blade, and attack Nowaki. Give me enough time. Strange power, painful foot. A beautiful long leg descended from the sky, pleasing to the eye but terribly destructive. P.S. With pictures. Boom. Tsunade stepped on the puppet in front of him directly. Wind-style great breakthrough. Orochimaru blew out a hurricane, blowing back all the poisonous kunai thrown behind Cho, and several unlucky Sand Shinobi died on the spot, foaming at the mouth after being hit. Ninja Toad Oil Bomb. Jiraiya spit out a large amount of oily substance, making the ground slippery and difficult, and Sand Shinobi fell to the ground one after another. Elder sister. Brother-in-law. And pervy sage. Nowaki looked surprised. Why do you call me pervy sage? Jiraiya was speechless. Is it you? This is how the same thing. Aren't you going to fight Rain Shinobi? After seeing the three people in front of him, Cho frowned. Yes, but your intelligence is a bit behind. Orochimaru was expressionless. At this moment, a Sand Shinobi ran to Chiyo's side in a hurry, leaned over and whispered something in his ear. What? Cho seemed to have heard some shocking news, her eyes widened suddenly. Hands of the salamander, die. Looking at your expression, I believe you should understand what this means. Stand back, Sand Shinobi ninja. Victory in this war belongs to Konoha Shinobi village. Orochimaru Haki's declaration stunned Sand Shinobi in the audience. 0 fur flowers. A small number of Sand Shinobi expressed dissatisfaction and retorted. You guys have such a big tone. Do you know that we just defeated your Konoha's main force, and even your boss Kato Dan was beaten by Cho-sama and fled in embarrassment? Jiraiya got angry when she heard that, and looked around for Kato Dan. Kato Dan? Where did you go, BD? As the commander of Konoha's entire army, how can you escape alone? At this time, Kato Dan walked out of an inconspicuous tent, explaining with a sorry smile on his face. Misunderstand? You misunderstood me. I am here to lure the enemy to go deep. It has to be said that people have no face but are invincible. Kato Dan opened his eyes confidently and told nonsense. The scum of Konoha. Tsunade shook her head, she didn't want to judge the other party anymore. Ha 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 ha. Even Sand Shinobi on the opposite side let out bursts of ridicule. Kato Dan turned a blind eye to this, and walked up to Orochimaru's side seriously and said. Orochimaru, you came at a good time. Come with me and teach this nasty old woman a lesson. Avenge the dead Konoha shinobi. Kato Dan's words are righteous and full of righteousness. 0, 0. Okay, then you go first. Orochimaru glanced at the other person with indifferent eyes. Ah, this. As soon as Kato Dan's face changed, he was immediately discouraged. But he quickly found a reason for himself. To be honest, when I fought Cho for 300 rounds just now, I had already consumed all of chakra, and I really didn't have the energy to fight again. Just you? How dare you fight my old lady for 300 rounds? Cho scoffed at this. She only had a brief fight with Kato Dan, and the opponent was defeated in less than 10 rounds, and then turned around and ran away without saying a word. She doesn't have much fighting skills, but she can run quite well. Choichi also failed to catch the latter. That's enough, the representative of the sand courtyard. We are all smart people, there is no need to test each other here. It's time to fight or retreat, let's say something quickly. Orochimaru said bluntly. Orochimaru, I didn't think you could actually defeat that Hands of the Salamander. But the price paid shouldn't be small. Cho squinted his eyes, and scanned Orochimaru with straight eyes, trying to find flaws in the opponent's body. Cost. Then what price do you think I paid? Orochimaru spread his hands, showing that he was completely unscathed. Physical healing. Can quickly heal all wounds on the body. Cho fell silent. She is also a ninja of Grandmaster Medical Ninjutsu, and she can tell at a glance whether Orochimaru has serious injuries, and ordinary cover-up methods cannot be fooled by her. I transplanted the blood of the Uzumaki family to myself. Humph. It seems that Konoha has conducted a lot of human experiments behind his back. Cho snorted coldly. Human experimentation is understandable. In fact, all major ninja villages are more or less doing it. Only limited by the current level of technology, researching the blood of ninjas is a complicated and difficult job, and the failure rate of experiments is very high. Cho is just jealous that Konoha's human experiment was successfully done. As you imagine. Orochimaru knew that the other party was thinking wrong, but he didn't explain anything. I can't tell the other party that I have a system, as long as I have a child, I can get different blood power. His research is purely natural and harmless, and it can bring happiness to his family. Chapter 74. What's the matter? Why hesitate, don't you want to avenge your son and daughter-in-law? Orochimaru was deliberately provocative and hit the other side's pain point with one word. Shut up. You are not qualified to judge Sato and Yuriko. Cho was suddenly furious. Sato? Yuriko? Who is that? I don't know such little people with no names. Orochimaru said one thing, he really didn't know these two people. The original book only said that Hatake Sakumo beheaded Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, but the names of the two were not mentioned. The only connection was the couple's son, whose name was Scorpion. Orochimaru. Cho was so angry that he gritted his teeth, wishing he could rush forward and fight the opponent desperately. But the unscrupulous provocation to Fang Yu made her feel more confident. Because of her comprehensive strength, 260 and Hands of the Salamander are no more than equal. Since the opponent can kill Hands of the Salamander, the combat power must be higher than his own. Especially when she knew that Orochimaru conducted human experiments and successfully transplanted the blood of the Uzumaki family into her body. That incomparably powerful recovery ability really makes people unable to bear the determination to fight Orochimaru to the end. If you don't consume the other party, but you are consumed to death instead, then the loss outweighs the gain. Cho is not alone, there is a young grandson waiting for her in Tsunade. To put it bluntly, having a child is equivalent to having a weakness. Unless it is absolutely necessary, you will not fight your life with the other party. The same way. Orochimaru has the same psychology. Although the wounds on his body have basically healed, chakra has consumed a lot, and currently has less than half of his combat power left. If it's not necessary, he doesn't want to fight Cho. In this way, both sides had their own scruples, and they chose the residents tacitly. Send the order, all Sand Shinobi retreat. Cho finally glared at Orochimaru fiercely, but could only leave helplessly and furiously. This is an opportunity. We can take this opportunity to hunt down the whole army. Kato Dan had an idea and suddenly had a bold battle plan. Now that Konoha's entire army is chasing after him, maybe they can win a big battle? It doesn't matter if you lose. Anyway, the West Road battlefield he commanded has been completely defeated, and there is nothing to lose. At this time, Kato Dan is like a red-eyed gambler, thinking about selling everything and continuing to gamble. What if he wins? Order all ministries to stop all military operations and rest in place. Orochimaru interrupted with a word. Yes. Follow Lord Orochimaru. Oh, I can finally take a good rest. Everyone in Konoha accepted Orochimaru's order without hesitation. In everyone's mind, Orochimaru has been identified as their leader. This scene made Kato Dan very angry. Orochimaru. Don't go too far. Don't forget, I am the commander-in-chief appointed by Konoha's senior management. Kato Dan grabbed Orochimaru's collar with one hand, glared at him angrily, and shouted hysterically. You'd better not shout so loudly, that will only show your weakness even more. Orochimaru looked at the other party with a blank face, and the supercilious eyes seemed to look at the insects on the ground. Orochimaru. Do you know, what Laozi hates the most is your condescending eyes. Furious, Kato Dan punched Orochimaru in the face. A cold light flashed. Kusanagi sword and the sky sword. Pfft. Blood splatter. I saw Kato Dan's punching arm was cut off by Ji-Gen. 1+. Kato Dan's eyes were wide open, and he stared blankly at his severed arm that fell to the ground. After a few seconds, he was stimulated by the piercing pain and opened his mouth to scream. Ah 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 ah! Hand! My hand! The Konoha people at the scene were also dumbfounded. They fought Sand Shinobi, they fought Rain Shinobi, and finally ended the war. Why did Konoha's own people fight in the blink of an eye? Good job, I've seen that BD displeased for a long time. Jiraiya exclaimed happily. He and Kato Dan have never met eye to eye, and in their hearts they wish to kill each other. It's just that he has been brainwashed by the will of fire since he was a child, and subordinates are not allowed to disobey the orders of their superiors. Seeing that Orochimaru has no scruples and directly slashed the opponent with a knife, it is simply not too satisfying to watch. The guy who deserves it. Tsunade glanced at the other party coldly, and had no intention of stepping forward to treat him with medical ninjutsu. In her opinion, Kato Dan, relying on her high-level Konoha as the backing, commanded the army to fight indiscriminately, killed countless Konoha shinobi followers, and almost made her brother lose his S***X. At the critical moment, Orochimaru stepped forward and took the initiative to take over the burden of commanding the army, leading Konoha to defeat Rain Shinobi and kill Hands of the Salamander. Kato Dan obviously led a superior force of more than 10,000 people, but was beaten up by Sand Shinobi, and even rushed home by Sand Shinobi, killing him to the base camp. At the critical moment, Orochimaru took action again, calming down Cho with a few words, and successfully forcing back Sand Shinobi's troops. 0. At this time, Kato Dan jumped out again. With the mentality of a gambler, he planned to order Konoha's entire army to hunt down and kill Sand Shinobi, trying to provoke a new war. Kato Dan's series of coquettish operations directly teach people to be overwhelmed. Not to mention that Jiraiya and Tsunade couldn't stand him, even the Konoha people at the scene couldn't stand it. 15,000 people, and now there are less than 3,000 people left, with a death rate as high as 80%. Those who are alive feel very lucky. UFG want to start another war? Everyone in Konoha hates Kato Dan. Orochimaru's sword can be said to be very satisfying. Konoha medical class. Where did the medical class die? Come and help me get my arm back. Kato-dan hugged his severed arm and screamed in horror. However, Tsunade and other medical ninjas in the army are unwilling to treat Kato-dan. You bloody traitors! 0.5 I will report everything that happened here to Konoha's senior management. Hokage-sama and Danzo-sama, you guys will definitely be judged for your treachery. Kato-dan issued a vicious curse, turned around and rushed out of the Konoha camp with his broken arm. Hey, Yin Snake West. It's cool, but the follow-up processing is a bit troublesome. Jiraiya said with a worried face. Kato-dan's backstage is Shimura-dan's, Konoha route is not easy to provoke. He lost a lot of blood, and he couldn't escape multiple hospitals. Tsunade's judgment as a medical ninja. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Konoha Jainin Kato-dan defected to Tsunagakure. In order to ensure that Konoha's military information is not leaked, I will bring it to justice. Chapter 75. Whoosh! Holding the broken arm, Kato-dan quickly escaped from Konoha's camp. The severe pain caused his face to contort, his eyes were full of ferocity, and he was still cursing viciously. Orochimaru! Jiraiya! And Tsunade, a bad woman! You all wait for me! Kato-dan has already made up his mind, when he returns to Konoha, he must take part in the evidence of the treason of these three people. The three of them shined in this battle, especially Orochimaru, whose strength has fully reached the cage-level domain. Based on his thinking about Konoha's high-level executives, the latter must be suspicious of Orochimaru and the others. As long as there is a suitable excuse, the high-level Konoha will definitely take a severe suppression policy against Orochimaru and the others. Squad leader, please restrain yourself a little bit. That Orochimaru's killing intent is serious. If you really want to fight, our small team can't keep you. 5 rude people, following Kato-dan. What? Does Orochimaru dare to kill me? Kato-dan snorted coldly. 30 in his opinion, the reason why Orochimaru dared to cut him with a knife was nothing more than to occupy righteousness. After all, his command level on the battlefield was indeed not very good, causing a large number of Konoha shinobi casualties, and the whole army accumulated a lot of resentment towards him. In addition, he was provoked by the opponent and took the lead in making a move. At that time, Orochimaru's counterattack was justified. But now that Kato-dan has left, if Orochimaru hunts him down, it will be tantamount to an open rebellion. Orochimaru is also the proud disciple of third Hokage, he would destroy his political future by doing so. So Kato-dan didn't think Orochimaru would dare to do this. However, what Kato-dan never imagined was that Orochimaru never had any illusions about third Hokage, let alone his personal political future. Ninja Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Orochimaru's pursuit, there is no extra nonsense, it is a killer move as soon as it comes up. SHHHHHHHHHH. The sudden rain of shurikens behind him caught Ryu and the others by surprise. Ah! Of course, 2 root members were beaten into a sieve. Pfft! Immediately, Technique blocked the throat with a sword, and Orochimaru gave the injured 2 men a make-up. Orochimaru! What are you doing? Kato-dan suddenly turned pale with shock. This is not a legitimate counterattack. Lightning-style snake thunder. Crackling. A snake-shaped lightning shot out. Earth-style earth flow wall. The 2 roots hastily performed ninjutsu defense. It's a pity that I don't know if it's because of the lack of a dog's head. The defense of this earthen wall is really stretched, and it was directly pierced by Orochimaru's snake mine. Tsitsaizi. Another person fell at the root. You nasty BD. There was really no room for negotiation, and Kato-dan could only passively fight back in panic. Fire-style fire dragon flame bomb. Spit out a fiery dragon roar from his mouth. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. Orochimaru's skillful hand seal formed a water dragon. SHHHHHH. Water suppresses fire, and Orochimaru's chakra is much stronger than Kato-dan, the water dragon extinguished the fire dragon at once, and the power of ninjutsu only weakened a little, and continued to attack Kato Dan. Squad leader, I will use my secret technique to hold him back for a while, please go around and attack. The root of the last one left is Danzo's right-hand man, whose comprehensive strength has reached the level of elite Jonin. Good. Just do it your way. Kato Dan's eyes flickered slightly. Ninja, hidden shadow snake hand. Orochimaru waved and summoned a large number of snake shadows to catch Kato Dan. Secret technique insect jade. The identity of this root is from the Aberame family, and he released a large number of insects, wrapped the snake shadow, and quickly ate it up. Taking advantage of this time, the sub-captain, ate. The roots tried their best to resist Orochimaru, but Kato Dan didn't follow the plan and attacked the big snake after going around. I saw that Kato Dan sold his teammates directly, turned around and ran away with oil on the soles of his shoes. Hee. This is the talent you are recruiting at the root, isn't it great? Orochimaru sneered, and waved his hand to unleash a hurricane, blowing away the bugs that were blocking the way. Wind-style great breakthrough. He swung his sword and killed the last root, and continued to chase Kato Dan without stopping. Hoo! Kato Dan gasped heavily, his face pale as paper. The severed arm continued to bleed, and excessive blood loss began to affect consciousness, dizziness, and decreased physical strength. Orochimaru! Are you really going to kill them all? We are also Konoha's companions after all, are you so cruel? Kato Dan began to beg for mercy. What responded to him was a sword that extended to 100 meters. Ding! Kato Dan rolled around in a short stature, the blade of the sword almost slashed against his forehead and scraped off his Konoha shinobi forehead protector. Leaf Hurricane! Instantaneously, Technique Orochimaru approached quickly, and kicked the ladder to the ground with a sweep of his legs. Yeast! Wait a moment! Orochimaru, haven't you been seeking marriage for a long time? As long as you let me go, I can introduce you to the beauties in the clan. In order to survive, Kato Dan can be said to use his words at will and do everything he can. Hee. It's ridiculous, do you think I'm Jiraiya? Orochimaru was dismissive. Fart. Jiraiya is an innocent little boy compared to you. You opened a harem in Konoha, you are simply scum. Kato Dan scolded each other angrily, this wife is enviable. Ignorance. With your layout, you can only see the harem. I'm studying Bloodlines, which is a great and noble cause. Orochimaru explained solemnly. You study a hammer. Obviously it is, wow. Kato Dan couldn't help yelling, but just as he opened his mouth, 017 was covered in a mouthful of mud. Earth-style earth flow river. Orochimaru's hand seal did not stop, turning the ground under his feet into a raging mudslide, and rushed Kato Dan out of the cliff. Hateful. When Kato Dan fell off the cliff, he urgently took out a steel wire from his pocket and tied it to the kunao, then shot the kunao into a tree growing in the middle of the cliff, and dragged his body to find a foothold on the cliff. But before Kato Dan could catch his breath, he looked up and saw Orochimaru running towards him from the mountain, clinging to the cliff. Don't give him the slightest chance to escape. Boom! Orochimaru kicked Kato Dan in the stomach and fell to the bottom of the cliff. Cough! Kato Dan was powerless to resist, his body fell directly to the ground from a height of 100 meters, his body's muscles and bones were smashed, and he spit out a lot of blood foam. Orochimaru turned over beautifully in midair and landed on the ground smoothly. The liver, kidney, spleen, and stomach were all smashed. Now you're completely broken. Looking at the dying Kato Dan lying in a pool of blood, he carefully probed with medical ninjutsu, and finally confirmed that the other party was going to die. Orochimaru. I, absolutely, will not let you go, you. Kato Dan was so breathless that he was still threatening when he was about to die, and made a certain handprint with his fingers vaguely. Noisy. Orochimaru cut off Kato Dan's head with a single blow. Chapter 76. Kato Dan's head rolled to the ground, seemingly dead. Fire-style luxurious Yanhua. Orochimaru fired fire-style, burning the opponent's body to ashes. Wind-style great breakthrough. Let's send wind-style again, and blow away the ashes of the other party. After doing all this, Orochimaru just turned and left. After a while, from the scattered ashes, a little bit of light Madara gathered, and an illusory figure was transformed into an illusion. Forbidden technique, spiritualization technique. The mantra that Kato Dan made before he died is to let his soul out of his body and out of his body. Damn Orochimaru! It's not enough to kill people, but you still need to burn your bones to ashes. Kato Dan looked at himself in ashes and felt extremely angry. The form of the spirit body cannot last for too long. Losing the body means that the fish cannot survive for too long without the water. I have to go back to the roots as soon as possible and upload the information about Orochimaru's rebellion. Master Danzo has collected so many human experiments, maybe he can provide me with a new body and let me be reborn. Kato Dan pinned his last hope on the roots, controlled the spirit body to turn into a streamer, and flew towards Konoha. ***. Did you really keep a hand? Orochimaru's full senses are turned on, locking onto Kato Dan's chakra. Beheading and burning to ashes, no one would have thought that Kato Dan would still be alive. If it wasn't for him as a time traveler, he read the original book and knew Kato Dan's ability, so he would have let him run away. Boom! Ah, enchantment! Kato Dan felt as if he had bumped his head against a transparent wall. In his spiritual state, he could clearly pass through all physical obstacles, unless it was a prearranged enchantment spell. I've never liked to leave troubles behind. If you don't do it, if you do it, you must do it. Orochimaru emerges from the ground using earth style. Orochimaru! I am going to kill you. Kato Dan's eyes were tearing apart, jealousy and hatred filled his heart. As I said, the louder you scream, the more you expose your weakness. Orochimaru threw the Kusanagi sword with a wave. As a result, the Kusanagi sword passed directly through Kato Dan's spiritual body, and the other party was not affected at all. You are too confident, because of the snake bottle. Spiritualization technique is a forbidden technique that kills enemies from a long distance. Any physical attack will have no effect on me. Kato Dan continued to accelerate towards Orochimaru, and his palm turned into a spirit blade, directly attacking Orochimaru's throat. Orochimaru's face remained unchanged, but he just watched quietly. Kato Dan's spirit body approached infinitely. When the spiritual blade in Kato Dan's hand was about to cut through Orochimaru's neck, a sudden change occurred. Ding! I saw a series of gold chains suddenly released from Orochimaru's body, quickly binding Kato Dan's spirit body firmly. Sealing technique, adamantine sealing chains. The so-called spirit body is just the soul with chakra. Since it is chakra, it can be captured by the sealing technique. Orochimaru said calmly. The adamantine sealing chains of the Uzumaki family were originally used to suppress the tailed beasts that are chakra monsters. In the same way, Kato Dan's spirit body with chakra can of course be caught. Can't move. How can this be? I'm a spirit. Kato Dan struggled frantically, but facing the chains of chakra that could suppress the tailed beast, all his struggles were in vain. Orochimaru! 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 3 consecutive roars full of hatred. Kato Dan's spirit body was completely blown away. How much hatred? Just die honestly, it won't be so painful. Orochimaru smiled contemptuously. It was as if he had just crushed an insignificant little person to death. The battlefield of the Kingdom of Kawa. In the competition among the 3 forces, with Hanzo dying in battle and Cho retreating, Konoha has undoubtedly become the biggest winner of this war. The name of Konoha Sunan's hero has spread to Konoha, and it has also spread throughout the ninja world. It's time to go home. Tsunade reached out and touched his belly, with a gentle aura like the Virgin on his face. Well, I have to go back and take a good rest. Orochimaru said earnestly. If there is no accident, this will be his biggest research achievement. You two are really, so enviable. Jiraiya shook her head, then said. I intend to stay in this country for a while. Not long ago when he was cleaning the battlefield, he met a wandering lonely. The war destroyed the homes of the people in the small country. Jiraiya felt ashamed and decided to stay and take care of the 3 children. Cultivate ninjas from other countries, you should think about it, Jiraiya. Orochimaru's eyes moved slightly. A plot emerged in my mind, Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, the birth of Akatsuki. This is my destiny. Jiraiya nodded seriously. Not long ago, he came to Mount Maiboku through the reverse summoning technique. According to the prophecy of the great Toad Sage, he will travel the ninja world and accept disciples, looking for the son of destiny who will set off a revolution in the ninja world. Oh well. Good luck. Seeing this, Orochimaru didn't say anything more. Kawano country left a small number of Konoha garrisons. Orochimaru and Tsunade lead Konoha's army back to the village. It is said to be a large force, but in fact there are not many people left. There have been many brutal wars in a row. There was Shimura Enzo before, and Sarutobi Ryohei after. The only reliable Hotaki Sakumo was repelled and transferred away, and Kato Dan was a big pitfall. The stupid command caused Konoha to lose more than 14,000 ninjas back and forth. Therefore, even if you win the war, being sleepy will seriously hurt your vitality. Konoha Shinobi Village. The villagers gathered at the gate early on and surrounded the surrounding streets with water. Under the eyes of everyone, Guy, who welcomed the Konoha expedition team, is back. Look! Konoha's hero Guy is back. Yeah, that's Lord Orochimaru from Legendary, he's so handsome, I really want to have a baby with him. Just dream. Master Orochimaru's marriage office, the selection threshold is getting higher and higher. Only Konoha's high-quality women can enter Mr. Orochimaru's house. Wow! That's Master Tsunade, I always feel more beautiful than before the war started, is this an illusion? Brother, something is wrong with you. I heard that Orochimaru-sama and Tsunade-sama held a wedding on the front-line battlefield, what a match made in heaven. All the eyes of Konoha are focused on Orochimaru and Tsunade who are the leaders. Orochimaru and Tsunade stood hand in hand, smiling to the cheers of the crowd. Wow, you're so handsome. I have decided that I will become a heroic man like my brother-in-law in the future. Nawaka's eyes twinkled with adoration. In this moment of ecstasy for all people. As the 4 members of Konoha's senior management, their complexions are not very good looking. I'm so proud of myself, because of the famous Konoha Sunin. Shimura Dan said coldly. Anyway, the prestige of Orochimaru and Tsunade has reached the same level as Muyebui, so we have to guard against it. Mitokato Homura said in a low voice. Looking at the situation, if one day they raised their arms and shouted, calling on everyone to rebel, it would be because of trouble. Udadan Koharu said viciously. Don't say that. Orochimaru, you are still loyal to me. Third Hokage frowned. Loyalty? Not necessarily. Orochimaru blatantly killed your appointed commander, Kato Dan. Shimura Dan's looked very bad. Kato Dan is the captain of the branch he recruited, Orochimaru killed the other party and slapped Wang Zhaozhao in the face. Indeed. Although it is said that Kato Dan's improper command caused serious damage to Konoha's troops many times, he is also a member of our Konoha high-level people. Orochimaru should not execute him privately. At best, it is the following crimes, and in serious cases, it is treason. Both Mitokato Homura and Udadan Koharu agree. In their view, no matter how much Kato Dan made a mistake, it should be handed over to Konoha's senior management. Orochimaru is not qualified to manage. Orochimaru probably had no choice but to do so. The report said that it was Kato Dan who made the move first, and then left without permission. He is suspected of defecting. In order to keep Konoha's information secret, Orochimaru had no choice but to execute Kato Dan on the spot. Third Hokage was trying to excuse Orochimaru, but the suspicion between his brows became even heavier. Because in his opinion, no matter how reasonable Orochimaru is, he cannot avoid a fact. That's the strength of Orochimaru, who has grown too fast and has completely stepped into the realm of Kage level. He is too strong. Kill Hanzo. Defeat Cho. Just these two proud achievements are enough to make Third Hokage afraid. Chapter 77. Return to Konoha as a hero. The Konoha executives have serious suspicions about Orochimaru, fearing that he will take the opportunity to seek political status. But surprisingly, Orochimaru doesn't seem interested in going into politics. He came to Konoha's finance department immediately, and exchanged all the military achievements he made into bounties, and the settlement totaled 350 million taels. Then go home and expand the house, creating a lot of luxurious decoration facilities. Orochimaru's magnificent house makes passers-by look sideways, and women of the right age cast yearning glances one after another, wishing to recommend themselves to marry into a rich and wealthy wife. This guy Orochimaru, what are you doing building such a big house? This area and scale are almost comparable to the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Shimura-dan said coldly. If this money is given to him, all of it will definitely be invested in the root human experiment research. Spending money and enjoying life like Orochimaru is not a ninja at all. Everyone has his own aspirations. Isn't that nice? After years of hard work, it's time for Orochimaru to enjoy himself. 307 Third Hokage smiled kindly. Orochimaru didn't pursue power, but only focused on enjoying happiness, which made him slightly less suspicious. So, I asked the finance department to meet all the conditions of Orochimaru as much as possible, and the bounty that should be given was not deducted. In the end, I converted 350 million taels for him. When Udadan Koharu finished speaking, he couldn't help showing a painful look on his face. Let's think of it as spending money to buy happiness. With money, Orochimaru can marry more wives and concubines, and have more children. It is best to indulge in this for 10 lifetimes. Mitokato Homura let out a sigh. Don't be too happy. There are so many Orochimaru children, and when they grow up in the future, the clan size will be no less than that of the famous ninja clan. Tisk tisk. A ninja supported by one person. Shimura-dans thought it was exaggerated. Revitalizing a ninja clan starts with giving birth. For the future, let's talk about it in the future. Overall, we are vigilant. For Konoha's peace, Daeb, we must firmly hold on to power. Third Hokage spoke righteously, and this is also the basic consensus of Konoha's senior management. 9 months later, finally ushered in the production of Tsunade. Tsunade, hold on. You can do it for sure. Orochimaru watched as Tsunade was brought into the delivery room. Calm down, who do you think I am? There are dozens of children born on my hands. Tsunade's face was pale, but he pretended to be calm and strong. Don't worry, Lord Yinjun. With me here, Ms. Tsunade will not guarantee that the mother and child will be safe. Ui no Hara's level of medical ninjutsu is no less than that of Jainin level medical ninjas. Okay, then please. Orochimaru nodded. Outside the delivery room, Orochimaru waited anxiously. Wow! It hurts me to death. In the delivery room, Tsunade's heart-piercing pain was heard. You know it hurts now, don't you? When Sister Tsunade delivered my baby, she kept telling me that it didn't hurt. 17. Mitarashi Shiwa and others showed a smile. Everyone has experienced it, so why don't they know the pain of a woman's childbirth? Women are great. Orochimaru nodded seriously. In the past few years, he has witnessed the birth of more than 40 children. Whether it is the wife of a famous ninja family or the concubine of a common man, as long as it is a woman, there is no one who can hold back the cry of pain during childbirth. Your husband is also great. In order to feed such a big family, carry out S-level dangerous missions, and go to the battlefield to fight. Uzuki Iroha said with a distressed face. Yes. If it wasn't for my husband, I might have died in Rain Shinobi village long ago. Psycho Kusanagi expressed his deep opinion. In the Second Ninja World War, Rain Shinobi village and Kawa no Kuno became the main battlefields for great powers. Countless ninjas were buried there. Without Orochimaru's protection, the weak Kusanagi clan will probably experience genocide. My husband cured my frail body. It's finally time to pay back. Kurama Kyan touched his slightly protruding belly. After days of research, she finally got her wish and entered the mother's reserve team. Anyway, Sister Origami often comes here recently. When will my husband marry her? Sunset Yang joked. Let's talk about it after dealing with Tsunade. After all, the test of Muyabaya was not so easy. Orochimaru let out a long sigh. Hitaki Sakumo has made it clear. If you want to marry his sister, you must defeat his brother-in-law head-on. The wait lasted a full 10 hours. Accompanied by a cry of a baby full of vitality, Orochimaru and others showed pleasant smiles. Ding! Senju Bloodline +1, Offspring rating, S, Rewards, Wood-style blood succession limit, Chakra +10, Medical ninjutsu +5, 5 Escape all ninjutsu +1. Orochimaru only felt an unprecedentedly huge chakra springing from his body. Faced with the sudden influx of huge energy, the chakra meridians in the body even had difficulty adapting for a while. I saw Orochimaru's muscles were bulging, his skin was congested, and hot steam was emitting from his body, as if he had been roasted. My lord! What are you saying? Go call a medical ninja. All the girls around were startled. Don't panic. It's just that my cultivation has broken through the bottleneck, and I have slightly improved my chakra. Orochimaru inherited the powerful constitution of the Uzumaki family, coupled with the current medical ninjutsu that has been raised to the top level. There is no need to make mudras, just by moving your fingers, you can heal all the injuries caused by the overexpansion of chakra on your body. Orochimaru's face returned to normal, which made the girls breathe a sigh of relief. The bloodline of S rank is indeed very weak. Okay, now let's go and see Tsunade and the kids first. Chapter 78. The gift of the top 10 cars, isn't it a little too exaggerated? Small profits, this is a tribute to the Senju clan. Honey, you are so kind, give me a boo. If other people see it, they will be surprised. Tsunade, who used to be violent when she disagreed with her in the past, has turned into such a gentle and virtuous woman. Tsunade holds the baby in her arms, and today is the day to go back to her natal family to visit relatives. Orochimaru specially ordered someone to purchase a full 10 carts of gifts, and went to the Senju clan in a grand manner. Compared with the S-rank blood he got from the Senju clan, this is not even a drop in the bucket. The mighty family Tenseigan team, on Wei Street, attracted everyone's attention. My dear, these top 10 carts, gold, silver, jewelry, silk and satin, are estimated to be worth tens of millions of taels. It is said that even Mr. Hokage got married, there is no such a big pomp. As expected of Master Orochimaru. Look at Master Orochimaru, how he treats his mother's family. What about you? Hey! Are you wronged? Master Tsunade is a descendant of the famous Senju family, what kind of person are you? Shut up! Anyway, you are not as good as Master Orochimaru. You too, not even a strand of Tsunade-sama's hair. That's enough, that's enough. Both of you are in the same boat, just be right. Everyone cast infinitely envious eyes one after another, and even caused some couples to resent and conflict, which is very funny. My lord, when we meet Mito-sama, what should we say? Yeah, I always feel a little ashamed of that adult. We are sorry for the name of the Uzumaki family. Along with the visiting relatives, there are also 3 doctors of the Uzumaki family. At the beginning, they refused Uzumaki Mito's asylum and voluntarily married Orochimaru as a concubine, which indeed lost the reputation of the Uzumaki clan. Don't worry too much, it turns out that your choice was correct at the beginning. Orochimaru said with a happy face. After all, Uzumaki Mito is just a retired old man, and her protection does not make the Uzumaki clan completely exempt from the ninja mission. In the Second Ninja World War, in order to fill up the troops on the front line, Third Hokage ordered a large number of ninjas to be recruited, and even Nobunaga was tricked into joining the army. As the Uzumaki clan, they definitely couldn't run away. Only Orochimaru's family members are exempt from enlistment for military service. After all, he himself is the #1 force on the front line, and no blind idiot would dare to send a call-up order to Orochimaru's house. If the 3 of them hadn't married Orochimaru, they would have been recruited to the front line in all likelihood. Even if they were very lucky, they could survive on the Kawano country battlefield with a death rate as high as 80%. Don't forget, there are people behind this route staring at it. The special constitution of the Uzumaki family is enough to make some people in Konoha black. This is not an exaggeration at all. If Orochimaru hadn't intervened, Nobunaga might have died in battle, and his body was taken away secretly by the root. Sisters, don't be afraid, Grandma is a loving and gentle person, she won't blame you. Tsunade smiled reassuringly. Orochimaru and his party arrived in front of the house of the Senju clan. I saw that Nobunaga led a group of Senju people to greet them in front of the gate. Sister. Brother-in-law. Welcome home. Yo Nobunaga, with your style, you look like a patriarch. Tsunade smiled. Nobunaga is now wearing an ornate robe bearing the crest of the Senju clan. As the only direct bloodline of the Senju clan, Tsunade is older, so she is the patriarch of the Senju clan, but since she married out, the title of the patriarch of the Senju clan has been transferred to Nobunaga. Good job, Nobunaga. It seems that you are working hard to revive the Senju clan. Orochimaru looked at the girls beside Nobunaga with a teasing look. Hee hee. They are all my childhood sweethearts in Konoha school, I took the initiative to confess to them, and everyone agreed. Nobunaga smiled foolishly. Master Nobunaga. The girls looked embarrassed. Facing the handsome Senju's son-in-law, he is very attractive to girls. Very good. I believe that under the leadership of Nobunaga, the Senju clan will be great again. Orochimaru smiled meaningfully. Make the Senju clan great again. Nobunaga chanted slogans and nodded heavily. Really? I always feel that my silly brother will be spoiled by you. Tsunade suddenly felt dumbfounded. A group of people entered the Senju clan, and the usually deserted house added a bit of anger. Grandma. This junior has met Master Mito. After entering the hall, I saw a benevolent old woman sitting on the first seat. Hee, my granddaughter Tsunade has grown up. Orochimaru, you are very good. Uzumaki Mito smiled kindly. Tsunade held the baby and walked up to the other party. Look, this is your great-granddaughter, return love. Cute, such a cute child. Uzumaki Mito touched the baby lightly with his fingers, and he could feel the amazing blood power contained in the tiny baby's body. The most feared thing for famous ninjas to marry outsiders is blood thinning, but it is clear that Tsunade's children did not. It can only show that Orochimaru's own ninja talent is excellent, even no less than the blood of the Senju family, and a strong combination will not dilute the blood. I met Master Mito. Uzumaki's 3 daughters took the initiative to perform a kneeling ceremony. This is a greeting to the elders as the descendants of the Uzumaki clan. Well, children, get up. It's not easy for you. Uzumaki Mito sighed. The country of Uzumaki perished, and the Uzumaki family suffered a catastrophe. As an ally, Konoha remained indifferent. It was Orochimaru who rescued the Uzumaki clan from the clutches of Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi. Kushina, come here too. Uzumaki Mito yelled, and a 7 or 8-year-old girl walked outside. Mito-sama, Tsunade-sama. Master Orochimaru. Uzumaki Kushina saluted everyone one by one, and when he looked at Orochimaru, his eyes shone with a strange brilliance. She will always remember that it was Orochimaru who protected her in her hour of life and death. Uzumaki Kushina. Of course Orochimaru remembered the girl and knew what she stood for. Oh, this child is also pitiful. The chosen one. Uzumaki Mito let out a long sigh. Not long ago, Konoha executives approached her to talk about the next candidate for Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Kushina, who is also a direct bloodline of the Uzumaki family and has a powerful constitution, is undoubtedly the best candidate. How can you do this? If Jinchuriki draws the tailed beast, Grandma will too. 0 fur flowers. Tsunade immediately disagreed. This is the fate of the Jinchuriki. Since I became the first Jinchuriki in the ninja world, I have already made up my mind. Besides, Grandma is old and can't suppress 9 tails for a long time. It is also a wise choice to transfer 9 tails in advance while she still has the strength. When Uzumaki Mito uttered these words, her expression was calm without the slightest disturbance. For her age, she had already looked down on life and death. But, Grandma can obviously live longer. Tsunade said with a sad face. The Uzumaki family is recognized as the longest-lived ninja in the ninja world. Don't look at Uzumaki Mito, who is in his 70s now. Normally speaking, another 20 or 30 years will not be a problem. But the 9 tails inside her are not safe. If Master Mito needs it, I can suppress 9 tails for you. Orochimaru suggested. Now that he has wood-style blood successor limit, he thinks he has a way to suppress 9 tails. Hehe, Orochimaru, you have a heart. 0. Uzumaki Mito glanced at him meaningfully, and seemed to faintly feel the familiar power zone from the opponent's body. Yes, my dear, but everything is possible. Tsunade looked at Orochimaru expectantly. No, there is no need. I, for the responsibility of protecting Konoha, have persisted until now. To be honest, I miss your grandpa very much. There was loving tenderness in Uzumaki Mito's eyes. Tsunade was speechless for a moment. Yet, Grandpa has been dead for almost 20 years. Grandma must be very lonely if she is left alone in this world, right? However, as 9 tails Jinchuriki, she shoulders the responsibility of protecting Konoha, and she must live. Now that the deadline is approaching, it is a relief for Uzumaki Mito. Tsunade, you have found a good husband, Grandma is very relieved. Noeki is also very smart. I believe that with the care of you and my husband, I will definitely grow into an excellent Konoha shinobi practitioner. The only thing I worry about now is this child. Uzumaki Mito caressed Kushina's head with his thin palm. She is the first 9 tails Jinchuriki, and of course knows the heavy burden that this status brings. Others are afraid of her strength, and they see her differently. Fortunately, she was protected by her husband back then, and no one in Konoha dared to disrespect her. But what about Kushina? Lonely and still a native of the village, she can already imagine the rejection of Kushina by the Konoha people. Master Mito. Kushina was pillowed on the latter's lap, her eyes moistened. She is very afraid of 9 tails, who is known as the Beast of Disaster in Legendary. How should she face this vicious monster when she was young? Relax, I swear by Orochimaru. I will definitely protect her for the rest of my life. Orochimaru said confidently. Master Orochimaru. Uzumaki Kushina's eyes lit up, showing a strange look. With your words, I feel relieved. Uzumaki Mito nodded in satisfaction. Finally, it is the last wish before the deadline comes. Chapter 79. In the next month or so, the 3 daughters, Tsunade and Uzumaki, stayed at Senju's house and spent the last family happiness with Uzumaki Mito. Orochimaru also stayed and trained Kushina as a ninja in order to achieve the best condition for the transfer of 9 tails. Concentrate chakra on the bottom of your feet, don't use your hands, try to climb up step by step. Yes. Kushina has just entered Konoha school for 1 year. According to the textbook compiled by 3rd Hokage himself, the first year is basically theoretical classes and ideological education, and there is no ninjutsu training course at all. Kushina only has a superficial application of chakra, and the control is not very good. Plop. Oh. Kushina just took 2 steps on the tree when she couldn't hold on and fell down. Continue. Orochimaru's expressionless incarnation is strict master. Yes. Kushina didn't resist either, but practiced more seriously. Plop. 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 After falling continuously for a whole day, Kushina was finally able to walk upright on the tree for a short time. Seeing that he was about to rush to the top of the tree in one breath, his feet suddenly loosened. Kushina only felt weak all over, her chakra had been exhausted unconsciously, and her body fell from a tree several meters high. Sorry, because the snake is a heavenly being. I failed again. Kushina closed her eyes weakly, with a shameful expression on her small face. However, after a while, the expected cold ground did not touch, but instead fell into a warm embrace. Master Orochimaru. Kushina opened her eyes in bewilderment. Kushina, take a break first. With Orochimaru's broad palm, 490 caressed the other's cheek. Emerald green chakra unleashed by medical ninjutsu, healing the abrasions on the opponent's face. Ugh! Kushina narrowed her eyes comfortably. Thinking in my heart, Master Orochimaru's hand is so big and gentle. All right. How does it feel? Orochimaru folded his palms. Ah! Kushina touched her smooth face with her hands, and the scars on her arms and knees all disappeared. Amazing! Master Orochimaru, you really know all kinds of ninjutsu. It is rumored that Orochimaru Grandmaster has 5 attributes of ninjutsu, which is amazing enough. But I don't want to be so good at medical ninjutsu. Just a little understanding. Orochimaru expressed disapproval, just get used to it. Next, I will teach you the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Let's mark it down first. Orochimaru's sealing technique is taken from the blood of the Uzumaki clan, and it is reasonable to teach them back to the Uzumaki clan. Yes, I will try my best, Master Orochimaru. Kushina blinked her big bright eyes. Being able to learn ninjutsu with the most admired Orochimaru-sama. Being a 9 tails Jinchuriki doesn't seem so scary anymore. 3 months later. Cough cough cough. Uzumaki Mito was coughing violently. His bright red hair had faded to grey at this time. The wrinkles on his face increased, and he aged a lot at once. Grandmother. Tsunade performed medical ninjutsu for the first time, adding part of chakra to the latter. But she also knew it was just a stopgap measure. It can be felt that that weak body has gradually been unable to suppress the domineering 9 tails chakra in his body. It's okay, Tsunade. The old man is also a medical ninja, so he is very aware of his condition. Inform Orochimaru and Kushina to prepare for the transfer ceremony of 9 tails tonight. Uzumaki Mito ordered. Konoha executives also paid special attention to the 9 tails Jinchuriki handover ceremony. Report. Report from the perception team. An abnormal chakra riot is coming from the direction of the Senju clan. An Anbyo got down on one knee to report. Looks like it's finally about to start. 3rd Hokage silently lit a pipe. Hiruzen. The matter of 9 tails Jinchuriki is Konoha's top priority. We don't go to the scene to watch, can this work? Shimura-dan said in a deep voice. The old man told Master Mito, but she insisted on refusing outsiders to intervene. This is the dignity of the Senju clan. 3rd Hokage was expressionless. Hey, Mito-sama doesn't trust us. Yudin Koharu's sighed. It is estimated that in the heart of that adult, he is complaining about the demise of our kingdom of Vortex. Mikoto Homura is still a bit of a clue, knowing that Konoha's high-level officials are not kind to the Uzumaki family. How can this allow the Senju clan to mess around? What if an accident happens? Shimura Dance witnessed the horror of Nine Tails when he was young. If an accident happens during the Jinchuriki handover ceremony and Nine Tails is released, it will be a disaster for the entire Konoha. Don't worry, Orochi will assist you in the whole process of sealing. Third Hokage is afraid of Orochimaru, which shows that he recognizes the latter's strength very much. Yet, Orochimaru was able to kill Hands of the Salamander, and also knocked off Sand Shinobi's Cho. His strength is undoubtedly cage level. Yudin Koharu and Mikoto Homura both nodded in agreement. This is very ironic. Usually afraid of Orochimaru's power, now I have to rely on Orochimaru's power. Snort. I'm afraid that guy will take the opportunity to get Nine Tails. Shimura Dan said sullenly. According to the intelligence investigated by all parties, it is very possible that Orochimaru is conducting human experiments in secret. To master 5 variations of chakra attributes at such a young age is truly extraordinary. He has the same powerful constitution as the Uzumaki family, which is also very suspicious. It is also rumored that he also mastered the same sage mode as first Hokage. Human experimentation, as sinister as it sounds. But Konoha's high-level executives are doing it secretly. It's like the principle that only state officials are allowed to set fire and the people are not allowed to light lamps. They can do human experiments, but you Orochimaru can't. Orochimaru's human experiments? Can there be substantial evidence in the roots? Third Hokage hesitated. He once sent Anbu to investigate secretly, but he never found any useful information. No. Shimura Dans answered truthfully. He also sent the root department to investigate, but digging 3 feet did not find any suspicious laboratory. Could it be, Orochimaru kept the lab at home? It's possible. Recently, Orochimaru spent money to buy land and build a house. They must have secretly built a batch of laboratories. Mikoto Homura and Yudin Koharu expressed serious doubts. Why don't we just send people to investigate? Shimura Dans came up with an idea. No. It's not like you don't know that Orochimaru's perception is very keen. Any outsider who steps into his territory will be spotted immediately. Third Hokage shook his head and rejected the proposal. Okay. As for Orochimaru's human experiments, let's put it aside for a while. Now, we still focus on the handover ceremony of Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Pass down the order to evacuate all the people around the Senju clan. As an excuse, let's use Konoha to conduct a sudden military exercise, and let's get away with it. Tonight, a dark and stormy night. The icy cold wind is full of ominous atmosphere. Most of the Senju clan also followed the exercise led by Konoha's senior management to evacuate. Only Uzumaki Mito, Uzumaki Kushina, Tsunade, and Orochimaru remained in the clan. The 4 of them came to the forbidden area of the Senju clan, surrounded by several wooden pillars with sealing spells engraved on them. But maybe it's because the lines of the technique are too old, and the lines are a bit blurred. This is the sealing ceremony that Hashirama and I created 30 years ago. We were here back then, successfully sealed 9 Tails, and gave birth to the first Jinchuriki in the ninja world. Uzumaki Mito briefly explained the origin of the history. I can feel that there is still a part of my grandpa's chakra here. There was a nostalgic look on Tsunade's face. Although I also want to feel the breath of Hashirama carefully, let's hurry up and complete the ceremony now. Uzumaki Mito covered his stomach with one hand, cold sweat broke out on his face. Chakra of 9 Tails, are you restless already? Orochimaru can clearly perceive the upheaval that Uzumaki Mito is experiencing in his body at this time. It is estimated that 9 Tails also felt it, the remaining Senju Hashirama chakra in it scared it to hit the seal crazily, right? In order to prevent Nine Tails from escaping, and outsiders from interfering. Let's open a closed barrier first. Uzumaki Mito made Madra with both hands and pressed on one of the wooden pillars. Light purple's chakra soars into the sky. A quadrilateral enchantment covering 3 kilometers was formed. At this time, Konoha's high-level group and his party are staying outside the barrier to guard against death. Report. The perception class is unable to detect what happened in the enchantment. Anbuhui reported. This is the seal enchantment left by Lord First Hokage, it seems that the ceremony has already begun. 0. Third Hokage is now wearing a combat uniform and holding a Vajra cinnamon stick, ready to fight. Don't just stare at the Senju clan, there are other famous ninja clans who are also ready to move. Shimura Dans led a group of roots to ambush all around. Konoha's famous ninja clan also learned about the handover ceremony of Nine Tails Jinchuriki from various sources. Now every family is fully armed to deal with all possible accidents at any time. My lord, what I'm talking about is what happens, what might happen. If Nine Tails breaks free from the seal, shall we take the opportunity to make a move? Uchiha Fugaku was still a young patriarch at this time, and he was much less frivolous. Look first and then talk. Although the Senju clan has declined, as the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Senju Hashirama should have left the means of sealing for posterity. What's more, there is Orochimaru, the leader of Oyo Sunan, at the scene. The current patriarch, Uchiha Toyama, is a cautious ninja. Cut. Is that Orochimaru so amazing? Uchiha Fugaku is only 3 or 4 years younger than Orochimaru in age, and belongs to ninjas of the same generation. He is the most excellent genius ninja in Uchiha's generation. He is proud and arrogant, and never puts other peers in his eyes. Fugaku, don't be arrogant. Although Orochimaru is not as old as you, he is third Hokage's proud disciple. He has performed many S-level tasks and the completion rate is as high as 100%. In the Second Ninja World War, he even became famous in the first battle in the country of Sichuan, and was known as the head of Konoha Sunan. Uchiha Toyama said with a serious face. When he was young, he also fought with Hanzo several times, but he failed to take advantage of it. So Uchiha Toyama was shocked when he heard that Hanzo, his lifelong enemy, died at the hands of Orochimaru. Yes, I know. Uchiha Fugaku agreed with his mouth, but his face didn't agree. It can only be young people as the lack of beating. Correct. I heard that Orochimaru has been seeking marriage for a long time, and the clan is considering whether to arrange for a clansman to marry him. Uchiha Toyama pondered. What? The proud Uchiha clan, how can you marry an outsider? Uchiha Fugaku widened his eyes and said with a displeased face. There is somewhat of a man's jealousy in it. As the young head of the Uchiha clan, he is not even married yet. Orochimaru has many wives and concubines, and dozens of children, which makes people mad with envy. Don't worry, Fugaku. Uchiha Yuan-shan smiled slightly, as if he had seen through his son's mind, and quickly comforted him. The clan has already selected a fiancé for you. Whether it is bloodline, talent, or appearance, they are all first-class existences. Her name is Mikoto. As soon as these words came out, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes lit up. 0.5 Uchiha Mikoto. I've heard of her. It is said that she awakened Sharingan at the age of 8. She is a genius who is good at lightning style, and has the title of Dengeki Princess. P.S. Sasuke is good at lightning style, set to inherit his mother. It's reasonable, right? It just so happens that a certain Bilibili Mikoto also plays thunder, so Tiantai borrowed the title of Dengeki Princess. But he's a little young. Uchiha Fugaku frowned. If he remembers correctly, Uchiha Mikoto is only 12 years old this year, and has not yet reached Konoha's legal age for marriage. Then wait a few years, anyway, you are still young. Uchiha Toyama said it was normal. Ninjas from famous families actually get married quite late. After all, in your 20s and 30s, it is the golden period of ninja growth. How can you have time to get married and have children? No. Orochimaru has married more than 40 wives. I still don't have any. I also heard that Naoki, the little boy of the Senju family, took 6 fiancés at once, and even called out some revival of Senju, starting from giving birth to a child. It is simply off the charts. Uchiha Fugaku is based on the psychology of comparison. It's fine if he can't compare with Orochimaru, but if he can't even compare with Naoki, this is unbearable. That's right, that's right. Uchiha Toyama thoughtfully. Especially every move of the Senju clan can provoke the nerves of the Uchiha clan. That's fine. As a father, let the family arrange a few concubines for you, let's make do with it. When Mikoto becomes an adult, you will hold a formal wedding. The butterfly effect caused by the travelers is silently affecting the course of history. Chapter 80. Konoha's senior management and a group of famous ninjas are secretly watching this important Nine Tails Jinchuriki handover ceremony. Senju Clan Forbidden Land, formation of enchantment completed. Then now, I'm going to break the seal. When Nine Tails leaves my body, my vitality will be emptied immediately. Tsunade, you have to use medical ninjutsu to temporarily save my life. Uzumaki Mito ordered with a serious expression. Bab. Tsunade gritted her teeth. As we all know, once Jinchuriki strips off the tail beast, he will definitely die. That is to say, no matter whether the handover of the ceremony tonight goes well or not, Grandma will die. Children, don't be sad. Grandma also wants to see your grandpa soon. Uzumaki Mito smiled kindly. She really has had enough of these lonely days. Especially the current high-level Konoha, the smoky atmosphere makes her feel disgusted, so she simply ignores it. I see, Grandma. The corners of Tsunade's eyes were filled with tears. No matter how reluctant she was, she could not forcibly retain her grandma. She had to respect her elder's choice. Kushina, take some military food pills first to keep your body in top condition. Uzumaki Mito turned to tell the next Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Yes, Master Mito. Kushina obediently swallowed a few military ration pills, although her little face was nervous, but because Orochimaru was beside her, she was not so scared. Orochimaru, wait, if anything happens, I'll be counting on you. Uzumaki Mito said earnestly. With me here, there won't be any accidents. Orochimaru said confidently. These words are not just bragging. With his strength, the rigid-tailed beast is not afraid now. 30 Seeing this, Uzumaki Mito didn't hesitate any longer, and pulled off his clothes, revealing the 8-sign seal spell on his stomach. It can be clearly seen that the sealing technique is red and hot, which shows that the 9 tails in the body are madly attacking the seal. Don't worry, my old man. I'll untie the cage right now and let you out. Uzumaki Mito had Haki's light shining in his eyes. At this moment, she recalled that she and Senju Hashirama suppressed 9 tails all the way, and even treated each other as cute little animals. Roar! Mito! You old man! How long do you want to keep me locked up? 9 tails is pumping out chakra like crazy. I saw that Orange-Red's violent chakra gradually leaked from the sealing technique in Uzumaki Mito's belly, forming 3 tails. This is 9 tails chakra. It's really powerful. Tsunade exclaimed from the sidelines. No, the power of 9 tails is far more than that. This is just a scrap of the leak. Orochimaru said calmly. According to the original book, this is only the first form of 9 tails chakra. Everyone be careful. I'm going to break the first seal. Uzumaki Mito looked dignified and made a series of mudras with his hands. Sealing technique 4-symbol seal solution. The complete 8-sign seal is a double seal technique composed of 2 4-image seals. Uzumaki Mito is now equivalent to unlocking the 8-sign seal in general. I saw 9 tails chakra overflowing further, and Uzumaki Mito grew a 4th tail behind him. At the same time, the original translucent shape of orange-red has become opaque of dark red, which is the second form of 9 tails chakra. Hiss! The density of chakra has increased several times in a day. Tsunade's eyes widened, just seeing chakra's strength. The Jinchuriki form at this time is already close to the cage level. Roar! ZKP! Are you planning to transfer my uncle to that little girl? Watch me tear you apart! Chakra of 9 tails suddenly ran wild, stretched out a series of dark red tails, and grabbed Kushina at the side with lightning speed. Ah! Kushina was frightened and trembling, facing the dark red tail that was coming towards her face like a devil's claw. She was completely unable to make any reaction. Ninja, hidden shadow snake hand. Suddenly, a string of long snakes flew out from the side, biting the tails of chakra released by 9 tails respectively. Who? Can it resist my uncle's chakra? 9 tails let out a cry of surprise. The chakra tail released by 9 tails contains a high concentration of berserk factors, and the temperature is extremely high. Ordinary creatures will be burned to ashes on the spot when they touch it. The power of 4 tails, who are you looking down on? Orochimaru controlled the long snake to wrap around 9 tails chakra's tail, forcing the latter to break off. With the blood of the Senju family, Orochimaru's chakra has doubled tenfold. Correspondingly, the power of ninjutsu has also been greatly improved. Damn humans! 9 tails let out a roar. Good job, Orochimaru! Seeing this, Uzumaki Mito also breathed a sigh of relief, and continued to undo the sealing technique slowly. Sure enough, I feel at ease with you here. Tsunade smiled reassuringly. Master Orochimaru. The way Kushina looked at Orochimaru became even more adoring. What a terrifying 9 tails, they are no match for Master Orochimaru. Roar! 9 tails has extended its 5th tail, further increasing its power. Chakra's tail attacked Kushina again. Ninja, hidden shadow multi-snake hand. Orochimaru waved and summoned more long snakes, each with 3 tails corresponding to a tail, and firmly grasped 9 tails chakra tail. Human, you are courting death. 9 tails was suddenly furious, and fixed his murderous eyes on Orochimaru. BD, have you forgotten, who brought you infinite fear back then? Orochimaru exudes amazing chakra. The power once suppressed 9 tails to death. Fine, just keep suppressing it like this. Seeing this, Uzumaki Kushina further untied the seal. Arrogant humans! Do you think you are Senju Hashirama? 9 tails stretched out its 6th tail, and white bones began to appear on Chakra's body. Watch me beat you to pieces. 9 tails slammed into Orochimaru hard, swinging his hard bones. Lightning-style snake thunder blade. Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged, and with a finger movement, the Kusanagi sword at his waist automatically flew up and landed in his hand, condensing a golden thunder snake coil. Boom! Slashed with a sword. The bones of 9 tails are shattered. The power of 9 tails, this. Orochimaru looked disdainful. As expected of the man of my Tsunade. Tsunade had a proud expression on his face. Master Orochimaru, teacher. Kushina's eyebrows brightened. Slash the Baku tail with one sword. I believe that no girl can resist such charm. So far so good. But don't be too careless, the power of 9 tails is far more than that. Uzumaki Mito exhorted, and then further untied the seal. The 7th tail. This time, 9 tails chakra was out of control and rushed out of Jinchuriki's body. But when he rushed to the top, he was blocked by the barrier. At the same time, Uzumaki Mito also released Gold's chakra chains, which tied 9 tails' hands and feet and prevented him from getting out. Sealing technique adamantine sealing chains. Nine Tails struggled frantically, roaring angrily. Damn Mito! Do you think you can still restrain my uncle? With the growth of the eighth tail, Nine Tails has a substantial body, covered in pink flesh, but has no hair, which looks a little funny. But chakra's power is several times stronger than before. Kika. Under the terrifying power of Nine Tails, Uzumaki Mito's chakra chains began to be torn off bit by bit. Ahem! It's really as violent as ever. Uzumaki Mito was pale and expressionless. She was old and frail after all, and chakra was much weaker than before. At this time, more than half of Nine Tails' chakra has left her body, which means that her normal vitality has been sucked away. Grandmother! Tsunade stepped forward immediately, performed medical ninjutsu, and injected a large amount of chakra into Uzumaki Mito's body. Damn medical ninja! Nine Tails was furious, broke free from chakra's chain forcefully, and slapped Tsunade heavily with one paw. Tsunade, get out of the way! Uzumaki Mito exclaimed. But Tsunade still maintained the marks of medical ninjutsu in both hands, completely ignoring the 9,590 tail claws coming from the top of his head. Because she knew that with that man around, nothing would happen. Sage mode. I saw a blue light flashing. Boom! Orochimaru stood tall, holding Nine Tails' claws high with one hand. What? Nine Tails only felt that its claws were pressing on an iron bump. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't press it down. This chakra, magic, snake-shaped natural energy, and dragon-like tentacles, must come from the Rika Cave fairy art in Legendary. Uzumaki Mito's eyes widened. With a lot of experience, she has a certain understanding of Sage Mode's ability. Her husband, Senju Hashirama, is using Sage Mode of Shikbon Forest. It really is Sage Mode. This is the power to kill Hanzo and defeat Cho, right? Tsunade was thoughtful. This is gods. Master Orochimaru, you are the reincarnation of a god. For the young Kushina, the power of Sage Mode is too complicated, and he only worships it as a god. Get up, beast! Sage Art Snake Q Might! With Orochimaru's palm strike, the terrifying power of Xianju Chakra knocked down the huge Nine Tails abruptly. Taking advantage of this time, undo the seal in one breath. Uzumaki Mito saw the right moment and unlocked the last spell of 8-sign seal. All the Nine Tails chakra in the body are drawn out of the body. Kushina, come here and follow the seal I taught you. Uzumaki Mito and Kushina, both of them formed the same mudra. Sealing technique 8-sign seal. I saw that Uzumaki Mito transferred the chakra chain on his body to Kushina's body, and dragged Nine Tails to the latter's body bit by bit. But this move met fierce resistance from Nine Tails. Just because you want to seal Master Ben again? Impossible. Senju Hashirama is dead, no one in this world can stop me. With the ninth tail growing, Nine Tails are back to strength. Chapter 81. Roar. At this time, Nine Tails has grown flesh and hair, almost completely out of Jinchuriki's control, and has gained complete power. Crack, click, click. It single-handedly tore off most of the chains of chakra wrapped around its body. Humph! Uzumaki Mito grunted, then spat out a mouthful of blood. These adamantine sealing chains were connected to the chakra meridians in her body. After being forcibly torn off by Nine Tails, they caused some backlash damage to her. But instead of releasing the adamantine sealing chains, she further squeezed the chakra in her body, releasing more chains continuously, wrapping around Nine Tails' whole body. Roar! Compete with me in chakra, right? Except for Senju Hashirama, no human being can compare to me. Nine Tails let out a loud roar, and slapped his hands heavily on the ground. Long! 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 I saw the earth exploded, one after another chakra's hands shot up into the sky, and the terrifying force hit the barrier above. Buzz! The shock that erupted from inside the barrier spread to all directions, and even the entire Konoha shinobi village was shaking. This chakra! It really is 9 tails. Third Hokage looked at the barrier in the distance with a dignified expression. There was a huge figure there, dancing its 9 thick tails in the dark night. With such a powerful chakra, can the Senju clan really suppress 9 tails? Shimura Dance expresses deep doubts. Over the years, after Konoha's high-level suppression, the ninjas of the Senju clan have declined sharply, and the number is almost the same as that of a small ninja. The only one who can support the scene is Tsunade. Noeki is still young, but has great potential in the future. Oh! Hope Orochimaru, he can find a way to resist 9 tails. Mitokato Homura and Udadan Koharu felt the terrifying energy emanating from 9 tails from a distance, thinking that if they faced 9 tails, they would probably be slapped to death. If they were afraid that Orochimaru was too strong before, now they wish Orochimaru could be stronger. At least they have to suppress 9 tails, otherwise if they fail to seal 9 tails, the whole Konoha will suffer. Of course, if Orochimaru really succeeds in sealing 9 tails, whether they will feel more fearful will be a matter later. Politicians are always vacillating, and there is no bottom line at all. As long as it is in their interests, the face can be changed at any time. Master Patriarch, how is it? Sharingan's pupil power, can he control 9 tails? The Uchiha people looked expectantly at the distant mountain of Uchiha. No. That huge chakra monster is simply beyond the control of Sharingan's pupil power. Uchiha Yuanshan Sharingan stared at 9 tails in the distance, and shook his head after a moment. Why is it like this? Even my lord father. Uchiha Fugaku also showed a shocked expression. I want to control the pupil power of 9 tails. I guess you have to turn on the Mangekyō Sharingan in Legendary. Uchiha Toyama said in a deep voice. Boom! 9 tails crazily output violent chakra, constantly attacking the barrier. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the barrier. Haha! What about the enchantment left by Senju Hashirama? He's been dead for decades, and there's not much chakra left. 9 tails laughed unscrupulously, thinking that after breaking the barrier, it could regain freedom. But at this moment, a purple-black barrier wrapped from the inside, forming a double barrier blockade. What is this? 9 tails rolled her tail subconsciously, but when she touched the barrier, she immediately felt a hot burn. Shhhhhhhh. The tail caught fire and smoked, and 9 tails grinned in pain. Boundary enchantment for purple flame formation. Orochimaru created 4 shadow clone to maintain the barrier. Thanks, Orochimaru. Please keep suppressing 9 tails. Uzumaki Mito cast a grateful gaze, and then continued to cast 8 sign seal, trying to pull 9 tails chakra, and sent it into Kushina's body bit by bit. Ah! You bloody human! Being thwarted again and again, 9 tails was also really angry, waving the 9 thick tails behind him, and lashed at Dawa frantically. Sage Art Sulker Snake Hand. The blue long snake infused with the magic chakra resisted the whipping of the 9 tails respectively. 9 tails raised its head high, opened its bloody mouth wide, frantically gathered high-density chakra particles, and compressed them into a black sphere. This chakra! Watch out! This is 9 tails' killer weapon, Tailed Beast Bomb. Uzumaki Mito's face changed drastically, and he reminded loudly. But without her reminding, Orochimaru knew it all too well. As the strongest tailed beast 9 tails, the power of Tailed Beast Bomb is far more terrifying than other tailed beasts. Orochimaru gathered the celestial chakra on his body in one breath, forming a big blue snake, and infusing it with lightning-style chakra. Sage Art Orochi Thunder. I saw that 9 tails swallowed the Tailed Beast Bomb in one gulp, and spit it out forward with a swollen mouth. Tailed Beast Bomb. Boom, boom, boom dash. A deafening explosion. A huge mushroom cloud rises from the forbidden place of the Senju clan. Summoning technique. Tsunade hugged Kushina with one arm, and then summoning released a big Katsuyu to wrap the two inside. Uzumaki Kushina uses a small ceiling barrier, which can barely protect himself. I saw that under the huge energy explosion, the barrier of the cube was constantly distorted, and it seemed that it would not be able to support the explosion. However, because the inner layer has Orochimaru's 4 purple flame formations, which offset part of the impact force, the outermost layer of Senju Hashirama's barrier can barely resist the shock wave. Outsiders don't see it so clearly, they don't know about Orochimaru's enchantment, they only feel that the declining Senju clan still has a bit of background. The enchantment left by the master of the first generation, I didn't expect it to be so powerful after so many years. It seems that the decline of the Senju clan is not as vulnerable as imagined. Konoha's high-level executives made a wrong judgment, and since then they dare not push the Senju clan too hard. In case Senju Hashirama left any whole cards behind, I am afraid it will bring unimaginable consequences to them. Sage Art vs Tailed Beast Bomb. One fairy and one fox, who were tough on the front, were all injured to varying degrees. Zi. The blue lightning remained on Ninetales' body. Ahem. Orochimaru was covered in blood and bruises all over his body. Haha. Human, your strength is indeed very good, enough to injure this uncle. But human beings are still human after all, can your body be compared to a tailed beast? Ninetales laughed out loud. Hoo. Uzumaki Mito's self-protection consumed a lot of chakra, and his face became even paler. Tsunade and Kushina came out of the melted Katsuya with minor injuries, but nothing serious. Master Orochimaru. Don't worry, my Tsunade man, it's not that easy to die. Tsunade calmed the worried Kushina. The body of a human being can't compare to a tailed beast. That's not necessarily true. Orochimaru shook his fist. In just a few seconds, the wounds on his body healed automatically at a speed visible to the naked eye. Physical healing and Muji medical ninjutsu, making Orochimaru's resilience infinitely close to Senju Hashirama. Is this medical ninjutsu? No. That constitution is a physical healing that only a few Uzumaki have. Uzumaki Mito's eyes widened in surprise. What? You don't need seals, all the wounds on your body can be healed in an instant. This power is almost the same as that man. Ninetales was also stunned. The terrifying memory that once dominated it surged into my mind for a while. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That man is dead. There is no more Senju Hashirama. Ninetales screamed in disbelief with a face full of disbelief. First Hokage is gone. But I am Orochimaru. Ninetales, surrender to me. Orochimaru held up the Kusanagi sword, turned it into a 100-meter sword, and slashed at Ninetales' head. Ninetales, surrender to me. This sentence reminds Ninetales of the former Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru. Full of anger and hatred, Ninetales slapped the 100-meter-long Kusanagi sword away with one paw, and the Ninetales turned into grabbing Orochimaru at the same time. Sage Art Sulker Snake Hand. Orochimaru summoned the blue long snake again to resist the Ninetales respectively. But this time, more hands of chakra stretched out from the tail of Ninetales, densely enveloping Orochimaru from all directions. Watch me crush your stinky. Ninetales angrily controlled Chakra's hand to shrink and tighten, crushing everything inside into a pulp. Pfft! Blood flowed from the dense Chakra's hands, but the amount of bleeding was not much, probably the amount of a Coke bottle. Wow! I saw Orochimaru's body flying out of the mass of crushed meat. Orochimaru flow body replacement technique. As expected of Ninetales, the strongest tailed beast, the strength is really impressive. The fairy eyeshadow on Orochimaru's face was fading. Continuous high-intensity battles have consumed a lot of his magic chakra, and Sage Mode is approaching its limit. Ninetales once again unleashes the hand of chakra. Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. Orochimaru casts Earth-style defense, blocks some of the chakra's hands, but is broken by more chakra's hands. Sword of Kusanagi, Sword of the Sky. Orochimaru manipulated the Kusanagi sword into a swift flying sword, severing many chakra's hands. But Nine Tails' chakra is endless and can generate more chakra hand attacks. Gradually, Orochimaru couldn't hold it any longer, and was pressed against the wall by the dense chakra hands. Boom bang bang bang. Orochimaru, your sage mode is not perfect yet. You must know that the sage mode of Senju Hashirama back then could last a whole day at most. Nine Tails sneered. Hehe, you are right. I'm a little carried away. It has only been 2.5 years since Orochimaru obtained the sage mode, and it is far from the level of complete mastery. Deal with. For ordinary cage level opponents, as long as the winner is determined within a short period of time, the problem is not too big. But to deal with monsters like Nine Tails with thick skin and strong battery life, the duration of sage mode is extremely important. Orochimaru, if it really doesn't work, you and Tsunade run away. The old man will use that trick. We will be able to seal Nine Tails successfully. Uzumaki Mito said in a deep voice as if he had made some kind of difficult decision. Grandma, you. Tsunade opened his eyes wide, and seemed to realize that the other party was going to use an extreme forbidden technique, and the price would be very high. Even greater than death. Danyo how? No, you have already paid too much for Konoha. Let's leave the next task to the juniors to complete. Orochimaru rejected the other party's proposal. He knew what Uzumaki Mito's final cards were. Uzumaki clan's strongest sealing technique, ghoul sealing. It is a forbidden technique that uses one's own soul as a sacrifice, summons Shinigami, and perishes with the enemy. But if this happens, Uzumaki Mito's soul will be swallowed by Shinigami, and he will not be able to go to the Pure Land to reunite with Senju Hashirama. Orochimaru believes that this old man has devoted his entire life to protecting Konoha, and put his soul on immortality so that he will not be reborn forever. Such an ending would be too bleak. Although Orochimaru thinks he is not a great kind person, he is still a person with basic conscience. Besides, just because of his relationship with Tsunade, there will be no peace in watching Uzumaki Mito die. Humph! Brash brat! You who have lost sage mode, what are you going to do with me? Nine Tails sneered. I thought to myself that the human ninja in front of me looks only in his 20s. Even Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are no match for Nine Tails at this age. It can't be said that your talent, Orochimaru, is stronger than those two god tiers, right? Awaken, Five Tails Belt. Next, I will awaken the memory of fear in you. Orochimaru formed a mudra with both hands, and began to transform the chakra in his body into some kind of blood successor limited power. Fear. Joke. How about this, uncle? Ah! Nine Tails first showed disdain, and then the next second, it was shaking uncontrollably. That is. Chapter 82. This breath of chakra. Hashirama. Grandfather. Both Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade's eyes widened involuntarily. I saw Orochimaru's flowing back with long black hair, and he really looked like that man. Wood style. Nine Tails was so frightened that his whole body exploded, and the huge animal pupils of the copper bell were staring at Orochimaru in front of him. Wrong. This is an illusion. This must be you using illusion to fool my uncle. Nine Tails shook his head vigorously. It would rather believe that the man in front of it is a ninja from the Uchiha clan, and it uses the Sharingan illusion to make it feel the breath of wood style. Escaping from reality because of fear. It's ugly, Kurama. Orochimaru sneered. Etc. What did you call me? How do you BD know my name? Nine Tails was even more shocked now. You must know that its name was named by Sage of Six Paths himself. Because people who have been in contact with it in the ninja world have tried every means to use its power, it has a feeling of disgusting humans. Even if Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were able to defeat it back then, it didn't tell those two men their names. Kurama. Is that the name of Nine Tails? The old man has been trying to communicate with you, but it's a pity that he didn't succeed. Uzumaki Mito expressed emotion. Tail beasts actually have names. Tsunade was surprised. Hey! Kurama! Stop rebelling against Lord Orochimaru. Come to my bowl obediently. Kushina is completely newborn and not afraid of tigers, or to prove herself in front of Orochimaru, she boldly pointed at Nine Tails and shouted. You bloody humans! My uncle is going to kill you all today. Nine Tails suddenly felt out of breath. The meaning of a name is unusual for a tailed beast. Orochimaru revealed its real name in public, which is no different from a little girl being stripped naked for public display. Wood-style birth of the tree world. 710 Orochimaru clasped his hands together, the ground shook violently, and countless vines burst out of the ground, wrapping Nine Tails up and down. It's real wood style. It's not some counterfeit and shoddy power. Uzumaki Mito's eyes widened. In fact, the wood-style blood succession boundary itself is not a rare power. The principle is just water-style and earth-style fusion bloodline boundary, which is not much different from fire-style and earth-style fusion lava-style bloodline boundary. It was Senju Hashirama himself who really brought wood-style to the altar. Senju Hashirama injects Yang Dun, full of vitality, into wood-style, producing endless power. At that time, countries in the ninja world went crazy to study wood style, and even conducted a lot of human experiments. The final wood style was just a few shriveled wood without vitality, and its power was very limited. P.S. Similar to Yamato's wood style, only bare wood can be generated without leaves and branches. Orochimaru in front of me uses wood style to generate trees, with branches, leaves and roots, full of exuberant vitality, almost the same power as Senju Hashirama. Bang bang bang! Nine Tails angrily tore apart the vines on its body, but soon there will be more vines entwining it. This is the power of life. Hee how do you feel? Is there a feeling of déjà vu? Don't be afraid. It's just an illusion, it's very realistic, right? Orochimaru's deliberate sarcasm. Damn! 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 Nine Tails is really full of fear at this moment. The more it struggles desperately, the tighter the tree entangled around its body will be. But what is even more shocking is that these vines are still sucking the chakra on it. All of this reminds it of the unbearable memories of the year. Senju Hashirama, Nine Tails, your chakra is too big, I need to suck 1,000,000 dots. Wood-style absorption. Nine Tails gets sucked and fed on the spot. Tisk tisk as expected of the chakra of the tailed beast. As a nutrient for wood style, it is undoubtedly the best supplement. Orochimaru chuckled lightly. The trees became thicker and thicker, and they were about to completely wrap the huge body of Nine Tails. Boom! There was a big explosion, and all the trees wrapped around Nine Tails were blown up and shattered. Orochimaru was forced to retreat some distance, with a look of surprise on his face. He even detonated his own chakra. This is a way to kill 1,000 enemies and self-destroy 1,000. As the price for exploding wood style, Nine Tails was covered in bruises, 4 of the 9 tails behind him exploded, and his breath suddenly became much more sluggish. The power of 9 tails has been weakened, now. Uzumaki Mito saw the timing and released more chakra chains, which penetrated into 9 tails' body. However, 9 tails didn't care about this, and fixed his murderous eyes on Orochimaru. Roar! Crazy absorbing high-density chakra particles, 5 tails is ready to launch a big-tailed beast bomb. It just absorbed a part of 9 tails' chakra, so it should be able to use this trick. Orochimaru formed a series of intricate mudras with his hands. It's the biggest jutsu he's ever used and consumed chakra the most. Even if he got more than 10 times the chakra boost from the system, if he wanted to use this trick, he couldn't do it easily. The ground shook violently, and a towering giant tree rose from the ground. Under the amazed eyes of everyone, the giant tree grew hands, feet, and a head, forming a titan that is comparable in size to 9 tails. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Orochimaru's breathing was slightly rapid, and he summoned this big guy, which consumed almost 80% of his chakra. Look over there. What it is? Everyone in Konoha, who was watching secretly from a distance, all showed horrified eyes. With the interference from the enchantment in the distance, it is impossible to see what it is. He could only vaguely see that it was a huge shadow standing in front of 9 tails. This is wood style. Wood style for adults from the first generation project. Is Senju Hashirama still alive? Mitokato Homura and Udaten Koharu turned pale with fright. With a guilty conscience, they know what they have done to the Senju clan. Not to mention that Senju Hashirama is still alive. Even if Senju Tobirama is still alive, they dare not do this even if they have 100 guts. Calm down. Both first generation and second generation are dead. It can't be them. Shimura-dan's eyelids twitched, but he was just pretending to be calm. In the root laboratory, there are the body tissues of the 2 Hokages. This should be Lord First Generation, who set up wood-style ninjutsu in the Forbidden Area. Used to seal the 9 tails. After thinking about it, Third Hokage came up with a seemingly reasonable answer. It turns out that Edge. Makes sense. The 4 Konoha executives nodded. Think about it carefully, apart from this answer, there is no second possibility. After all, in the forbidden area of the Senju clan, there are only 4 living people, Uzumaki Mito, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Kushina. You can't say that among these 4 people, someone used wood style, right? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Uchiha clan. That's the wood style of the Senju clan in Legendary. It's horrible. My lord ancestor, what kind of monster are you fighting with? Even the proud Uchiha clan is deeply afraid of this. That huge wood style, I am afraid that only the Mangekyō Sharingan, the full-body Susanoo, can compete with it. Uchiha Toyama, as the patriarch, learned about the duel in the Valley of the End from the secret scrolls recorded in the clan. Senju Hashirama's wooden golem, Uchiha Madara's full-body Susanoo, the 2 are fighting like hell. Cut. That Orochimaru guy, you're lucky. As a bystander, I can witness the wood style in Legendary with my own eyes, but I don't know if I will be scared to pee. Uchiha Fugaku said enviously. The Hyuga clan. Father, have you seen clearly? Who the hell is using wood style? Brothers Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi looked at their father expectantly. As the patriarch of the Hyuga family, only his white eyes can barely pass through the barrier and see the affairs inside. Hyuga Sakata's white eyes widened, as if seeing something unbelievable. After a long time, he closed his eyes and let out a complicated and unspeakable sigh. Pass down the order to select female clan members of the right age from the whole clan and prepare for marriage. Marriage? Isn't it a bit too early for us brothers? Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi looked at each other, and then showed the expression of a shy boy. After all, they are only 13 or 14 years old this year, and they haven't gotten married yet. However, since Orochimaru led the marriage recruitment, Konoha's major ninja clans have plans to marry. I heard that both the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan have plans to marry and have children. How can their Hyuga clan lag behind? Snort. What are you thinking? Marriage is not for you 2 brothers. Hyuga Sakata gave the 2 of them an annoyed look. Who is that for? Brother Hyuga looked confused. For famous ninjas, most of the marriages are internally digested, especially for families with blood inheritance boundaries, in order to ensure that their bloodlines are not leaked out. Orochimaru. Hyuga Sakata spoke the answer. Orochimaru. No. That guy has already married dozens of wives. Brother Hyuga gritted his teeth, but there is no man who is not jealous. None of these questions matter. Hisashi, please listen to me. In the world of ninjas, there are no rules that cannot be broken. As long as you have enough power, all rules can be rewritten. Hyuga Sakata has deep eyes, educating the two brothers meaningfully. Wooden golem. You can even summon this big guy. Nine-Tails' face was full of despair. It finally survived Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara to death, and survived until Uzumaki Mito was old and frail and the seal loosened, imagining that today he could finally break through the seal and regain his freedom. I never thought of Orochimaru's appearance, it was like an insurmountable mountain blocks Nine-Tails' path to freedom. Kurama, you are too powerful, you must be sealed away. Orochimaru drove the wooden golem under his feet to the Nine-Tails with heavy steps that shook the ground. You don't come here. Nine-Tails spat out the tailed beast bomb in one gulp. Boom! I saw wooden golem raised his palm and pinched the terrifying tailed beast bomb with his bare hands. P.S. As pictured. Under the suppression of the power of wood style, the berserk-tailed beast bomb didn't explode immediately. This moment, Nine-Tails finally recalled the terrifying memory of being dominated by that man. Just the figure of a man in my mind, turned into Orochimaru in front of my eyes. Kurama. The time for freedom is over. Now, come back to the seal for me obediently. Orochimaru sneered, and forced wooden golem to pinch the tailed beast bomb on Nine-Tails' head. Boom! Shocking explosion. Chapter 83. Boom! The second tailed beast bomb exploded, and the barrier finally couldn't hold up and shattered. Billows of smoke and dust rose, and the dust covered the entire Senju family's clan. The enchantment is lifted. Want to see what's going on? Who's going? You go. Everyone in Konoha didn't dare to approach them rashly, but they are Nine-Tails, a Jainin can be slapped into a meat paste with just a slap. In the forbidden area, Nine-Tails was hit by the tailed beast bomb with all his strength, and was blown out of his face on the spot. The remaining 5 tails were also blown off leaving only the power of one tail. Tail beast's chakra is weaker than ever. Catch! Wooden golem was hit by a tailed beast bomb at close range, and half of his body was blown up, causing plumes of blue smoke to rise. It looks like that's the end of it. Orochimaru unlocked Wood Style's spell. The wooden golem in front of him shrank rapidly, and after losing its vitality, it was nothing more than a huge wooden sculpture. Fire Style Luxurious Yanhua. Orochimaru spit out several fiery fireballs, burning wooden golem's torso to ashes, directly destroying the evidence of Wood Style. Sealing Technique 8 Sign Seal. Uzumaki Mito took the opportunity to drag the dying Nine-Tails into Kushina's body, successfully completing the seal. Woa, et. No more? That's it. When Kushina saw such a big Nine-Tails entangled in her body at first, she was quite scared. As a result, she felt nothing, which made her feel unreal. It can only be said that this time Nine-Tails was completely beaten and lost his temper. There was no more unnecessary resistance and struggle, and his body disintegrated into a huge chakra group merging into Nine-Tails' body. Of course, this just shows that Kushina is the direct blood of the Uzumaki family, and her constitution is very powerful, which can fully accommodate the huge chakra of Nine-Tails. So far, the handover ceremony of Nine-Tails' Jinchuriki has been successfully completed. The old man's responsibility has finally been fulfilled. After doing all this, Uzumaki Mito became shaky with exhaustion. Grandmother. Tsunade rushed up immediately, hugged Kiyowaka's grandma, and joined hands to perform medical ninjutsu again, but was held down by Uzumaki Mito. She shook her head and said weakly. Tsunade, don't waste your efforts. Jinchuriki will surely die if he escapes from the tailed beast. Uzumaki Mito's aging face was completely drained of color, and became full of lifeless grey-white. Grandmother. Woo, I don't want you to leave. I couldn't help but burst into tears. Grandpa and her parents passed away when she was very young, and Uzumaki Mito raised her, so the grandparents and grandchildren have a deep relationship. Silly boy. You've grown up, Grandma will be gone one day. You have a good husband, Grandma is at ease. Senju clan, Konoha. I'll leave it to you. Uzumaki Mito closed his eyes peacefully. Here, the oldest elder of Konoha Shinobi Village, the first Jinchuriki in the history of ninja world, Uzumaki Mito passed away. The next day, Konoha officials announced the news of Uzumaki Mito's death, and the village mourned and held a grand funeral. No matter what the true attitude of Konoha's senior management towards the Senju clan is, at least superficial efforts are not to be made. Noeke presided over the funeral as the successor head of the Senju clan. This usually nervous young man looked extraordinarily mature today. Maybe it was the elder's death that made him grow up in an instant, and he had to grow up forever. Tsunade, Orochimaru, Kushina, and other Senju and Uzumaki clans attended as dependents. Konoha's high-level officials and Konoha's famous ninja clans all sent representatives to report the funeral. Konoha people spontaneously came to the street to send Uzumaki Mito's coffin to the cemetery of Konoha heroes. This is a special cemetery that only ninjas who have made significant contributions to the village are eligible to enter after death. Mrs. First Hokage. It feels like a character in a history book, appearing in reality. Speaking of which, is it because I am ignorant? I always feel that I have rarely heard of the name Uzumaki Mito. Hey, so you young people don't know anything about the past. Mito-sama is the first Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in the history of Konoha. Nine-Tails. I heard from my grandfather's generation, they are scary monsters representing disaster. Does Jinchuriki mean that if you stuff a tailed beast into a ninja's body, is it still a human? It won't turn into a monster, right? Then the question is, who is the second Nine-Tails Jinchuriki after Master Mito passed away? I heard from the elders in the clan that the second Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is an outsider from the Erland. Look, that is the red-haired girl who is with Master Orochimaru. Then, will she become Nine-Tails Demon Fox? Hush! Silence! This is a forbidden topic in the village. Passers-by were talking about it, and all kinds of strange eyes fell on Kushina. Woo! The sensitive Kushina pursed her lips, with an aggrieved expression on her small face. She is obviously a human being, a student of Konoha school, why is she called a monster? Thinking of this, tears welled up in his eyes involuntarily. At this moment, a big warm hand beside her held her. Kushina, you don't have to pay attention to the words of these ignorant people. Who are you? I know better than anyone else. Orochimaru reassured. But, Master Orochimaru. Everyone is scared of Nine-Tails. Zero looking for flowers. When Kushina went to school yesterday, she was isolated by the whole class, and everyone was afraid of her. Nine-Tails. You think it's scary? Hee, that's just something in my palm. Orochimaru chuckled lightly. A red light flashed in Kushina's eyes. Nine-Tails, damn Orochimaru. Yes. That stupid fox was beaten up by the big snake for the adults. Kushina burst into tears immediately. The fear of Nine-Tails in my heart dropped to the lowest. Listen, Kushina. The so-called weak are the ants who cannot survive without clumping together. The strong are always alone. Only the strong can stand beside the strong, do you understand? Orochimaru spoke earnestly and earnestly. Orochimaru-sama is strong. I will follow Master Orochimaru. Therefore, I also want to be strong. Kushina's eyes lit up, as if she had found her goal in life, she clenched her fists. Salute! The great Mito-sama, Konoha's first Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Your contribution to protecting Konoha will be remembered in our hearts, and may you live forever. Third Hokage dressed in sackcloth and filial piety, came to Uzumaki Mito's coffin, and bowed deeply. I saw that his face was full of sadness, and he looked distraught. The representatives of the major families at the scene nodded secretly. At least in terms of etiquette, third Hokage can be said to be impeccable, and people can't fault it at all. Thank you, Sir Third Generation, for your speech. Many members of the Senju clan were touched and felt that Hokage was very face-saving. 11. Tsunade frowned secretly. If it wasn't for Orochimaru's advice, maybe she would have foolishly thought that Madame Hokage really loves the Senju clan. Disgusting politicians who use dead people for show. A gleam of coldness flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. The morning is over, and all guests are invited to sit in the theater. The Senju family and the Uzumaki family stayed behind to sit in silence for grandmother. As the patriarch, Naoki presided over the funeral for the first time, so there will inevitably be some omissions in the procedure. But at his age, being able to do this is quite remarkable. And no one at the scene blamed a sad 12-year-old. Both Tsunade and Kushina stayed, and Orochimaru was regarded as a relative, so he left with the team of guests. Orochimaru Hokage-sama and Danzo-sama please. He can't wait so long. Orochimaru stared blankly at Anbu and Nebu in front of him. Chapter 84. Lead the way. Orochimaru had no expression on his face, with cold gold pupils. From the beginning to the end, he never looked directly at Anbu and Gen-mo in front of him. Faced with Orochimaru's ignoring attitude, the people in the dark roots felt very uncomfortable. You must know that their backgrounds are Third Hokage and Shimura Dans, the two high-level Konoha bosses, who hold the internal and external real power of Konoha. Even Konoha Janin had to respectfully greet Anbu and Genbu with a smile. It's rare to meet a ninja like Orochimaru who is so defiant and doesn't take them seriously. Orochimaru, I heard that you witnessed the handover ceremony of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki last night. Brothers are curious. Can you tell us about the situation? An Anbu struck up a conversation with a smile. This is also one of the means to obtain information. Orochimaru didn't respond to the other party with 437, which made Anbu at the scene very embarrassed, and at the same time there was a bit of annoyance on his face. It really doesn't give me any face. Hehe. Seeing that Anbu was exhausted by obtaining information, Gen-mo on the side gloated. How can you get information by just talking about it? Let's watch them perform in action. Humph. One of Konoha's Sunin in Legendary, how good is he? May I wait for a lesson? The four roots immediately formed a cross-encircling array, full of provocation. How dare you? The showy operation at the root made Anbu on the side speechless. Anyone with a brain knows how strong Orochimaru is now. The Second Ninja World War, kill Hands of the Salamander, beat back Sand Shinobi Puppet Master Cho. These two records alone are far beyond the scope of elite Jainin. Not to mention these four roots, even if you add all Anbu, you may not be able to beat Orochimaru. Danzo asked you to test me. Orochimaru stopped in his tracks, and glanced coldly at the four Anbu in front of him. In addition to probing, it can also be regarded as a blow to him by Konoha's senior management. No. We are just curious, and challenging you is purely personal, and has nothing to do with Root and Master Danzo. The Root took the lead in clarifying the relationship behind it. Of course anyone with a discerning eye knows that what they are talking about is bullshit. Personal behavior. Then I don't worry. 17. Your rude behavior, I will teach you a lesson for the regiment. The corner of Orochimaru's mouth twitched, revealing a kind smile. Danger! 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 Roots keenly sensed the danger signal, and the four decisively shot together. Wind-style vacuum sphere. Water-style Shuiling bomb. Earth-style Turin gun. Lightning-style thunderbolt. The four used four ninjutsu attacks with different attributes. Boom! 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 Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, a giant python appeared. I saw a giant python surrounding Orochimaru, blocking all attacks. Orochimaru's technique is so fast. I didn't see his seal movement at all. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees clearly, but Anbu can't see clearly at all. Danzo's well-cultivated roots, that's it. Orochimaru said with a disdainful face. Bold. How dare you criticize Lord Danzo behind your back? The four roots were startled and angry, ready to attack again, but unexpectedly, Orochimaru in front of them turned into a white smoke and disappeared. Shadow clone. Not good, behind. The four roots turned their heads suddenly, and found four Orochimaru's shadow clone, who had circled behind them at some point. Ninjutsu, that's not how it works. If it were on the battlefield, you would be corpses now. The four shadow clones completed the seal at the same time. Wind style Great Breakthrough. Water style Water Dragon Bomb. Earth style Huang Chuan Swamp. Lightning style Snake Thunder. Boom. 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 The four ninjutsu shots hit the roots of the four, and the latter let out a cry of pain and fell to the ground. Bloody and bloody, it looked like he had suffered serious injuries. Orochimaru, oh no! Master Orochimaru! Please be merciful! Anbu was so frightened that his face paled, and he begged for mercy in a humble voice. I've shown mercy. Also, are you afraid of me? Don't worry, everyone is Konoha's companion, how could I kill my companion? Orochimaru said casually with his usual expression. Won't kill your companions? Kato Dan, the team leader at the root, can't even find his ashes. Anbu said yes with cold sweat on his forehead. A medical ninja was left behind to give emergency treatment to the seriously injured roots. The rest of the people waited and led the way carefully, and brought Orochimaru to a courtyard where Konoha's senior management was located. Orochimaru, here you come. Third Hokage was very enthusiastic when he came up, but when he saw Anbu's gesture from the corner of his eyes narrowed slightly. Information collection failed. There was also a conflict with Orochimaru. Where are the old man's subordinates? Shimura-dan swept his eyes and found that none of the four Genbu sent out came back. I'm sorry, the people at the root are very enthusiastic about me and insist on coming to compete with me. I accidentally wounded them. For that, I'm very sorry. Orochimaru said apologetic words on his mouth, but there was no apology on his face. If you observe carefully, you can even see the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Shimura-dan's expression changed. He did order Genbu's subordinates to find an excuse to challenge the big snake. One is to test the strength of the opponent, and the other is to give the opponent a blow. However, Orochimaru's response was also very directly disabled the four roots, and in turn gave Shimura-dan's a real blow. ****. It's normal for peers to learn from each other, isn't it? Third Hokage kept a friendly smile on his face. I thought in my heart, Orochimaru's attitude is so tough. It seems that the next negotiation will not be so easy. Sensei Sarutobi is right. Ninjas need to learn from each other so that they can grow together. Here, this junior has to remind Mr. Danzo. Orochimaru said with a humble face. What do you want to say to the old man? Shimura-dan's frowned. The roots of your hands are really too weak. It is recommended to go back to Konoha 1.3 Ninja School and study for a few more years. Orochimaru suggested solemnly. This is the face writing output. Hey! Very good. Orochimaru, I will write it down. Shimura-dan suppressed the anger in his heart, and could only swallow the mute. P.S. As pictured. Ahem, if you are chatting, let's talk about it later. Now, let's talk about the management rights of the second Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Third Hokage gets right to the point. I don't think it's necessary to talk about it. Uzumaki Kushina is my man. Orochimaru was very straightforward and stated his position. Third Hokage and Shimura-dan's cast sharp glances instantly. Chapter 85. Orochimaru. What do you mean by that? Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Konoha's most important strategic weapon. How can I let you alone have the final say? Shimura Dance immediately issued a harsh reprimand. Orochimaru, what is your reason for doing this? You, Konoha Jainin, control Nine Tails, what is your intention? Third Hokage narrowed his eyes, showing a bad look. High-skilled master, but also wants to control Nine Tails. Orochimaru, has your wolf ambition been exposed? You are trying to rebel. Sensei Sarutobi, I think you have misunderstood. I'm not interested in Nine Tails or anything. Kushina, a distant cousin of one of my wives, begged me to take care of the child. That's all. Orochimaru was telling the truth, but not quite the truth. It's just an excuse anyway. You're bullshit. You have so many wives and concubines, maybe you can't even remember their names. Shimura Dance sneered. Alas. Don't say it, let the other party guess it. Orochimaru really didn't remember the names of all the wives and concubines. P.S. In fact, the author is too lazy to compile, and they are tool people anyway. All in all, the affairs of the Uzumaki clan are in my hands. Orochimaru said with a strong attitude. Hehe Orochimaru, you can do whatever you want at ordinary times. But Jinchuriki is a matter of great importance in the village, so I cannot allow you to act recklessly. Third Hokage had a smile on his face, but he put on the airs of a teacher to suppress the other party in his words. Mr. Sarutobi, let the students be self-willed one more time. Orochimaru looked directly at the other party, pretending to be a student in his words, and it sounded like he had a good attitude, but his actual position had not changed. In other words, if I beg you, you must agree. Calling you a teacher is a step up for you, please don't be ungrateful. Orochimaru. The smile on Third Hokage's face gradually disappeared. This is the rhythm of a 30 showdown. Hiruzen, I advised you a long time ago. Some people are disobedient when their wings are stiff. Shimura Dance said strangely. Third Hokage clenched his fists with the palms hidden in his sleeves, and his gaze towards Orochimaru also became sharper. Orochimaru's expression was as usual, and he didn't compromise in the whole process. The master and apprentice remained silent like this, silently confronting each other. After a long time, Third Hokage finally couldn't hold back anymore, and spoke first. Orochimaru, if I order you in the name of Third Hokage, hand over the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. What are you going to do? Dead end. In the name of Hokage, this is forcing Orochimaru to make a choice. According to the rules of Konoha Fire's will, the order of extinction is supreme. Even if you are asked to make sacrifices immediately, Konoha shinobi must obey. Blatant disobedience to Hokage's order, ranging from expulsion of Konoha shinobi's registration number from the village, to execution on the spot. Choose, because obey orders, or become a rebel who everyone shouts and beats. Shimura Dance is speculating on the sidelines and fanning the flames. He's already salivating over Orochimaru's rich estate. Of course money is not the most important thing. In Shimura Dance's view, Orochimaru must be secretly carrying out an unknown human experiment, and successfully transplanted the blood of various ninjas into himself, so his strength grows so fast. Once Orochimaru is labeled as a traitor, the Root can justifiably ransack his home and seize Orochimaru's experimental data. Orochimaru, I hope you can make the right choice. It is Third Hokage's usual negotiating tactic to give a piece of candy both soft and hard. This set is tried and tested. Even the famous Senju clan, Uchiha clan, and even Hitaki Sakumo, who is not weaker than Hokage, were forced to make concessions under the coercion of Third Hokage. So Third Hokage is confident that he can handle Orochimaru. Humph. The old man advises you, young people, don't be too arrogant. Shimura Dance hammered further. Although he hopes in his heart that Orochimaru will rebel, but the ninja war is not completely over yet, and at this very moment, Orochimaru cannot be pushed too hard. After all, Orochimaru now has the light of Konoha Sunin on his head, and Megatron is shaking all countries in the ninja world. If Orochimaru is really forced to defect, it will cause immeasurable damage to Konoha's reputation. So, now Konoha's high-level executives don't want to completely turn against Orochimaru. As long as Orochimaru is willing to bow his head, everything is easy to say. Danzo, don't force Orochimaru to give the young man time to think. I have always believed in Orochimaru. Humph. Hiruzen, you're just being too lax. That's why you let Orochimaru run amok. Danzo, don't forget that I am Hokage. Hiruzen, you will regret it. The two sang together and cooperated quite tacitly. Orochimaru watched the performance of the two quietly, and finally only spit out 3 words. I reject. Ernzwin's performance came to an abrupt end. I'm sorry, Orochimaru. As a teacher, I have bad ears, can you say it again? When third Hokage spoke to the end, he couldn't help but glared at each other. Stop now, reorganize the language, he can act as if he has never heard anything. I reject. Orochimaru answered again. Hand dismantled the steps that third Hokage gave him. Orochimaru. Do you know what you're doing? Blazing disobedience to Hokage's orders, you are a felony of treason. Shimura-dan scolded loudly. I don't feel like I've betrayed anything. Orochimaru's face was normal, turning a blind eye to the monstrous anger of the two in front of him. Miss Sarutobi. Shut up. Don't call me Sarutobi-sensei. I'm third Hokage now. Third Hokage was really angry at this time, tearing away the false relationship between master and apprentice, leaving only Hokage aloof. Third Hokage. I refuse to carry out your order. Orochimaru remained as calm as a mountain. Whether you are Sarutobi teacher or third Hokage, no one can shake Orochimaru's will. Hoo. Third Hokage's blood pressure was full immediately, and the murderous look lingered between his brows. Reverse. 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 Shimura-dan's was also very angry. Obviously, for the sake of the big picture, he didn't push Orochimaru into a dead end, and left a step for the opponent. But the other party just didn't appreciate it, and even kicked him over the steps. This is talking about wool. Listen to me. I know you are in a hurry, but please take it easy. Orochimaru played the game slowly, watching the two jumping in front of him. It really makes people laugh. My refusal of third Hokage's order doesn't mean I betray Konoha. Buzz. The amazing chakra exudes from third Hokage's body, and the imperial robe on his body is automatic without wind, which looks heroic and extraordinary. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is in his prime, has a real experience that cannot be underestimated. Orochimaru. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, don't blame me for disregarding the relationship between master and apprentice. Even now, the old man is also very curious. Orochimaru, how do you argue? Shimura-dan's planted his crutches on the ground, rubbed his hands together, and looked ready to fight. I got the will of first Hokage. Orochimaru's calm voice was like a heavy bomb dropped. You, what did you say? Third Hokage's tense aura was suddenly discouraged. How could such a thing happen? Orochimaru, don't make up stories to fool us here. Shimura-dan's was also quite frightened, but he quickly questioned him, pretending to be calm. This is a fact. In the forbidden area of the Senju clan, there is a remnant of the first Hokage's will. Orochimaru is serious nonsense. This. The two looked at each other with a look of surprise on their faces. Last night's sealing of the Nine Tails ceremony, although blocked by an enchantment, I couldn't see it clearly. But there is indeed a smell of wood style. As we all know, wood style is the exclusive ninjutsu of first Hokage. Absurd. Even if it is the will of the lord of the first generation, why did he entrust the Nine Tails Jinchuriki to you? Obviously we are the top management of Konoha. Shimura-dans doesn't believe Orochimaru's words, and he doesn't want to. Yet I'm confused too. Obviously Mr. Sarutobi is the strongest Hokage in history recognized by Konoha. Why didn't Master First Generation entrust the Nine Tails Jinchuriki to you? Orochimaru pretended to be puzzled. The strongest Hokage ever. Ah, this. Third Hokage suddenly showed an embarrassed expression. The old man just said it casually, and wrote it in Konoha's textbook by the way. Tisk. Even Shimura-dans, the old buddy, couldn't help cast a disdainful look. The strongest Hokage in history. Thanks to you shameless old man who can say it. Orochimaru. Don't gossip about here and make a fuss. Shimura-dans said coldly. Believe it or not, this is true. According to the rules of Konoha Fire's Will, Hokage's order is absolute, and no one can violate it. The order of first Hokage, of course, must be obeyed. Or third Hokage is going to make a decision against his ancestors. Perfect counterattack. If you use the name of third Hokage to suppress me, I will fight back in the name of first Hokage. This. Third Hokage's face turned blue and then pale, and he trembled with anger. Contrary to the decision of the ancestors. Orochimaru's big hat is deducted 567, how can he refute? Enough is enough, Orochimaru. You kept saying that you got the will of Master First Generation, so what about the proof? If you have the ability, you can call him out now. Laozi will give you a few bangs right away. Shimura-dans was furious, no matter what the other party said was true or false, he would not agree anyway. Summon Lord First Hokage. I remember that in Konoha's sealed book, there is indeed such a forbidden technique, which calls the dead from the Pure Land back to the real world. The name seems to be Impure World Reincarnation. If Mr. Sarutobi and Mr. Danzo don't believe it, we can ask Mr. First Generation to come forward and confront him. Orochimaru thoughtfully, and made a good suggestion. No. Absolutely not. Third Hokage's complexion changed drastically, and he retorted sharply. What is recorded in the sealed book is an extremely dangerous forbidden technique. Impure world reincarnation is a forbidden technique that desecrates the dead and violates human ethics. No one can practice it. What are you kidding? If the first Hokage were really summoned, how would they explain the current situation of the Senju clan? As the first ninja clan who created Konoha, the Senju clan has declined to the point where there are not even a few members left in less than 20 years. If there is no conspiracy in it, who would believe it? That's right. As juniors, how can we desecrate the peace of the elders? The essence of Shimura-dan's righteous speech is to cover up his inner guilt. Not to mention anything else, just in the root laboratory, there are a large number of living organ specimens of the Senju family, no matter what he can't wash them off. Don't look at first Hokage who is usually smiling and kind-hearted, once he offends his family, the wrath of the ninja god is definitely not something the current Konoha executives can bear. It turned out to be like this. First Hokage also guessed that you might not want to see him. So, he specially gave me a part of the power. Orochimaru had a meaningful smile on his face. Yes, what power is it? Third Hokage and Shimura-dans felt a thump at the same time. No way? No way? Could it be that? Under the shocking eyes of the two, Orochimaru slowly raised his palm. Under the action of chakra full of vitality, a sapling grew out of Orochimaru's palm. Wood-style blood succession boundary. Chapter 86. This is wood-style, the real wood-style blood succession limit. Third Hokage and Shimura-dans looked on in shock. The small sapling on the palm of Orochimaru grew rapidly, and in a blink of an eye, it grew into a big tree with a height of more than 10 meters. I regret that the image size is limited. Just learning a little bit of wood style. Orochimaru pulled his hand out of the big tree and said with a face of shame. Limited qualifications? Only scratched the surface? As an old man, did you get your title of ninjutsu professor? Third Hokage doesn't dare to guarantee other things, but in terms of knowledge, it can definitely be called Konoha's first-class existence. He can tell at a glance that Orochimaru is using the same model as first Hokage, and it is a fake wood-style blood succession limit. This exuberant vitality. Shimura-den's looked very ugly. After so many years of research in the Root Laboratory, a total of more than a dozen experimental subjects with wood style have been produced. But the wood style used by the experimental subject can only summon bare and lifeless wood, let alone compared with first Hokage, even Orochimaru's one finger. Moreover, these experimental subjects were very short-lived, and their bodies were eroded by wood style not long after, and finally died in pain. Now Orochimaru uses wood style, his face is as relaxed as usual, just like using common ninjutsu, there is no side effect at all. This is not in line with the logic of human experimentation at all. The blood obtained through transplantation will generally have a rejection reaction with its own constitution, and various strange problems will appear. For example, in the Root Laboratory, the experimental subjects transplanted with Hashirama cells will have scary faces like Hashirama appear on their bodies. So, now you should believe it, right? Master First Hokage, bestow upon me the calendar of wood style. And ordered me to protect the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Orochimaru brought the conversation back to the issue of Uzumaki Kushina's stewardship. Moved out the last will of first Hokage, which is well-founded and convincing. Third Hokage and Shimura-den's looked at each other, and they couldn't help but disbelieve the evidence. Because the power of wood style on Orochimaru is the best proof. Hey, since it's the order of the master of the first generation, we have no choice but to obey. Third Hokage's face was gloomy, and he was reluctant, and finally could only admit it by pinching his nose. After all, he was the one who first ordered Orochimaru under the title of Third Hokage. It's all right now, the opponent used the name of First Hokage to push him back. How can such illusory things count? Shimura-den's tries to be a rogue. Shut up! Orochimaru stared suddenly, and snapped. Shimura-den's. Are you disobedient? According to the rules of Konoha Fire's will, disobeying Hokage's order, you are treason. As a Konoha shinobi, I have inherited the power of the wood style of the first generation master, and I have the obligation to execute the sinners who betrayed the village. Orochimaru lifted a finger, and an amazing chakra erupted from his body, the ground under his feet cracked, and the surrounding air froze. P.S. With pictures. Wait a minute. I am willing to obey the orders of Lord First Generation. Shimura-den's was so frightened that he quickly took a few steps back, sweating all over his body, feeling extremely humiliated in his heart. In the past, he was the only one who accused others of being rebellious, and he never thought that he would be labeled a traitor one day. This kind of feeling is like being smashed by someone, and you have to swallow it hard. Okay, Orochimaru. Nine Tails Jinchuriki, for the time being. I will leave it to you to manage. Now, can you put your fingers down? Third Hokage took the initiative to back down, but he also emphasized the word temporarily in his tone, retaining the meaning of recovering management rights. As you order, Lord Third Hokage. Orochimaru put away his fingers, and the amazing chakra disappeared without a trace in an instant. The corners of Third Hokage's mouth twitched. On the surface, the two were still polite, but the change of address from Mr. Sarutobi to Master Third Hokage showed that the master-student relationship between the two has completely come to an end. This damn traitor! Looking at the back of Orochimaru turning away, Third Hokage couldn't control his emotions anymore, and interrupted the big tree generated by Orochimaru's demonstration of wood style with his fist. Hiruzen. Should we just watch as Nine Tails fall into Orochimaru's hands? Shimura-den said with a look on his face. According to his plan, first transfer the management right of Nine Tails Jinchuriki to Konoha's senior management, and finally discuss whether to put Anbu or the root. Well now, Anbu and Root are out of the question, they won't even get a hair from Nine Tails. What do you want? Leaving aside the death of first Hokage. If you don't give it to Orochimaru, he will take it himself. Third Hokage said with a sullen face. To be honest, the death of first Hokage can only shock him mentally. The wood style used by Orochimaru is what physically shocks him. Shimura-dan's was at a loss for words, and his face changed for a while. He can't beat Orochimaru. This has nothing to do with right or wrong, in the ninja world, big fists are the last word. How did it take so long? That's what the higher UPS said. Tsunade questioned. As you can see, the top management just asked me to manage Kushina. Orochimaru replied. Damn it! Those smelly and shameless old bastards! Tsunade couldn't help cursing angrily. When her grandma, Uzumaki Mito, was alive, Konoha's high-level officials kept her under close surveillance. They didn't even allow her to leave the village, and she wasn't even allowed to go back to her mother's house to visit relatives. When I was a child, I often saw my grandma sitting alone on the roof of the building, looking at the direction of the country of Vortex, and she shed tears when she missed her hometown. It is conceivable that once they hand over Kushina to Konoha's senior management, they will lose their freedom for a lifetime. If you are unlucky, it will even be brought to the root, erasing the human path and reducing it to a thoughtless prop. Don't worry, I exchanged opinions with the senior management, and Jin, Zhao Hao, had a pleasant exchange. In the end they agreed to let us be Kushina's guardians. Orochimaru said something unusual in an understatement. Exchange opinions and have a pleasant exchange. Tsunade's eyeballs rolled, she was not so stupid and not so easy to fool. This negotiation process, I am afraid that violence will be inevitable. Yes, I've always been very reasonable. Orochimaru crossed his arms and nodded solemnly. Your reason, is it from the physics department? Tsunade raised his small fist and lightly thumped Orochimaru's chest, then chuckled. But whatever, I like strong men. Really? Then for tonight's research, I need a handful. In a cry of coquettishness, someone was hugged horizontally. The bloodline of the Senju family is really worth studying. Chapter 87. As the Second Ninja War came to an end, the turbulent situation in the ninja world gradually eased. The number of quest requests for Konoha Shinobi Village began to drop sharply. Perhaps because of dissatisfaction with Orochimaru, the Konoha executives refrigerated Orochimaru and did not assign tasks to him for several months. Orochimaru didn't care about this, anyway. He had already drawn a huge bounty of 350 million taels with his military exploits on the battlefield. This money is enough for him to maintain a large-scale research bloodline for a long time. Kurama Kyung successfully gave birth to a bloodline. Pommel Horse Bloodline +1, Offspring Rating, A Reward, Illusion +3, Chakra +1. As expected of the Pommel Horse clan, who are famous for illusion, they have improved so much all of a sudden. Orochimaru felt a shock all over his body, and his spiritual will has been qualitatively improved. Even though he had practiced illusion before that, his level was far less proficient than other 5 escape ninjutsu. This can be regarded as making up for Orochimaru's shortcomings. As for the improvement of Chakra +1, it can only be regarded as a drizzle, which is better than nothing. Orochimaru, who has no mission, is happy to be free, and can devote himself to the cause of researching bloodlines. Soon, there are new results. 537 That is Mitarashi Shiwa, Nohara Ui, Uzuki Iroha, Ui Yano, Kusanagi Saiko and other wives and concubines who are happy to have a second child together. Half a year later, new bloodlines were born one after another. Mitarashi Bloodline +1, Offspring Rating, B, Reward, Flower Ninja +1, Shuriken +1. Nohara Bloodline +1, Air Rating, B, Reward, Medical Ninjutsu +1, Water Style +1. Uzuki Bloodline +1, Offspring Rating, B+, rewards, Konoha style swordsmanship +1, wind style +1. UI bloodline +1, offspring rating, B and reward, illusion +2, body +1. Kusanagi bloodline +1, offspring rating, A, rewards, sage mode +1, chakra +2, earth style +1. Orochimaru. Are you trying to kill me? Tsunade delivered 6 babies in a row, which meant that she didn't sleep well for several days, and she was so tired that she had big dark circles under her eyes. Sorry, thank you for your hard work, Tsunade. Orochimaru sincerely apologizes for this. Hey, I'm sorry, Miss Nafi. The next time you wait for your second child, I will accompany you all the way. Ui Nohara gave a silly smile, Dafp. No, no, no. I don't dare to give birth again. It really hurts. Tsunade shook his head with a rattle, repeatedly expressing his refusal. Having experienced ninja wars, she felt that being hit by the enemy a few times on the battlefield was not as painful as giving birth to a child. That's not right, sister. Did you forget that we want to revive the Senju clan, and have more children? Noeka said righteously from the side. I don't care. Go find your little girlfriends and give birth yourself. Tsunade pouted. I think so too, but neither I nor they are of legal age. Noeka declares himself a law-abiding Konoha shinobi. There are 56 more. I'm counting on you. Orochimaru made a serious request. Orochimaru. Unacceptable. Your research, can you stop for a while? Tsunade's eyes widened, his face was full of speechlessness. For the next few months, Tsunade spent almost every day in the delivery room of the hospital without a break. The cries of newborn babies one after another made Konoha Hospital immersed in a joyful atmosphere every day. This makes the majority of men envious and jealous, wishing to replace him. Of course, in front of Orochimaru, they can only fantasize in their hearts. The wives and concubines of Orochimaru can enjoy the VIP service of the hospital, and Tsunade, one of the Konoha Sunin in Legendary, can personally deliver the baby. I can't wait to remarry on the spot and become a part of Orochimaru's wives and concubines. Afterwards, some people actually went to ask for marriage, but unfortunately most of them didn't pass the test and were screened out. XX Bloodline +57, Offspring rating, CB, rewards, Fire style +8, Water style +7, Earth style +12, Wind style +9, Lightning style +7, Sealing technique +2, Medical ninjutsu +2. Shuriken +3, Taijutsu +4, Konoha Kensha +3. Although the quality of civilian blood is not high, as long as there are enough people, the accumulated rewards are also very impressive. Orochimaru looked at the data displayed on the system with a satisfied expression on his face. Over the years, he has cast a wide net in Konoha, openly asking for marriage indefinitely. The purpose is to further expand the research team. Adhering to the fact that the bloodline rating is not enough, come to make up the operation. Finish the housework. Orochimaru called more than a dozen cars, which were filled with all kinds of gifts, and set off. Orochimaru, is this a door-to-door marriage proposal? Which family's daughter is it? You are so lucky to be favored by Master Orochimaru. Wow, grass! How many times is this month? Spending money like running water is too arrogant. Pedestrians on the road cast shocking gazes one after another. Konoha High. Report. The movement on the street is Orochimaru's marriage proposal team. An Anbu faithfully reported the public opinion incidents in Konoha Shinobi Village. Okay. There is no need to report this kind of thing. Every month, is it annoying? With an impatient attitude, Third Hokage lit his pipe and smoked. From the perspective of the advancing direction of the marriage proposal team, it is located outside Konoha. There are not many ninjas living in the outskirts of Konoha. The only one worthy of attention is the Hotaki family. Shimura Dans narrowed his eyes. The roots of his subordinates have been monitoring Hotake Sakumo's daily life. I heard that Muyebya has a younger sister named Hotake Origami. It seems that this is the target of Orochimaru's marriage this time. I didn't expect that Hotake Sakumo, who valued fame very much, would marry his own younger sister to someone like Orochimaru. Udaten Koharu frowned. That's not a good sign. Orochimaru has great strength and prestige. He has integrated the remnants of the Senju clan. He still holds the Nine Tails Jinchuriki in his hand. Now he plans to use marriage to win over Muyebya. No matter what he himself thinks, Konoha has now appeared a political force named Orochi as a group. We have to guard against it. Mitokedo Homura's face was full of concern. Chapter 88. The secluded outskirts of Mue ushered in a jubilant marriage proposal team today. Orochimaru and his party arrived in front of the house of the Hotake family. Orochimaru. Finally waiting for you. If you don't come, I will go to your house. Hotake Origami took the initiative to go out to greet her, with enthusiastic eyes shining on her pretty face, showing no restraint. I kept you waiting, Origami. Orochimaru smiled slightly, and took the other's little hand. Ahem. Orochimaru. When did I promise you this marriage? A middle-aged man stepped out of the room, and Hotake stared at Orochimaru with an extremely stern gaze. Brother, you just give us up. Orochimaru and I are a match made in heaven. Hotake Origami makes a bold request. Feeling in love? A match made in heaven. The corner of Hotake's mouth twitched, and he pointed at Orochimaru and said angrily. Do you know how many people this man is in love with? It's a perfect match. I absolutely disagree with this marriage. Hotake Sakumo speaks sharply, and what he teaches is the truth. But I don't want Hotake Origami to care about these at all. It doesn't matter. The most important thing is that I, Hotake Origami, can fall in love with Orochimaru. Hotake Origami patted the ninja knife on his back, and said proudly. You. Facing his sister whose brain circuits are different from ordinary people, Hotake Sakumo had no choice for a while. Had to let out a deep sigh. Well. Origami, it's me, my older brother, who failed the exam, which caused you to have a little deviation in common sense. But whether you resent or complain, I can't even watch you marry this unreliable man. After Hotake Sakumo said that, an extremely powerful chakra erupted from his body. The terrifying aura representing cage-level soared into the sky, and the terrifying coercion even spread to the entire Konoha. This powerful chakra. It's that White Fang guy. The Konoha executives were startled at first, and then all showed expressions of gloating. Hee. It seems that the Hotake family still cherishes their reputation, and they don't like such arrogant men as Orochimaru. You said it's not good for you to provoke anyone, but you chose to provoke White Fang's sister. Now there's a good show to watch. All the major ninja clans in Konoha, who are well informed, know about Orochimaru's marriage proposal team. Hotake Sakumo, that guy is really arrogant, can't even look down on Orochi. Fool! What do you know? Orochimaru is now the master of the game, and the relationship with Konoha's senior management has become very delicate. At this juncture, if the Hotake family agrees to this marriage, it is tantamount to passively tying up Orochimaru's Shiwu. By that time, it will be impossible for the Hotake family to stay out of it. As long as you get involved in political struggle, either you die or I die. If you are not careful, Hotake's family will be destroyed. Orochimaru. I've warned you, it's not my sister's idea. Hotake Sakumo's eyes were sharp, the robe on his body was windless and automatic, and his whole body exuded an aggressive aura. Brother. Hotake Origami just wanted to say something, but was stopped by Orochi. Origami, back off. This is between me and your brother. Okay, I believe you, because... Hotake Origami's eyes softened, without the slightest hesitation, obediently obeyed Orochimaru's order, and the figure jumped back. Seeing his lovely younger sister obeying another man's orders, Hotaki showed a complicated expression on his face. Senior Shuo Mao, I remember already answering this question for you. No one can stop me from pursuing the blood of excellent. Even if you are Mu Yabai, it won't work. Orochimaru was calm, looking straight at the aggressive gaze of the other party without dodging. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere on the field fell into a strange silence. This is Orochimaru engaging in an illusion duel with his brother? Zero fur flowers. Hotaki Origami was keenly aware of the fluctuation of chakra in their bodies. Illusion. In an instant, countless knives and swords appeared from in front of the two of them, and they collided fiercely. Boom! The illusion is shattered. Hotaki Sakumo's expression changed suddenly, and his footsteps were shaken back several steps. On the other side, Orochimaru didn't move an inch, and his expression remained the same. Judgment. Did Orochimaru win? Hotaki Origami's eyes lit up, showing surprise. Recalling that a year ago, Orochimaru and Hotaki Sakumo also had a brief confrontation. At that time, the result of the illusion duel between the two should be that Hotaki Sakumo was slightly better, and Orochimaru was shocked. But I don't want to, today, just 1 year later. 0. The two faced off again with illusion, but the result was reversed. This is really an astonishing growth rate. Hotaki's eyes widened. Since a year ago, he was suspected by Konoha's high-level officials and was forced to return to the village from the front line of the battlefield. Hotaki Sakumo has been staying behind closed doors since then. One is to reduce the fear of Konoha's high-level officials in a low-key manner, and the other is to concentrate on cultivation and improve his own strength. Needless to say, after more than a year of painstaking training, Hotaki Sakumo has made great breakthroughs in various abilities of ninjutsu gen. But what he never expected was that Orochimaru's improvement far exceeded his expectation. Okay, Senior Yin Mao. 11. The temptation to say hello ends here. I remember you also said that the next time will be a real fight. I've been looking forward to it. Orochimaru licked his tongue, a warlike look on his face. I see. Hotaki nodded solemnly, and saw that he pulled out the ninja sword on his back with one hand, and the blade emitted a frightening white light. Mu Yebui, Hotaki Sakumo, please enlighten me. With a hook of Orochimaru's finger, the Kusanagi sword at his waist was automatically unsheathed, and it flew in midair in a circle, drawing a beautiful arc, and finally landed in his hand. Konoha-sunin, Orochimaru, come to ask for advice. Chapter 89. Report each other's names and form a seal of opposition. The battle between Orochimaru and Mosaku Hotaki has officially begun. Kusanagi stream sunnying. White fang flow gale slash. The figures of the two people approached in an instant, and their swords collided head-on. Clang! There was a clear and long clanging sound, and the huge force caused the two of them to retreat at the same time. Okay, that's great. Orochimaru has completely kept up with my brother in terms of speed and strength. Hotaki's Origami's beautiful eyes were shining brightly, and he was amazed. You must know that Hotaki Sakumo is 10 years older than Orochimaru, which means that the former is much higher than the latter in terms of experience and practice time. The name of Mu Yabai has been famous for a long time, and he is known as the #1 swordsman in the ninja world. Ninja villages in various countries even have an unwritten rule that anyone who encounters Mu Yabai during the 187 mission will immediately give up the mission and will not be punished. That's why Konoha's executives are so afraid of Hotaki Sakumo, because his strength is too strong, even third Hokage is not fully sure that he can suppress him. Orochimaru's Konoha-sunin name gained fame in the ninja world during the recent Second Ninja World War. In terms of fame and prestige, it still cannot be compared with Mu Yabai. Who would have thought that Orochimaru, who was a latecomer, can now play on par with Hotaki Sakumo? Haha. Interesting. It's been a long time since I've met an opponent who I've fought with. Orochimaru, you are still number one. Hatake Sakumo's serious and cold face suddenly burst into a heroic smile. It is a great honor to be recognized by Mu Yabai. Orochimaru speaks modest words, but the moves in his hands are not humble at all. Call out! He waved his hand and threw the Kusanagi sword, which turned into a straight line of cold light and shot at Hatake Sakumo. At the same time, he cast the instant body technique and circled behind him from the side. The flying sword is in front, and the people are behind. Hatake Sakumo's expression remained unchanged. He knocked the Kusanagi sword to the ground with a slash in his right hand, pulled out a kunai with his left hand, turned around and slashed it. Ninja, hidden shadow snake hand. The long snake that was just summoned was cut off by Hatake Sakumo's kunai. Orochimaru jumped back and quickly completed the madra with both hands. Fire-style luxurious yanhua. One after another, hot and huge fireballs fell like bolides. This fire style is stronger than the Uchiha clan. Hatake Sakumo exclaimed, and pressed his hands to the ground after making a madra. Earth-style earth flow wall. A solid earth wall with a dog head statue was erected. Boom! 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 Barely resisting the bombardment of the fireball, the earth wall cracked and the defense was close to the limit. Orochimaru kicked forward with an accelerated speed, easily kicking through the dirt wall. Leaf Hurricane! Boom! Hatake raised his hand to block, and immediately grabbed Orochimaru's calf with 5 fingers, turned around suddenly and used an over-the-shoulder throw. When the back of the head hits the ground, a normal person would at least be knocked out of their wits, but Orochimaru acted like a normal person, making madras with his hands. This guy! The moment he hit the ground, did he use earth style to soften the ground into cotton? Hatake saw the clue at a glance, and couldn't help admiring Orochimaru Grandmaster's ninjutsu, which is too much. Wind-style great breakthrough. Orochimaru's mouth puffed out, and he spit out a violent hurricane. Call. Hatake Sakumo received the wind-style blow head-on, and his body was blown into the sky. Orochimaru immediately changed his handprint, and shot a gold thunder snake at the opponent who was unable to move in mid-air. Lightning-style snake thunder. Crack! Hatake Sakumo cut the razor in half with a straight knife. I'm really ashamed, I have been in the ninja world for many years, but I haven't mastered too many ninjutsu. All I rely on is this knife. The name of Ki Yabuya is famous in the ninja world for his sword skills. Hatake Sakumo devotes most of his energy to practicing sword skills, which is also a specialization in the art industry. Yet, then I am completely different from Senior Shuo Mao. Personally, I don't have any special field, I like to learn a little bit of everything. Orochimaru made madras with his hands, gathered the water vapor in the air into a water dragon, lifted himself under his feet, and attacked Hatake Sakumo. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. White Fang Daoguang. Hatake Sakumo cut off Mizuryu's head with a high-speed slash. 0. Whoosh! Orochimaru resolutely abandoned the Honkai water dragon bomb, jumped up and threw a Fuma Shuriken from the air. Hatake Sakumo cut off the incoming Fuma Shuriken subconsciously, and found that there was another Fuma Shuriken hidden in the shadow. Shadow Shuriken! Hatake Sakumo's face remained unchanged, and he cut it off again. Unexpectedly, a large piece of Fuma Shuriken suddenly appeared in front of my eyes. This is Third Hokage's Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Hatake Sakumo's eyes were fixed, and he held a knife in both hands in a strange posture. White Fang Flow Blade Storm. With countless blades, a storm was formed, and all Fuma Shurikens were destroyed with offense instead of defense. White Fang's saber technique really lives up to its reputation. Orochimaru praised, and his body disappeared into white smoke. Shadow Clone, win! Hatake Sakumo's whole body tensed up, his senses were fully open and he scanned his surroundings. Front, back, left, right, sky or underground. It's here. I saw the scattered Fuma shurikens on the ground, one of them turned into the figure of Orochimaru, and rushed towards Orochimaru at a very fast speed. Hiss! Hataki's nerve reaction was extremely quick, and he sideways avoided Orochimaru's attack at the critical moment, and at the same time he slashed at the opponent's waist. 1.5. Pfft! Cut in two. Ah! Orochimaru! As a bystander, Origami Hataki turned pale and showed a frightened expression. Hearing his sister's exclamation, the murderous intent in Hataki's eyes gradually subsided. Not good. Accidentally hit the killer. Hataki Sakumo suddenly felt extremely regretful. He has no grievances with Orochimaru, and the ninja fight will definitely not be a killer. It's just that the strength of the two is almost the same, and it's impossible to fight freely. You are careless, Senior Suamao. Orochimaru's voice suddenly came from behind. Pfft! Blood spattered and flew with an arm. Chapter 90. Pfft! Blood spattered, and Hataki Sakumo's left arm was chopped off. Brother, your beauty. Orochimaru. How can you treat your brother-in-law so cruelly? Hataki Origami immediately changed his stance and began to blame Orochimaru for being too aggressive. Origami, no problem. It's a matter of my own carelessness. Hataki took a few steps back, tore off a section of the sleeve with one hand, quickly finished the bandage, and stopped the bleeding from the wound. He didn't utter a cry of pain the whole time, and he didn't even look at his severed left arm. Worthy of being wooden Yebya in Legendary. Even if an arm is cut off, I still maintain that rock-solid fighting faith. Orochimaru's eyebrows were full of admiration. Then he looked at Hataki Origami and replied. I am deeply sorry for hurting my brother-in-law. But I don't regret it. Because in a real duel of masters, the party whose heart is shaken often suffers defeat. 11. Hataki Sakumo also nodded in agreement, and said earnestly. Orochimaru was right. Just now I mistakenly thought that I killed Orochimaru by mistake, felt regretful and my will was shaken, so I showed my flaws. Orochimaru saw the timing and hit me hard with a sword. It was a beautiful blow. Forehead. Hataki Origami looked at the 30 people who were still chatting and laughing in front of him, and was a little dumbfounded and speechless. A ruthless move, cut off someone's arm. One is more ruthless to himself, his arm is broken, and he doesn't even bat an eyelid. I can't understand. Sometimes, I really don't understand you men. Hataki Origami could only shake his head with a wry smile. Senior Shuo-mao, can you continue to fight? Orochimaru asked. Joke. Who do you think I am with a mere trauma? Hataki Sakumo snorted coldly, holding the ninja sword with one hand, and the vigorous fighting spirit emanating from his body, instead of weakening, increased steadily. Orochimaru. You are strong. Stronger than all opponents I have faced in the past. I will fight with Mu Yabaya's full strength. This will be beyond the scope of normal discussions. Because I can't suppress my sword intent, are you willing to accept this life and death duel? Hataki stared at Orochimaru with serious eyes. Don't worry, Senior Sakumo. On immune to death Xiaoqiang, I am very confident in my vitality. Orochimaru nodded seriously, expressing his attitude. Good. After answering this, Hataki Sakumo's eyes changed. At this moment, in his eyes, there is no Orochimaru, no Konoha shinobi, no man his sister likes. There is only one, the enemy. This creepy feeling. Orochimaru's pupils tightened suddenly, and he clenched the Kusanagi sword in his hands. Suddenly, Hataki Sakumo disappeared from his field of vision. So fast. The speed is faster than the dynamic vision that can be captured by the naked eye, and Orochimaru can barely predict the direction of the attack by virtue of his strong perception ability. Whoosh! A little cold light comes first, and then the knife presses the forehead. Boom! Orochimaru held up the Kusanagi sword with both hands to block, and was crushed by the huge knife. His knees were slightly bent, and the ground under his feet sank. Drink! Gold snake thunder lingers on the blade. Lightning-style snake thunder blade. Orochimaru's strong counterattack, only to find that Hotake Sakumo in front of him has disappeared again. Boom! In the next second, Orochimaru was blown away. Hotake Sakumo's speed is astonishingly fast, and his sword moves are unpredictable, making it hard to parry. This made Origami Hotake worry about Orochimaru again. I have never seen such a powerful posture of my brother. Orochimaru, be careful. There are swords, lights, and swords in front of me, but I can't see the figure clearly. Orochimaru could only parry passively, completely powerless to fight back. After a while, even the Kusanagi sword in his hand was blown away and flew out. Puff! 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 Orochimaru's body began to appear one after another with stab wounds, blood, and flesh flying everywhere, looking very embarrassed. But there was no sign of wavering on his face either. He was concentrating on perception, trying to capture the trajectory of Hotake Sakumo. Right here. Ninja Shul King Snake Legs. Orochimaru swung his left hand and instantly turned into a huge white snake. Through his perception and prediction in advance, he successfully caught Hotake Sakumo's ninja sword. After the transformation of the white snake, the snake scales have extremely strong toughness, and can wrap around Hotake Sakumo's ninja sword full of chakra without being cut off. Bring it to you. Orochimaru grabbed Hotake's weapon forcibly with a yank. What does it mean when a swordsman is stripped of his weapon? But Hotake Sakumo is no ordinary swordsman, but Muyebiri. Ding! I saw Hotake Sakumo tensing his palms into a hand-sword gesture, and the white chakra that was originally attached to the ninja sword appeared on the palm of his hand. White fang flow bladeless light. A blade without a blade. Pfft! Orochimaru's stomach is pierced by a blade. Brother! Stop it! Do you want to kill Orochimaru? Hotake Origami was in a hurry and couldn't help but rushed up, but his legs were entangled by two snakes. No need to panic, dirty paper. It's just a fatal wound, but it can't kill me. Orochimaru kicked Hotake Sakumo away, and a blood hole was opened in the stomach, which is fatal enough to seriously hurt. But in just a few seconds, the wound on the abdomen quickly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The knife wounds on his body are also rapidly healing. The physical healing of the Uzumaki clan. Muji medical of the Senju clan. There seemed to be a slight ripple on Hotake Sakumo's cold and unwavering face. But he didn't hesitate, he kept his right hand in the attacking form of a knife, and rushed towards the big snake again. White Fang's knife skills are really terrifying. Orochimaru only felt Hotake Sakumo in front of him, as if his whole body turned into a sharp knife, slashing at him head-on. With a hook of his finger, he manipulated the blown Kusanagi sword from the air, turned into a flying sword and shot at Hotake Sakumo at high speed. Sword of Kusanagi, sword of the sky. White Fang flow profound truth human teeth absolutely shadow. I saw a burst of dazzling white light released from Hotake Sakumo's body. When the Kusanagi sword approached, it was bounced away by the sword glow emitted from the opponent's body. Real knife in one. Have to admit. When it comes to sword skills, the big snake bows down. Orochimaru let out a long sigh, and then he made a seal and met Hotake's ultimate move head-on with his bare hands. The figures of the two crossed each other and passed by. Pfft! I saw a bloody fist-sized hole pierced through Orochimaru's right chest. Ahem! A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his face became pale. 863 has such a huge wound, even if Orochimaru now has the blood of the Uzumaki and Senju clans, he cannot easily repair such injuries. On the other side, Hotake Sakumo had a branch inserted into his body, which didn't look like a serious injury. Did Orochimaru still lose to my brother after all? Hotake had a regretful expression on Origami's face. But that didn't affect her adoration for Orochimaru in the slightest. This cage-level life and death duel, no matter who wins or loses, they are all super ninjas at the top of the pyramid. In her opinion, Orochimaru is a glorious defeat. However, did Orochimaru really lose? Hotake Sakumo turned around and was about to pull out the branch stuck in his body. As a result, I couldn't pull it out all at once, but instead involved a sharp pain in my body. Wood-style cutting technique. P.S. As shown in the picture. Senior Shuo-mao, you'd better not move around now. Orochimaru formed a mudra with one hand, released the chakra full of vitality, and drove the branches to take root and sprout on Hotake's body. Hotake Sakumo's whole body froze suddenly, and sharp branches grew from the inside to the outside, piercing the skin and coming out. What kind of terrifying ninjutsu is this? Hotake Origami's small face was pale, and Shipping was stunned by the terrifying scene in front of him. Branches actually pierced out from the inside of the human body, wouldn't the internal organs be pierced? It seems that the rumors are true, Orochimaru, you have received the power inheritance of the master of the first generation. I lost to wood style, Hotake Sakumo. In Hotake Sakumo's eyes, Ling Ran's fighting spirit gradually disappeared, and he bowed his head and admitted defeat very freely. Chapter 91. Senior Shuo-mao, thank you for your enlightenment, I have accepted it. After Orochimaru sealed, he unlocked the power of wood style. Humph! Hotake's face turned pale, and he couldn't help letting out a muffled groan. The internal organs in his body had already been rooted by the branches, and the pain caused by being pulled out now is unimaginable to ordinary people. The sour taste. It's like having an open surgery without anesthesia. Orochimaru. Brother. You guys are really making people worry to death. It's just a sparring session. Is it necessary to fight to the death? Hotake Origami was crying, and scolded the two bruised in front of him. One was a man she adored and admired. One is her elder brother. If anyone had an accident, she would be deeply saddened. Sorry, Origami. I'm too arrogant. Orochimaru apologized. This battle was really too dangerous, he killed his brother-in-law if he was not careful. But if he shows mercy, he will be in danger of being killed by Hotake Sakumo again. Skills are not as good as others, and I am convinced that I lost. Haha. This battle was so fun. Hotake Sakumo let out a hearty laugh. Dare you laugh? The arms were chopped off. Hotake Origami was speechless. Origami, go pick up my brother-in-law's arm. I'll continue it for him. Orochimaru took a few breaths, and more than half of the wounds on his body healed quickly, and the rosy blood returned to his face. Then he used medical ninjutsu to heal Hotake's wounds. Orochimaru, do you still have that much chakra left until now? I'm really convinced of you. Hotake Sakumo sighed emotionally. It's nothing, it's just a little bit more than the average person. Orochimaru responded with a calm face. Carefully use the chakra scalpel to scrape off the rotten flesh on Hotake Sakumo's severed arm, debride the wound, take over the severed arm from Origami's hand, and reattach it to Hotake Sakumo's body. The chakra thread connects the wounds, not just a simple splicing of the flesh, but also the reconnection of the nerve cells on the arm. After a while, Hotake Sakumo could feel the sharp pain from his left arm, precisely because the sensory system was restored, which proved that the nervous system had been repaired. Amazing medical ninjutsu. I'm afraid it's not under Konoha's first medical ninja Tsunade. Hotake Sakumo was amazed. I wonder if this Orochimaru has practiced ninjutsu since the womb? 5 escape ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, swordsmanship, shuriken technique, medical ninjutsu, almost all grandmaster, all ninja skills are all the same. The operation to repair the broken arm took about an hour. Hotake Sakumo moved his left hand, although it still felt a little stiff, but being able to restore the mobility of the broken arm in a short period of time is already a miraculous skill. Thanks, Orochimaru. You're welcome, Hyuga. Hatake Sakumo opened his mouth, and finally he could only let out a long sigh. Oh, that's all, anyway, I have already been defeated by you. 17. There's nothing stopping you from being together. As a conservative man, even though he still couldn't accept a man with many wives and concubines as his brother-in-law, if he lost the fight with his own skills, there was nothing to say. In the ninja world, rules can only limit the weak, and the strong can often override the rules. Don't worry, brother. My husband and I will be happy. Hatake Origami said confidently. Asterisk number. This is Beijing? The corner of Hatake Sakumo's mouth twitched. He really has nothing to do with his eccentric sister. That's all. Orochimaru successfully completed the marriage proposal to Hatake's family, married Origami, and returned home. This scene made everyone in Konoha both envious and jealous. Damn it! White Fang's younger sister is a super cute girl. I would have waited until I had passed the Jonin exam before I pursued. Ah, my goddess! Why did you abandon me? Hat! Are you trying to eat fart? I want to marry Lord White Fang's younger sister. Have you asked him if he has a knife? Didn't you see that Orochimaru had *X with his brother-in-law on the day of his marriage proposal? Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, the terrible chakra collision came from the outskirts of Konoha that day. It can be imagined that the two experienced a life-and-death confrontation at that time. Konoha Sunin vs Mueburi, who is stronger? Who knows? But judging from the results, Orochimaru successfully married the origami goddess into the door, and it must have been recognized by Master White Fang's strength. It's so romantic. She also wants to be the eldest lady of a famous ninja clan, and wait for Orochimaru big brother to come and marry her back. Shout! Carry away, another batch of crazy. The blood research of Orochimaru and Hatake Origami is very efficient, and the results are achieved within a month. More than 9 months later. Tsunade. Stop talking, I understand. I've heard your words 100 times. Tsunade couldn't help but touch her forehead. How could she have been fooled by such a research madman in the first place? No way, I'm a very greedy man. Seeing Li Xingxi, I want to get her. I want to collect all the excellent bloodlines in the ninja world. Orochimaru expressed his lofty ideals. I have to say, Yin Snake is really too ambitious for your ambition. Konoha alone can't satisfy your desire. Are you planning to attack other ninja villages? Tsunade said with a speechless face. The study of blood, okay, is a great and never-ending enterprise. My goal is the Sea of Stars. Orochimaru looked up at the starry sky. Under the embellishment of stars, and the light is extraordinarily bright. There, the strongest bloodline is sealed. Minister Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, who was trapped in the center of the moon, opened his eyes in a deep sleep, and his eyes passed through the distance of 380,000 kilometers between the Earth and the Moon, and landed on the surface, locking on a certain daring human being. In the darkness, Black Zetsu, who was lurking in a gutter somewhere in the ninja world, suddenly raised his head. My lord! Why are you so restless tonight? Have been sealed for thousands of years, can't wait. Sorry, please give me a little more time. Uchiha Madara, the best candidate to realize Project Tsuki no Mi. Chapter 92. Hatake's Bloodline +1, Offspring Rating, A+, Rewards, White Fang Sword Technique +5, Earth Style +1, Body Technique +1. The various moves of sword, light, sword, and shadow were deeply imprinted in Orochimaru's mind. This made Orochimaru's strength rise to another level silently. Excellence bloodline is really memorable. Orochimaru licked his tongue, Gold's pupils were filled with greedy light. Ms. Orochimaru? Ms. Orochimaru? Are you listening to me? Uzumaki Kushina was puffed up with her hips akimbo. Well, I just wanted to teach you some ninjutsu. As the guardian of Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Orochimaru also guides Kushina in practice on weekdays, so the latter changed his name to him as a teacher. What new jutsu to teach me? Really? But tomorrow is my graduation ceremony, Mr. Orochimaru must remember to come. Uzumaki Kushina reminded again. Okay, I know. Orochimaru nodded, looking up and down at the childish red-haired girl in front of him. 12 years old, still too young. It will take a few more years. Day 643, Konoha graduation ceremony. Dad. Mom. Come and see, I wear Konoha Shinobi's forehead protector, isn't it very handsome? Yes, my baby is the most handsome. On the school playground, the graduating freshman genins are happily holding their parents' hands and acting like a baby. So good. Uzumaki Kushina's eyes moved, and an envious expression appeared on his face involuntarily. Her parents died in the war in the country of Vortex. He came to Konoha alone, and his identity as an outsider was destined to be rejected by his fellow villagers. A blond boy was watching her silently, with a distressed look on his handsome face. However, just as he was about to go up to talk to Kushina, a fat palm behind him held him down. Minato, why are you in a daze here? It's Dingzo, it's nothing. Namikaze Minato smiled shyly. Hey Minato, Dingzo, come here and take graduation photos together. My friends are waiting. A Baramaze highway waved towards the two of them. Wait, can I invite her, Kushina, to come with me? Namikaze Minato pointed to Kushina, who was standing alone in the distance. Clam? That blood-red pepper. Why did you call her here? No. The friends shook their heads in protest. Kushina has a particularly conspicuous bright red hair, which once attracted bullying from her classmates and gave her the nickname Tomato. But Kushina is not a weak girl who swallows her anger when she is bullied. She waved her fist decisively and beat up the person who bullied her. Moreover, they never look at each other's identity, even if they are students from famous ninja clans such as the Akamichi clan, Abarame clan, Inyazuka clan, etc., they don't give a photo of the wrong face. So everyone gave her a new nickname, Blood Red Pepper. Kushina, who has a bad temper, even fought with seniors, and the most important thing is that he won the fight, which is really frightening. I can't beat it again and again, what do you mean? Everyone collectively isolated Kushina and resorted to cold violence to repel her. But she is very poor by herself. Namikaze Minato said with a look of pity. Minato, you are so kind. I'll tell you a secret secretly. The elders in my clan said, don't get close to Kushina. That woman is the incarnation of a monster. Inyazuka pulled Namikaze Minato and said mysteriously. Kushina is a monster. How is this possible? Namikaze Minato frowned. Born into a commoner ninja family, he is naturally not qualified to touch the secrets about Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Minato, it's true, I can testify. If you want to ask why, every time I get close to that woman, the bugs on my body will become, extra restless. Abaramaze Highway raised his sunglasses and said seriously. This. Under the joint certification of many friends, Namikaze Minato nodded, believing it 70% to 80% in his heart. Although he is kind-hearted, he never takes the initiative to reject anyone. But he couldn't ignore the opinions of his good friends, and weighed the importance of the two in his heart, and finally chose to stand on the side of his friends. These stinky brats are all the same. Kushina has inherited the keen perception of the Uzumaki family. She heard every word of the conversation between Namikaze Minato and his group just now. Inevitably a little disappointed in my heart. Namikaze Minato is the only boy in the class who doesn't discriminate against her. He is also very handsome, but his personality is a bit indecisive. Now Namikaze Minato is on the same side as the boys who discriminate against her, and kills what little affection Kushina has in her heart. At this time, there were bursts of exclamations in the school. Look over there, who is here? Is this one of the famous Konoha Sunin, Master Orochimaru? Wow! What a handsome man! All the teachers and students in Konoha school all focused their eyes on a man. It's teacher Orochimaru. Kushina's eyes lit up, and she rushed over quickly. Under the surprised eyes of everyone, she threw herself into Orochimaru's arms. Kushina, congratulations on your graduation. Orochimaru smiled slightly, reaching out to stroke the other's long hair. I am a god. Damn it. She really wants to throw herself into Orochimaru-sama's arms and act like a spoiled child. The girls at the scene all cast envious and jealous eyes on Kushina, which satisfies the vanity of the girl. Kushina raised her head proudly, embraced Orochimaru's arm with both hands, and made faces at the girls present. This is so annoying. Humph. Isn't it just relying on the prestige of Mr. Orochimaru? What's so great about it? Inuzuka gritted his teeth sorely. That's it. That's it. Kushina, this guy is too arrogant. A bare maze highway echoed. Minato, what's wrong with you? Akamichi Dingza noticed the strangeness of the little friend beside him. It should be nothing, right? Namikaze Minato put his hand on his heart, always feeling inexplicably chilled. He stared intently at the playful and lovely Kushina leaning on Orochimaru, feeling a complex and unspeakable bitterness in his heart. How nice it would be if the person standing beside her was me. As soon as this bold idea came into his mind, Namikaze Minato felt incredible. What the hell happened to me? Namikaze Minato looked dazed and bewildered. The youth's ignorant love was frustrated before it even started to germinate. Chapter 93. With Orochimaru's presence, Uzumaki Kushina has become the most eye-catching girl among the new graduates of Konoha school. The identity of a son of a famous ninja clan will be eclipsed in front of the real Orochimaru. Even the teachers in the school were unavoidable, and they cast their eyes on Orochimaru with great respect. The strongest Konoha Sunin, the hero of the Second Ninja World War. As far as I'm concerned, Orochimaru is eternal drip god. Woo, I really want to marry Master Orochimaru and have a child with Master Orochimaru. Hey! Wake up! You are already a mother of 2 children. What's the matter? Master Orochimaru is the father of more than 100 children. That's because he's handsome, rich, and powerful. What kind of capital do you old woman have? Shut up! I don't care. Hansen and Orochimaru-sama are made for each other. Yes. Chatting for some reason, the teachers of Konoha started tearing up on the spot, the scene was so lively. Ms. Orochimaru, you are so kind to me. Kushina's eyes were moist, and she looked at Orochimaru with emotion. Back then, when she was in the country of Vortex, she faced the catastrophe of genocide when she was young. It was Orochimaru who saved her life. Now he not only takes care of her daily life, but also teaches her ninjutsu. Is there any man in the world who treats her better than Orochimaru? Thinking of this, a fanatical love gradually emerged in the girl's heart. Hee. Orochimaru smiled without saying a word, a pleasant smile on his face. I thought to myself, ignorant girl, you know, longing is the furthest distance in this world. Namikaze Minato silently watched the warm and beautiful picture in front of him. He clenched his fist involuntarily. Why, my heart suddenly hurts so much? Konoha High Rise. Today is Kushina's graduation day. Orochimaru, as a guardian, went to the school for the graduation ceremony. Third Hokage glanced at the report submitted by Anbu, and lit his pipe expressionlessly. It can't be tolerated any longer. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is 12 years old this year. This is the critical moment that shaped her intellectual personality. Shimura Dan said with a solemn expression. According to the original plan, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki should be handed over to the root for brainwashing education. However, all of this was interfered by Orochimaru. That's not okay. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is the most dangerous chakra weapon, and her loyalty concerns the safety of Konoha Shinobi Village. Mikoto Homura explained the urgency of the situation with sharp words. Humph. If we continue to let it go, sooner or later the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki will take the shape of Orochimaru. At that time, Orochimaru only needs to raise his arms, and Konoha will fall into unprecedented chaos. Udaten Koharu predicted the worst. The old man understands what you said. But we need a reasonable excuse at the moment. Only in this way can we take back the management rights of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from Orochimaru. Third Hokage took a deep breath of his pipe. His slightly narrowed eyes were full of frightening coldness. Since that time, in the name of Third Hokage, he forcibly ordered Orochimaru to hand over the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Even if there is only a little master-student relationship between the two of them, it will completely disappear. After the showdown between the two sides, they became the political factory of Konoha's internal power struggle. At least in the eyes of Third Hokage, that's what he thinks. For this reason, he also took practical actions to suppress Orochimaru. For example, Konoha's task entrustment excludes Orochimaru and deliberately does not assign him any responsibility. But the effect of this trick is not very good. Because Orochimaru is too rich to care about the bounty for this task. Also, he doesn't care that his reputation will slowly decline over time after he lies down. For the past 3 years, Orochimaru lived in seclusion every day, studying blood with his wives and concubines all day long. The result is also quite incredible. He actually made dozens of babies in a row, and they were all second children. Zero looking for flowers. This makes Third Hokage mad with jealousy. You must know that in the past few years, he tried his best to please the tigress in the family, and the latter reluctantly gave birth to his second son, named Sarutobi Asuma. Good luck to you, Orochimaru. Let the wives and concubines in the family have a second child collectively. If it weren't for the relationship between the two of them falling apart, Third Hokage would like to humbly ask Orochimaru for advice and study the secret skills of blood. Back to business. In order to regain the management rights of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Konoha executives are trying their best to make things happen. Correct. The roots of this old man have recently discovered the infiltration of Cloud Shinobi spies on the border of the Land of Fire. In order not to startle the snakes, the roots didn't chase them immediately. Shimura-dan's frowned, as if he was thinking about some conspiracy. This live Third Hokage means it works. He quickly thought of a brilliant countermeasure. We can use these Cloud Shinobi spies. Deliberately sending someone to leak information about Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Third Hokage speaks amazingly. When Konoha's senior management heard this, they immediately showed a desolate expression. As expected of the strongest Hokage. The insidious means of manipulating people behind this is unmatched by anyone. The old man understands. Hiruzen, you're going to put Cloud Shinobi spies into the village to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Even if Orochimaru chased Jinchuriki back afterwards, we Konoha executives can also punish him for a crime of negligence in management. Shimura-dan's draws inferences from one instance, and the Third Hokage has a tacit understanding. This plan can work. Wonderful. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was kidnapped by hostile forces. This is a major dereliction of duty. At that time, the old man will have to see, what face does he, Orochimaru, continue to be in charge of Jinchuriki. Mikoto Homura and Udaten Koharu couldn't help but wow. Hokage is in the light, the roots are in the dark, light and dark work together, this is the invincible Konoha.